Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, later, guys.
I was going to add to mute you. Go ahead, Antoine. How do you justify corporations and the satellite that I'm showing the construction? How do you justify that?
Okay, I'm looking at that right now. Damn. I'm also watching the live stream on my Fire Stick that I have. Damn it.
Well, when you get around to it, take a look at it and then come back with your answer.
Oh, you want me to leave the chat channel? And
No. I'm just saying, like, take a look, and then when you decide how you're going to answer why, like, this video is showing the construction of satellites, right? There's multiple constructions of satellite videos. So, I mean, if you believe that's CGI, I think it's not. I think these are people actually manufacturing this. And then I can go outside and look at satellite dishes that are pointing up towards the sky. And I'm just wondering, like, how do you justify them? I mean, maybe the satellite company is bouncing it off of the inside of the dome and it's coming down. I could justify it that way. I was just wondering how you would justify all the money spent.
Okay, look. Due to the fact that like all the space agencies are all government funded, the government can earn money, they print money, they can fucking do anything they want with money. Money, man, they burn money. That shit, like all that shit is fucking, man. The government, they burn money, they print all that shit.
But that satellite construction that I'm showing, right? Like, so let's say that they're burning it, right? So what are they building then if it's not a satellite? Meaning, if they're spending it, they have all the money they want, they're spending it. What is it that the engineers are building, or is it strictly just a facade, like a really technical-looking facade?
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's what it is. Okay. So then the back of your eyeball might be flat, right? The back of your eyeball might just be a biologic. You're just trained once again with that shit. Okay, that's your argument.
Look, man, you have to look at it in reality, though. Like, if you look at any of the pictures, you can just tell they're CGI.
Well, that one's I don't believe is CGI, but thanks for playing.
You're deceived. You will never be ready to fucking accept that it may be.
What the hell?
Did you just come, Sky, all over your little boyfriend's face?
Man, you guys can't realize that you guys, man, I've been doing research for about 2 years that the earth is flat, man.
Hey, Antoine, did Jonah live in the belly of a whale for 3 days? Is that a fact?
I don't know who that is, to be honest.
Well, I just figured since the Bible kind of somewhat promotes a flat earth, I mean, some flat earthers say it's biblical. I was just wondering if we could smear into other biblical stories that you would argue are, in fact, the case. Or maybe you're not biblical. Maybe you're just a flat earther.
No, I am biblical, and I do believe in the flat earth. That dude teaches the Bible.
So maybe Jonah did live in the belly of a whale for 3 days, you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And that he was like the size of a small shrimp, so he could get past the esophagus of the whale to get into the belly of the whale for 3 days, right? I'm just fucking with you, but not really. Meaning we could smear this into a biblical thing. But it's a flat Earth room, and this room is more topical in general. I don't know. Very interesting to hear other people.
See, he's phoning into his handler.
The Earth is flat, man. You guys have to realize that. I promise you, it's the only true reality.
Even assuming that it was, what are the implications of believing that? Just that everything then is bullshit? And if so, then do you think that everything that you can't see, the other room outside is that in existence, or is that just a data set that only exists when you enter into that room? I mean, why do you accept that the other room exists unless you sense it? I mean, why isn't everything in full Matrix mode that's just based around your own personal sensation?
No, but you have to watch.
You sound like Lord Stephen Christ. It's reality.
I watched all of NASA footage and all of basically a lot of space footage, and you're gonna see bubbles. Why do you use bubbles in the space footage?
Okay.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, that's what we Sorry.
You're getting feedback, bro.
Huh?
No, the new guy that just joined, there's some feedback on his mic.
Oh, well, let's hear him.
I mean, Antoine, I noticed that when we say, tell us what it is, you start out with a question. First, an ad hominem, like you guys are all wrong, and then you ask us a question instead of making assertion, right? And I'm just trying to get the idea of okay, so let's assume that the other room does exist. Let's assume your eyeball is spherical. Now let's assume that we're on a flat Earth. What are the implications of us accepting or not accepting, but let's say, the fact of the flat Earth? What are the implications? Just that mass propaganda is possible? Is that all you want? Is for agreement? Are you here to get people to agree with you? And if so, what does it change? What changes in our day-to-day lives? What are you getting at? What the implication?
Man, okay, look, like you can just go outside at nighttime and see that the stars remain perfectly fixed in the sky. If we were really spinning, if the sun was really shooting through space at 600,000 miles an hour and pulling 8 other planets along with it in orbit, and that there are billions of stars out there, then you should see the night sky stars do all types of strange movements, and you know what I mean. But you see them remain perfectly fixed in the sky. How are we going through? How are we moving? How are we moving over 500 trillion miles through space a year, and we see the same stars every year, year round?
Talking about parallax.
Parallax?
Parallax. So if you're looking at something from a different position over a period of time, then its position should change over a different perspective.
If you go outside of your house at nighttime and try to save that picture in your head of the stars, and then you remember that those same stars are there the next day. That's exactly what I do. At the nighttime I go outside and look at the stars, and they remain perfectly fixed in the sky. If we were really shooting and spinning through space, and that's what would happen. The stars should flop around everywhere in the sky. This whole night sky should be lit with stars. If we were really shooting through space, spinning around a globe 1,000 miles an hour, and traveling around the sun at 67,000 miles an hour.
Any motherfucker that's on that fucker.
Right on. Well, I got here's for all this is proof of a flat Earth, guys, right here, right? Here is a flat disc with, the way they say, with water in it, right? Now,
wait. You have to show your face, though, because you're a shill. If you don't show their face.
Okay, well, we'll get into that in a minute. But okay, so here's the flat Earth, right?
Scotty, that works, Roddy. That doesn't work for everybody else. That just works for people like you.
Okay, so here's the proof it's a flat Earth. If it was a round Earth, like this ball is round, when the ocean water was on it, it would just fall off, right? It would just fall off, right? That's proof that we're on a flat Earth. Thank you for listening.
But you're just going to use gravity to back up your claim. That's it. That's all you got is gravity holding your ball Earth together. Literally.
That's all gravity, the whole gravity thing.
Just gravity.
That's so weak. Gravity's such a weak argument, right?
Yeah, there's no science behind that at all.
Life is only...
Yeah, you're fucking exactly right. You're not fucking wrong there, mate.
Yeah, but what did you actually show there? You showed that water doesn't stay on a ball, that it all went down onto the plate.
I see a Freemason. Is that a Freemason?
Is that a Freemason?
I see that shit.
Oh, and if he is, what?
You fucking deceiver.
Oh, Adam, you deceiver.
No. See, that's your interpretation of the Freemasons. You've been told the Freemasons. No, wait. You're gonna jump in there. You're gonna tell people that the Freemasons are deceivers when the real deceivers are the skull and bone pirates. All right, don't tell me that you know about the Freemasons when you've sat there and watched YouTube videos about them. All right, if you want to go out and read the books about what they actually do for society, then you'll realize that they have been trying to push knowledge for a long time, and skull and bone pirates have been the ones that have fucking kept it in the dark. All right, that's not Freemasons. Freemasons are Freemasons. Look at the name they give themselves. They're there for freedom. All right, the ones that infiltrated the group. All right, because it's an open society for everybody to join. You can be anybody and join the Freemasons. So yes, corrupt people join them for their own intentions. Corrupt people join them for their own intentions. Do not incriminate a whole group because of the bad things that individuals do. That is
exactly.
So I'm not responsible what previous Freemasons have done. I'm not responsible for what they've done. I'm sitting here and I'm not trying to push a flat Earth, but I'm saying that I don't believe in a round Earth and I don't believe in a flat Earth, and I'd like to analyze the information for myself, and everybody else is entitled to do that for themselves. So how am I on here being any type of a deceiver when I'm on here showing my face and I've shown the Freemason ring? How am I any type of a deceiver in any type of way?
Well,
I'm the most truthful person on this show. If anybody really wants to know, I'm the only person that is able to get moderator of the show, a show that's free for everybody, and I'm the only person that has moderator of it because I am the most honest person you'll ever meet.
Oh, science guy.
But, that hurt my pride a bit. Thanks a lot. I don't like being called a deceiver. Like, I think that I work for the highest. No, I'm here to be honest and truthful
Hey,
and find out.
their only name, too. Their only name.
Come on, man. Like, the Earth is flat, man. Come on.
Well, we don't actually know what shape it is. It could be a bowl. It could be Lord Stephen Christ's theory that we live inside a cell Earth. We could be inside the ball. We could be living on a halo. We could be living. Several different realities could work. There's several different models that could actually work. Put them together. But people want to be biased and they want to push certain narratives. I just like to analyze the information for myself and then figure out what it is eventually. Because if we dictate, then we're going to take the dick.
Yeah, but why do you even try to figure it out? Why not just listen to it? Why are you like trying to solve it and believe that you're going to find some truth, huh? All these multiple models. You're so truth-centric. All you guys are trying to find truth. It's obscene.
Well, so you're happy to sit there in the darkness and be spoon-fed any shit you get fed? Can you think for yourself?
Yes, I can.
I'm not after truth. I'm just after some facts.
I'm after truth.
If you want to believe your truth is, mate, but I'm just after empirical fact. You know, I don't know what it is. If I had to hypothesize or propose what I think it is, certainly isn't a ball. It might be a flat surface of some sort in the wider spectrum of things. The dinner plates. If you go by Augustus Card's testimony back when he went up 10 miles, he described it as a round disc with upturned edges. And as far as the stars are concerned, in the north and the south pole star spirals, well, who's to say the dome's only a semicircle? Why can't the dome be like a bubble? Why can't it have the stars in permafix positions rotating around top and bottom, or side to side, giving people those perspectives?
The sun, the moon, rotate around.
There's lots of possibilities. Nobody fucking knows. End of story. There's no point asking what's underneath. There's no point asking where's the edge. Nobody fucking knows. No one's allowed to, and the people that can get there won't fucking tell the rest. Anything's wrong. You know, you've got to find your own fucking answers and not go looking anywhere else for them. I do my own fucking tests, and that doesn't just go with this. That goes with anything I fucking do. It's got nothing to do with a belief. I don't give a fuck what you believe. Believe in Santa Claus, born government, Parliament, believe whatever the fuck you like. But at the end of the day, I go by fact, because a fact is absent belief. A belief is something that is absent fact. Therefore, you may believe in it unless somebody proves the fact otherwise, and then you believe change. Much like religion, it's a belief.
But that's what it is, though. You guys becoming a cult following.
The only thing you can verify is what you're doing by yourself. You can only verify things by yourself.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're taking the testimony of someone else to verify something.
So
my criticism is just on the fact that you want to come to conclusion. The idea of conclusiveness, moving belief into fact and then calling it truth is the goal that you believe we're all questing for this collapse of belief into truth. And I think that the fact that you don't suspend yourself from the belief mode to the verification fact truth claim, I think that's peculiar that you insist that we all must move towards truth instead of maintaining an apositional kind of miasma with regards to belief in truth.
No, I'm not insisting on anything. I'm just telling you how I work. You guys can do whatever the fuck you like. I've got no right to tell you what to do. I can't change any of you. All I can do is change myself if I find that I've got an issue.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck what you guys think or believe. I've got no right to try and force my thoughts or facts upon you I can show you facts and you can believe them or not believe them. You can discredit them, say
this is a debate.
It's just a debate, exactly. It's just a grouping of opinions that people might
no
have.
need to take it personally.
Exactly, like Pancho P. Butthurt screaming at the world.
Oh yeah.
Everybody screaming at each other for the last hour or so. It's 4:30 in the morning in New Zealand where I am. I could be sleeping, but I'm just fascinated by looking at the amount of angry
bickering,
people.
all the bickering. That's why I came in here too.
What happened to have a proper conversation with people and shutting up and letting other people respond?
We're not trying to make them believe anything else than what they believe.
I mean,
we're not telling them anything.
They can believe whatever they like. Like I said, unicorns, believe anything you like. Believe that you're human beings or citizens in the country. Myself, I know by fact.
But what does it do for the movement when Pancho P comes in here and screams at the top of his lungs to everybody on the panel? What does that say about all the flat earthers?
It does nothing. It just
Nothing.
Exactly, it does nothing. It does nothing. It turns away.
About flat earthers. No, that
so
says
yeah,
something
we don't
about
need
him.
none of that.
That says something about him. That says that he's a bit angry. So what? So Poncho Pete comes on here.
Here, guys, quiet down. Somebody's trying to talk.
So-
Hello, my
so
name's
you-
Tiffany,
you
and I entered the room about 5 minutes ago. Can I interject?
Yeah.
So, hi, some of you know me. Anyway, some of us flat earthers have to yell over the globers because the people that still believe in the globe or are trolling for the globe or whatever will not even let us get the information out. I thought this was a debate channel for people that believed in the flat earth to come on and debate and share ideas and new knowledge and new research. I didn't know this was a channel for a bunch of globers to come on, and they won't even let us flat earthers even get a word in edgewise. So yes, sometimes we have to scream over them.
Well, we just let you get a word in anyway. You just talked about nothing that had to do with the argument. So
Well, no,
I came in on why do flat earthers have to scream.
they don't have to scream. We would have to scream just as much.
You need to shut up. You need to shut up. Oi, yeah, you need to shut up because you sat there muting somebody the whole time, Science Kid. You wanted to sit there muting somebody, and now you want to antagonize somebody again. That's what we're talking about. You want to bring up past, like, shut up for a sec. You want to bring up past events like Mr. Poncho screaming and ranting and raving. Look what you just done. You talked over her when she wasn't even talking. All right, you want to antagonize people is what you want to do, and you're a dumb little kid. So what are you even doing on the show? What are you even doing?
That's my
She just
point.
made the right statement. She made the exact statement that every one of us wanted to say. What the fuck?
Then why didn't you say it?
You believe in the round earth so bad. Why are you up?
Because this is a debate room.
If you haven't got any evidences, then why?
Neither do you.
Go and open up a globe debate room, and all the people that believe in Star Wars can go and debate whether or not Star Wars is real. We know the moon landing is fake. We don't need to prove it.
We know the moon landing is fake. Evidence, please. You want to talk about evidence? Give me evidence.
Look, I know people live on the moon. People already are on the moon living.
Tiffany, give me evidence that the moon is fake. The moon landing is fake.
You're the one making the claim that we live
If
on
you
the earth.
watch any film of the moon landing and you cannot logically reason that stuff is fake,
That you realize that you.
then that's where I know you're so brainwashed you cannot see. I always start off with the moon landing.
I can see a lot better than you can.
Moon landing drill after doing any hard research,
Now that's just
then that
going
shows
absolutely absurd.
where they're at.
Here.
That's just being absolutely absurd. You made a statement just then. You made an absolute. No, just wait. Let me jump in there. Because little kid, he just absolutely ruined the show with little kid rhetoric. You're going to come on and say, I can see a lot better than you. We don't want that type of drivel on here. All right. So if you're going to do that, we're going to have to just dismiss you as the whole crowd that we're here. And I'm expecting the Globers to do this too, whatever you want to call yourselves. You're going to have to dismiss these people. All right. If they're going to use stupid backwoods attacks like that, like, I know you are, I said you are, but what am I? Anyway, we don't
Well,
need
I know you are.
My point with Tiffany, though, is that she, I think belief is a matter of what you accept and what you exclude from accepting, right? And
I agree.
So if Tiffany thinks that in the room that she's not in, that it's not just a black wave function that actually doesn't really exist until she enters it, and then the particles collapse into a unified set of whatever the room is.
Hey, Tiffany.
Tiffany, what I'm saying is that if you're not smart enough to know that the other room doesn't exist until you enter it, then somehow you have a problem. That's what you just threw at us, right?
Listen, Michael. Listen, Michael. I'm 45 years old.
Then act that age.
Almost 46. Up until 44, I believed in the moon landing. I never even questioned it. I never even questioned the globe. Yeah. But once I found out, hey, people are questioning it, and they're questioning it because it's not proven.
So you're a bandwagon?
I questioned it and found out it's fake and it's a lie.
Right.
Wait, real quick.
The moon landing is fake.
Tiffany, you were just yelling at us for talking over other people, and you just bowled right over Mark.
The moon landing is fake.
I let him speak, and then I interject. Thanks for
Yeah,
telling me how that conversation worked.
Yeah, that's right. There's a difference between interjecting. There's a difference between interjecting when you're in the debate and it's you and the other person and they've said a false statement and you get to interject and then correct them.
I mean, I was
that's an interjection. Now I'm telling the little kid how it works. That's a debate, all right, kid. That's when an interjection happens. That's somebody defending their own rhetoric. You are jumping in with attacks and drivel. It's just not like then you just misdirected the conversation yet again. Do I have to do this the whole time? Call you out? Because every time you calling somebody else out, you being a hypocrite because you need to call yourself out for what you were doing. You have not added anything to this conversation except for attacking other people. All right. So why?
Every time we have to stop and do this, we take away from finding the truth.
Well, that's my point, Tiffany.
The truth, huh?
Tiffany, the
Someone
thing
telling
is,
us it's true. We know it's not true.
well, Tiffany, the idea that there's only one truth and that contradictions don't exist.
That's it. No.
Hey, the moon landing's fake or it's not. We found out it's fake. End of story.
Thank you. It is fake. I love you.
It's 100% fake. As fake as Santa Claus.
I can just keep on doing. I'm Australian, so I can just keep on talking until I get my turn. All right. So that's how I can do it.
Hey, so when are you going to promote the flat Earth cross country, Tiffany? When are you going to sell your house and get that RV?
Will you let Adam talk? He's trying to talk.
Blah 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 blah. All right. So now, science kid, whatever you want to call yourself, now you have to go. No, blah 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 blah. I don't want to come. Now, science kid, I want you to go get some information about the round Earth that you live on, or you have to leave because you've been here and you've fucking pissed me off too much. I want you to go get some evidence that we can analyze the group, and you're gonna get your ass handed to you right now, little kid. All right. So you're gonna have to leave, or you're gonna have to go get some evidence.
Well, Adam, I'm trying to hand you your ass by see dileotheism. I posted in the right.
So where's the?
Can I ask one question? Thank you. Okay. How is it that you believe that you live on something when they can't even provide you with an actual real non-CGI picture? How is it that you believe something and they can't even provide you with the real actual picture or actual footage of the Earth spinning, of the supposed ball we live on?
When I found out the globe picture was fake, that's when the globe went into court for me. And it was a year later I found the globe guilty.
Yes. The globe is basically.
I'm not too sure who that question was directed towards, but I think it was a Glober. So if a Glober wants to jump onto that there. So why do you believe that you're on a spinning ball if all you've been provided is CGI imagery and animation?
But how do you know it's CGI?
Exactly.
How do you know it's not CGI? I can ask the same question there.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So then
And then you brought a valid argument.
We're all in assumption. So why would
NASA admits that it is Photoshop.
Do you know why it's Photoshop, Tiffany? Do you know why? Because the cameras that they use on spaceships aren't HD. They're not perfect $4,000 cameras. They're going to animate what they see a little bit to make it a little bit better.
Oh, wow.
Because it's fake.
You really believe that, don't you, little kid? You really believe that they edit their pictures to make it a little bit prettier, don't you? Wow, so naive.
And you believe they don't.
I suppose the live footage that
No,
they
this is
provide
what
us
they
live
say.
too, right? I suppose the live footage they provide us fucking live too, right? Little kid
This is
just
what
told us
NASA
that they edit
has
their
put
photos and he
themselves.
believes they're real. After they're edited and they're able to doctor these photos to their agenda, whatever agenda it may be, he's telling me now that I have to believe it.
Here you are, a full-grown man,
You're
arguing a
exactly
dumb
as
theory
legitimate
against a
evidence.
13-year-old.
You are trying to accept Photoshop edited images as evidence.
At least I'm willing to accept something.
You're going to use your age for an excuse?
Yeah, this is a 13-year-old joining a grown-up conversation of some people trying to find out the truth.
A grown-up conversation?
Play Warcraft.
Oh, this is great.
Well, I mean, you joined with a bunch of adults, so don't tell us we're
I
arguing.
honestly thought you were trolling at first,
Retarded.
Tiffany.
Use that.
Tiffany, are you a troll?
No,
No,
I'm
she's
selling
not a
my house, science guy. I'm selling my house and I'm going across the
That's
country
wasting our
in a
time on.
painted up
I
camper.
told you.
Tell everyone to
I
research.
told you she's crazy.
To research flat Earth.
I told you
like
she's
me.
crazy.
So,
Season
I'm not telling anyone what to believe. I'm just telling them to research it for themselves.
Dude,
I did research it. I did research it.
Then
answer.
show the
I
show
heard
the
Michael,
research.
Michael, I heard you
Show
say
us the
earlier, Michael, that you wanted to hand me my answer. Can you ask the question that you want to ask me, Michael?
That they give us. Why can't you see bubbles? Tell me that.
Michael, I want Michael to unmute himself and tell me the question that he wanted to ask me. He said when I said that I was going to hand the little kitty's ass, and I just did. So now it's your turn, Michael, to return.
Okay, well here's what I'm talking about, right? I posted in the site. It's called dileotheism, and what it is it's that contradictions can be held at that you can have contrary beliefs at the same time. You don't have to fetter out the truth, meaning the fact that one can move a paradigm in their mind about whether they're on a globe or a flat earth doesn't mean that both of them can't be the case, right? The fact that what's indoctrinated into most people is that one cannot hold contradictions and that one must drop the shoe in one place over the other in terms of verifiability, right? So the ass being handed to you is the idea that you're on a truth quest when in fact you don't need to be, right? The contradiction, meaning the fact that the idea that you guys want to default to CGI, right? That can be used both ways, right? In arguments. But the point is that like you could also do the matrix or the collapsing wave universe such that anything behind your skull is in wave function. It is not lit, and only when you turn around and you're sensing it does the wave function collapse into a sense of reality, right? Now, if I hold that as a belief, but I don't behave as if I hold that because I move through the utility in my life, right? It doesn't mean that it's not the case that everything that's not sensed is dark and just in a wave function, right? So it'll be contradictory. So look up dileotheism is what I'm saying. Look up dileotheism.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. Yeah, I understand that. That's yeah.
Can I please say something? Thank you. NASA admits on their page that on their official website, NASA admits that they computer generate all of the images.
All?
Yes, all of them.
Can you send us a link?
Go to their website yourself.
Present your evidence.
I'm not trying to leave. I'm not trying to leave.
There's quite a few flat Earth videos. You see that little guy in the corner showing all the pictures of the Earth throughout the different 40 years that they've showed 8 odd different shapes, different sizes, different colors, all the rest of it. And everyone here admits that every single one of them is a composite of many different pictures to give the full spectrum of the Earth. Not one of them is a full life, and if with 17,000 satellites out there, excluding the Hubble, they can turn one of those around and give us a life. Simple. Turn one of them around. End of politics. You can like that.
All the pictures that they show us of the supposed real planets that are out there are all fake.
Are they though?
Yes.
I also wanted to say that this morning I just got done watching Globebusters. They're working on a new map, Cammy and Bob, and they're talking about 3 poles. They're talking about in the north center, our northern center, what we call the North Pole, that being a pole. But then down in the southern, there's 2 south poles, and it's really interesting. It's kind of hard to wrap your head around, but it has a lot to do with magnetism. And how they explain perfectly how the sun works, how the moon works, how the sun phases, the seasons. They have it all perfectly.
Yeah, they already said it. They already said, Antonio already said that it was a pentagram or some bullshit.
No, it had nothing to do with the pentagram.
Well, there is the azimuth. I worked at Azimuth Engineering, and an azimuth is the difference between magnetic north and the rotative north on the globe model, right? Now, if you're suggesting that there's 2 south poles, that south pole also has an azimuth, and perhaps the flat Earth model is trying to re-engineer what an azimuth is.
I don't know. They said it accounts for what they already admit is some kind of anomaly. I can't say that word. Anomaly. Anyways.
And you're just eating it up, aren't you?
Yes, I found it very interesting.
Exactly.
They talk about what the moon is made of.
Cult mentality.
That it's fluorescent light. It is its own light. How I have been saying, it is its own light. Anyways, if you guys really care, you guys could go over there and check it out. It's very, very.
Hell no, you go over there and check it out.
I already did.
Do you believe that this show is telling you the truth?
Yes, I believe that they are telling the truth. I believe that they've done the research, and I believe.
How do you believe?
Bob's a fucking liar.
Do you have anything to back that up?
All he wants is ratings and views.
It's an interesting site. It's an interesting place.
Anyways,
yeah,
I didn't even see it on their video. I didn't even see it on their channel. I seen it on Dearth. It's DIRTH. He mirrored it. So
Yeah, another lying cocksucker.
Yeah, really.
No, you're a fucking deceived cocksucker.
okay, so I don't see this is
You
what I'm
haven't
talking
showed no
about.
proof, bro. All you got is biased fucking.
Over because we really care about this and we really want to get this stuff out and we really want to share this information.
Tiffany, you realize we didn't care about this till a year ago. So
Tiffany, you need to go sell that house real fast then, so you can get on the road.
Yeah.
Let the people spread the
I got
message.
an offer today and I responded to it. So
I hope you sell it. I hope reality hits you right in the face when you find out that shit ain't what you fucking thought it was.
Tiffany's one of those.
Because you've seen a couple of YouTube videos and got fucking itchy.
Can I ask the question? I'm a flat earth myself.
Tiffany.
Let's start a hashtag called Flat Earth Matters.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
okay.
Hashtag Flat Earth Matters.
But Tiffany, do you honestly believe every TV show you see?
Yeah, she probably believes under the dome.
Do you believe
I know it's
the
propaganda. I
Ghostbusters
know that
shows?
dinosaurs are fake. I know satellites are fake.
Oh, dinosaurs are fake. So they just
Okay. Listen. Okay, let's say all that shit is fake. Let's say everything is fake and the world is flat. What the fuck changes? Nothing. You still gotta get up and fucking go to work and get paid. You still gotta provide for your fucking family. You still gotta get up and be part of the system. So shut the fuck up.
Really?
Then don't ask me a question if you don't want me to answer it.
I asked you, do you believe in every TV show? I asked you if you believe in every TV show that you see. Say yes or no.
No, he asked me why it mattered.
It don't matter. It's still gonna be the same. You still gotta get your ass up and go to work and produce something, or else you're not gonna fucking get paid. You're not gonna fucking eat.
Whether you like curvy or flat.
I'm gonna drive around the country and tell everyone to research.
So how do you think you're gonna pay for the fucking gasoline that you fucking that you're gonna fucking put in the car? If you don't fucking work, you're not gonna be able to fucking go anywhere. You ain't gonna get no money to go and do shit. So what? What changes? Nothing. Nothing fucking changes. You're still stuck in a fucking prison planet, right?
No, I'm still born again, and
whatever, Tiffany. Go smoke that crack pipe.
Yeah, really.
Smoking that crack dick.
go lick those balls.
I do. I'm holding the balls right now with my hands, like you got the stem gripped on your fucking thumb and index finger. Sticking another crack dick.
This is why we can't discuss flat Earth. I'm trying to tell these people that there's some good evidence, some new information that just is coming out.
Some bull-ass information. They haven't said shit because they can't prove shit. You're just over here being fucking biased. Because you see it on Globebusters. It's fucking gotta be true. Get the fuck out of here.
I saw Ghost.
Because journalism and Globebusters said it's gotta be fucking true. Because Antonio Subrat said it's gotta be fucking true. Get the fuck out of here.
You're trying so hard to talk over me that you're not even listening to what I said. So this is just
Tiffany, I thought you were legit for the first, I thought you were, at first I thought you were a troll, then I thought you were kind of legit, then now I think you smoke crack.
Can I tell you why the flat earth, can I
get my crack from your mom, so you would know.
Oh, okay. You're saying I'm immature with my jokes, and you just pulled your mom joke. You just pulled your mom joke.
What changes though? You still need money to fucking live. What changes on your flat earth if fucking the world is flat? Now what? Now what? Now what? What the fuck's changed?
If you know what changes, you don't send your kids to school anymore to learn about the globe.
So then the government can come take them away from you then, huh? Go do that and the government will come take your kids away from your ass. Go ahead and do that.
Do you guys think...
Listen, we're going to release the education system to teach you what it really is, and then from that we might get some more advances in technology.
Do you guys think the NASA's launching rockets is fake? Do you guys think that NASA launching rockets is fake?
Of course they do. They say it's CGI.
No, dude, I've been to a NASA rocket launch.
Yeah, me too.
I don't believe none of that shit though.
When they go, when the NASA rockets go off, the whole school just starts rumbling. It's like an earthquake.
I'm gonna mute myself. All right, I gotta go for a second, guys.
You might have seen a firecracker being launched.
Do you think aliens created everything?
A rock being launched into space.
A rocket?
And it would help. And it would help society for us to know what the correct model is, even if it's not flat and it's something else. It would help society to know what really is, because then we might be able to use that information to advance technology. All right, so then we can use it to help ourselves and society to advance ourselves, and we don't have to be slave drone society that we are. Maybe,
can you talk closer to the mic?
We'll wake up to actually the realization.
Can I ask you guys one thing? Do you guys believe in the Illuminati and the Freemasons?
Oh yeah, they do. Oh dude, the Freemasons are real. The Freemasons are actually.
And what's your opinion? All you flat earthers, what's your opinion on the Illuminati and Freemasons?
They know that the sun and the moon are the same size.
Yeah,
and
they know that.
The Earth is flat.
Holy cow, you're dumb.
They are hiding the truth from billions of people.
Billions of people.
Yes, they are.
Look at their two pillars. They have a sun and the moon.
Adam, is that true? Are they hiding the truth? Are the Freemasons hiding the truth, Adam?
No, they're not.
Nigga, they what the fuck hiding the truth?
They're not hiding it. It's in plain sight. You can see the sun and the moon are the same size right over those pillars.
Wait.
Freemasons have never lied about it.
Guys, let me get this. Tiffany. Tiffany, so you realize that if it's perspective, it's like if you put one finger near your face, one finger far from your face, it doesn't make that finger any smaller.
Anybody can look at the same symbolism and see different stories, all right, depending on how you're told the story. It's like if I wrote a story and
exactly.
Symbols, then
exactly. What does it symbolize to you? What does it mean to you?
They show flat Earth symbolism in a lot of Disney cartoons.
So wait, I have a question.
Freemasons aren't bad people. I hate it when people say that Freemasons.
Yeah, they aren't.
Bad.
The Freemasons, dude, you guys realize that my great grandfather was an actual Freemason. I know that sounds crazy, but he actually is. He was.
Yeah, well, they're not bad people. The Freemasons
I know.
are not bad people.
I don't think that they're bad people.
They're not. The Freemasons aren't bad people. My great grandfather was like one of the nicest people.
I don't think they're bad people. I just choose not to be one.
Two Skull and Bone pirates.
Why wouldn't you want to be Freemason?
Watch out for, all right? If you want to go look into it, Bohemian Grove Skull and Bone pirates, they infiltrated the Freemasons back in the day. It's been known now. It's been known for ages that the Freemasons were infiltrated, all right? So the leaders of the Freemasons now are probably not legitimate. They're probably corrupt.
Yeah, it's probably just like the Christian church.
Oh, like that back.
Anybody, like anybody join any church, anybody can become a Freemason, just depending on what level you are.
Every system how far away is God? How far away is it?
Tiffany, we came here to debate flat Earth.
How far away is the sun?
It's closer than what we're told.
It's a couple, like, million, billion, probably miles. I don't know. I don't remember.
93 million miles away from the sunset, right? You agree?
95 miles away. The sun doesn't set; it just goes out of your range to see.
The sun doesn't. You realize the Earth spins, and that's what makes the sun set.
How do you know that?
Man, the Earth not spin.
Do I know that? Oh, it doesn't spin. The Earth can spin.
Hey, Adam and Tiffany. Adam and Tiffany.
Tell me how the tides work.
Right, Adam and Tiffany, do you guys think that light bends normally, or do you think it generally moves straight?
It generally moves straight.
Moves straight.
So you accept that, right? You generally accept that light. So the idea of measuring straight light, you guys accept the evidence based on that. Is that right, Adam and Tiffany or Antoine?
Yes, but
I base my evidence on that I can see and feel that the sun is close. You can see sunspots. You can see how the sun rays work, and
you realize the only reason
see that the sun is the same size as the moon. So why would you believe that it's bigger unless you believed a lie that someone told you?
Tiffany, take one finger, put it really close to your face, okay? Now take the other finger, put it really far from your face.
Okay, so anyways,
doesn't make your finger any smaller.
Does anyone else have anything, important to say?
Yes.
Not you.
Yes. Can I talk, please?
Yes, one at a time, please, guys.
Thank you. Okay, look. How is the sun 93 million miles away, illuminating Earth in space is 550 degrees below freezing? How is that possible?
It's a vacuum in the sun has an atmosphere that heat doesn't escape from.
Can you explain?
And the heat can't travel that far.
Okay, how does the atmosphere get thinner as you go up? There's a vacuum in space. Everything should be pulled off the wall. There was a vacuum space. The thinner.
Why is this such a temperature variance? The temperature variance. If we're getting heat
measured from 93,000 or 93 million miles away, the temperature variant wouldn't be so extreme. If it's a localized sun, the temperature variant is a lot more extreme.
Hey guys, you mind if I chime in real quick? I've been listening for like 10 minutes.
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
That spinning globe is fake. That spinning globe is fake.
Yeah, that's why I got it on there. I look through the NASA photos all the time, and I look through the pictures of the Earth from Apollo missions, because that is the real linchpin for NASA. Nobody's been outside of 400 miles since the Apollo missions. Everyone can accept that.
Yeah.
And so when you look at this spinning ball right here, and you can see the sunspot in the middle of it, right?
Yeah.
I think you're right, Mark, in that why would you have such huge temperature gradients? The only thing that would vary the sun's output from 93 million miles away, being the sun is 800,000 miles across, if it is that big, then all light hitting the Earth is parallel and uniform, correct? And so the only variance in temperature should be air density. The 100 miles of atmosphere that are above the ground that can be measured before you get into so-called space, that density should be the only difference in temperature that you should be able to experience on the ground. So I think we've all been outside and you feel the sun. One day it's cool, the next day it's blazing hot. How do you explain this from 93 million miles away if it is only the air density when people 100 miles over can have similar weather, 2,000 miles over it can be similar weather, 8,000 miles over it can be completely different weather, and then you can go south like 100 miles and it's completely different weather. You can go north 100 miles and it's different weather. Do you understand that the amount of variables involved if the sun is 93 million miles away?
Yeah, exactly, man.
Great
point.
Thank you.
Well, then why isn't there a moon dog every single day that we look outside at the sun? Like right now, there's the sun outside. How come the dome isn't showing me the moon dog that surrounds
Here
it?
we go. This is the same thing. Don't answer the question.
Let him talk. Let him talk. Shut the fuck up and let him talk.
Thank you.
Because he's asking us another question. He's
Tiffany, shut up.
Well, no, I'm just saying, I'm throwing that out. Like, I think it's interesting, right? But then why assume that if you have a dome, like, why do flat earthers assume the dome, right? You could have a model where there isn't a dome. But if there is a dome, then why not just assume that the dome is somehow stopping the heat or allowing the heat? Like, why do you guys assume that somehow, like a lens, like a glasses lens, is that what you're suggesting? Like you can use it like a magnifying glass or not a magnifying glass?
All right, who wants to answer? One at a time.
I'll take it.
Okay, go ahead, Mark, please. One at a time,
Think
guys.
about it like the osmosis of a bubble. What might be considered the firmament or the dome could very well just be the atmosphere, and with a thick plasma type substance above us that can't be penetrated. It's been proven that underwater submarines that have gone down and they've found that saline-based underground lake.
Right, a density difference.
In the Bible,
so that would define why there's a barrier between what would be the upper waters, seeing the rockets go through and flash the upper water and the go fast rocket. You know, that explains that. And then you say we have a plasma sphere around it. Okay, plasma is liquid. So I mean, that to me explains it as to how.
Antoine, I think we got it, Mark. Antoine, you want to say something?
Oh yeah, thank you very much, sir. Okay, look, how is the sun 93 million miles away giving light parallel to us, and then you got the broken clouds, and the light beams are shining parallel as well. It doesn't make any sense. So that tells us that the sun is just above the clouds.
I can take something like that. So when we're on the ground, we have to be very cognizant of the perspective, the limitation of our vision, clearly, because I've witnessed firsthand that you can, see the sun through the clouds. You drive 100 miles, 20 minutes later, or half an hour later, and it looks completely different. Everything looks completely different because your perspective changed a little bit. So when it comes to corpuscular rays coming through the clouds, yes, it looks convincing at first that it's a triangle, like a pyramid, pointing up to the thing, and trigonometry tells you it's 3,000 to 4,000 miles off the ground. But we cannot for sure say that that's just not our perspective. And until you really, put science to the test, you have people all around the world doing the same measurements on the sun. I think maybe then we could negate perspective and get an actual consensus.
Could I talk?
I insist on that?
Okay.
See that diverse sun rays coming through the clouds, you also see them diversing upwards as well across top of the cloud.
So I can't talk. Cool.
Okay, let's hear science here, 13-year-old. Please go ahead.
So I know you guys probably won't believe me about this because you guys don't listen to anything I say. But anywho, so there's a thing that they put on the moon when they went up to the moon. It's these reflectors that reflect a light, like a laser light, directly back to its source, and they put that on the moon. So somebody down here on Earth with a large laser, like those big telescope things, I don't know what they're called, but they usually have lasers and stuff in them. They can send a light up to the moon, which comes right back to its source, and it takes a certain amount of time. So therefore, we had to have gone to the moon to put that there, and then people would have had to have seen that the Earth wasn't round.
Okay, I can
was
take
round.
that.
Was
Anybody
round.
else
Sorry,
want to challenge that?
was
or-
round. Not was.
Okay, Mark, please challenge him.
If seeing you brought lasers into it, would you agree, science, that you cannot bend a laser?
What?
A laser shoots in a straight line, yes?
Yes.
Right,
If
okay.
the moon thing as well.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
Guys, listen down. Mark, talk.
I hadn't finished. How is it that the targeting laser systems with a 2-inch laser pencil light that goes point to point that has the paint target?
There's
can shoot across a flat water of an ocean and hit a target 80 to 90 miles away that's supposed to have gone over the curve. How can that laser still paint the target 80 miles out?
Okay, so wait, are we talking about like how it comes back from the reflection, or I couldn't barely hear you? You're kind of glitching out with your mic.
We're talking about a laser painting a target, and the missile goes to wherever that target is painted. If they shoot the laser up right at the last minute, the target bugger off and go ballistic. All right, so the laser has to paint the target the whole time to get a target. All right, so how on earth can they shoot a target across from a boat on the ocean across a flat water surface, because the natural status of water is flat? How can they do that and not have that laser bend around the curve, still paint the target if the boat's gone round, the target's gone round? All on a flat surface, no land in between, no reflections, no trigonometry.
Okay, so can I interject slightly in that I'd like to also address the laser pointing at the moon scenario?
Yeah, go for it.
Because I think we're all kind of forgetting the scale of the Earth, what it's supposed to be, and that there can be large flat surfaces on a ball relative to our perspective. But aside from that, when you shoot a laser at the moon, you have divergence because we're going through 100 miles of atmosphere, correct? Now, if you ever fucked with lasers, you know that the beam peters out really quickly. And the military has powerful lasers, but they don't work in bad weather, right? They can't target stuff. They can't paint stuff properly. They have to have clear line of sight. So when you're shooting a laser to the moon of fucking 400,000 kilometers or better away, how big is that laser when it gets to the moon? Okay, now you're hitting a reflector that's about 2 or 3 feet by 2 or 3 feet, supposedly angled to hit the round ball.
It's not angled. It's a mirror. It's a system of mirrors that reflects it directly back to its source, no matter what angle you point it at.
Pictures that are on NASA's website, the reflectors are little square boxes in a sense, and they're all angled toward. They're not laying flat on the ground. They're tilted up a bit.
Yeah, they have to
seen
be.
the pitch, right? Okay, so by the time that laser beam gets to the moon, how wide is it? And if you don't know the answer to that, you really haven't looked into this. So then the laser beam is going to bounce off that moon surface, off of one of these tiny little reflectors, come all the way back through 100 miles of atmosphere again, while the Earth is still spinning, while the moon is moving around the Earth at the same time. So the amount of divergence from the source, let me finish, the amount of divergence from the source is going to be pretty great, even at the speed of light. The speed of light is not a constant. It changes with the medium. It slows down in water. It goes faster in free space.
Exactly.
So the amount of photons that they get back from the initial burst of laser light, according to NASA, is 6 photons. Now, I don't know how you identify a photon out of the vast array of light that is in the atmosphere and coming off of stars and moonlight and all this stuff, but they claim 6 photons returns from that pulse shot at the moon. So you need to explain to me how wide that laser beam is, how much divergence from the source there is when it comes back, and if you don't know the answers to this, that's an invalid argument for you to assert that this is actual science and you know that it's fact.
Okay, so first off, you're saying that the laser light would get like bigger at the end, like it's gonna expand, so it's gonna be a wider laser once it hits the moon.
Divergence,
so therefore, you're going to have an easier shot to hit that spot on the thing. And so it's going to reflect off the mirror and it's going to continue spreading out, correct?
Correct. You're going to hit the whole surface of the moon.
So you're still going to have, and as it spreads out, you're still going to have a bigger spot. So that spot that's bigger that you're saying because the laser light expanded, that spot would compensate for the Earth spinning and the moon moving, if what you're saying is correct.
Well, it's not if. It is correct. The laser beam will get bigger the farther it goes through any medium.
Which makes it easier for it to hit the target.
Okay, so now it's got to bounce all the way back.
Yeah, and once it's all the way back, it's still getting bigger, right?
Where does it land from the source?
Is it getting bigger still as it goes back?
It must be.
Okay, so then as it's getting bigger as it goes back, it's going back and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So that means that its target is getting easier and easier to hit. If what you're saying is correct, so let's say that it moves like maybe 2 or 3 feet, then that laser light's still going to hit it because the side of it will or whatever. If you get what I'm saying, I'm really bad at explaining.
Okay, so what you're saying is that photons are a wave. They are not a mass or a matter because they're not going to change their flight path. And they say they collect 6 photons.
Well, I never said that they changed their flight path. I'm just going off of what you said, saying that they spread out.
Yeah, you're saying that's a wave propagation then.
Well, that's
particles cannot spread out after reflecting off of something. Their direction is determined the moment they reflect.
Well, yes, but if it spreads out, if you see what I'm saying. So, like, let's say the laser point didn't spread out, okay? So it's just going to be a little itty-bitty pinpoint, and that's going to miss, obviously. So it's going to miss maybe by 2 or 3 feet. Spread that out, as you're saying, if it spreads out when it goes space, then you have a 2 or 3 feet diameter, and at the edge of that circle should hit the spot that's receiving the light.
So the divergence, how much is it from their sensors? Do you believe that when they shoot that beam off, that it is coming straight back to where they're collecting it, or do they calculate for that with the rotation of the Earth? Do you know the answer to that? Where do they put the collector relative to the source?
I'm only 13. I don't research this like all of my life.
Well, you stated this as fact that we've been to the moon. Now, I'm just curious, do you really know the science behind what you're saying?
Do I have to?
Yes, you have to.
Okay.
We cannot defend the reflector on the moon, therefore we've been there, therefore this has to be a round ball. Cannot defend that as a point without...
You can go to people like into telescope things, I have no idea what they're called, and then a few of them can actually shoot the laser up and they can have it come back. You go and do that and come back to me and tell me how it went. Have fun.
Okay, look, you're putting the argument back onto him to solve your
Yes, this was your point. You said there's a reflector on the moon. I'm asking how it worked, and you really don't know. So please,
you seem to know how it works. You seem to know how it works pretty well.
That the reflector. Okay, what I'm saying is that reflector doesn't need to be there. That's what I'm saying. That if you're collecting 6 photons from trillions and trillions and trillions of cent photons, that photon could be from any crater reflection, the whole surface of the moon as a reflection. There's no guarantee that it's coming from a reflector.
But then it wouldn't come right back to the source. It wouldn't be guaranteed to come back to its source.
You just said that
the moon stands pending.
I'm saying if they hit the reflector, if the reflector hit it, okay, so let's say it hits the reflector, it's going to miss by 2 or 3 feet, going off of what you said. Let's say that it hits
Why would
the
it be
moon.
2 or 3 feet? You don't know that.
Could miss. Well, I'm just saying, it's an example. I have no idea. So let's say it goes up and hits the moon's surface and it comes back. It's going to probably 6, 7, 10, 20, 400,000 miles away.
So why don't they collect more than 6 photons?
Okay, Barman, let me ask you.
Spread out so much at that point that there's not that many photons left.
Okay, so that I rest my case. The light spreads out so much, there's no guarantee it's hitting one reflector and bouncing back in a perfect straight line.
Well, if it's spreading out, then it's an easier shot to hit. It's like a shotgun versus a sniper rifle.
Yeah, but it's a shotgun bouncing off of your target and then coming back to you. And you're going to tell me which BB. You're going to tell me which BB hit which spot on the moon.
Actually, it's more like going up to a really high place and shooting down 2 or 3 feet to the left of a target and hitting it.
No, it's not, because you're sending it from the Earth. It's bouncing off the moon and then coming back.
Look, there's no point with arguing with you because you are being purposely obtuse right now. So there's no point of arguing with you. I'm done. I rest my case.
All right, science. Let me jump in.
You didn't rest any case because you don't know. So go look into it and come back and argue the same point.
Barman, if you don't mind, Borman, I wanted to answer on science's behalf because you're suggesting that they don't measure a particular type of particle, right? The wave particle argument isn't to be employed here, right? And so the idea that prior to shooting the laser, there's not a control of what it means to have a photon return, right? So when they are sending out a particular particle laser beam, right, upon reentry, these very small amount of photons that you're saying they collect is still controlled by prior, what the control experiment is.
Okay,
prior
so you
to
can
shooting
identify the photon, but you cannot say what source it reflected off of.
I'm just saying, if the control prior to shooting it, they would say, well, this is what the ambient photons are from space, and then when they shoot it, they get a particular type of particle back from the laser. That would be the control, and you're just outrightly saying it couldn't be measured that way, or we wouldn't know. Like maybe it's coming from
No, that's not
Mars,
what
or
I'm
maybe it's
saying.
coming
I'm
from
saying
someone
there's
else.
no way to determine that it's being put, that it's bouncing.
Yes, there is a way to determine, because a particle's differences in particle smashers show all sorts of different types of particles. That's how they measure the difference between quarks
so they send up
and
trillions,
other subatomic
and they
particles.
get 6 back that look the same. How do you know that it bounced off of something a man put on the moon? That's what I'm saying. How do you know that? Of course, we can measure the distance to the moon, but you cannot say that it's bouncing off something we put on the moon.
Okay, the only reason that we're saying that it did is because it hit the spot that they wanted it to. They can't go up and shoot at some random target that they have no idea what they're seeing.
That it hit
Okay, look, first of all,
supposed to know that they're actually
one at a time.
about them hit spot. Obviously, if I shoot a gun and I'm telling the story about me shooting the gun, I'm going to say that I hit my target.
But try to have that bullet bounce off that target and come right back to where you need. You would have to have something that would help you bounce that bullet off.
Well, that's my point. It can't come back to where you need it to, because everything's moving.
Actually, it could.
Well, what's the deflection?
Foreman, that you sound ignorant, Foreman, because that's like you can't shoot a moving target. Like we don't have a calculus. Like you don't know calculus, therefore it's impossible.
No, what I'm asking is what is the measured divergent from the source of the light bouncing off the reflectors on the moon back to the capture point?
Right,
Where's
you said
the divergence?
trillions are sent out and they receive 6 back. Now, if it's a particular type of laser, a particular type of particle, they know that they're shooting it and they're collecting a little bit back at that time. Relative
Do you know what
to
the
a control
distance is
prior
between the
to
source
that, you're
and
just, dude, I know you want to cut me off, right? I know you want to tell
Sorry,
me that
but
this isn't the case, right? But I'm
you
just
haven't
saying,
answered anything.
look, if it funnels out and it diverges and it hits and then it funnels back, then the trillion particles send out on one laser a particular type of particle in the laser shot, right, at defining what the laser, what the frequency of the laser is, the photon frequency, right, coming back and then read by the sensor back on the ground, right, back on Earth, right, then that's an indicate that it is in fact a reflector and that it's fulfilled the test, right? Now,
Okay, but you're assuming that 2 or 3 foot wide reflector or the array of reflectors is the source of that light coming back.
And what are you
don't
assuming
know
it
that.
is? The inside of the dome, it's reflecting
No,
back?
I'm saying it's bouncing off the fucking moon, but it doesn't guarantee that we put something on there that is reflecting it back. Could you
you're
measure
just
the
saying it
distance to
bounces off the moon. The
before
moon
they went?
itself is reflecting.
Measure it. You know that?
You're just saying the moon itself is reflective.
Of course it is. If it's reflecting sunlight, then it'll reflect the laser beam. Why does that not make sense?
I see what your argument is. You're just saying, well, we obviously didn't. Well, you're arguing that we didn't go there and that they're just measuring it based off of the moon.
No, I'm not on the moon lately. I'm saying it is possible to reflect a laser beam off of it without anything being put there. That's what I'm saying.
Right, I see your argument.
So while I was arguing science's fucking thing about, well, clearly if we shoot a laser and it bounces back, therefore we put reflectors on it. Well, no, we could measure the distance to the moon before we ever went there. How do you think they calculated the fuel it would take to get there?
Well, you're talking to a room of people that deny that
if you don't know the distance, right?
You're in a room with people that deny that there's been anything that's gone there or that anything could even leave the dome.
Yeah. Well, again, the dome, you do not understand what that means. None of us do. That dome could be 10,000 miles off the surface of the Earth. And the highest we've been since that Apollo mission, 400 miles.
Well, why couldn't the dome be beyond the moon, right? The dome goes beyond the moon.
We really don't know.
No, we don't.
I believe that the moon is inside the dome.
We don't know the scale of the Earth. It could be, you have to understand, and I think this is what drives flat Earth is the mistrust that is inherent in our society now, because they say buildings fall down from office fires. They say there's weapons of mass destruction in third world parts of the world. You know, the people that basically live with sticks
the
and
advent of
stones
CGI
are packing nuclear weapons around and chemical war trucks. They will lie to your face, and they will murder thousands of people to promote their agenda. So this mistrust is what is driving flat Earth.
I agree. There's a group out there called ISIS that are sponsored by Toyota that are driving around killing everybody.
Correct. So this is what gives validity to the whole NASA questioning, is that, look, if you will lie about going to war in Vietnam and killing 500,000 people there, if you will lie about dropping bombs on Cambodia for the defense of America, these people are little villagers. They drop more bombs in there than all of World War too. If you will believe this stuff,
Look, if people lie about going to war in Vietnam and killing 500,000 there, people lie about dropping bombs on Cambodia.
I can hear myself.
They're little soldiers, they drop more bombs than all World War II.
I mean, if people just continue to believe these lies, then there is no hope of questioning anything the government tells you. It's been established now, without a doubt, that the government will lie to your face on national television to promote an agenda. So this is why NASA comes into question, and that's why I hear these scientific bases of, oh, we put reflectors on the moon, therefore this laser thing, that's the only way, that's your proof, that's your best proof. Well, no, it can work without it.
Well, it is possible to assume that they had lasers prior to reflectors, sent to the moon. I mean, depending on the date of making this claim about reflectors on the moon, such that.
If they went to the moon, they must have had some way of measuring the distance first.
Correct.
Not a laser.
How long it would take to get there.
Exactly. There's no way they didn't measure it before going there. Otherwise, it would be a really stupid run out of gas halfway.
So this is like one of those arguments I hear in the flat Earth debate all the time is that, oh, we measure it with a laser because of reflectors. Well, you just haven't looked into it if you really think that that's proof.
And I'm still curious. I'm still curious about that laser across that curved ocean.
I was wondering if I could ask a question about gravity and air pressure. Like, for instance, if you take a 2-liter Mountain Dew and shake it up really hard, all the Mountain Dew will come out of the top of it because you have a high pressure system going into a low pressure system. The gravity won't prevent the Mountain Dew from coming out of the container. So it comes down to pressure versus lower pressure. Or if you open your windows in the wintertime, all the hot, moist air in your house will all flow outside.
Even though it's all at the same pressure, that temperature gradient flows. Yeah, no, you're right. Doesn't make sense.
So, vacuum, how does all the atmosphere stay on the Earth?
Okay, I can answer that from a globe perspective because I've asked the same question, and the answer I got is that gravity isn't what you think it is. Gravity isn't pulling things to the Earth. Gravity is displacing space and time, and therefore space is pushing things to the Earth. This is the explanation that you will get from globe defenders. And I really can't wrap my head around that whole fucking logic. I mean, you look at this picture I got spinning here. This is real NASA shit saying that the Earth's in free space, and it's all that blackness around it that is pushing everything onto the Earth. I don't buy it.
I mean, as far as I know with gravity, that everything returns to its natural state of standstill. If there's no energy put upon any matter, be it liquid, solid, or gas, then it's at a standstill.
The way I understand it, gravity is a force of the heart, like gravity of the situation. It's a weightness that we feel in our heart, a heaviness. It's not what keeps us on the earth. That's density.
Yeah, density, mass, and buoyancy. That's simple.
Yes.
Fundamental matters in the physics of molecules. That fucking simple.
To be able to believe in the fake spinning ball, you have to believe in fake gravity.
Well, come on. The idea that you don't believe in gravity, whether it's press or down, whether or not it's a density, or whether or not it's a pole, right? You still experience it. I mean, when you stand up, you're standing on your feet, right? You're not just floating around because
but
your
I don't
heart
believe
has
if
a weight.
gravity didn't exist, I'd start floating because density would keep me on the earth.
I'm standing on my feet because my natural state is at standstill, and the air can't support the difference in the weight or the density of my body from staying away from the other
The phenomena of gravity is very, very interesting. I think we all share that in common. I would dare say that whether or not we describe the phenomena in one way as opposed to another, I don't think the great minds in this room are very theoretical with their descriptions of how gravity actually.
Okay, can I add a little something about gravity? There's an experiment that's been going on for about 25 years, and it's called the LIGOS experiment. Laser Interferometer Observatory, something or other, spectral, whatever. Okay, so this thing has been going on for 25 years. I believe they spent about $2.3 billion, and it's taken them 25 years to just now say that they've detected a gravitational wave. I believe that something so fundamental as the simple force that keeps us on the Earth and separates all the density layers out, like you said about the water in the ocean being salinity, and the guy couldn't bounce the sub into that. I've seen that documentary, and that to me is proof that we do not fully understand all the densities of water, of the atmosphere, of the stratosphere, thermosphere, whatever they want to layer it out. But if you look at even the NASA ball models, there's layer after layer after layer after layer, and somehow gravity is responsible for all those layers, and yet we cannot detect it. For 25 years of the best minds working on that problem, it took $2.3 billion. So I believe that they did detect gravitational waves, and their answer is that it was two black holes sliming together to form one. That caused a ripple in space and time. It put out more energy than all the stars in the universe. This is not my interpretation. This is what they claim. Put out all the more energy than all the stars in the universe. That happened 1.3 billion years ago and was 1.3 billion light years away. And they just got this laser tuned just right to coincidentally detect this gravitational wave. And then a few months later, after that press release, they said they detected it again, and it just happened to be another cosmic event, and we just happened to catch the ripple. I think they're full of shit. I've looked into the stuff. I've watched the TED Talks of the scientists that claim they detected it, and the only thing they could tell me that they could say was different between that and a test injection to see if their system was accurate or calibrated or even worked was that the logbook didn't have an entry of an injection put in that morning, so it had to have been real. And then they checked the other side of the tree because there's two of these things, and all of a sudden they got the exact same one. So their only evidence to say that this is a real thing is that there's no entry in their logbook saying it's a test injection. I think these people were running out of money, running out of excuses. They had to say that they found it, and that's how they protect their jobs and their funding. And if you don't believe that that is the case or if that is real, all you need to do is look at the military-industrial complex. All you need to do is look at every war. All you need to do is look at all the lies, look at the terrorism. People have no problem lying for money. That's my point.
Well, yeah, certainly not. But the idea of arguing a physics argument and deferring it to geopolitical military movement is kind of a weird skew.
People have lied about funding and science for generations, right?
I'm not saying they didn't.
Well, that's
You
my point.
asked before why the lie. You said, why would they make up such a thing? You know, you asked why. Well, that's exactly why. To keep the perpetual funding going to them and the coppers of who knows what. Let's just give them another good system. You know, it's that simple.
Not hard to justify job security.
Exactly.
That's
Their
right.
careers
People do anything for it.
But my point about that argument, sorry.
There are scientific lobbyists. There are people that are lobbying for global warming, shit like that. It's not
definitely
a conspiracy theory.
No, it's definite. The money has a huge thing to play when it comes to science, the globalism, the global warming. You realize they don't say global warming anymore because the temperature actually went down and they can't explain that. So now they call it climate change.
In religion. Money's got a big part in religion.
Got a big part in everything. It is the root of all evil.
I hate this stuff. I give it to my wife. She loves it.
The love of money is the root of all evil, and people will do anything for the love of money. I mean, look at what these little girls are doing when they go to college. If they can't pay their tuition, before they even take a chance and get a job, they go out there and automatically fail and go do porn or prostitution to pay for that piece of paper.
Yeah.
So another phenomenon I found fascinating is how they like to prey on young people because they know young people are naive and gullible and vulnerable. And that's why the military recruits them as young as they can get them. That's why schools like to get them from the time they're, in play school. They don't like a challenging mind, a mind that asks questions. They really don't. They like to indoctrinate.
Yeah,
and all you need to do is look at every war. Look at 9/11, look at every war, and that should be your proof that, yes, they will lie to your face. They don't have a problem killing people for money.
It's not that people don't lie, it's what you accept. Now, Borman, you brought up gravity, right? Now, you brought up a pushing as the idea, and there's a physics behind that, and then there's this idea of density, but you seem to not, you seem as if you're a flat earther, and so being a flat earther, believing in density, do you have a physics that you accept as not just being something that's government propaganda, that you accept that somehow on a flat earth, a piece of mass with density or whatnot, however you describe it, what is it that you accept as far as gravity and orientation, that we walk on our feet and not float around upside down?
Honestly, I'm about 50-50 in my life. I've been listening to these flat earth debates and globalist arguments and all this stuff for about 6-8 months now. And I was like every other indoctrinated school kid. I believed the ball, I believed the everything. Okay, but when you really start looking at it with a critical eye, it does not explain everything, right? And so when it comes to physics, like that water under the ocean, right? That density and the fact that that submarine couldn't lower into it does suggest that it's not a gravitational effect that we're experiencing, that it is some sort of temperature, that it is some sort of vibrational state, that it is some sort of density, if you want to call it that. But everything is vibration, wave propagation through medium. We really need to understand that our perception of reality is a whole bunch of tiny things moving really, really fast, and they're not things, because the electron double slit experiment says that it's not things, that it's wave propagation. So we really don't understand what it is we're looking at when we do look out in the world. Our eyeballs do not depict everything there is to see. And so when you simply say gravity, and it's not density, it's not temperature, it's not vibration, it's not this, that, the other. The electromagnetic force is 10 to the 37th power more powerful on the same scale than what gravity is said to be. And to just say that, well, gravity starts working when you get stuff so big, that doesn't make any sense. You should have small things orbiting other small things, and we should be able to do it on an ISS, for instance, but they cannot.
Don't you think that the idea of an electron going around a proton, do you accept that model in chemistry, or do you think
How do you explain an electron going around a proton with the electron double slit experiment? It doesn't add up.
Well, I'm just using that as an example of a small thing going around another small thing.
I know. You look at that nucleus and the electrons flying around it and the physics all behind it. The explanation that it is particles and that it is mass does not equate to the electron double slit experiment. The physicists doing that experiment said, if you can really understand this, then you will know more than anybody else in the world, because nobody understands why you can shoot one electron, but then when you shoot two electrons through two slits, they form a fucking wave propagation. We don't understand it, and I don't know if we ever will. That's the scariest part.
I don't know what the we stuff is. You keep saying we as if certain scientists.
Can you explain to me the electron double slit wave propagation? I mean, nobody in physics, nobody in at Harvard. I've looked all over the internet for an explanation, and it's theory. They really do not know for sure.
Also, wave propagation doesn't it serve the LIGO?
Can I ask you something really quickly? Yeah. I just wanted to ask Borneem, the guy with the spinning globe, a question really quick.
Yep,
if he's seen the stuff that the Globe Busters just put out about the 3 poles and the Flat Earth map.
I have not.
Okay. You should. Everyone on here should check it out. It's very, very interesting.
Doesn't the wave propagation disprove the LIGO experiment? They said that they detected gravity waves, but if space is a vacuum, how does waves propagate through a vacuum? No medium, no waves.
Medium.
So that goes back to an old experiment. I believe they call it Airy's failure, right? Where they were trying to determine if there is an aether and it's the aether that's moving, or if we are moving and space is still. And according to that experiment, the best that I can understand it, I've tried to read the literature and the math. It's a little fuzzy, but according to that math and the Water-Field telescope and the light slowing down through that telescope suggests that the aether is moving.
Exactly.
So you can take that for what you will. It's an old experiment. It hasn't been repeated since, and it's not taught in schools of any kind. So
kind of like we're in that silicon gel at the bottom of the ocean looking outward, but different. The heavies above and we're in that air bubble. And the air bubble, if you think of a bubble, it's got that upturned edge too, doesn't it? At the osmosis line where it joins with the surface. Well, wouldn't that explain an Antarctic ice ridge quite nicely?
It really would, because we would assume that space is absolute zero.
Have you actually looked close up at a bubble, when it's soap bubble, and you see all the sort of cyclonic effects that are going around? Doesn't that look like the Earth's atmosphere? Do you get what I mean?
Sorry.
When you look at a bubble, if you're looking at a bubble, at the surface of a bubble, or even petrol in water, you see
I know what you're saying, the rainbow effect and how it swirls and moves a lot. Right.
Well, wouldn't that fit beautifully with the Earth's atmosphere?
It really does, in the sense that it's constant motion without input of motion, it seems.
Anything microscopic is usually repeated in a larger scale, the old scalar type things. I mean, so if you don't have to look large, try looking small. I mean, I often sit there as I flush my pee peas down the sinkhole after doing the dishes, and I watch them all rotate and gravitate towards each other and come to different masses, because each of those peas are different masses, and the different masses, I call it mass attraction. It's just the attraction of mass. And the difference with gravity is there's the two states that I'm seeming to find with these flat earth debates is that there's the law of gravity, which no one tends to argue. What goes up must come down. And generally, it's in a straight line or the shortest distance to get there. It's not going to go diagonally one way or the other unless there's an extra force opposed. But then there's the theory of gravity, and that's where everybody can't explain jack shit. It's all theory. And everybody goes, oh, gravity's just a theory. But no, the law of gravity exists. What goes up must come down. No one will debate that one, but they'll always debate what it is.
Well, come on, Newton already showed that what goes up can go into orbit, right? That's the whole idea of the orbit on on a globe model, right? If you throw something up high enough, it will eventually arc on its way back down. It doesn't come back down in a straight line if you throw it up high enough. And so if you can throw it up high enough, it will never come down, hence it'll catch orbit.
So the cannonball that was shot up and then comes straight back down again apart from a few feet, how does that prove what you're saying?
Well, it's even the few feet. I mean, if you...
Well, no, hold on. Can I just add something about throwing something up and come back down?
The spiral to be slightly off. It could be a number, a disweighted cannonball, not perfectly, centered mass. There's lots of different variants that could cause it to just drift off slightly. But if it's shot up far enough and we're traveling at 30 k's a second, shouldn't it be quite a distance? If it goes up for 20 seconds or so?
So I can add something to things going up and coming back down if they're not coming back down right where you landed them, right? There's experiments done where you take a ball, you throw it off a tall building. If there's no spin to the ball, it'll take an oddball trajectory. If you put spin on the ball, it'll travel, have a huge arc to it. So if you were to throw anything up high enough to supposedly hit the orbit, which there is no gun that can do that. They tried to make one in the 70s, I believe, called the DARPA gun to shoot satellites into orbit, but nothing could withstand the forces of the launch. So if you are going to shoot something like that up, it does not prove that the Earth is moving by it landing somewhere other than where it landed, because there's all kinds of aerodynamics, there's all kinds of rotation with a rifle, a projectile that's spinning. So that's not a solid proof. And if that was a solid proof, then it doesn't explain why blimps can go up and stay in one spot on a calm day forever. Like the atmosphere is supposed to be moving with the ball, right? So.
But it's the whole whirlpool, that spiral motion causes all of that, and you see that repeated in different experiments with the alternate magnetic fields and the old star in the jar type things where they're creating the whirlwinds or the opposing. Yeah, I mean, that to me I find fascinating, but that explains what could also get played. Perhaps we're just sitting inside a giant toroid, a giant magnetic speaker type magnet with this north pole and outer center.
And I think a lot of people need to really understand like Steinmetz and Faraday and Tesla's research when it comes to electromagnetism. These are the people that run our entire world. They developed everything that we use in modern technology today. Einstein and physics really is not responsible for a lot of that stuff. And those guys disagreed with Einstein's physics. They disagreed that the aether was still and the Earth was. They did not agree with that. They said, Nikola Tesla said Earth is a realm. I don't know what the hell he meant by that, but that's not a planet. That's not a ball.
That's why they didn't like him.
Well, Wittgenstein said the world is all that is the case. I mean, the fact that you're trying to find, once again, a contradiction between Tesla's opinion of physics, modern physics, and Einstein's physics, when applicability with Einsteinian physics and Newtonian physics seem both to be applicable, right? It's argued in physics that these are both different dimensional reapproaches to physical phenomena, and that they both seem to apply some on different scales than on others, but that they're both actualized. So if Tesla has a theory, I'm certain there's a modern physicist that agrees with that. The idea of quantum, some people think space, they think it's a vacuum. Other people say, no, it's a quantum flux. It develops an ether that comes in and out. There's negative space. There's not negative space. But then you get your flat earthers with the dome denying the cosmos altogether, so that they don't even have a notion of what the exteriority of the atmosphere might be, the exteriority of the dome or the bottom of the flat Earth. They don't even speculate. At that point, it becomes something more like a God theory. At that point, it becomes more matrix oriented. It becomes the unknown, it's inexplicable, right? So that they want to continue to speak as if there's a dome, but that they won't speak of the exteriority of it because they deny that it is the case. Hence, they might say, "Oh, well, the cosmos itself is CGI." You get these weird things.
So on that same point, we really have the same questions about the edges of the universe. We speculate all the time about the edges of the universe, the age of it, its expansion. Is it breathing in and out? There's all those same mysteries and unexplainable conundrums with the edges of the universe. So, and the reason I'd say like globe people or globalists, if you will, cannot explain the edges of the universe any more than flat Earth people can explain the bottom of the plane. It's beyond our comprehension, I think, at this point.
Yeah, hypothesize all day long. Most we know is that we've gone down about 8 miles down or 12k down, and that's about it. Can't go further.
And that's about the same inverse relation to how high you can go, 12 kilometers up, and it's very difficult to go much higher than that. Even though NASA, goes 100 miles, 300 miles all the time, but
perhaps that's the upper and bottom edges.
So here's a small thing. I'm curious about what your guys' view is of the China spacewalk, their first spacewalk. Has everybody seen the Chinese first spacewalk?
No, I haven't.
Was that the one where the America came out and said that it was staged anyway, and there was water on the outside of the glass?
Michael, have you seen that Chinese spacewalk?
No, I don't know.
Okay, well, it's the official, Chinese space program, and it's their first spacewalk, and I think you should really watch it and then come and discuss it a little bit, because that is really what made me question what the hell I was seeing.
Yeah, was that the one with the water on the outside of the glass?
Yeah, where you can. I have it saved on my computer, and you can see the bubbles.
Condensation or whatever it is. Oh, yeah, something.
Well, you can see the bubbles come up. There's a reflection in his wrist mirror of a bunch of lights.
So that's what I'm gonna put back out to you then is why would NASA? Because NASA was involved in blowing that propaganda out of the water. So why would they do such a thing?
So what you're saying is that it was propaganda and NASA denounced it? I have not heard that NASA denounced that.
Well, they were involved in it. Yeah, they were involved in it because it was. If you look into the time frame of what it was going on, they were being providing fraudulent footage, and then suddenly China got outed. So it was very weird that China got outed, and they didn't have to hold any accountability for what they've been doing. So they have similar footage, but they're not being scrutinized, and yet China is. China's like, nobody believes anything that comes out of China's space agency now, but yet people are still given legitimacy to NASA.
So this is the first time I've heard of any kind of official denunciation of that Chinese space stuff. I guess I haven't actively seeked out to see, what NASA's opinion of it or JSA's opinion of it or anybody like that. But just from my own listening to it and watching it's so full of holes that it's ridiculous.
Even other what we call experts, if that's what they're calling themselves, I don't know, people that call themselves experts these days, but NASA employees, they'll tell you that that's faked footage. So
then we have to ask ourselves, that's hundreds of people involved in the Chinese space program, collecting millions of dollars in tax revenue to do this, and if the United States government is saying that it's propaganda, or NASA is saying it's propaganda, that should question what people are willing to go to deceive, to take money from others. Like, it should really make us wonder what it is we're seeing on the television on a nightly basis, not just NASA, but everywhere.
Oh, I think a lot of news is manufactured. I think a lot of U.S. news is manufactured. I think a lot of these tragedies that we're hearing about are also manufactured. I did look up, since I gapped one of the videos, it looked like another regular spacewalk footage. I'm not certain of what video you're referring to that I need
the first one. The first
debunked, but here I'm just going to throw this out, right? Anyone can assert anything, right? You can say anything that you want, right? And so the idea that anything can be debunked, right? The existence of Christ, the existence of Washington, the existence of anybody before we were born, you can assert, you can say whatever you want, right? It's everything.
This is the point of a debate.
Comes down to agreement or exclusion.
This is the point of a debate, is to bounce points off of each other and see if we can't debunk each other's points of view. I think.
You guys got coming up, mate. I just saw a bubble go flying straight out of the hat.
Well, even look at the Earth there.
Well, drop the link of what you're talking about. I'm not seeing what you're looking at.
I'm screen sharing it. If you click on my icon down the bottom, it'll come up.
Yeah, but it's very tiny on my laptop. I don't know how I could.
Well, you can look it up on YouTube if you type in what he's got played.
Well, I was just hoping he'd cut and paste the link, but thank you.
Spacewalk 7 China. Just Google that. It'll come up.
And if you watch it carefully, it's pretty clear that it's not real.
There you go. It's up the link there for you. It's in the chat box.
It's like what stabilizes that thing in orbit like that? How does it stay so still relative to the Earth spinning? Shouldn't it kind of be drifting around a little bit? Shouldn't
the Earth be moving more?
Every time he inputs motion into that craft, it should start tilting around and moving, you know?
The energy gets transferred.
That video does look real fake. There's a bunch of stuff flying around in the air.
Yeah, the bubbles coming out of that.
So I guess I bring it up to point out that, look, there are people in the world that will lie to your face, that will kill your children in front of you and not think nothing of it. They really think of people as expendable containers or some shit.
They think
cattle
of cattle.
All right, someone's popping out.
I've counted like 6. So.
See, and that's the concept of it too. They think of us like cattle, and then if you look back into the stories that they tell, well, the story of Cain and Abel, one sacrifices their own kindred. The bull sacrifices its own kindred. So it seems a bit representative right here. What's going on? We're being like offered practically. We're being sacrificed in my eyes.
Well, I just like everyone to understand that. Sorry, go ahead, Hank.
I think war is a mass sacrifice. 9/11 is a mass sacrifice. I think that they do these things on purpose. Sorry. The pen is mightier than the sword, but they throw away the pen, and they would rather spend money on swords because when they convince government to spend money, they basically own the bullets and the bandages.
Right. I'd just like to point something out here real quick, if I could, and that is that a video of a fake video of a fake spacewalk does not mean that there's not a real spacewalk or perhaps a real video of a real spacewalk. I just wanted to point that out.
I guess I was trying to.
All I'm trying to point out is that sometimes it's not necessarily that the animal was fake or something. A fake film. There is such a thing as a fake film of a real event trying to spew propaganda and pretend it didn't happen with a fake film. And I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead.
Okay, so I brought up that Chinese spacewalk to point out that there are hundreds of people involved in making that and propagating that. And if our government, if people in this room can accept that this is propaganda, all it sets is the bar, the precedent that there are colluding people that will collude in mass numbers and keep a secret in mass numbers, swear blood oaths to each other to extract money from their public, to gain power, whatever their motive is for doing it. So Richard, hi Richard, because we were talking yesterday a bit. I think that all I was trying to point out is whether it happened or not is not the case, that if it is false, if we can agree that it's false or propaganda, then that sets the bar that there are huge government or huge groups of people that will collude, that will lie, that will propagate propaganda for a motive, for an agenda. That's what my point of bringing that up is, to really demonstrate that mass conspiracies can happen. And if that is fake,
my point was simply
there's a mass conspiracy.
Way. I just wanted to point out that it's not necessarily a conspiracy for or against either the flat or round Earth.
If we can go back,
it could be a fake video, and it could have had a real spacewalk. It could be a fake spacewalk with no real spacewalk. That's the point I'm making. So I
agree with
understand what you're saying, but let's not jump to the conclusion of who the propagandists are. Thank you, Tiffany. I don't need you to tell me when to stop talking, but I appreciate your help.
You're the only reason I'm on here today, Richard, is to make sure that the flat Earth can have a talk.
So let's keep it civilized. I like keeping it one guy at a time.
Look at the lighting, that guy. The lighting.
Yeah. Where's that bright light?
Can anybody else see the weird lighting up that person? That's weird lighting.
You should have seen on his wrist. Look at his wrist and look at that cell phone. Exactly. It looks like it's an artificial light.
Come on, can we get somebody that believes in the globe to actually?
I think that's just.
Well, this could be just Chinese propaganda, like they stated earlier. It could be a bullshit video.
Can we get a glober to actually state that too? That this is just propaganda? Because I can't assert this true. This isn't real in my eyes. So is a globe earther going to protect this and say this is not propaganda, or are we going to agree and say this is propaganda, and therefore if they're able to do this, then NASA's also able to provide footage like this? So we have to be very careful when we're scrutinizing footage like this.
Yes, that was my point of bringing it up. If you believe it, fine, but if you do not believe it, it does suggest that there are mass people ready to commit conspiracies with agendas against everybody, against their populace.
I think that's already proven, though. I mean, you look at the mass underground cities that have been proven to exist.
We know, but there's several flat earthers around these debate hangouts at the moment that we'd like to get them to come on and either.
So Richard, what is your personal opinion of this?
Or provide some evidence for this.
Well,
is it legit spacewalk, or is it just fake propaganda video?
I actually went and put it up so I could watch the whole video myself and all that sort of thing. So my opinion is I don't know because I haven't studied it enough, but it goes back to something I wanted to come in here and say earlier when you guys were talking about the truth. And my comment would have been when you were talking about it is that it seems to me that rather than looking for the truth, what I see are people looking for propaganda and mistakes as evidence that everything is a lie. And that's simply a fallacy and not true. Finding a mistake or a Chinese propaganda video does not prove every university doing experiments about gravity makes gravity a lie, obviously. I wanted to mention that earlier, too.
All right, but this is not the intention of this video. What the intention is, or at least my intention was to say, once you watch it and study it, I think you'll come to the same conclusion as most people that it is propaganda bullshit and it's not a real spacewalk, that mass numbers of people will collude for an agenda. So, because a lot of globalists will say that how can you keep it a secret? How can all these people work together? How can nobody speak out? This, I believe, if you believe this is propaganda and fake, then it proves that they can keep a secret.
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't really need anybody to tell me that the Chinese government could make a huge video like this and put it out as propaganda. I mean, I don't really understand why you think that's a point anyone would disagree. I don't see why you think that's a point anyone would disagree with.
So what it suggests is that our government is no different. It can be no different.
Yeah, but you guys said that it was NASA, who you already don't believe, reporting on China, who you don't believe.
Whether it comes from NASA or any other source, it's propaganda.
Well, you say it's propaganda. I don't concur that it necessarily is propaganda. Looking
this is why I'd like someone to study it and come to your own conclusion if you do think that the Chinese spacewalk was real or not. And then,
You're not actually saying that proving a Chinese propaganda film is propaganda proves that every single film about space is propaganda, are you? You're certainly not saying that, are you?
No, what I'm saying is that people will conspire to take money from their population on a mass scale. That's what that really proves. So we can analyze everything else after that.
Come on, your notion of economy is also a propaganda. If you don't believe that there's infinite amounts of money to go around and that people have to steal it from one to another, I mean, I'm not saying they don't, but then you're basing your gravity is on some sort of accepting of the notion of how economy works, like taxes actually pay for something, like there's a limited finite amount, right? Like this will like you want to shift it to an economy issue all of a sudden because you accept that paradigm.
I'm sorry, I don't think I'm shifting it to an economy issue. I think it's a conspiracy capability issue.
I'm just saying, like, okay, what is the benefit of the idea of the conspiracy? Let's assume there is mass propaganda, mass blood oaths, mass conspiracy worldwide with governments on the high end to promote propaganda in this mass life. What's the point? What's the point of it?
It wouldn't take mass. It only takes a small group and heavy compartmentalization, and that's what we see with NASA and other governmental entities. It wouldn't take everybody lying to the public, but to answer your question, why do it? To get money, to make people believe what they want them to believe. If knowledge is power and they take away power, well, money is also power, and the average person doesn't have money, and if we don't have money, we don't have knowledge. What do we have? Ignorance, and ignorance is going to lead us to the slaughterhouse.
That would be great, except for the fact that all you have to do in this world, I completely reject that idea for one reason, especially if you're from a first world country. All you need to do, stay out of trouble, stay in school, not get a couple of chicks pregnant and pay child support, and you'll have a perfectly fucking fantastic life, okay? You can have a condo at the ski area, a house, a fucking small boat, yachts, bass boats. Okay. Fucking rednecks in Appalachia live pretty good, dude, I mean, the idea that they want to steal all your money and keep you poor, that's a bunch of fucking fucking nonsense. You might be poor. That's because you didn't try to make something of yourself, as far as I'm concerned. And I know maybe there's some poor people that'll be offended by that. I'm sorry, but it's true. There are millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people that live just fucking fine, even though we have taxes that are too high, too many regulations, and we live in a nanny state. All that should change, but it's not a conspiracy to keep everybody fucking poor and stupid. That's a bunch of nonsense, as demonstrated by reality.
Sure does keep them joining the military and going to kill each other over borders and shit.
How many people in the military compared to the 300 million population? Not very fucking many, okay? Get over it, dude. I was in the military for a few years myself. So what? Nobody forced me to. I wanted to. I want to get on a Navy ship, sail around the world, and fuck broads in Europe. What the fuck does that have to do with the American government keeping me poor and stupid?
Vietnam
Come on.
draft.
So
Vietnam draft.
this is a typical example of what I would call the house N-word. I don't want to say it in case there are black people, and I'm white, so, you know, I'm not allowed.
Racial, that's racist.
No, but what it is the plantation model, in that you have a whole bunch of people there under lock and key and by force, and then you have one of their own that you promote and give them something to look up to, and this is a psychological
absolutely
thing.
Who's poor
So
by
I think
force?
Richard is one of the
Everybody I know
examples.
that's poor did drugs, they broke the law, they went to jail, they dropped out of school. I don't know anybody that was forced to be poor by the government. I really don't.
Well, I don't think you understand
You can get rid of
economics.
that.
I really don't. Were you born poor, Richard?
can-
I mean, where do you get this perspective from?
No, I was not born. Yes, I was born poor. I was born.
What's your
fucking
definition
naked
of poor,
with not
please?
a single penny in my pocket? Yes, I was born poor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, were
Tell
you
me
were
your
you
dad
born with a
was.
wallet and $1 million in your back pocket, dude? I mean, come on.
Were you born with a house to live in? Did you get free education?
Yes, but yes
not
and no.
poor.
I mean, that was
There
my
are people that
parents.
are
That was
born
my
with nothing.
parents. That wasn't me. But I
Well,
don't understand what your point is. My point
is
that
that there
if you
are
apply
people.
yourself. Okay, go ahead.
There are people that are born with nothing, that are born with, and I mean no infrastructure, no upward mobility in class. And to just say that, well, if you didn't pull up your bootstraps, you would have done just fine. If you didn't do, that's not the case. It's way more complex than I think what you're making it like.
Yeah, I guess it's not 100% that's true. There are people that get fucked for a number of different reasons, but at the
It's like
same
there's no
time,
victims for
there are
anything.
plenty of poor people that have nothing that made it just fine in the country, in the world, all that kind of thing as well. My major disagreement was not what we're arguing about now. My major disagreement was when you were saying that people are forced to be poor. There may be unlucky situations where they were born poor and they couldn't become rich, but I don't think anyone is forced to be poor. I disagree with that statement.
Yeah, but you
don't
just
know.
said you joined the biggest welfare system in the world, which is the military, and now you're propagating this idea like, well, hey, anyone in the States could just join the military. Well, maybe you're right, or
I
maybe they
didn't
had
say
flat
that.
feet and they could. But I don't know. Now it's getting into economy and stuff, which is, well, I mean, it's fine to go there, but
It's complex.
Well, just give me an example of somebody who's forced to
taking
be
it away
poor,
from
and I'll
the
admit I was
flat
wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, let's go back to the Earth debate if you want. That's fine. I
Okay,
was just
I can
saying
start one.
that
I can
I
start
don't
off
agree
if you don't mind.
they're forced to be poor. That's all. I think they make bad decisions most of the time
True,
and do
definitely
it all
true.
by themselves. That's just my opinion.
The Felix
Why is it
Baumgartner.
that a lot of flat earthers are poor, though?
That's
Do you have
unhelpful.
any evidence to support your claim? Anyway, all right, Felix Baumgartner, he went up for 3 hours and he jumped and he landed 70 miles away. Now, if the Earth was spinning, let's say roughly at 800 miles an hour in New Mexico, 700 or 800, let's go ahead and say
Momentum and gravity, that's why.
Pardon me, sir. He jumped 3 hours later, so if the Earth is spinning under him due to the Coriolis effect that the Globers love to claim all the time, and he jumped out and landed 70 miles away, in reality, he should have landed 2,100 miles away if the Earth was spinning at 700 miles an hour. Am I correct?
That's absolutely not true. It's a huge dumbass straw man argument based on people who don't believe gravity or momentum exist. It's just
So it's
idiotic
based on the
nonsense.
Coriolis effect that we're told.
No, it's not.
The Earth is spinning.
It's based on the science that you believe in while disregarding the science you don't believe in, and that's why you get the wrong answer, because the science you don't believe in is true.
So if the Earth was spinning, if it wasn't 70 miles, how many miles away should he have landed after floating floating above a spinning ball for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Excuse me, could you define floating above a spinning ball? What exactly do you think that even means?
Buoyancy makes people
complete
float.
fucking nonsense. You're asking me floating above a spinning ball. What in the fuck does that even mean?
Due to buoyancy, he was floating in the atmosphere above a ball that is
How was
spinning
he floating?
at 700
Was he in some
miles.
sort of floating
Buoyancy.
machine
He
I'm not
was in a
aware of?
balloon. Do you not know about the Red Bull jump?
Okay, somebody's in a balloon. Okay, fine.
He was
That is
in a balloon.
exactly
I'm sorry, I
floating.
should have led with that.
It's actually called flying in a hot air fucking balloon, okay?
No, he was in a special capsule.
Irrelevant.
Just Google the longest skydive or the record for the high skydive. Felix Baumgartner, Red Bull jump.
I know, but Hank, he brought up momentum, Hank.
The
He brought up
moon goes
momentum.
along with, the capsule goes along with the rotation of the Earth. Obviously, have you ever seen a fucking helicopter sitting there hovering above something? I mean, come on, dude. If these questions you ask are so fucking simplistic and stupid, it's embarrassing for you.
I asked the
No, I'm not embarrassed at all. I think it's a legitimate question.
Well, you should be.
One
That's
Coriolis
exactly the
effect
point.
is a
You
real
should
thing.
be.
Wait a minute. The
a real thing.
Globers argue that the Coriolis effect affects our drains, affects when we shoot, and so you can't say that now it doesn't affect it. It's one or the other.
That's right. The Coriolis effect is real, but the Coriolis effect is very, very small. What you're doing is you are removing the other effect you don't believe, which is the gravity and momentum that makes the clouds sort of follow the spin of the Earth. You're saying that's not real, so this other thing should happen because the Coriolis effect is real. You're using half of the Glober science, which is why you get the wrong answer. When you use all of the Glober science,
we're using the
magically
Glober
the guy
science
lands
against
where he's
it.
supposed to.
We're using the globe science against itself.
I do
No,
believe
you're not.
this is a
You're
bad
using
example
half of
in
the
terms
globe
of
science
arguing.
and saying why is the globe science wrong? The globe science is correct. You're wrong because you're only using half of it.
Turns with the Earth. How come you landed 70 miles away? If the atmosphere is somehow velcro to the Earth, why did? Yeah, go ahead, dude.
You just say air current stuff, right?
So I think
Does it go against gravity as it floats into the atmosphere?
Yeah, can I ask a few more people are specific? If he's up so far, exactly, has he escaped the gravity of Earth or not? Because you're saying
No.
he hasn't, or he's still going around. So
He was still sitting on the bottom of the capsule. He's jumped out.
What speed is he rotating around at when he jumps out? Because there certainly doesn't look to be any atmosphere or wind whacking him sideways at any great rate when he jumps out. He seems to be holding
he had very
on.
little atmosphere. When he jumped out, at first he started spinning out of control because he couldn't get his hands out to glide because there wasn't enough friction for him to do that thing where the skydivers put their legs and arms out to where they stabilize themselves. So he almost probably did go unconscious for a little bit because he was spinning out of control because of the lack of atmosphere.
Skydiving, Hank, you realize that by the movement of your arms and legs and things of that nature, that you don't fall straight down skydiving.
I believe this
if you
is a
don't want
bad argument to begin with. It's a bad example to try to prove whether the Earth is spinning or not.
The guy's not a rock.
The Coriolis effect is stated by globalists 24/7 all over the world.
But you're not answering my question. You realize you can intentionally change your direction while you're skydiving. You don't fall straight down. You understand that, right?
Yes,
So
you
he
can
went
kind of
70
fly.
miles?
You can make
Right.
your
So it's
He went 70 miles.
don't you understand how it's a horrible example
It's a
to
bad
say
example.
that this guy should have fallen at this exact spot because he can change his direction anytime he wants. You can't predetermine how he's going to move his arms and legs and move around. If you have a snowboard, you can do it even better. I mean, it's
You're right.
a horribly bad idea to say that he should land on spot X. You can't say he should land on spot X.
He also had one of those steerable parachute. He had a steerable parachute.
So was he steering at 700 miles an hour faster than 700 miles an hour to catch up with the spot where he was supposed to land? Because if it's spinning away from him, he would have had to have been flying faster.
It's not spinning away from him. There's gravity and momentum, Hank. You don't understand that the Coriolis effect is not that the Earth. Do you really think the Coriolis effect says you have to adjust your shot when you're shooting, a Barrett 50 at 1.5 miles by the Earth by 1,000 miles an hour? Is that what you think? How you you determine the Coriolis effect at a mile is by saying, okay, I'm going to aim my gun 1,000 miles in a different direction? I mean, fuck me, you guys are out of your fucking 1,000 miles by the time the bullet's in the air, obviously. But you guys don't know how to calculate the Coriolis effect in the first place if you think that the Earth is actually spinning under him at 1,000 miles an hour. That's
Right.
the part that you're saying, well, I'm using the globe science, but you're not using the globe science.
No,
Nobody
anything that
is
is affected by
suggesting the Earth
wind
is spinning
is
1,000
irrelevant when it
miles
comes
an
to the
hour
Coriolis.
underneath the skydivers, underneath the skydive. Okay, it's just
Again,
not
it's a
the way
bad
it works.
example.
Yeah,
All right,
it's a
well, give me a
horrible
good example. Would a cannonball shooting straight up in the air and falling back in the muzzle, would that be a bad example too?
I believe that's also a bad example because, like the basketball being thrown off a building, if you spin it, it'll take a curved trajectory. That's well known. So anything that is affected by wind, you cannot calculate Coriolis effect with it. It's a more of an inertial
But there's
calculation.
a limit, guys, isn't there? Because if the Earth is spinning underneath 1,000 miles an hour, if you drop a basketball from like a few miles up in the sky, the Earth is going to spin underneath of it as the ball falling.
No, the ball, dude. You ever throw your beer can? I mean, I hate to say you look like a guy that's probably thrown a beer can out of a car window once in a while in your life. Does that beer can follow? Does that beer can just stop and fall exactly when you let go of it? Does the beer can go straight down and fall as though nothing happened at all, or does it come bouncing behind the car for 50, 80, 90 feet because of momentum? The same thing happens when you're in the air above the Earth. You are still gravitationally attached.
This momentum that we can't feel because it's all in our.
It's relative to the outside space. I mean,
Great example because you're using one force to propel the object out of your hand while you're inside a moving object, whereas the other one you're using one force to propel a cannonball and you're on a stationary object.
The cannonball is moving at 1,000 miles an hour once you launch it. Okay, do you understand that? What you're saying is that as soon as you launch the cannonball, the bottom should all of a sudden be moving underneath it at 1,000 miles an hour. That's the exact same thing as saying that when I drop, I'm not saying I throw it, I just put my hand out of my car and drop the can, that all that should stop too. As the cannonball leaves, we're going to assume the cannonball is pointing straight up in the air, I guess, but as that cannonball gets fired out of the cannon, you have that same effect. It was moving 1,000 miles an hour because it was on the Earth, right? Now that you shot it up in the air, it's not going to go to zero, and the Earth goes spinning by at 1,000 miles an hour. Obvious. Well, I hate to say obviously, but I'm really talking to Tiffany, so Tiffany understands what we're talking about.
Any argument stating that the Earth is 1,000 miles an hour and we should be able to notice some difference? Just hang on. Any argument stating the Earth is rotating 1,000 miles an hour and that we should be able to detect a difference, I don't believe it's a valid even argument, because relative to what? 1,000 miles an hour relative to what? Well, you'd have to say the space or something. We're all moving the same speed if we are moving. Therefore, it's zero. You can calculate it as zero movement because it's all canceled out because we're all going the same speed because we're all on the same object. I'm not saying that's for sure we're all spinning on a ball flying through space because, like Poncho said yesterday, and I never thought about it, that we're really moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour relative to the neutrality of space, I guess, and that we should see a lot more movement in stars through the galaxies and stuff than we do. I think that's a better place to argue is like astrology.
Your 1,000 miles per hour to what? Well, the answer is per hour, per the so-called one rotation of the Earth in 24 hours.
The only way you realize you're moving is if you compare it to something that isn't moving, correct? The only way you can perceive motion is when you compare it to something that isn't in motion. Well, I'm saying we're all on the Earth. If the Earth is moving, then we're all going the same motion. The atmosphere, the molecules, everything on the Earth is a zero.
You're assuming that the Earth is moving. You don't know.
No, I'm not assuming it's moving. I'm saying if it were to be moving,
they're locking onto a point space and rotating back round to that 24-hour period.
Right.
What would be a good? What would be a good point in space that's nearby?
The North Star.
That's not nearby. What would be a good point in space nearby by which to compare the motion of the Earth?
You would have to weigh it off of the sun, I guess. It's supposed to be the most stationary relative
that
thing
would
to
be
the
relative to the sun. Then the Earth is moving in a particular direction and rotating at a particular speed.
Correct.
That would be relative to the sun.
Or relative to the fact that we're stationary and the sun is moving over us, because both mathematical arguments work, whether you're
That's the fucked
93,000
up part.
and it's really massive, or whether it's right up close, you know, 3,000 miles up and 32 miles diameter. That mathematics works either way.
The math would work either way. However, the theory then fails for other reasons.
What's
If
that?
the Earth is the only
It doesn't
spinning
explain.
ball, if the Earth were the only spinning ball in existence in the entire universe, the only thing there was the Earth spinning, would it really be spinning or not?
Be no way to tell.
That's a good point.
I didn't say that. That's right. There would probably be no way to tell. That's not my question.
Motion is only relative to non-motion.
Come on, guys. I mean, think
That
about.
relativity thing messes us all up so bad.
Natural physics of anything is a standstill. You're at a standstill. So if there's only motion when you start to move, then it's the same with any piece of matter. It's at a standstill unless it's given energy to do otherwise.
Okay, so I have a point about that. When it comes to motion, motion is what determines everything in our reality. To be absolutely still would be to be at absolute zero, and we can measure absolute zero as close as we can get with liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, I would say
300 degrees.
what this guy said is backwards of science. Is that like flat Earth science or something? Because Glober science says that all things are moving unless something acts on it to slow it down. That's kind of what we say.
Right. It's like all thermodynamics.
Yeah,
If I'm in a car, I throw a can
molecules in my body are still moving really fast. Yes, the molecules are really moving fast in my body, obviously, but I can appear to be standing still on the plane. Correct? There might be arguments that, of course, the blood's still moving and the molecules are still, yeah, okay, but as a solid mass, I'm at a standstill unless another force is put upon me.
You're in a standstill relative to your surroundings.
Yes.
What I'm arguing is the fact that we are warm,
which are also at a standstill. My laminator is not moving. The printer's not moving. Everything's standing still unless I apply some sort of energy to it.
It's not. No, it's not. It's
No, I don't believe
moving,
that's true.
It's moving away from the sun. The Earth is spinning. Our whole galaxy is moving away from other galaxies. The universe is expanding.
We're stationary.
It's moving in all kinds of different directions.
Okay, but no, that's not the argument. Can I just say something? That's not the argument. I think what I was getting at, and maybe motion, the fact that we are warm, the fact that the Earth is above absolute zero, says that everything is in motion, just by that simple fact. Every particular thing on the Earth, if it's above absolute zero, it's in some form of motion.
It has energy. Yes.
Right. Energy is motion. Simple.
I have a question. So if I'm in a car driving at 50 miles an hour and I throw a can up out of the window, is that can going to fall back into my car if I'm traveling?
In a vacuum, it should. In a vacuum, it should.
It depends on the air resistance.
Right. If there was no air and you did that same experiment, it should fall back inside your car.
Yes.
Yeah, but
it'll straight down to the nearest point again.
Not if you
When you throw it up in the air, well, let me tell you what happens. When you throw it up in the air, let's say you're going 100 miles an hour, okay? You're going 100 miles an hour, and you throw it up in the air. What happens is it is now encountering the atmosphere all by itself instead of the front window of your car breaking the atmosphere and the air for you. So that air resistance slows that can down more than the car, so it goes behind you.
Bench.
How would the air stay stationary spinning at 1,000 miles an hour?
Sorry, hang on. Can you repeat that? What's her name, Mark? Yeah, Mark.
Yeah.
A little louder.
So the Earth would be spinning. You have the atmosphere over it. If the atmosphere is less mass than the Earth, the Earth mass, how would it remain stationary over a spinning Earth? Yeah,
because I can answer that. Because the outside friction to space, the friction from the atmosphere, from the Earth's surface to the outside edge of the atmosphere to space, that friction variant is supposedly zero. So there is no drag.
I get that point, that there's no resistance from outer space, but just relative, if you're just looking at the Earth atmosphere and the Earth itself, if the Earth is spinning within that atmosphere, within that,
it's all spinning as one unit.
Yeah, the atmosphere is spinning too.
Here's sort of the simple answer. I don't know if you'll accept it or not, but the reason is because all things are gravity sucks all things to the center of the ball. So as the Earth is rotating, it doesn't matter if it's in the atmosphere, it doesn't matter really where it is, unless it's water flowing down a mountain or something of that nature. Its point of where it's supposed to be is going to be aligned to the center of the planet. So as the ball keeps spinning, that atmospheric stuff where it wants to go is where it is. It's aligned to the center of the planet. So as the planet turns, it's going to go with that ball because the center is turning and changing.
Perfectly though. I mean, without any sort of resistance to the mass of the air.
Resistance from what?
Yeah, when there's resistance, the atmosphere changes. When the wind comes along and blows, it will blow the cloud in a different direction. If you are to have a huge stack blowing out hot air, out in the fracking areas, you're blowing all that hot air up, that is going to affect that atmosphere and change it. There are numerous things that are going to change the atmosphere, but if there were not numerous things to change the atmosphere, all the clouds would just sit there and go right around in a big circle along with everything else. Just like it's hard to understand, but it's really no different than standing on the surface. It's just that you're at a different point. It's no different than being on the top of your house isn't really any different than being in the basement.
Richard, you've had a while to debunk it. Let me read the definition real fast just so everyone knows.
TK, Mark, if you want to talk first.
I'll be quiet after this.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. The Coriolis effect. An effect where a magnet in a rotation system experiences a force, the Coriolis force, acting perpendicular to the direction of motion in the axis of rotation. On Earth, the effect tends to deflect moving objects, like a balloon, to the right in the northern hemisphere and to the left in the southern hemisphere, and is important to formulate cyclonic weather systems.
Yes.
But that's more of an inertial.
So why aren't you going to read on to the rest of it, Hank, to the part that says that it explains to you that it's a very small effect and all that? Why are you going to try to spew propaganda and confuse people and not tell them how? Read the rest of the article. You're going to make it sound like it's some big deal and everybody should see this effect. Why don't you read the rest of the article, dude?
All right, Richard, we get it. Just hang on. CK Mark wanted to say something first.
Oh, I see.
Mark,
You're giving out half the information in propaganda style and not tell them that the only effect you should see is very, very small according to the very article you just read from Wikipedia. Isn't that right?
That wasn't Wikipedia.
Confirmation bias.
I Googled it, came up with the first definition. Google it yourself and see who's telling the truth.
I was going to.
CK Mark wanted to say something. Please, let's get
if you've got
Mark, I was talking CK, please. He was trying to say something a while ago.
I was just going to say, if you've got your two posts, obviously the wide span bridges, where you've got your upright perpendicular posts 5-6 miles apart, if you hang a plumb bob, they're both going to be perpendicular at both ends of those posts.
Yes.
And then if you measure at the bottom and measure at the top, it's same. So where is that curve gone?
I've heard this argument, and I've seen the thing say 43 millimeter difference on a span like that, but I don't know.
Yeah, but that can be just to enforce the strength of the bridge.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be like just for the curvature or this mystical thing. It can be just to make it more stronger. But there are plenty of bridges that have perpendicular arc on each
No,
end.
I think I know what you're saying, in that it could be tilted back so that when you put a load on it, it's like trailers. When we have a lowboy trailer is bowed until you put a load on it, it goes flat.
I'm not a bridge engineer, Mark, but I know that Reds was in here last night talking about wanting to bring 3 or 4 or 5 bridge engineers into this debate to explain that they actually do take the curvature of the Earth into account on very, very long bridges. Obviously, the bridge has to be really long before it matters, but if Red's Rhetoric or something like that, if he comes in, he could probably explain that, because he's working on getting some engineers in to talk about that for you.
Why would you support your engineers like that?
Not just a bridge. Anything, any building, any builder that uses a plumb bob on a wide span building, they're still going to be perpendicular, even if they're 2 or 3 miles away from each other. On ground, they're still perpendicular. They're not slightly tilted because they're both pointing to a central point so many miles down.
Are they?
Right. They build. You know how they build things? They start with a flat pad. They start with a flat pad on top of the Earth. It wouldn't matter if the Earth is curved or not. If you have a building, the first step to building a building is building a great big concrete pad that's perfectly flat. Unless you're building it with earthquake-proof it and things like that.
Is plumb bob swinging off a suspension string? Is that lining up to the flat plane of the concrete, or is it lining up to supposed gravitational force pulling to a center point? Which is it?
Center point.
Oh, well, then what does the flat plane that the builder's building from have to do with it? If he's using a plumb bob
Because to build a flat plane, we either use laser levels or we use bubble levels.
You're missing my point. If you've got a flat plane and you've got a plumb bob here that's pointing on a slight angle towards the center of the Earth, and the flat plane is wide enough for another plumb bob to be here perpendicular to the center of the Earth, and it's wedging in the other.
I agree with you that there should be a noticeable difference there, but what is the scale we're talking about? It would be
Well, the point is that's why we use levels. That's why we use levels instead of plumb bobs. You don't actually think that people build the side of the wall going up from the bottom of the flat pad at a 90-degree angle based on a plumb bob, do you? They do that with they use levels. That's why we use levels when we build things. Otherwise the plumb bob would not. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, I do, but it's just another
It's not accurate enough a plumb bob, but they still check them.
So the point would be that in large cities with large tall buildings, the buildings should line up pointing more towards the center of the Earth rather than directly straight down. There should be a very slight difference between.
It's a scale thing, though. Like, is it detectable?
If you see a miniature city on a miniature globe, you often see it curving around. So why don't we see? How
do you know we don't? It's millimeters.
Yeah.
It would be fractions of millimeters in one city. Fractions of millimeters.
Well, we can calculate that given the circumference of the Earth.
Okay, it wouldn't be millimeters.
Yeah, I think I will accept their answer. You've got me thinking about this, but I will accept their answer because our eyes are not that accurate. But I will also go along with you to some extent. It's just hard to say because I understand your point, but at the same time, if I'm building a building, I'm going to put it on a completely flat pad and build it up, and I don't much give a shit about all this where's the center of the Earth crap. I just want my building on a flat pad sticking straight up.
Right.
But I don't know anything about designing humongous ass tall World Trade Centers, so I should really just say I don't know shit about what we're talking about and shut the fuck up.
One being on a widespread flat and you've got two perpendicular walls, you can use a plumb bob to make those walls perpendicular with each other. And if the plumb bob is using its momentum pointing to the center of the Earth, so to speak, then those walls.
I guess I would say if I'm building a shack in my backyard to put my lawnmower in, it's not going to make any fucking difference whether I do it with a plumb bob or a level or it's perfect. But like I said, when you get to a tower the size of the World Trade Centers, I'll bet it does make a difference. So we'd have to find an engineer that knows how to build something bigger than the shack I built in my backyard to hold my lawnmower because I didn't think about any of that shit when I built that shack.
I can answer this if I get a chance. So yes, if you have two giant buildings, opposite ends of the city, both built perpendicular from a flat pad. Let's imagine they're even on the same flat pad, right? Your plumb bob example pointing to the center of the Earth, you have to take into effect that center of gravity generated supposedly by the center of the Earth. How many miles is that? What is dead center? In other words, the detectable gravitational center of the Earth must have a diameter of X amount of miles, whatever it is.
Whether or not
I doubt it's a finite point, and therefore the plumb bob thing would have to literally be a quarter way across the globe, I would think, to really notice the difference. You understand what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but it wouldn't really matter about the size of the core pitch.
There should be. I agree. There should be a detectable difference. How small
the Earth is so huge, dude. I can go along with what you're saying. If you could show, if we made a building that was 15,000 miles wide and then we had a wall on both sides, then I could go with what you're saying.
In theory, those walls should line up.
Skyscraper, even a skyscraper that's 100, 200 yards long, to the center of the Earth, that the difference is probably so minimal that you definitely can't see it. And I'll bet engineering-wise, it probably doesn't make much difference either.
It would be within the 1/10,000th of a tolerance easily. It would be tiny.
I don't think the measuring capabilities that we have to build the building are good enough for it to matter. I mean, I don't think the Mexicans putting the building together are good enough for it to matter, even if we designed it.
Hey, can I chime in?
Is what I'm saying. Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Hello, Richard.
Hi there. Well, I am a concave Earth believer, so I'm against the flat Earth and the globe model.
All right, let's hear some.
Okay. Well, first, I'll start with I started looking into flat Earth, which I found quite interesting.
Would you mind if we finished our conversation before you come in here and take it over? We'll try to finish it real quick. Would that be okay with you?
Hey,
Anybody
you do
have
what you
something to add about the plumb bob?
Yes, because I actually work as a grade checker, which is a guy who builds big bridges and all this stuff. And what you're talking about, where the plumb bob wouldn't hit on due to the gravity pulling it toward that one point, you don't have that problem in a concave Earth model at all.
Okay.
Okay.
I haven't looked at concave Earth much, so this is the more of the side dinner bowl, is it? Is it kind of all?
Yeah, this is that we live inside of a globe, aiming toward the middle. That everybody's looking up to a central point, basically.
The Nazis taught that too.
Yeah, I've seen those models.
Yeah, I've seen Hollow Earth theory too.
Yeah, I'm not a Hollow Earth person, but even the models I've seen, I don't really believe how they laid it out. I see it more as like an oval inside of an oval, as far as how we see the sky, not so circular.
So have you been able to detect upward curvature in anywhere in your life, or?
No, I've just seen what people have done on it, and it's not that I'm looking at it as I believe this has to be the answer, but when I look at flat Earth, the fact that you can view the southern hemisphere and see the stars orbiting one central point, just like you can in the north, and one's going clockwise and one's going counterclockwise, makes me think that there's no way flat Earth can exist.
Unless there's a celestial sphere above the flat Earth.
No, but there would be people that would be always that spinning point is always the same point, no matter how it goes. That makes sense. You can you can put a camera and film like time lapse and see the spin of the stars around a southern point. Same with the north, that the south one's clockwise and the northern one's counterclockwise. So I never understand how flat Earth people can believe it's flat and have that.
I'm curious about this. I'm curious about this for a second. So you're saying in the northern hemisphere, right? North Pole star and everything rotates clockwise, right?
Counterclockwise.
Sorry, counterclockwise. Okay, so then when you're on the equator, you can see a split then, right? Can you see both hemispheres at once? I mean, I've never been to the equator.
You would have to be there on the equinox to try to be able to see those stars, and even then you'd have a hard time.
So is there no way to track between counterclockwise and clockwise on the equator, or is it only when you're on the very south pole do you see this motion?
It's all going east to west. So when you look toward the North Star and you're watching everything spin around that North Star, looking to the north, everything's spinning counterclockwise around that star. And if you look to the south and you see like the Southern Cross where it aims into that black spot where there is no star, every star down that way is spinning what would be clockwise from where you're standing on the equator around that one spot.
If you were looking east, it would be coming straight over the top of your head, and if you were looking west, it would be coming up from behind you.
If you were on the equator, all the stars would be coming from, let's say on an equinox, like the spring equinox, everything's coming from the east and everything's going to the west. But everything, you could look and see two spots, one to your north and one to your south, where every star is spinning around those particular points.
Well, as far as your perspective and visual and vanishing point will allow, anyway.
Yes, but even if you took a bunch of spots in the northern areas and all looked at that star, you would see it happening and you could all time lapse it at the same time. And the same thing in the south, whether you're on boats or different continents, as long as it's nighttime.
What is your experimental or observational evidence that leads you to believe that we're inside of, I guess the way I understand it is we're inside of a globe looking, when we look up and see a star, that's a point on the top of the ball that's fixed. Is that the model?
Well, what you basically have to take flat Earth and wrap it so that you're inside the globe, but all the flat Earth, you would still have a very small sun. It would still be 3,000 miles away. If you took the diameter of the entire equator, and you would still end up with the Earth having the same radius, so your diameter would be 12,000 miles. So if you can only see 3,000 miles or so, like flat Earth people believe, then you would never see the back of the sun from the other side. It would never make it that far. You would only see this.
My problem with that is my problem with that is the following. People, I'm convinced, and Robbie made a good point yesterday, even though I don't believe everything he says to be correct. He made a good point saying that people believe in the flat Earth basically because they are defranchised from, what the government tells us and what the establishment tells us.
Yes. Okay.
So,
I'm not.
hold on. So basically, I mean, they're just okay. So what is the establishment saying? All right, the opposite is truth, or not that is true. So I mean, you're all fucking insane to me, flat earthers, inside out earthers. So I mean, bringing that point of view into this conversation really helps in no way, shape, or form, because I mean, they're just going to be convinced by some of the bullshit just because the government says, oh no, that's wrong, or the establishment. So that's
well,
the problem.
really, it should be.
Well, I asked him for its evidence, and he did not say, because the government is all lying and everything is perspective. He hasn't said anything yet, so let's just let him give him a chance to see what he says.
Now, let me get to the glober part of it. Why flat earthers believe flat Earth is because it's like you see
I just want to know why you believe what you believe. I want facts and evidence. Don't tell me what other people believe or other models. I want to know.
Just let me talk,
I want
I'll tell you
to defend your position. That's all.
When I see these videos of weather balloons that go way in the sky, they show the hot spot on the Earth.
Maybe we got an echo, please. Someone's making.
It's sorry, start over.
Mute the YouTube.
Okay, here we go.
Try it now.
So what I was getting at is when a lot of people bring evidence of flat Earth, when they bring the weather balloons up high enough and you can see the spot where it shows the sunlight that makes a visible source of light that's way bigger or way brighter than any other spot, like above the clouds or heat. I think that's Tiffany. That's got echo going.
I have no
I'm just basing it on the bars I see on the bottom moving.
Yeah, because your speakers are coming through.
Okay, well, what I'm getting at is you see basically a hot spot on the Earth, and the globe model where the sun's far away wouldn't allow for that hot spot, but inside a concave, just like a flat Earth model would, it would show that there would be that hot spot. So because we see a hot spot, and that doesn't work on a globe, and we can see the stars on both sides, and then therefore you can't have a flat Earth. The only thing left is concave.
This conversation is impossible. Can someone mute whatever the fuck?
It's because Tiffany keeps opening her mic and not shutting it. That's what's up.
So I'm not looking at like it has to be exactly concave, but the only model left that I haven't seen. Thanks, Tiffany. But the only model I see that's still.
Tiffany, mute your shit.
Why do I have to mute my stuff? I'm not doing anything. I'm listening.
Yeah, because it's echoing.
We're getting
You
echo
are
from
an idiot. You are an idiot. You are an idiot. If you don't understand how this works, get yourself out of the conversation.
I understand how it fucking works. It's not me.
You don't understand.
Yes, she does. She does know how it works. Stick enters hole.
I would perhaps suggest that the predictive models have some number of different kinds of virtues. So
I would go.
One of those.
I'd agree. But
go ahead.
The thing is, there's a bunch of things that people basically can't explain. They go, why isn't there gravity? Well, if we're inside a sphere, we can make centrifugal force, which would make just the right amount of wind, just a little bit of gravity. Gravity's still not explained, but centrifugal force
Who says
is.
why isn't there gravity? You just said some people say why isn't there gravity?
Okay, not that there isn't. I'm saying that the force
Can I address that? Can I address that? The gravity, the gravity being created by centrifugal force. That would be true if we were in a cylinder. Being on a sphere, basically, if you apply centrifugal force, yes, the people on the equator will be more affected by it than people closer to the poles. So how can you? Okay, so but that's not what we observe though. The force of gravity is very similar in the poles and in the equator.
Yes, and I'll explain that. I believe in the electromagnetic stuff that the flat earthers believe. I'm only stating that little bit of spin, not to really make gravity, but the part where you can't quite figure out why we have wind and stuff. Like, where does that come from on flat Earth? That centrifugal force would be just enough so that you would have the wind issues you currently have.
Can you define that more scientifically? What do you mean by just enough?
Okay, let me put it more of there's a lot of flat earthers who say, how come when you go straight up in a helicopter, the Earth doesn't move below you if we're moving?
The point I'm trying to make is you don't have a legitimate formula and scientific explanation. You just have this, well, if it was more, my theory might work. That's not how science works. works. You're just
I'm not-
making a speculative guess to try to explain your model.
Oh, let me put it more like this. I see the theories that are out there, and I see things that do not work with those models. The only model I have left, such as the north and south with the stars spinning around 2 points that are going opposite directions.
Why doesn't that work in a globe model?
That works in a globe model, but the hot sunspot does not. So that works in the globe, but not the flat. And then the things that work in the flat don't work on the globe. The only thing that will actually allow for both of those two things to exist with our visual.
Okay, so let's take one thing at a time. I'm a glober, so you don't need to tell me what doesn't work in the flat. So anyway, you're talking about hot spots, and that's the second time I've heard it. And to be quite honest with you, I really don't know what you mean. You say a weather balloon goes up and it takes pictures of hot spots, and if there was a sun, that's impossible. Please explain that for me, because I've never heard that.
Oh.
Right now.
Okay, Mark, please go ahead.
All right. Does any flat
they send the weather balloon up. They've got a camera filming the horizon as it's laterally going around in a circular motion, so you can see the Earth as it's going around, and then it comes by, and then you see the sun very close to the Earth, and it's got a directional sunspot, much like if you had a high intensity torch and you held it close to a wall. You see that intense sunspot. If you're far, far away, you don't get that intensity in that one central position, and that's what showed on the top of the clouds. You could see a very bright sunspot from a very close.
Okay, and what is the scientific, you're telling me the scientific explanation is we don't know, or is it just that you haven't looked into it, or you disagree with it? What's the science explanation, and then I'll go look it up myself.
Camera seems to show a localized spot.
Sorry, Yvette, go ahead. What were you trying to say?
Me? I was going to suggest as a demonstration of gravitation, Cavendish's experiment that establishes it between, I guess, iron balls, and furthermore, the difficulty with, shadows of the sun is that a full flat surface would predict angles of incidence that are arc sines simpliciter, where a round model would predict the arc sine of proportional to a sine, which differs rather substantially in the angles that are predicted. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't know about one particular hot spot, but what came to mind as I'm thinking about this is the atmospheric conditions would make for perhaps different temperatures hitting the Earth at this, if there were different layers of clouds, things of that nature, an ozone hole, for example, I would expect in a globe model with an atmosphere, numerous different, a hot spot doesn't surprise me because of the atmosphere.
The thing is, it's a singular hot spot, and it's always seen from where you're looking right below the sun. You could say it's reflection maybe, but that's about it.
Have a link or something like that. I Googled it, and I got a bunch of water spouts and other shit. I'm still trying to find it.
Let me find it for you.
I don't know what I mean. Just the idea.
The atmospheric.
Nadia, hang on. The idea that there's a Foucault's pendulum, right? Just pendulums in different hemispheres. The flat Earth model does not describe the differing rotation, and that just seems like if pendulums, a very basic physics presentation, does not convince flat Earthers of different hemispheric rotational bodies. I don't know what to say. I don't know about the convex enclosed world. I think perhaps that model would allow a pendulum, but a flat Earth doesn't change.
Well, you say that. But what you fail to take into account is that all pendulums are manufactured by the Illuminati, and as such.
Well, I'm looking at an article here that says new satellite analysis fails to find a hot spot. Agrees with millions of weather balloons that there's not a hot spot. So I don't know exactly where we're going with this, but it seems to me this guy Roy Spencer, I don't know anything about it. I'm just looking into this. But the first thing I came up with was new analysis. It shows there's not a hot spot, and it implies that Roy Spencer has been hunting for the famous missing hot spot like half the climate world, indicating that this hot spot you guys are talking about, nobody can find.
Wow.
If you look at CK Mark's video, I think that's the best evidence that people have found on YouTube is that video that he's showing, and that's what most people, I think.
Evidence that people found on YouTube? I'm sorry, people don't find evidence on YouTube. Evidence is presented on YouTube.
Please.
It's not found on YouTube.
You guys made it sound like this is a scientific thing.
No, it's not. It's an observational thing, and that's what
they
people
can't find
are
it, not
pointing
that
to,
it
is what I'm
exists.
saying.
So
I
post
was just
me.
saying that's
Okay,
what
I got
people
a
are
link.
pointing to.
Okay,
got a link. Let me look.
CK Mark, your mic is muted if you're trying to say something.
Yeah, just there you go. Paused right on the spot for you. There's the sunspot close up.
See, to me, I can see like it's maybe just a isolated reflection because of the clouds are a certain way there. Maybe, I don't know. But this is my point: is this is what people are pointing to as the hotspot evidence from things up in the air, right?
Right, and then the actual scientists who have been searching for it can't find it, and new satellite data shows that it probably doesn't exist. So that's your best evidence for why the round model doesn't work.
We don't believe in satellites.
Do you believe in pendulums, Tiffany?
Satellites. I really don't care what crazy people who don't believe in satellites that want to sell all their shit
I really don't
and
care
go
what
suck
your
cock,
satellite is telling
drive around the fucking world telling people
I
about
really
the
don't
flat
care
Earth
what your
thing.
satellite is telling
I don't care.
I think we have a hard time.
Go suck some cock and have a good time, honey.
Because
there's other things that flat earthers don't that they point out like
Yvette, please go ahead.
Oh, I would say the distinguishing factor may not be one's role within oral sex, where I would
know.
perhaps
I'm sorry. I
take a similar role myself. However, but on the other hand, I would maintain that there is not a hot spot coming around from the sun. Rather, the typical kinds of analyses in terms of angles of incidence and the various tropics and Arctic and Antarctic circles are confirmatory of, I guess, a spherical model. And furthermore, with respect to Foucault's pendulum, there is a quantitative prediction of the rate of precession that varies with latitude and is readily demonstrable. Go ahead.
Can you explain to me the temperature variance? Why we have such a massive temperature variance on the Earth, considering the sun is 93 million miles away and we're all getting heated by it at the same rate?
Actually, we're not, because the sun has to go through more amounts of atmosphere the further north or south you go. So if it has to go through more atmosphere, the atmosphere, is reflecting the sun, is absorbing the sun, but it also gets more, it then also emits radiation. It transforms that energy into radiation and emits it out into space. So yeah, that's basically why we have different temperatures, and that's why we have seasons as well.
Well, and feedback effects relating to the albedo of the glacial ice cover are also in play.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'd say weather is probably the least understood thing of anything. I don't think the flat earthers are doing any hurricane predicting anytime soon either. Weather is the one. We're going to need a pretty big supercomputer before we predict the weather all that
The weather patterns make more sense on a flat Earth than they do on the globe.
How
When you look at the temperatures and the weather patterns and how they're all curvy,
How so?
it doesn't make any sense on the globe.
How
but
so?
when you lay it
You've
out
made a
on
claim
the flat
Wait. How do you believe? How do you even believe we have weather patterns? Weather patterns.
Before you guys jump to that,
pictures.
can we go
Satellite
back just one
pictures
thing?
show us weather patterns. Satellites don't exist. Therefore, weather patterns don't exist.
about the flat Earth, and there goes the Glovers. Don't let the information out.
You've made a claim. Defend it, bitch.
You didn't say anything. You didn't provide any logical proof at all.
The scales of typhoons and hurricanes.
You just said weather. That's all you said was weather.
The scales
Please back
of
up so I can help
typhoons.
you prove a point on your last thing.
Let the heck you say?
Scales.
Okay, hold up. Whoa.
Shit about anything.
One at a time, please. One at a time. It's no point babbling over each
general
other.
answer is she's a hairdresser and she shouldn't have to explain these things because she's not smart enough. That's what she
Why don't
usually
you
says.
white me, Richard?
Let's
You guys
hear
are
CK
talking about
Mark.
weather,
Please,
and I'm trying
civil.
to tell
Can we
you
do
that
one
the
topic at a
information
time?
that I
Hold
found
it, guys. I
about
would like to hear-
weather makes perfect sense on a flat Earth.
How so? How?
So does
Explain
it.
it.
So
Tell us
Explain
about
it.
it.
Shut the fuck up so I can talk.
Please do.
You asking me to tell you, and I'm trying to tell you.
Don't tell this Glowbuster said now.
Anyways, when they take and they have like color patterns, like red for hot and blue for cooler, and blue's going this way and red's going that way. Are you familiar?
What the fuck are you talking about? Reds and blues going up and down.
She's absolutely
Is that your proof? Was that your proof?
I'm talking about wind patterns. I'm talking about tide.
Okay.
Can you show physical proof of what you're talking about?
Come on, dude. Let her finish.
I can. It's called the Weather Channel.
Telling me that I can't explain it because you're not listening.
You should consider this thing called euthanasia.
I agree with you, Tiffany. I would love to let you finish. You guys should shut the fuck up and let Tiffany explain herself.
Yeah, quit mansplaining.
When you watch the Weather Channel on your propaganda TV media shows, they show you the wind stream and the way the it's, I don't know how to explain it right, but it's like the wind and it's the temperatures.
Now that's all you needed to say. I don't know how to explain it right, period.
Well, that's exactly correct. You finally did some logical thinking, critical thinking at its best.
I don't know left from right. I'm a dumb cunt. That's it.
Hey,
That's all you
can we go back one step from the sun hitting the earth?
Why all
as
the
a globe?
blathering?
Hold it. Can we hear from CK Mark, please? We're trying to respond. CK, please, go ahead.
I was just trying to say, can everybody shut up so she can finish what she's trying to say?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, she already
Well, she did finish. She finished exactly saying that she didn't know shit what she was talking about. That's what the fuck she was saying.
The red and the blue is all mixed up and it doesn't make sense and it's not going.
What the fuck does the red and the blue got to do with anything, Tiffany? What the fuck does that got to do with anything?
It's making perfect sense. All the red is together. All of the blue streams are together. They're all the
What
red
the
streams
fuck
are going
are
one
you
direction.
talking
All the
about?
blue streams are going the other direction.
Blue streams,
It's all a
red
big
streams.
clusterfuck like it is on the globe.
All right, we listened to enough of your nonsense. That's just straight nonsense.
I could, yes, I would like to
Blue
respond.
stream people to the staging area. Blue stream people to the staging area.
Wasn't even allowed to fucking talk, and that's my whole point. I sit here and I don't say one word, and then I try to get a point across, and then I got 10 Globers attacking me.
I am not a Glober.
We did not attack you. You just were spewing out bullshit.
No, I'm
That's
trying
all.
to explain to you something, and you're not letting me talk.
You didn't even fucking say that you knew what the hell you were explaining.
I don't
You
know.
said blue streams and red streams. They don't cooperate.
Those blue and red streams are the highs and lows shown on the weather channels, and they also account for the trade winds. That's what she's talking about, but I don't know how they relate to the flat Earth.
They're absolutely nothing.
Yes, I would
Can I talk?
like to comment.
The way they relate is on a flat Earth, they all go, the one streams that they color blue because they're cooler streams, they are all going, let's say, clockwise. And then the red streams that are warmer streams are all going the other direction. And
Those
they
reds and
all
blues are
nice.
not based on temperature.
So
Those reds
warm
and
and
blues are
cold.
based
That's
on
highs and lows, you fucking idiot.
They're based on pressure.
Warm and cold goes in a circle.
That's highs and lows, goes in and hot, you fucking dumbass.
Fact highs and lows, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, if we
Can
were
you
a
have
flat
a
Earth,
cold
all the
high
wind would
pressure?
blow in the same direction if we moved.
Can you have a cold, high-pressure zone?
Anyways, whatever.
Can
The
you?
Globers
Air
are
temperature.
so
You just said it has
no.
nothing to do with
I can't
temperature.
even
Can you
get
have
my
a cold?
fucking point across because you guys are so afraid.
You can't get the point across because you're just making up bullshit.
No, I
I'm not making
am
that
afraid of
bullshit,
losing so much faith in humanity that I have to commit suicide. So I have to stop you right there. That's why.
All right, can we please go back to the sun
Whatever, I'm
hitting
not
the
gonna let you
poles?
guys talk. I'm not gonna let you guys
I
talk.
would like to.
If the sun's hitting the poles, and like the way we talked about previous to this, we have an issue with the fact that the extra atmosphere sucking in all that extra heat would make for temperatures that don't vary as much between night and day at the pole if we have a globe based on what you guys were just talking about, but that does not happen.
That's not true. Temperatures up near the North Pole in Alaska don't fluctuate that much during the day and night, even when it's either there's 24 hours a night, 24 hours a day during the summertime, or excuse me, during the spring and the fall. So you're wrong. Temperatures at the North Pole are actually very stable. And
I'm
you just
only
said,
talking about
they
during
shouldn't
the
be.
equinox on the spring and fall, comparatively to anywhere else.
I would.
I don't.
You think they should be
Furthermore,
different because why? Why should they be different according to you?
Because you guys just said that the light hitting it would hit more atmosphere, which would make it colder up there because they're not getting. You would, if the sun's hitting it from such a distance and it's all this equal amount of heat and light, the fact that it has to go through so much atmosphere is what makes the poles colder. But the problem with that is you would have the atmosphere absorbing more of that heat, and then between day and nighttime during the spring and fall equinox, you would have less of a temperature variance in the poles compared to near the equator.
Two things that I'd like to bring up, maybe three. The first is the angle of incidence is, I guess, obtuse enough at the poles to be able to reduce the warming effect of the sun's rays. Secondarily, major weather systems, particular large tornadic storms like hurricanes, typhoons, are actually of large enough scale that Coriolis effects are quite significant. And last but not least, one furthermore has satellite observations of weather systems being taken from such elevations that the curvature of the Earth is directly observable from those, and likewise affairs like the spherical excess of triangles between major points on the planet, likewise being actually measurable in the kinds of observations taken on the scale of weather systems. Go ahead.
I have a question about like famous architecture. Is there anything like Stonehenge or the pyramids or anything like that that was based on the flat Earth model, or are all those things based on the spherical Earth model, or do we even know or care?
From my understanding, the pyramids reflected a ball Earth model. Am I right in that?
No, the pyramids, they were built according to certain star patterns that were, at
Orion's bell, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
The way they were built shows no way to determine between the two of how they would do it.
It works on both ways.
Yes.
Is that the understanding of the Earth as being spherical is effectively prehistoric. While there were, I suppose, landlocked civilizations that did not have spherical models, the ones that had, I guess, stable enough agriculture to require prediction of the seasons, and the others who engaged in enough, I guess, maritime exploration to require more accurate forms of navigation, employed spherical models prior to the advent of writing or written history. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Can I just say that Michael was kind enough to put a link for what I was trying to explain earlier?
Okay,
So if
go ahead,
anyone
Tiffany.
is curious, it's there.
Oh, okay.
All right. Yeah, but I was just pointing out that the weather model of the image, I'm just going to screen share it real quick, is that you notice in this model that both the edge and the center are blue, meaning they're cooler, and this is not dissimilar to the weather patterns arguing that the South Pole and the North Pole are cooler than the equatorial lands, and yet the flat earther Tiffany might read this in a different manner. And
well,
so
my point was is if you pull up that picture on a globe, that same thing, like superimpose that to a globe, it'll look like a big cluster mess. It doesn't look cohesive like that.
Right. If I put
That's
a
all I was
three-dimensional
saying.
picture
Thanks
on
for
a
everyone making
three-dimensional
fun of me.
object, it looks stupid. That's true, Tiffany. You could put a two-dimensional object on a three-dimensional. You could put a picture of a house on a house, and it would look stupid.
It doesn't make sense. It's not cohesive. That was my point. Thanks for letting me make it, Richard. It didn't hurt you, did it?
You're welcome. I tried. I was the one defending you, telling them all to shut up so you could talk, in case you remember. And I appreciate you making. You finally did actually make your point, which in the end was much more sensible than it seemed while everybody was cutting you off. Now that we see the picture, I understand exactly what you're saying, and that's great. Thank you.
I wasn't making fun of me. I have no issue.
Is there anybody flat Earth besides Tiffany here?
I'm just for the.
There's three of them right here. Him right there.
Not me.
Okay,
because just a man.
Cool. I'm concave Earth all the way. I have not seen anything to make me think
Let's hear
otherwise.
about your concave. I'm interested in that.
I'm not positional, by the way.
I don't know anything about that. That's what I want to be enlightened.
It's like the inside of one of those like a donut. You're on the inside surface of the curve of a donut. That'd be about a good way of explaining.
Negative. Imagine more of a basketball where you cut just a small hole big enough for your eye and put a light into the very center of that basketball and then look through that hole inside the basketball itself.
This ain't going into that other, what is that other theory?
Not hollow Earth. I'm saying we live.
Yeah, there you go.
But not that there is a hollow Earth that we have not observed yet. I'm saying that we currently live inside.
We're inside. We're inside in the middle,
yes.
Right?
There is a ball inside a ball, and the ball inside that ball, I'm calling it a ball for the sake, it's more like an oval shape, but call it a ball, and that ball is our stars, and going around that ball is our sun and moon, and we are on the outside ball looking in toward that ball with the sun and moon going around it.
There's a lot of balls.
No doubt.
See, that's actually, I suppose you don't believe NASA and other, USSR space programs or China space programs. Sometimes governments that are directly antagonistical towards the United States.
I'd just like to point out real quick, Tiffany, that the reason your model looks like it makes sense is because it's simplistic. In your warm areas, you don't take into account the tops of mountains that are really, really cold. The reason your map looks like it makes more sense is because it's simplistic and, in fact, very, very wrong.
Well, I'm just going by what they give us, okay? They give us that, and you can take that same thing that they give us and put it on a globe and put it on a flat Earth. And on a flat Earth, it's cohesive, it's all going in the same direction and together. But on a globe, it's all broken up. There's red in between the blue, and there's blue here, and there's red here,
That's
and it's
right.
a big mess.
The same thing applies in the ocean. There are many different currents going in many different directions in the ocean as well.
Okay, but to say that it doesn't make sense on the flat Earth when you can see with your eyes, it actually makes more sense.
All right, Tiffany, I want to learn to address Tiffany for a
tops of mountains being just as warm as other areas around it, and
I
that's
don't know what it has to do with any mountains, because the people that give us that are not factoring in mountains, so I don't know why I have to factor in.
Okay, look, mountains, we have different air pressures at different elevations. Heat is going to get warmer, like Death Valley's below sea level.
What they give us, though. I'm not making
I'm agreeing with you. I'm using your exact same flat Earth model for the size of the sun, the distance for the sun. I'm only saying it's inside of a ball, not on the outside of a globe.
That ball.
She doesn't like balls, though.
Now, but my question to Tiffany is, how do you explain that there's a central point in the southern hemisphere that all the stars are spinning around when you use a camera to do a time lapse?
Our stars over us are spread like a curtain. So when you're at the equator, you're going to see the star trails in a time lapse. Let me answer my question. You're going to see the stars go in a time lapse straight out from you. But up above, way high, one goes clockwise and the other goes counterclockwise.
Right, but how do you explain the one at the south if Antarctica is the edge of the planet
it's
Earth?
spread like a curtain. Our skies are spread like a curtain. One curtain is going this direction and the other curtain is going that direction.
Right, but why would they be spinning on a singular point that is completely visible at all edges of where Antarctica is?
Because, I don't know how much more clear. They all come up, they go up straight, and then one veers to the right, and one star system veers to the right, one star system veers to the left, and then they keep going in that, winding in a circle.
Yeah, but that circle that you're talking about, the bottom of the dome, instead of it looking like that, where the curtain would be going around Antarctica in a big circle.
How does that not make sense? It's like a snail. Like you have a snail, one's facing this way and one's facing that way. I don't understand. How's that hard?
You're talking about there's a central point they're all spinning around, and if it was a curtain like that on the flat Earth model with Antarctica as the ring,
and when you're on the equator, you can see
that.
them going to the right and to the left.
Right, but I'm saying when you wouldn't be able to see that equator, you can't see every spot on the planet where near Antarctica can see the stars spinning south of where they're aiming. If a person stands near the South Pole, if there is a pole, if you don't want to say there is, fine.
If you're on on this, if you're on that side, your stars are going to be spinning in a different direction.
I'm not talking the different direction. I'm talking they're spinning around a singular point. You can look into your sky, aiming south, look up maybe 35 degrees and see every star spin around that point.
That proves that it's flat.
Right, but that point at the North Pole, that same thing, because everybody can see it from all the different spots in the north. They're looking up at that one spot. They see that the stars are all spinning around it. But if you look in the south, there's another spot that all the people near Antarctica, no matter where you are, can see it spinning around that spot. The flat Earth model does not explain how they all can see that. It looks just like the North Pole.
But it's different.
But
I just explained it. You
explained, you can't see
in the south, you guys have your own star system that is spinning in a different direction than us.
Right, but they're all spinning around a singular point.
Like your curtain in a window.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying it doesn't work because they would have to be spinning around that one spot where all the curtains are getting bunched would have to exist in all spots around Antarctica for that to be visible in everybody's spot.
There's no curtains are getting bunched. It goes straight up and then it starts to curve and then it makes circle.
Yes, what you're kind of missing, Tiffany, is that what you would need for your model to be true is not two different star systems. You would need almost an infinite number of star systems around the outer edge of your flat Earth so that all those people around the 360 degrees of the outer edge were all seeing the same thing. That's the problem.
Yeah, but the whole outer edge, even though we know that that's the outer edge and it's Antarctica, they have the globers fooled that this one little tiny position is the South Pole, and it's not even the real true South.
I understand that, but with your explanation, you need a lot more than just two star systems. You need a star system for every single person around the outside edge of the flat Earth, not just two.
She doesn't understand that. She doesn't understand the inconsistency. Why do you keep battering her on it?
I don't know.
You guys don't understand what you see with your own time
okay,
lapse. I don't know what to tell you.
Let me explain it a little more.
You don't have to be upside down to be able to see the southern stars the way you see them.
All right, let's say you're in Argentina aiming directly magnetic south. And
she doesn't even know what Argentina is.
Yeah, well, okay, South America. And you're down there and you're aiming directly south. And then you're in Australia and you're aiming directly south. You don't only see the same stars like they're coming across as a curtain. You can actually see them spinning around a singular point.
I understand.
And they're from different directions. And this happens during the winter months where you can actually have dark in Australia along with in Argentina at the same time, even though they're 13 hours apart. I'm just saying the flat Earth model doesn't work, but all the rest of what you believe, if you concave it, does work.
Anyways, go.
Well,
keep on going with your theory.
The dome exists in the concave model, but it's a ball. It's not a dome that's above us. It's a ball that we're all looking toward that's blocking us from each other. Your dome still would exist, but it wouldn't touch the edges. You have to look up concave because I think flat earthers will become concave earthers a lot easier than people who
I looked at it for a minute and I'm not feeling
so
it.
you should be able to detect upward curvature then, right? The same way people declare that they can detect downward curvature.
Let that weather system play. See how it doesn't make sense, but if you put that same thing on a flat Earth, it would make perfect sense.
Absolutely, but it also works as a concave version of your flat Earth. But
no, I'm talking about Prometheus. He has a weather.
Tiffany, that's just called orthograph. It's an orthographic view that you're interpreting. It's still a 3D model. It's just an orthographic view of the model that you're reading into.
Or what?
So this is the lowest pressure, the highest wind.
Damn liberals telling me.
Is that just Stuart?
Can you show it or not?
Well, you can always click on my name and it'll keep it on your screen for you. But I just thought I'd put it up. This is what you were talking about in terms of.
Can you show it on both models how you did? That was very interesting.
Yeah, like this is it's estimated real time, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah, show how it goes on the globe and then show how it goes on the flat Earth.
Can you explain to me why, according to the flat Earth map, I would have to fly all the way across the entire plate to get from Alaska to Russia, but in fact, I can get on a plane on the round Earth model, and it only
That's
takes a
not
couple
true
of
on the
hours.
flat Earth model at all. The flat Earth model has them all around the North Pole, and it's in the very middle of the flat.
Yeah, you can actually.
It's only Antarctica is the edge everywhere on the flat Earth model.
You'd have to do it with Antarctica, with like Argentina and South Africa or something.
See, and that's the whole why flat Earthers.
No. Even better. New Zealand and Australia.
You're not going over Antarctica. If you could go from Australia to say Argentina by going over Antarctica, then you could prove.
What I'm saying is, according to them, New Zealand and Australia also have to be much further apart than what they really are.
How far apart are they? Does anybody know?
Are we talking about the pole stars?
On the globe Earth or on the flat Earth model?
On the globe Earth, how far is New Zealand from Australia?
Yeah, on the flat Earth, they have to be really far away.
You can check that on Google Earth. I'll do that for you.
Or the tip of South America. The tip of I've got a whole bunch. I just pulled up the flat Earth model. The tip of South America, I have to go all the way over to the other side of the plate. When that's not true. With the round Earth model, I can go from the tip of South America to where I want to go, wherever that happens to be, such as Australia. But well, actually, maybe that's not such a great argument. Never mind.
So if ever anybody's wondering, the distance between Auckland and Sydney is approximately 2,157.61 kilometers. So that if you're ever going to be flying between Australia and New Zealand, then those 2 points are where you're going to be going.
Actually, it does matter. According to them, I have to fly all the way across the entire plate to get from the tip of South America to Australia, and that's flying proves that's not true.
You're right. You can make that distance in about I think the flight with LAN Chile between Sydney or Qantas does it as well. 2 different airlines. I think it's something like 12 hours between.
Didn't somebody take their cell phone or take some video of that?
Yeah, no, actually, there was one of the flat Earth folks that was
there was.
buddy with Jeranism actually took the flight, and yeah, he didn't notice anything weird except there was an anomaly with his compass, but that's pretty easy to explain. He was sitting right by the window on the right side of the aircraft, and so basically, a compass goes haywire when you're inside an aluminum,
because of the metal.
Yeah, exactly. When you're inside, basically,
that begs the question to the flat earther: why then, according to their model, can I get just in 12 hours from one side of the map to the entire other side of the map? However, in order to get from New York to London, which is a much shorter distance on their map, also takes 12 hours. Do they have? Do you have an explanation for that?
Wait, I can answer that for you. It's because you have to go around the North Pole. You're not going directly over it, so therefore you take a longer amount of time because you're not going in a straight line.
No, he didn't say longer. He said the same amount of time. Now, look, I booked from New Zealand to Argentina. Now, on the flat Earth model, it's 13 hours, right, for that flight. Now, from New York to Paris is also roughly 13 hours, right? And so, but on the flat Earth map, you can see that if one took a flight from Argentina to New Zealand, that would be roughly 2 to 4 times the distance. It would be like a 26-hour flight.
So Tiffany, what are you going to say to that, Tiffany? No, let the flat earthers talk now. So what do you guys have to say to this? Because this is pretty interesting evidence that's being presented. yeah, perspective.
Well, I'll state on the concave model, there's no problem. There's no problem with that on the concave model whatsoever.
No, okay, we're not talking about the concave.
Here's another one. The bottom of Africa to Australia on their map is a shit pile of a long distance, but it's not all that long on a plane. It takes you just as long on a plane.
What happened? Why are they not talking? Come on, Tiffany. You went awful quiet. Let's hear it. Let's hear the flat Earth model explain what the fuck happened here with the flight duration.
I mean, I'm looking at the model now, and it takes just as long.
They're going to be.
You're not
Mexico as it does to get.
They're not going to say
South
that
America.
now. But yesterday they kept on bringing up the curvature.
Check it out. If you were to go from those 2 points on flat Earth, you would have a straight line in the south because there's no pole that's too cold for the planes. When they do it in the north, where it's an 8-hour flight instead of this big long flight you guys are talking about, they have to go around the pole itself because it's too cold for the plains.
You know what it
I'm
is?
not trying to justify
You're
them.
missing
I'm
the
only
point,
saying
dude.
this
It
is what
takes.
flat earthers.
You know what it is? I think that all the
12 hours by
pilots are the Illuminati agents, and they just fly around in circles to make 13 hours when you're taking a flight
Look,
from New York.
I don't
That's why
believe
I
them.
picked
They've
Africa.
told me this
Hold on.
before.
The tip of South Africa.
Of course they are. They want to get paid extra money and take your money. That's all. It's all about money.
That's
That's why I changed my route from South America to the tip of the bottom of Africa, say South Cape Town or whatever, down there in the South Africa, to Australia takes on a plane about the same amount of time, 12 hours. However, it actually takes 12 hours on the globe model. What that means is it should take more like an hour to fly all the way through Africa. The point being is that the airline's time and the distance doesn't match up on the flat Earth model. It just doesn't.
They just
Your
deny
idea of the
there's
North
flights.
Pole, fine. Pick another direction. Pick Australia to I don't know, California. You don't have to go directly over the North Pole, and it still doesn't make any sense. It takes, according to the flat Earth model, it would take almost, well, I have to calculate it. But anyway, you get the point. It doesn't add up in reality of plane flight.
So
All right. Well, I don't have a long time left. Does anybody want to attack concave Earth before I go?
The only thing that I have about concave Earth is that if you don't go into space, that's basically the only time that concave Earth's actually going to be a problem. Because if you stay on Earth and you just deal with Earth, concave Earth is not an issue, I think. Well, unless you deny parallax. As soon as you start getting into space, that's when shit starts getting bad, and you basically have to
you
deny
have to be
everything
very deep in
space related.
space. Yes.
I don't quite
you have to say
understand what
NASA's
the
full of
difference
shit.
is. You're saying it's a concave Earth. Are you saying it's a round ball and not flat, and there's just a ceiling? I mean, is
I'm
that all
saying
the
we're
difference?
inside the ball in space is a ball inside of Earth.
Richard, imagine our Earth. Imagine our Earth inside of a balloon that is, the celeste.
Yeah, that's it. Your only point is
no.
there's ceiling out
Not
there that
inside a balloon. We are not the ball on the inside. We are the outside ball. We are looking toward the inside ball.
Oh, well, the argument is okay. Yeah, then it's
without a difference. I don't even disagree with that, except that the universe is expanding and the ball is the edge of the universe. So what? That's kind of the round Earth model anyway.
If it's not what I'm getting at is if you have a ball and it's all your stars, and then you have the sun and moon orbiting that ball, and then an outer shell way far away from that ball, a couple thousand or more than a couple thousand, but it'd be closer to about 5,000 miles away from that. That would be the crust of the Earth, and we're all aiming in all of our heads right now are aiming toward a central point toward each other.
Yeah, that's fucking insane.
And there's none of this goes
like
against
big Earth model.
Yeah, you have to deny all of space.
You have to say NASA's fucking wrong. You just say NASA's bullshit because they never put out real pictures. It's always phony ass shit that looks like it's CGI.
Don't go there, dude.
No, I'm gonna go there because the flat earthers always use these as
Didn't
their
Admiral
reasoning.
Byrd say that he traveled to the middle of the fucking planet?
Okay, no, but here's the thing. Admiral Byrd, right? That same thing. We're not allowed to go over Antarctica, which is why flat earthers believe flat Earth.
Which is bullshit. Somebody posted 22 different trips over Antarctica in the room the other day.
But what I'm getting at,
bullshit. You can't go to Antarctica. That is an absolute lie.
You can
They
go
race around it. They have a sailboat race around it.
not
every year.
over the top of it.
23
or not?
different.
There is a treaty in on Antarctica.
Okay, end of story.
There is a treaty in Antarctica, and you can go around it. You can only race around it. You cannot go over the South Pole.
The Treaty of Antarctica only portrays to no sovereign countries allowed to claim land in Antarctica. That's
absolutely.
Dude,
that means no one can go and exploit their natural resources or corrupt it.
You cannot take gasoline.
That means you can't go and take a shit over there, Tiffany.
That's true.
How do you get to the South Pole?
Literally, you can't go there and take a shit.
How do you get there without gasoline and other devices?
Why don't you look into the
They have
treaty?
ships, dude.
They got sailboats, bro. They got sailboats, bro.
Look, I got that. How do you
And
get
solar
from
power.
the edge of Antarctica?
We do got solar power too.
How do you get from California to Colorado? Because it's the same size as the U.S. So how do you get from the edge of Antarctica to the center of it?
You walk. You take the snowmobile.
They don't work that cold of temperatures. Notice that the south is a lot colder than the north.
sled
How do
dogs.
you know is that cold though? Have you been there?
They use special oils.
They use. I mean, you've never seen movies of people in Antarctica or whatever, dude. They have weather
I'm not saying
stations
there's
and all
not
kinds of shit.
Antarctica. They're there. No. I ain't even going her
That's
route.
not NASA films, Tiffany. We're not talking about NASA and Antarctica.
I said propaganda film.
Claims without evidence. Claims without evidence, bitch. Claims without evidence.
It's just not.
I'm only saying
everything is not a lie.
Can we all just shut up? Be careful. The 15-year-old is mad.
If we are inside of a ball and there is an entrance and exit, it might be in the middle of Antarctica. That's all
John,
I'm
the
saying.
problem with the concave is that we're not seeing each other on the other side, right? We're not seeing each other.
Why couldn't it be in my basement?
I'm just saying.
I'm only stating if this is a setup, like you live inside the Truman Show, like the world you live in has all been created for us, and there is an entrance or exit. I'm not saying there is. It would be somewhere very hard to get to, and it would probably be where the treaty says none of these big countries are allowed to go. That's all I'm getting. Whether it does or
Can I
not,
ask you a question?
don't know. Maybe
the
real, but maybe they go through that hole.
The countries are allowed to go there. Antarctica is used extensively as a site for research because it's so.
All scientific communities from all over the world go there every year.
You just can't make claims on territory like, oh, this is part of.
They're all done so with government money. All done so with money.
Well, those are the ones that are providing financial aid to these people.
Right. I'm
So
saying
are you going to give them aid?
the governments that are part of those treaties that talk about not exploiting the resources are the same people who fund the people who go to Antarctica. And I'm only saying there may or may not be an entrance
It's
and
almost
exit
like only
in
major
concave
players in the
Earth
world
there.
are technologically.
The point of the
It's just a big conspiracy theory, isn't it?
Every country in the world has scientific freedom. It's the exact opposite of what you're saying.
I'm
What you're
saying
trying to
they
make
can
it
Why
sound
doesn't
it's all
fucking
closed off,
Lord
go there
Christ
and
go
all
down
that.
there and just
It's
prove to us
completely
all
opposite of
that there's an entrance over there, if that is what he believes.
I'm not saying it's a huge entrance or it even would be that. I'm only stating if we are.
I'm saying though there is an entrance though, right? There is an entrance though,
There
right?
might be. I don't know.
Well, that's what. Well, obviously that's what Bird said. Bird said there's a fucking hole in the middle right there.
Okay, so say that Bird's right and there was an entrance way down in the middle of the South. They would help explain why we have an ozone issue there. Plus, it would help explain why the South Pole is colder than the North Pole because you would have heat loss. Because it would be you don't want to burn inside like you're in a Dyson sphere with no exit, no way to remove heat.
So it would be a cylinder.
Do you know why?
No, there would be a small hole.
Do you understand?
Yeah,
why
a
the
carburetor,
South
like a
Pole-
pipe.
Do you understand why the South Pole is colder than the North Pole?
It should be the other way around, according to the globe
Shut the fuck
theory,
up.
but it's not.
No, that's not true.
Well, they talk about ozone being a factor and lack of atmosphere can
Well,
do that.
the main thing is water has a much lower albedo than ice. So ice and snow are very reflective substances, right? Materials. So basically, instead of that heat being absorbed by the body of ice, gets reflected, right? Because it's white, it reflects more. That's why you want to make an house that's cooler, you paint it white. Do you understand? So the albedo being higher means there's more reflection, less absorption, and that accounts for less temperature. Now,
But the North and South are both ice.
No, but
I
there's
don't
much
know
more
who
ice.
this Ian is that just joined the room,
There's much
but he
more
muted
ice.
me, and there's no reason that anyone
Don't
should
interrupt me, bitch. There's much more ice in Antarctica than there is in the Arctic.
And I'm gonna start
Exactly,
muting
but how did
people,
that
'cause this is
start? Now you got a
bullshit.
chicken and an
This
egg
is
problem.
bullshit.
Nobody's muting you. What the fuck are you crying about?
And
Look at the timer. You can see whoever's muting me. Manuel,
I have-
Ian, Minges.
Yeah, I muted you because you interrupted me, and you're not going to add anything of worth, so I just
You
mute
know
your
what?
ass.
You know what? Bullshit. I've sat here and been on this thing for hours.
Yeah, but
And if
it's
I wanna-
worthless.
Yes, you have been on here for hours.
You are worthless.
With nothing.
You are worthless.
You've been very
I
helpful.
don't care how long you've
Tiffany,
been here.
just
You fucking
relax.
worthless.
Tiffany, I actually think you're closer to the truth than the rest of this room, but you're just not there yet.
John, I think
You need to convert to the concave model, baby. What's wrong with you?
You don't see other people across your convex thing, right? Your convex universe. We would be able to see one another across
in the middle, right?
convex.
Since we're on the middle,
possible.
Wouldn't we be able to see each other?
Can you guys see 12,000 miles
the
away?
concave universe that expels the farts?
Well, doesn't light fucking bend when you see it in the air in your model?
Light would do what it does.
We're on the inside of a swimming pool with John's thing, and we're all headed towards the same thing. We should be able to look past this thing called the atmosphere, the stars, and see one another.
Oh,
Right?
by the way, John, are you just going to ignore the boat going over the horizon thing, because that doesn't work with
the concave?
Yeah, with
Actually,
the concave,
it does work with the concave
No,
because
please explain then. I must be on drugs.
Okay, well, right now, that's part of the flat earther's big issue is the fact that you can see stuff further than you should be able to see it if you were on a normal globe. But you don't have that problem on a flat earth, but you also don't have that problem on a concave earth because you're seeing things that are too far
in
away.
reality because it's not true. You don't see things further than you're supposed to. That's a load of crap.
That is not a load of crap.
You see
They
them
even
to the
show
point of
things
your
on the
gravity
History
point.
Channel.
Hello?
They even
You
show
see
things
it
on
to
the
the point
History
of the
Channel
gravity.
saying it's reflected light.
Richard, what are you talking about? This man is the authority on how far things should be seen. He's the authority on that.
If you take your circumference of the Earth, you have so much fall per mile. Do you disagree with that?
No.
Hello.
Okay. Then we can
something
of
hear
a
you.
certain height, we should only be able to see based on what height we're at. If it was relatively flat like an ocean, you should only be able to see the ship so far before it falls off the globe. But you do not have that problem. You actually see it way further than that.
Until it goes over the horizon, not falls off the globe.
Okay, it goes over the horizon, but the problem is the horizon is not where it should be according to the globe model and where people visually can actually see it.
Just explain me, quit going around and circles. Just explain to me how you explain the ship going over the horizon in whatever model you described.
Well, the thing is it's just your viewpoint. You can only see so far, which is why when you get out a telescope, you can see a ship far further than you should be able to see a ship out on where you call the horizon. If you're looking at the beach,
which is not true.
You bust out a
So where's the curvature on that map? Where's the curvature on the concave?
The ship doesn't disappear. The ship disappears in a very particular way. It starts from bottom up. The cask disappears first, and the people on the aboard the ship disappear. Then the masts start disappearing. So it's bottom up.
Right,
It's a very weird way of disappearing. If
the same thing would happen on a
doesn't
concave
fade
model.
away. It becomes so small. It doesn't become so small you stop seeing it. No.
Yeah, it's very
On a concave model, the bottom of the boat is
your angle of
smaller, it's
looking
further
at
away.
It would go up, not down. If it was a concave model, it would go up around the outside. You would always be able to see it. According to you, it would not go over the horizon.
Because you have too much
in a
atmosphere and
backwards fall.
density, too much dust and other things to be able to see.
So
You
how
can't
many
see
times have you
infinitely
seen
through
a ship
atmosphere?
going up in the air?
It
until
wouldn't
you
go
can't
up in the
see
air.
it?
You would
All right,
see the
whatever,
bottom
dude. Your
disappear
model-
because it would be
you
further
don't
from
have an
you.
explanation. You
I'm
don't
telling you
have
the
an
explanation.
Well, could I suggest that predictive models that account for either sphere or young atmospheric refraction models in conjunction with spheroidal models of the horizon provide relatively accurate estimations of the disappearance of distant objects over the horizon. Furthermore, with respect to concave Earth, the lines of sight are relatively crucial geodesic aspects where I regard those shortest distances as traversed by light as straight lines, space itself, and well, those elements of the horizon as those lines on the Earth. One could find, say, a in-surface triangle on the surface of the Earth that the section subtended by the triangle falls above that which would be determined by the straight light, and thereby one has the convexity as opposed to concavity determined in that way. And likewise, one sees with larger scale distances such as atmospheric affairs satellite affairs, that lines of sight are consistent with spherical models. Go ahead.
John, I just wanted to, if anyone wants to click on my screen, this is kind of a convex painting illustration. And as far as Nadia is talking about the light, to have the light.
No, that is not the model I'm talking about at all.
Well, you say it's not, but I'm just suggesting that here's an illustration. If you can
That's
pull
an
up
illustration of not that you would have no hole that size. It's not a cylinder. It would be just, you have to think the hole would only
That
be
isn't
like
a
a
cylinder either.
basketball's plug. It would be the tiniest thing in Antarctica, not like it would be anything like that. And plus it's showing
Go ahead and link us
cloud.
an example. Link us an example then. This is just
All
the
right, hold on.
illustration I came up with. As far as a model that is employing the idea of a convex universe, I think it's interesting, but if the sun is moving within it, then yeah, the idea of reflection on the other side, if you want to say, oh, the light just dissipates indefinitely, that's fine. Otherwise, I'd say, no, it would have some refractive power that we'd be able to witness.
That's assuming it can go through the thing that's holding our star's space to that distance.
Oh, so it's opaque is an additional aspect of your theory.
I got a question.
It's not that it's even opaque. It might be. It's something we can't even touch. It's basically like the bubble, like the flat earthers believe that there's a glass dome. You can't go past this point. Same thing. We don't know what's past that point, and I think our NASA is basically full of shit.
See, I think the more pertinent question here is why are you wearing an anonymous mask?
Actually, I just changed that picture.
That kind of encapsulates that you're full of shit.
And I don't believe in anonymous. I don't really give a shit about anonymous. Like I liked V for
How do
Vendetta.
solar clocks work in your model?
There's still a sun inside, the same as the flat Earth model. They just turn the flat Earth into a ball that's inside out, and there's just a small pinhole where you could like air up a basketball, the same as a basketball has a tiny little hole to get in and out of.
So if there's a sun inside, where is not day everywhere all the time for everyone?
Because it's a very tiny sun. It's like if I turn on a flashlight from my house and the rest of the Earth was dark, and you're still 20 miles away from me. Can you see my flashlight? Probably not.
No, but
so in your model, the Earth.
But the thing is, the flashlight is pointing the light at a certain direction because the rest of the light is being contained.
Call it a ball. Call it a light bulb. One light bulb with no lamp.
So you're saying it's a pinhole?
Which
the sun is a pinhole in your
the
model?
sun is not a pinhole. I'm saying there might be an entrance or exit that's a pinhole. Has nothing to do with the sun. The sun is in the center.
So that's not the size. That's not the size of the sun in your model, is it?
No, the sun. Okay, put a tennis ball inside.
I'm trying to picture this inside a bubble, inside another bubble.
Okay, you got a tennis ball and it's inside of a basketball. It's right in the middle. It's hovering in the middle of the basketball. That tennis ball is space. That is not the sun. That is nothing else. There is a small marble that orbits that ball. That tennis ball is orbited by a small sun and a small moon, and we live on the inside.
And what's the size? What's the size of that though in your model?
The size of the Earth currently, you would have the same diameter as you have in the Earth, which is about 12,000 and we get you an exact 742 kilometers.
Nonsense explain evolution. That's what I want to know.
Could I, let's see, could I have the opportunity to explain some measurements that I've made myself?
Go ahead.
I made some interesting measurements. I actually did 2 separate sets of measurements on 2 separate days.
What you measure?
Okay, well, I'll explain. Let me turn my camera on. So.
Oh, by the way, Eamon, you don't seem to understand how this chat works. You don't wait for your turn to speak. You just have to shout louder than anyone else to be heard. Okay?
Yeah, well, that seems to be the way it's moving. Anyway, I'll explain exactly what I did. So I'll tell you, I'm not going to tell you specifically my address or anything like that, but I will say where I live. I live in Oregon City, which is about 12 miles south of Portland in Oregon. Far off in the distance, there's a mountain. I presume many of you have heard of Mount Rainier, right?
Yes, of course. I used to live in Tanitsborn.
Has something to do with beer, near as I can tell.
Anyway, let's see. Mount Rainier from my location is about 112 miles away, which corresponds to about 585,551 feet. I like to use the same units. Now, the measurements I did were all imperial. Now, I don't have any video. I didn't record myself doing these measurements, but I likewise did them. I probably should have, but I haven't edited any of them. I recorded for the second set of measurements I did, but not the first. The first were on Mount Rainier. Anyway, let me get to the point. So basically, what I figured out was that if the Earth was flat, so I only did 2 models here that I was testing out. I figured that if the Earth was flat, so you have a level line of sight that goes goes along at your elevation. Now, my elevation at the time was about 570, so I was on top of a hill looking at Mount Rainier. So let's see, I calculated that above a level line of sight, the top of Mount Rainier, if you point to the top of Mount Rainier with your theodolite, which I actually have back here, the theodolite feature of my telescope is right here, and I have the degree measurements down here. I calculated that on a flat Earth, it should be about 1.4 degrees. But if the Earth is a globe, what ends up happening is the mountain is actually, physically dropped down by its distance due to curvature. So you end up getting a predictive value for a angle of elevation of about 0.6 degrees above a level line of sight. So everybody understand what I mean? So I have a level line of sight. According to the flat Earth, it should be
Everyone
higher.
except for Tiffany.
She's a flat Earth.
Tiffany, you sound like
Okay, hey, wait. To back up on what you're doing real quick, is this taking into account that light bends? Like when we see it go behind another planet, we can actually see stuff bending?
It is taking into account. I am assuming that light is traveling in
Non-bendable?
a relatively straight line. Now, it doesn't need to be perfect.
Because if
It
we
just
have
needs to
gravity,
be
wouldn't it
somewhat.
bend that light with the Earth's?
It doesn't bend that. You don't
I'll tell you what I
Hey,
think.
wouldn't it bend in the concave though? Anyways.
I think this kid thought up all this bullshit. This kid thought up all this bullshit so his parents would buy him a telescope he could look at naked girls with in the next town over.
Also, I did post something in the group chat
You're
on
looking
the
at
side.
the naked titties.
Hey, I posted a YouTube video for you guys to
Anyways,
see the
you're going on with
concave
your point.
model.
What was the point? What was the point?
Please,
The instrument I used so you guys could see what I used.
Yeah, okay, but what was the point though?
What's the degrees you got?
The point is, it was making a prediction and compared to the flat Earth model. It doesn't make sense. It makes sense on a.
Oh, let's do it for 10 minutes.
Extrapolate.
For fuck's sake.
Let me extrapolate. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So basically, the predictive degrees for the predictive degrees on the flat Earth model was about 1.4 degrees above the horizontal. On the globe Earth, it should be about 0.6. My measurement was exactly 0.62. So I guess I was kind of making an assumption and saying that light travels in a nearly perfectly straight line. But if you come to Oregon City and you observe Mount Rainier, you can really only see the tippy top above a distant horizon. And I mean, that mountain's 14,000 feet tall. So
as long as you
my,
take into account your elevation, then I think that you have pretty good evidence for a ball model. I mean,
I would suggest also looking up SWEER, SWEER, or Young, just like young age, models of atmospheric refraction to correct for those effects, which may get you.
I would recommend you spend more time looking at hot girls' windows.
Excuse me.
Here, but that's just
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Excuse me. Yes, that model of atmospheric refraction may get you that last 0.02. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I was going to explain my second set of measurements, if you don't mind. Now, I think as far as the assumptions about light bending, this does make up for that a little bit more since I'm actually basing it off the horizon. But the math that I used was a little bit more complicated. Now, let me show you guys something. This is what I drew up. Maybe I'll put some light on it. This is what I drew up is the potential model for what I was looking at. So I had a set elevation above an assumed curved, Earth with a radius of 6,371 kilometers. And so based on this model, I drew out the geometry and I did a predictive calculation on what angle the horizon should be observed at, which I got a rough prediction of about 1.02 degrees rough. And so basically what I did was the elevation I was looking out of would be 1,002 meters, which is about 3,000 feet. I made these measurements from the top of Saddle Mountain, which actually overlooks.
What's the margin of error of your degree measuring device? Is a quick question.
Let's see. It's about 1 arc second.
What is it?
It's
exactly?
very accurate.
What is it?
That's one. That's one.
That's 1/360.
Yeah.
1/360.
No. I know what an arc second is. I meant, what is the specific device you're using?
So basically, I'm using an electronic theodolite that I got implanted to the top of the telescope. Now, I also to check accuracy, I also have a weight for leveling at the bottom, and I also have the degree measure mark actually, on the telescope's gimbal itself. But I have a telescope, and then I have a theodolite feature that's mounted on the side. So it kind of does both. I can use it for astronomical observation and angle measuring.
I think it's very compelling evidence for a ball model. I really do.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, I'll extrapolate on my second set of measurements. So basically what I did was, we've all heard that it's kind of a meme at this point on the internet. The horizon is at eye level. We've all heard that, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, so what my assumption was, so I made the assumption that I was on a spherical Earth with said radius, and that basically I calculated how far under under a level line of sight I would have to look to see the horizon. So I did that degree measurement from the top of Saddle Mountain, looking out over the Pacific Ocean at about 3,000 feet, which is specifically 1,004 meters. That would be the height. And so my angle measurement was 1 degree, 0 minute, 57.6252 second, which means that that would roughly in decimal form be about 1.016007 degrees, which is a thousandth off from 1.02, which was my predictive degree. So, and actually using that degree right there, I was actually able to extrapolate on that, and for myself, assuming that degree measure that I got was correct, calculate the radius of the Earth by, I think my margin of error was like
you're also assuming, just to cut in for a second, you're also assuming that whoever told you that mountain was that exact height was also correct. They may very well be, or they might not.
Yes.
I'm just pointing out another thing you're assuming to be correct.
Yeah, there are still some variables, obviously.
Yeah, well, I have let's see, I have
I'm sorry, I didn't listen. What was your margin of error for the calculation of the circumference of the Earth?
It was less than 0.5%
All right.
for the radius of the Earth that I calculated. I used
0.5% at what distance?
And that would be in kilometers.
Okay, how far on the kilometer?
I originally used meters, but then I divided out by 1,000. So the value that I got was 6,371.75 kilometers. The actual value that's accepted is 6,371.5. So I was roughly 0.5% off.
You also have to take into account that
I don't believe they can measure the height of the mountain accurately enough. I think that's where the difference comes from. But that's
what
just
was your shot to the mountain? That's the distance I want. How far was the shot from where you were to the mountain?
Okay. You're talking about my first set of measurements to Mount Rainier. Let's see. It was
no, I think he just misspoke. I think he wants to know the experiment you're talking about.
I want to know
distance
from his telescope to the mountain. How far did he shoot?
Okay, so actually I was on for the second. You might be confusing my second set and my first set of measurements. For my first set of measurements, I was looking at a mountain. But for my second set, I was actually on top of the mountain. Now, since you're bringing up the fact that I was looking at a mountain, you're probably talking about my first set of measurements.
Okay,
so yeah, it was
either off the mountain. How far a distance are you shooting to get triangulation?
Well, to Mount Rainier. This isn't triangulation. I'm just getting the angle of elevation. So to Mount Rainier from where I was, it was 5,800. Oh wait, no, sorry. 585,551 feet, which you can easily do that unit conversion. Just divide that by 5,280. That'll give you the amount of miles. So let's see. I like to convert everything into feet to make sure that I don't get I don't get confused. So yeah, that's about 110 miles if you divide that.
Okay, so you were up to 0.5% off over 110 miles. How much is that compared to what you would expect?
You're confusing that with my second set of measurements.
You're confusing two different experiments, John.
Okay, well, give me the other measurement then. I want to know if his 0.5% actually testing something, or if that difference is enough to make it where it could be flat, concave, or rounded. I want to know,
okay, now here's the problem.
Tolerance.
Here's the problem. So I have the expected angular elevation on a flat Earth, on a round Earth or a convex round Earth, and to calculate what it should be on a concave Earth, all you have to do is take the difference between the flat measurement, the predictive flat measurement, and the predictive globe measurement. You would minus 1.4. Actually, I can do it right now. Just minus 0.6 from 1.4. That's 0.8. Add 0.8 to 1.4, which was what it would be on flat. Basically, you're doing the inverse of the curvature curvature, if you understand what I mean. So
I
it
do
should
understand, but what I'm getting at is what is your variance? Like how far out of tolerance versus what you would need to be outside of either flat or convex? Like what's the comparison?
The comparison is the inverse, you moron.
No, you're not getting my point at all.
Okay, well, no, let him explain it. Explain it a little more, John, just to clarify.
Okay, I'm saying if
Hey,
you
John,
have
by the way, John, if all else fails, you can always claim that Emon
Look,
worked for them.
I would love to become a globist and be like, hey, look, I'm part of everybody else. Great, give me the evidence. I'm asking for it. Okay.
Yeah, well,
Man.
I did the measurement, the angle of elevation measurements, and I was within I was within 0.5% of what it should have been on a globe on both measurements.
People making wild, insane claims like we're inside of
What I'm getting at is that 0.5%
upside down ball and Antarctica is the anus of the universe are the ones that need experiments and facts, not the other people do. Don't complain other people aren't disproving your model. You need to prove that Antarctica is the anus of the universe.
Yeah,
not
you need
make the
to
claim.
challenge the status quo. That's what making a positive claim is all about. And
I'm saying he's 0.5% off. Which way was he 0.5% off?
I was 0.5% off
on calculating the perimeter of the Earth.
Oh no, I understand what he was talking about. I understand what he was talking about. So on the Mount Rainier measurements, I was about 0.2 hundredths off from what it theoretically should have been. So my actual measurement was
it flatter
0.62
or more
degrees.
curved than you expected?
Slightly less, but very slightly.
Okay, now if that was continued around the circumference of the Earth, what do you end up with based on if, say, what your measurements took were absolutely spot on? What do you end up with as your model for what shows up?
Not a concave Earth, I can tell you that much.
I think you might be confusing my first and second set of measurements. My second set, I had the right geometric conditions set up to actually go in and calculate the circumference. But on my first set, it doesn't work like that. I didn't do it on my set. I would theoretically probably get different results with a slight margin of error. Exactly.
John.
But yeah, I needed to actually be on top of the mountain, measuring the horizon to extrapolate on the the radius of the Earth. I couldn't have been on the ground.
Don't blame it on the globe for you being a dope smoking hippie.
Okay. Wow. Let's see. John, could I say something to you? I just out of curiosity. So you say that you want to be a quote unquote glober so bad. Well, I mean, I'm not. You don't have to believe my measurements, but just go to a local equipment rental store, get a theodolite, find a distant object, basically craft a triangle, with all the angles side lengths to find what the angle of elevation should be on a flat Earth and what it should be on a globe Earth. And if it goes to either one, then the evidence is objective. It speaks for itself. It's geometry. You can't argue with it.
Well, I know, but John's model would have the sun setting upward. His model would have being able to direct a light, because he wanted the measurement because you said it was flatter. Now he's indicating that if one kept expressing that measurement, that one would be able to draw perhaps a laser between, where Sarah Palin would be correct in being able to see Russia from her house, in other words, is what John's seemed to promote.
Actually, that was Tina Fey. I have to break it to you.
I actually made a meme about that was pretty interesting. It was like flat Earth proof number 12. Sarah Palin can see Russia from her house in June now. Anyway, no, that's beside the point. Anyway, yeah, what I'm saying though is my measurements are objective. I mean, this is geometry. It's stuff you can't argue with. And what I keep hearkening back to in my conversations with flat earthers is
arguing the geometry.
I guess is geometry itself, because all of the geometry to say that the Earth is what we've known it to be for over 3,000 years is there and
I'm
is
not
pretty
arguing
easily.
the geometry one bit. I do geometry for a living.
Okay, well, this is fantastic, Iman. That was really great, but I think it's time that we let Tiffany rebut your experiment, don't you think?
Okay,
folks?
Tiffany.
Please let me do it
Listening
first.
to a word he was saying, so I was just letting him have I was just showing him the politeness of letting him speak. It's appreciated.
It's really not polite if you let him speak. It doesn't say and you don't listen to a fucking word he's saying. That's
because I don't believe in the globe. I'm already 100% convinced that the Earth is flat.
What a... Oh my god, kill yourself, Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Talking about
Tiffany,
the Earth, not
I'll
your
give you the
tits,
opportunity.
honey. This is
Okay,
about
now-
the Earth, not your chest.
On your experiment, do we assume that the experiment that there's no variance based on how much atmosphere you're going through, dust, any of that stuff, that there's no curvature of light because...
Oh yes, no, I appreciate that there's refraction, but I was thinking about it, and probably the small margins of error that I did get on my both experiments with the theodolite were probably a result of that. I mean, that's the most likely explanation.
He wants the curvature to be good enough to justify a convexer. Come on, tell him that. That's
Okay,
what
let me put it like this.
Until this.
No, you're just talking all this blah blah blah. It has nothing to do with anything. 2 weeks ago, I believed what you believe. I've seen enough to think it doesn't quite add up. I would love to go back. 2 weeks ago,
What you believe?
What made you believe
I
that?
took an extensive dose of mushrooms.
No mushrooms.
Steven.
Well, I would love to go back to that wonderful.
Earth in 2 fucking weeks. Congratulations.
I'm no
That's supposed to
I'm
add
just
to your
throwing it in there.
credibility, dude.
Nope, not at all. I'm only putting it out there. Yeah, I've seen enough that says the
was the
Glober
kid a
doesn't
flat
add up.
earther or a bald earther? Was he? Whose team was he on? I didn't understand.
He's on
Was he
the
making the case?
My
He thinks
point
the Earth is an inside-out ball, and we're
That's
all
what the
looking
kid
at the same
with the
point.
microscope, with the telescope was saying.
No,
Like, run across the globe.
That guy's smart.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I just wanted to make sure I got the facts right.
Insanely stupid and have a telescope. It doesn't go together. People that have telescopes figure out shit's round, that we're on the fucking Earth, it's spinning. You're not going to go out and spend $1,000.
Dude, I have a telescope.
I think that's what Tiffany should do. She should go buy her telescope when she sells her house
have one.
instead of going around the country.
Explain, John. Just explain, John, please, if you don't mind.
In fact, I've had a $3,000 way bigger telescope. Who cares? It doesn't.
Right, John. Why is it on your model, the video you showed? Why does the sun not set upward behind the stars as your model shows? Right.
What video?
Well, he posted a video earlier, right, showing the concave Earth, and it would appear to me that the stars in the sun and the planets would then be setting per any point on the planet concavely. The sun would set upward, not downward on the horizon, right? And so if you can't explain that, I don't.
Your eye is round.
He said that
through a fisheye lens. You
he
can
said
see
that the sun was a pinhole. You like looking through a pinhole.
No.
I don't understand that neither.
No pinhole
It doesn't exist.
He said that there's two balls.
The sun exists. It doesn't.
You're mixing stuff up. That's not what I'm saying.
The video halfway through.
So what did you say then? What did you say? Because I didn't understand what you were saying. You said something about the same size as the Earth, right?
No, the sun would be very tiny.
But I thought you said it would be the same size as the Earth.
You guys didn't know there's some
the Earth,
posted,
the concave
video
Earth is exactly the same
explain
size
his,
as the Earth
model, and I'm watching
in the
it.
round Earth model. If you have a round Earth or a concave Earth, it would be the exact same size.
Same size as the Earth. Let me ask you something. What is underground? Like an inch below the surface of the ground?
An inch below, really? Well, look at the Russians who dug trying to get to 15 kilometers, and they got to 12, and then they got stuck there for about 8 years, not being able to get any further.
Okay, so it's not the size of the Earth. It's at least the size of the Earth.
The inside diameter of the convex model is identical to the outside diameter of the round model.
So what's beyond?
I don't have X-ray vision.
And by the way, explain to me seismic wave. Do you know how seismic waves they bounce off the different strata of the insides of the Earth, and they basically replicate earthquakes on other sides of the globe. So
everybody's confused. This YouTube video that was posted is fantastic if you're having a hard time visualizing it. I'm watching it now. And
are you convinced?
Like
are you convinced, Richard? Are you
no? But it visualizes it really, really well. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I linked it in the group chat. Take a peek.
Yeah, except for that it yields that the sun would go upward to set on any given point perspective from the planet around this star system. It would settle around the atmosphere upward, not a downward against the side of a globe.
The downward is your eye. You gotta if you look outside right now, you go stand outside. You look like you're in a dome. and it's
Right.
not
They
because
have
it's
the
an
same
actual dome.
excuse as
It's
flat earthers
I know.
that your eye can only see so much. It's not that the line of sight to the sun would be obstructed. It's just that you can't see it. So let me tell you the disproof for your model, okay? Your model says that the naked eye can't see the sun, which is fine. However, if you put a photographic plate and lined it up towards where the sun should be, your model should be able to detect photons on that photographic plate that the naked eye can't see, and you cannot do that, which is the same way you could disprove the flat earth model's nonsense that the sun is not obstructed, you just can't see it.
I think that this model that this guy's presenting it's even harder for me to believe than a flat Earth.
I'm not really like that's what how I would make that model of that, but that's just to give you an idea.
No, I mean, I get the idea, but it's so contradictory and unintuitive. I find the idea of a flat Earth to be more intuitive than whatever bullshit you're espousing.
Do you understand what I said, John? Is that you could prove your model to be correct by aligning a camera to the sun, and you would show photons on the photographic plate, even though the naked eye could not see it. That's impossible because the sun is obstructed. But in your model, the sun is not obstructed from a camera pointing at it on the earth or whatever the fuck you call that thing. And that's why your model doesn't work observationally and experimentally. You should be able to prove that model very easily, but you can't because the model is wrong.
Well, John,
I have a
John,
question.
explain us what's going on.
Okay, now one other thing on that is now you're assuming, like, see, in the flat Earth model, they have it where the moon emits its own light, and it has a light side and a dark side. Just because this guy who made this model that I tried to give you an idea with shows the sun as not having a dark, it might, I don't know. If it did, it would lose that whole photon thing. You would lose it from top to bottom, same way you currently do on a round Earth model.
So in your model, when the sun spins, half of it is light and half of it is dark. Now it's getting even more stupid and ridiculous. Yep. You have absolutely no evidence for that nonsense either.
I'm saying all evidence
I
have
any evidence. I understand that. That's
not provable evidence from any of them.
That's the problem with your model. You can make all the excuses you want. You have no positive proof of your model, and I just gave you a way that you could positively prove it.
Only if the sun has no protons
You immediately come up with an excuse.
That's not my
Instead
model.
of saying, hey, that's a great idea, let me try that.
Yeah,
really. I mean, it's a great idea. Let me try that. You say, oh no, that's not going to work because.
It's sad. There isn't a single point that you guys can justify. A single point. I mean, everything. You fall flat in your fucking face. It's incredible. I mean, one would guess you'd get something right, for fuck's sake. But yeah, I mean, it's even sad. It's sad.
Tiffany. So I had a question here for Tiffany. If nobody minds me doing a screen share, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay, here we go.
The screen share.
Okay, here we go. So here's what we have. This is supposed to represent a disc-shaped Earth, and this is also supposed to represent a southern pole star, Sigma Octantis. So somebody standing in Sydney, Australia, looking due south, would see Sigma Octantis, but somebody in Durban, South Africa, who would actually still be looking at perfectly due south to see Sigma Octantis, could not geometrically look perfectly south. They would have to basically tilt it towards the east. So that would be east southeast. And same with somebody in Ushuaia in Argentina. They would have to be looking west southwest. Even though in all three locations the person is looking with a line of sight that is perfectly due south. To help me illustrate what I mean by perfectly due south, this is what I mean by perfectly due south. So geometrically, this is a disproof of a disc-shaped Earth objectively, because you couldn't have one point that would be looked at from different direction in the southern hemisphere. Do you get what I mean? And the fact that there even is a south celestial pole.
All I saw was 3 arrows pointing to the north, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Sorry if it was a little bit maybe
Don't
it was a bit
apologize
confusing.
to her.
Okay.
I understand what you're
I'm trying to be
saying. The only
polite.
thing
Okay?
is people don't know is if it's verifiable fact that when someone's in Argentina versus South Africa.
Okay, yeah.
looking,
So you might, Tiffany, you might have only had a quick look at it and not really taking it in. So I'll let you take it in. So let's say that the South Pole star would have to be somewhere around, the southern edge of the dome, if you could say that. So in all three of these locations, so I selected Sydney, Australia, Durban, South Africa, and Ushuaia, which is at the bottom of Argentina. You look at an azimuth of 270, perfectly south, due south, to see the southern pole star. But if you had a disc-shaped Earth, then somebody in Ushuaia would have to look west-southwest. Somebody in Durban would have to look east-southeast. And there could only be one location where somebody would look perfectly due south. Do you get what I mean geometrically?
I'm trying really, really hard to understand what you're saying, but I have no clue.
Okay,
I'm not being sarcastic or facetious. I'm really like in slow mo trying to listen to what you're saying, but I don't have any idea what you're talking about or how it proves the globe.
Okay, this will
go to your
probably
web browser, type in picture of South Pole stars, and then you'll look at the images and you'll see the spin. That's what he's talking about.
Okay, I agree that spin happened. So what's the point?
Yeah,
So he's asking, how does that happen everywhere on the flat Earth?
So Tiffany, this should help me illustrate. Now, obviously, this isn't perfectly to scale, but you understand at this point now the azimuth. Wait, Tiffany, do you know what an azimuth is?
It's the globe made flat, right?
No, an azimuth is. So I want you to imagine there being. I want you to imagine at your feet there being basically a circle with 360 degrees. Now your azimuth is your heading. Your azimuth is what direction you're actually looking at.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so there we go. Anyway, though, so I just drew a little diagram of the globe here. Obviously, it's two-dimensional. But so this is on the disk. You see that some people would have to be looking, west-southwest, east-southeast, and directly due south to see the same point. Well, it would work out on the globe that each person, standing in Durban, in Sydney, and Ushuaia, would still look, since it's over the South Celestial Pole, each person standing in each location would be able to see the same point looking directly due south, and that would be caused by curvature. Now, another thing that people would bring up would be the fact that the stars around Polaris and the stars around Sigma Octant actually rotate in opposite direction. It's clockwise in the south, counterclockwise in the north. And, Tiffany, I guess you could call people liars in the south who say that it goes in that direction, but I have personal friends here on Google Hangout who live in Australia.
I'm agreeing with you that on the south, the stars go in they circle one direction, and then in the north, they circle a different direction.
Yeah, okay, good. So
I agree with you. It's parted right down the middle at the equator. If you're standing at the equator, you're gonna watch both sides. If you're at the equator, you're gonna be able to see the south stars going in one direction and the north stars going in the other direction.
The question is, how do you account for that on a flat Earth?
There's no shearing motion. I think what Tiffany's trying to describe is the idea that there are two separate sections of the dome rotating in different directions. Well, if that was true, then what we should expect to see is a shearing motion. So there should be a point in the sky.
You can see that. If you do it under time lapse, you can see that. And I just watched it. It was Jeranism, I believe, just put out a really good video.
Tell me on YouTube, right?
All right, guys, I gotta go.
You know what? I learned a lot of stuff on YouTube. So to discount that you can't get good information on YouTube, what are any of you guys doing here?
Yeah, you learn enough on YouTube to sell all your shit and go around the world telling little children the Earth is flat. You really learn a lot.
There's religious groups that do the same thing. Do you go vigilante them? I mean, that's why you're here, is to talk about it. So why do you gotta ridicule everybody for just trying to figure shit out? I don't appreciate it.
Why do you have to make fun of if someone looks at there's intelligent people making videos?
I mean, we don't want to promote Jeranism or Globebusters over here because of the shit too.
I made fun of the fact that she found a video with a shear in the two different star systems on YouTube and believed it. That's what I made fun of, not the fact.
It was a time-lapse video. It was a time-lapse video, and it wasn't
credibility immediately granted. It was a time-lapse, guys.
Okay. Hey, I think Eamon had Eamon, were you prepared to respond to that?
Yes. I think. Let's see. I think we're having a hard time understanding each other now. Although it is a very meager and sort of, I could describe it as a very poor, computer program for simulating anything. I feel like at least for simulating geometry, Microsoft Paint does a good job. if that's all you're looking at. See.
I really think you've been putting up good evidence, Eamon. I think it's good.
Yeah,
and
well,
it'll
you know,
convince
I
people.
try to, you know, I try to find what's best here. There's a few more interesting things I guess I can show. Let me try to find it. Recent. Okay, here we go.
Hey,
I'm
Just
starting
tell
a.
us how big of a liar you are first, you big liar.
Oh,
No.
well, like I said, you don't have to believe anything I show you. I mean, I'm not forcing anybody to believe what I show anybody, but, you know, they can believe me if I'm not. You know, of course, I believe myself because I did those two measurements. You know, I've compiled the evidence. I've taken a look analytically at the geometry, and I know what the deal is. But, okay.
He's just messing with you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a hard time getting that sometimes. Okay, so I'm starting a slideshow on Google Presentations so everybody can see this. It's called FE's Flat Earth Beef with Geometry by Eamon Mingus. Kind of a funny title. So here we go. My first slide was actually, let's see if it would zoom in. Can everybody see this okay? Okay, yeah. My first slide was taking on, let's see, sorry. Okay, here we go. My first slide was taking on the astronomical twilight, what's observed. So we have a camera observer, and here's the thing. The Earth has a definable shadow. Now, on a disk, that shouldn't be necessarily what's causing, you know, something to light up, or what, you know, is causing, you know, places to go dark. It should be that, you know, that there's a specific lit area where the sun is, and then it just goes further away. So imagine the sun circling over and being very bright at one point when it's at your solar noon, but going to receding into, you know, a very bright star like Venus, and then coming back around and doing the same thing. That's what should be observed. Instead, when you go into night, what ends up happening is you're actually going into the Earth's shadow. And I can prove this. So we have a sphere right here, or the curved surface of the sphere. And this will help expand the scale a bit. We have sunlight, which is represented by the white, and shadow, which is represented by the dark gray. And scattered light that's turned that color by scattering, which would represent the belt of Venus. Now, if I blow up this part of this cross section right here, you'll see that somebody looking toward the horizon would see a shadow. So the belt of the lit sky lit by sunlight. Underneath that would be a red area known as the belt of Venus. Under that would be a shadow. And this is a real picture of you know, said phenomena. And you know, if you go look out on a clear day at sunset or sunrise, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Another problem I wanted to present for the flat Earth is just the fact that
here, I'm gonna play Flat Earth for you for a second, and what they're gonna say is your top drawing that shows the curved Earth, that's great, and it's a drawing. Unfortunately, the pictures in reality show a flat Earth, so it's a failure. That's what they would say.
And that assumes
They're gonna call it CGI.
That light goes straight. You're assuming that, and flat earthers may believe that it has curves and it can fool the eye. So sorry about this whole argument.
Here's another example that I presented on the same slide.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though? They're going to look at those two photographs and say it's flat, and that proves it. Your diagram doesn't mean shit. That's what they're going to say.
Well, actually, this is a high altitude balloon. Let's see. This is taken at about 40,000 feet during sunrise.
Dude, you're not arguing with me. I'm just telling you what they're going to say.
I know, but here's the thing. So remember how I had an A and B section on my on sort of the diagram I made? Well, I imposed that onto what it would look like at real life. So notice how the disk of the sun and the beginning of the you know, the solar lit portion of the sky is visible from the altitude of A, but the ground is still totally dark, which would mean that the sun at that altitude, you know, at a ground level would still be completely invisible, and you'd still be in the Earth's shadow. It's very interesting to me that during sunset, you know, somebody standing in the lit portion of the Earth's surface could look towards the Earth's shadow like this, and somebody who's standing or flying, for that matter, in the shadowed portion of the Earth could look out and see a cross section of the lit sky. So imagine this.
And what they would tell you is the reason for that is because the people on the bottom simply can't see the sun, and the people up high are close enough so that now they can see the sun, because you can only see the sun from 3,000 miles. So of course, the person up in the balloon can see it, and of course the person on the ground can't. How does that dispute their model?
I think a better way to prove that would just to be to take a picture from the ground, from the unlit area, take a picture of the balloon, and that would see the balloon is lit up, and with a rope like guiding it straight down, so they would see that, you know, on the XY axis it would be on the same spot as the person taking the picture. So just
you understand what I mean, Ian? They would expect what you've shown to happen, but they would expect the guy in the balloon to be able to see the sun and the person on the ground not to be able to see the sun, because that's what they believe, is that you just can't see the sun. It's too far away, but the guy in the balloon can because he's closer.
That doesn't make, what doesn't make sense about that though is that
there are a lot of things that don't make sense about
Well, it doesn't make sense to you because you're in a globe model. To them, the sun's directly overhead, so it makes perfect sense to them. That they're not seeing it set over a horizon.
Geometrically, it doesn't make sense, Richard.
Yeah, even on their argument, the sun would be moving around. It would hit the bottom at the same time that it would hit.
The thing is that they'll apply some magic.
Right.
The thing is the following: they don't have a concise model. They don't have a model that they agree on. So basically, they have this huge amount of weasel room that they can weasel through whenever they're fucking cornered.
So I just put a link up to Star Trail's time lapse. And coincidentally, it happens to be put out by a concave earther who believes the universe is a ball. But anyways, they show some really good video of the time-lapse star trails and how they do one side winds tightly around the north, and then the other side at the equator starts going off into the other direction. And this is not even flat Earth video, so if you want to look at some
that's not even has nothing to do with fucking flat Earth. What the hell?
Convex Earther now, is that it, Tiffany?
What the hell are you trying to present that evidence if it's got nothing to do with flat Earth?
Mikey, grab the paint. We're gonna have to paint the van. We're gonna have to paint over the van.
Going in the two directions from the equator.
Okay, hang on, guys.
Yeah, on the concave Earth model.
Scrutty.
It's real time-lapse.
Tiffany, that video, what you're suggesting with the star trail shearing means at the center where they're going straight, you get some stars going east and some stars going west. That video does not show anything like that.
Yeah, it does. Yes, they go up straight, and then half of the stars shear to the right, and the other half shear to the left. Yes, you can see that.
And
Tiffany, that's what you want to believe. That's okay.
Oh my God.
Put the video to 115, and that's what she's talking about.
Okay,
Tiffany, it's okay.
I don't believe it's altered. I believe
Tiffany,
the flat Earth Illuminati meddle with it.
Okay, look, Tiffany, at 30 seconds in, it has time-lapse photography looking directly east, and all of the stars are going in the same direction.
All of them.
And then it shows a photo of all the stars looking directly west, and they're all going the same direction.
Look at 115 in the video. That's what she's talking about.
Okay, 115.
Hey, Eamon, I'm sorry, man, that we cut you off and totally
it's fine.
Took what you're doing.
As you get to 120, they start to go in two different directions. So I understand why she thinks that from this video.
No. At 120, they aren't moving in different directions. At 120 on, there are still photos, but there's no movement. At 30 seconds on,
but you understand why she would think that from watching this video.
Well, no, because she's asserting that they're moving in two different directions, right? And they're not. There's nothing in there that proves that or shows that.
Well, I guess if you don't believe time-lapse video, then what do you have? You just have to hold on to your fake globe picture.
Okay, Tiffany, tell me in the video. Tell me in the video where to look for two stars. One is going one direction and the other is going the other. Where in the video is that?
Anyways, I don't have any. I don't want to argue with you, Negator.
It's not an argument. You just watch the video and tell me. Just tell me where to look.
And talk to yourself and talk to Richard.
Yeah,
again. Okay.
Let's just keep it moving. Let's move it along.
Translation: you are cornering me. I'm feeling threatened by all the sense you're making. I'm going.
No, I'm trying to tell you there is time-lapse video at the equator showing the
we're not disputing that. We're not disputing that. We're not disputing that.
Clockwise and counterclockwise.
We're just telling you.
Upside down in Australia to notice that. You can be standing straight up on a flat plate.
Can you provide the time?
Where is it?
What time should we be looking at?
Discussing it.
What time? Give us a timestamp where that happened. One star going. What's that star doing over there? Why is it going in the other direction? Give us a timestamp.
Right.
Yeah, I'm looking at this video. I don't see any shoes.
What the fuck is going on the screen?
Whoever even then this person right here on the end, they're showing a picture of it, and it's like a tease. It's like, let whoever's Bormaremesis, or whatever his name is.
Okay, because he's presenting. He's looking for what you're talking about.
Hey, Tiffany, I wanted to do a little.
Oh, Tiffany, that sounds real sexy.
Okay,
I wanted to do a little demo if Tiffany wanted to watch. If anyone wanted to click on my screen.
Yeah, I personally.
Yes. Put it on the screen so we can all see what she's talking about.
The star trails doing exactly what I'm trying to say that we can see with that right there.
But is
it
a
concave bar, right?
If you look at my screen here for a second, you can see where my mouse is pointing. Perhaps this trail seems to be going like top to bottom on the screen, or sorry, bottom to top. This one here, same thing, bottom to top, streaking. This one seems to be the opposite.
Play it.
That would be like an equatorial.
If you look on this side, they rotate. So
play it.
You know what I mean? These are pictures.
I mean, you can see the two directions without him even playing it. I can clearly see.
Well, how do we know those are real, actual video?
The one direction and the
How do we know that's not Photoshop?
The artist in me.
This is not Photoshop. It's a
Well,
real.
the odd thing about this is if you look at this right here, this trail is going in this direction, while this one is going
You
completely
notice how you're not upside down and you can see the two different.
How do you know it's going up and down though? How?
Well, see, this one stopped and this one starts.
Right. They don't stop and start.
They don't stop and that's just the point of view.
That's the point. The camera starts picking up the star.
Okay. This is inconsistent. This whole fucking.
Oh my goodness.
This video is consistent with round Earth.
I'm sorry. Yes.
The video that's being shown is consistent with round Earth. That's consistent with an equatorial bill right there that's being presented. An equator would show that.
Now, Born, go back to the 30-second mark, please. Can you do that? All right. Hit play. This is looking. This is looking west. Does everybody see the stars moving one direction while looking west?
Not a single star is moving upwards.
Okay, press.
They're all going down.
That's right. They're all going down because he's looking west. Now, here in a minute, we're going to look east. You see, looking east, all of the stars are going.
Isn't it from his vantage point, from his point of view?
No. Well, yes, that's the point, right?
It's got to do everything with his point of view.
Those ones are going down.
Oh, see, look at that. Do you see what I'm talking about? If you stop it right now. Stop it right now.
And you see it as going down. They're all going down. They're not going up.
That's not what's at stake. That's not what's at stake. See when the camera started recording? Yeah, right there. Do you see that? Where you're pointing your cursor? It's because the camera started recording then. That's why it appears that they're doing that. But if you play the video, it actually shows that they're not doing that. They're not going up and down. They're all going in the same direction.
I think I see what you're saying.
Yup.
Yeah, it was just when a camera starts picking them up, when it starts working.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
When you play it, it starts moving.
You're right.
So
that's why it looks like it's like
out as a curtain.
Some of them are starting and stopping. No, you're right.
Tiffany, that was your proof right there?
Yeah, so there's
was that from Jeranism?
that I'm talking about where it splits off and on one side goes one direction and the other side goes the other direction.
Okay, now Tiffany, watch my presentation.
You don't have to be upside down because we're not upside down and we're noticing this.
Where is the star going in the opposite direction? Where is it?
See, there's none of these that are going opposite.
Two different directions clearly.
They're not.
Then I guess it's the artist in me, like I said.
There's no movement to indicate direction.
I'm sorry.
Tiffany, you're just smoking crack.
I didn't know that flat earthers were delusional to the point to lie to
themselves. There's two different directions right there.
About
somebody snaps to
the only two directions I see.
You're so bad even to yourself. You're such a fucking liar to yourself. How can you even do that? I'm sorry. I can't fathom.
You can't see some going to the right and some going to the left.
I can't fathom the human brain doing this to itself. You cannot see some curving
to the right and some curving to the left.
What are you talking about? Curving to the right.
I got a question. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Go ahead.
Is anybody in front of a desktop?
Yes. I am.
Go to NASA.gov.
Yeah.
Go to what?
NASA.gov.
Okay.
And then in the NASA.gov search bar, type in dark side of the moon image. It should be the top one.
What's your point about this?
I'll get there quick. It won't take long.
Is this related to star trails and the two pole stars?
Did you bring it up?
I'm looking at it, yes.
Then go to, open a new window, NASA.gov, and then type in Apollo 11 image.
Okay, so first of all, right, like we're just having a conversation about star trails and the pole stars, how important they are, right?
Yes, I heard everybody getting mad, so I figured I'd try to calm everybody down.
Before you try to present a gotcha question about the two images that don't don't line up. Have you researched how these images were taken? Because there's an answer in there.
Well, that's my question. If anybody can answer it, that's fine.
Okay. Did you read the articles?
So you know where I'm going with why the Earth is so damn huge.
I absolutely do.
When it's 1 million miles away and 288,000 miles away, it's flipping tiny.
Did you read the articles though?
No. Go ahead and explain it.
Well, hang on, right? I want to point out a flat Earth way of thinking, right? You found video, you found pictures that you think proves a point. Now, all of the text that explains what you're saying.
Let me guess, Russian vids, right? You seen a video on Russian vids?
You did not read.
A friend told me about it, and all I did is look at it.
So why didn't you read about it?
Okay, that's all you did was look at it. That's just great. That's dandy.
But there's no answer of why I didn't. I mean, I'm admitting that I didn't.
Okay, look, that's great, man.
I'm saying, why didn't you though?
Do you have those Facebook friends where, like, anytime something crazy, like you're going to be able to see Saturn on the horizon tomorrow, you know, that sort of meme comes across, and they link it to everybody, like, hey guys, we're going to see Saturn tomorrow, right? You have those.
I don't do Facebook.
Okay, well, how about people that believe things without looking into it?
Well, guys, I was trying to joke.
I'm at work right now. I'm at work right now. I'm just curious on what it says. What are you going to tell me?
Okay, so I can explain that it's a form of perspective.
No, it's not.
Well, I've heard that one, but that one makes no sense.
If you were on that ball, I think it would still look like it's far away.
No, it's not.
Let's just give him the answer he wants to hear. It's all CGI.
It's not any of that. What is wrong with you people?
Well, it is.
That's what they want to hear. It's all CGI. That's what they want. I told you that's what they wanted to hear.
Well,
that's not what I want to hear.
But it is CGI.
I told you.
No, I want somebody to explain how that's perspective, because I can kind of picture it like, you know, you hold your hand out and your thumb and your finger fucking cover the Eiffel Tower.
Negatalks, just go straight into it, because, you know, they're just going to dismiss everything that you have to say, so just go straight into it without contextualizing it. Because it's
right. So what's the perspective?
Well,
you're telling me when you're looking at the Apollo 11 image that if you was to go further away from the Earth, it would start to get bigger? No, when you're looking at the Apollo 11 image and you go further away back, it's going to get smaller, not bigger.
The image is magnified.
Don't resist concave Earth reality.
All images of Earth are magnified. The angular size of the Earth is fairly small at 1 million miles.
That's what it is. From 1 million miles away, the Earth appears bigger, is what you're saying.
Well, but because the image of the DiscoverSat at Lagrangian 1 point is magnified. Those Hasselblads they used on the moon didn't have any magnification at all.
Well, if that's 1 million miles away, I don't see how it would be magnified any.
Well, yeah,
because you understand what magnification is? Fucking hell! Like, at least.
I guess what I'm trying to say is the distance almost is.
There, the Earth is bigger now.
From 288,000 miles, if I remember right, that's where how close, because the moon will go out 400 and some kilometers, 400 some odd thousand kilometers.
Yeah.
But if I remember right, that one was taken at around 288,000 miles, and then the dark side of the moon.
What's your conclusion?
1 million miles.
What's the conclusion you came already? I'm pretty sure you got your own conclusion, so let's hear it.
Well, my conclusion is it's impossible. Those two images are contradicting.
They're contradicting. Okay.
No, well, they're not. The DiscoverSat images are magnified. Any image they release of the Earth is magnified. So that's not really the real angular size you're seeing.
Can you verify that? Does it tell you the cameras and the zoom
I can bring it up.
used?
I can bring it up. The Discover Epic polychromatic camera.
Yeah, if you could verify that shit, I'll shut up.
Sure. Okay.
No. Actually, what you mean to say, James, is if you can verify that shit, I'll just dismiss it and say, do you really believe what the government be telling you, boy?
No, because that would mean it was, like he was saying, it's two different zooms or whatnot. It'd be hard to.
So I don't know why.
If it's the same zoom, then it's fucking completely wrong.
Well, okay, yeah, that's true. Let's see. I'll screen share what I'm doing right now. See, entire screen share. So I'm basically on the Discover Epic Earth Polychromatic Imaging Camera website, and I'm looking for the zoom. I always just assume that since it's a vacuum and you don't have any atmospheric distortion, then magnification is isn't going to affect the resolution of your image. It's just going to affect the angular size of the image in front of you.
I think what he wants to know is it a raw?
But we have the distances of the pictures taken.
Zoomed image?
One was taken at 288,000 98,000 miles.
So this is 990,536 miles from the surface of the Earth that is directly above at Lagrangian 1 point, which is the gravitational balance point between the Sun and the Earth. So let me see. So let's see. We're at an angle of 8.6 degrees above the equator. I'm trying to find zoom. So Epic is the camera. Maybe that'll give us some information there. Let it load. Okay, so let's see. Wavelength. Okay, that's just cataloging what it's recording. So this is a diagram of the camera. I'm trying to find the zoom magnification. 0.62 degrees.
I just can't picture going further away from the moon and the Earth appearing bigger.
Yeah, no, I know.
Unless it's like you said, they're just completely different cameras.
What I was saying is for a human observer, at the, with unaided human eyes sitting at the Lagrangian point at about 990,000 miles away, they would see the Earth. The Earth would appear to be, as far as angular size, much smaller than that. But I presume to get a clear, more detailed image of the Earth's surface, that Discover does use some form of magnification.
Right, and you also have the moon there with it.
Exactly. Yeah. Actually, I remember I saw a video actually doing.
And shouldn't there be a shadow from the moon on the Earth? Isn't the sun right there?
That is probably that was probably taken during a solar eclipse. That's why the dark side lit up.
See the specular highlight on that ball.
Well, if they took it on an eclipse, there would be a fucking description in the picture. Eclipse.
Eamon, can I? I need to go. Maybe you can explain this. I think this would be a way that they would understand it, right?
Okay, no, I know how to explain this perfectly. So wait, do you understand, James? Do you understand why there isn't a solar eclipse every time the moon passes in front of the Earth? Do you understand that?
No.
Okay, I'll explain it to you then. So the Earth, the moon orbiting the Earth actually has an apogee and a perigee, which means that its orbit's elliptical, and so it has different spots in where it's going to be. It has different spots in where it's going to be closer or further away from the Earth. Now this is fairly slight. Let's see. I think it's like a difference of a few thousand miles or something like that. But what's important to know is let's see, eclipse shadow diagram. Let's see. I couldn't draw one up this quickly on the computer. I'm trying to get it up.
Hey, Eamon, while you're doing that, if that doesn't fly, because I got to go. If you break down the scale, right, like the distance from the satellite to the Earth is about 100,000 miles. The distance from the Earth to I'm sorry, did I say 100,000? Almost 1 million miles, right? 990.
Yes, that's Lagrangian one.
Right. The distance from the moon to the Earth is about 240, right? The moon is 4,000 miles in diameter. The Earth is 8,000 miles in diameter. So you could break this down to scale. You could actually do this on your kitchen table if you marked out 4 feet, right? The 4 feet being the distance from the camera to the Earth, with 1 foot being the distance from the Earth to the moon, and the moon being, say, I don't know, a baseball, and the Earth being a basketball, which is about right. If you look down the line of them with the baseball 3 feet in front of the viewer and the basketball 4 feet in front of the viewer, you would get an image that looks very, very similar to this.
It's a perspective deal, right?
Okay, yeah. So let me explain what's going on. Basically, sometimes this is basically what's happening. The Earth. Okay, let's see. It's a lot to explain. So,
well,
like I said,
you guys are. I know where you're going with that, and it makes sense. But that's not what's at play here. Look at the Apollo 11 image and picture yourself taking off and going backwards. There is no way it's going to start looking like the dark side of the moon image. It's going to get smaller.
You do realize that the atmosphere increases.
You got about 700,000 miles to go too. There's no way it's going to look bigger.
No, you're not. It's got to be.
There's only one answer to it, and that's what you was saying. If it was taken at a different zoom.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a million miles away, man. Even in the Apollo 11 image, the Earth looks too small. That looks like about the size of the moon from the Earth.
Looks too small? Who the fuck?
It looks like the size of the moon from the Earth. The Earth should look gigantic in the Apollo 11 image.
Okay, let's see. I just found the information.
Where is this image that you're talking about? That the Earth should look bigger?
But I mean, we've all seen the moon really.
Well,
big
you can just Google Apollo
really
11 image on the browser. I just go to NASA.gov to get the
Okay, guys.
Real image.
The Discover Epic polychromatic imaging camera has according to the website here, has a capacity of 60 times magnification on an image. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't ever specify what the magnification on the
image was.
So I know for a
That's
fact that using the diagram of the camera that they have right here, I know for a fact that they do have the capacity to zoom to that. But I don't think it's too much of a stretch to assume that pretty much all they're doing is increasing the magnification on the camera. To take that to get the amount of detail to what it is on the images that they show. Is it really very taxing, or is it really that much of a stretch to just assume that?
No, not at all.
Okay.
The only problem is, can you get a zoom that close, that big from a million miles?
It's 60 times zoom. Make the calculation. With the current sizes, you can make the calculation, see what it comes.
Right.
Up.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
that doesn't mean that's
and if it's hold on, and if it's between the 1 and the 60, then it's possible.
Right. But don't you think that Apollo 11 Earth image, the Earth should be massively bigger?
No.
Doesn't that look like a super moon from the Earth?
No.
Just
you're telling me on a full moon,
James,
on a super
the
moon,
Hasselblads don't have
that doesn't look the same size.
It's not the same size. I don't know.
Okay,
what picture you're
James,
looking
we
at,
just
but-
explained everything that's going on to you, and it's going in one ear, out the other, and you're ignoring what we're saying.
You guys explained it real good.
Asking the same
You
question.
explained it good.
Yeah,
Okay.
he didn't get you. Well, I don't know if he was convinced he would get you with that one. So we're skipping to the next one, which is, the Earth appears too small to me in the Apollo 11 pictures. Me, the authority on whether on the size things should have at certain distances.
Yeah, once you become a flat earther, you instantly become a PhD in physics. Let's see, photo forensic. Let's see, astronomy.
Well, I'm glad you guys know me already. That was pretty quick.
No, I'm just
Okay.
I'm just making assumptions based on the skills that you're boasting about having.
Ain't you giving flat earthers shit for making assumptions?
These are reasonable assumptions. I mean.
No, yeah, the assumptions that were
You do. These are also jokes. This is also what is called.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought you answered my question very well.
Okay, the assumption of a global cabal, participating in multi-generational conspiracies enveloping thousands of people is not a reasonable assumption.
For not a very good gain. I mean, I don't see my life being any different if I found out tomorrow that the Earth was flat. I'd just be like,
okay,
shit.
I don't really agree with that.
Standards.
If someone really came out and said, "Holy shit,"
Are you serious? It wouldn't bother you at all?
I'm not saying it wouldn't.
NASA and everybody lied for
I'm not saying it wouldn't
billions of
bother me.
dollars.
How did you know they lied? It could just be, errors. That's not even the point. I would just probably go about my daily life as it's not going to affect me much. Like what do they have to gain?
What if you're a professor of astrology?
The power of the world. What do you mean? What do they have to gain?
No, be specific. No, just don't say the power of the world and dismiss it like that. Be fucking specific. What do they have to gain by saying, "Oh, the Earth is not flat, is a sphere"? Boom! Sudden power. Because
you don't think so?
Basically, prove is that maybe God doesn't.
That'd be like the same thing as putting somebody on an island with all the world's kids, ages 4 or 5. And telling them whatever you want, you'd be their god.
By your stumbling, I can already see that you're going to draw a stupid fucking conclusion. But yeah,
remember. Okay, the Illuminati, from their perspective, is all they're ever trying to do is do attacks on poor little Christian boys. So
okay,
you guys are crazy.
Okay.
If I mean, I can understand you don't think it's flat, but I mean, if you said if it was proven flat, it wouldn't change you at all. Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay,
well,
I didn't say that. So again, you're misinterpreting what I said.
You just said it wouldn't change.
You said what difference would it make?
Yeah.
What difference would it make in my daily life? Yeah. I said, I need to reevaluate some things that I have in mind, but probably in my daily life I go about it without much changing.
I don't know.
That's you. That's fine.
It's like $300 a year you would save.
Can I be heard?
Hold on, Nadia's trying to talk.
We just don't give a shit, Nadia.
I actually keep up with the philosophical arguments that demonstrate the fact that there are no such things gods, and historical arguments that Jesus Christ never existed. And none of these rely one whit on the shape of the earth. Facts like disembodied minds are not incapable of having mental content, don't actually rely upon the shape of the earth. Atemporal causality, making the creation of the universe logically incoherent, doesn't rely upon the shape of the earth. Other affairs
think
the evidential problem of evil. It doesn't actually matter what the shape of the earth is, only that people, I guess, other things like animals too suffer for divine hiddenness. Well, those who are going to be offered some kind of knowledge of the God or similar that apparently don't actually acquire it, don't actually care
You
what
don't believe
kind
in
of
Jesus
or
Christ?
what shape of the earth they live. I know for a fact.
I believe
there
in Jesus
was,
Christ.
The
Superstar.
Gospels were not based on any historical personage or events.
Yeah, they are. Man. I could prove that.
Whatever. You guys are getting into theology.
Christ
Theology
carrier
doesn't matter. It's
give
indifferent.
the modern kinds of analyses that demonstrate those facts. Go ahead. So, yeah, the shape of the earth being flat is not something in which atheists have a great deal of interest. The content of the, I guess, messages of Christ and such being recycled from Midrash, and likewise the chiastic structure and other kinds of poetic allusions, drawing particularly on the Septuagint as opposed to the actual Hebrew Masoretic texts and such, is something that shows the Gospels are a literary construction. Denial the knowledge of the fact that was no such historical personage as described in the Gospels does not rely upon the shape of the earth to assess. Relies more on historical and literary criticism and such than the shape of the earth. So would atheists, and I am a very strong atheist.
I'm missing what you're
claiming
saying.
I know
It
for a
sounds like you're
fact
rambling.
there are no such things as gods or souls or afterlives or heavens or hells, and that Moses and Jesus never existed. Have
You know that for a fact, yeah.
vested interest. I have no vested interest in relation to those facts that the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, so why'd you bring it up, right? It's this is a flat Earth thing, and you're bringing up theology's relationship to a flat Earth or a round Earth, Nadia. I mean,
what I'm doing is I'm showing the independence from the question, right? They made a claim that
if you don't know the Bible,
some kind of demonstration that there is possibly no God. And what I showed was that from someone who knows for a fact there aren't such things as gods, that the shape of the Earth is not a pertinent question to the subject. Go ahead.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm going to be leaving in a minute. Would everybody here in the Hangout, well, at least everybody who's participating, mind giving me the floor for, I don't know, maybe 45 seconds because I want to go out with a bang?
No, please, go for 45 minutes.
Okay, anyway, who's, one question I had was, who was the person who asked how the shape of the Earth would be affecting their daily life? Who asked that?
I made the claim that the shape of the Earth would not affect my life.
Well, yes. Okay, so for my final statement in this Hangout today, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to do...
Might I contextualize? Hold on, before you...
No, well, this is actually kind of a comedic thing.
Okay, so if it's comedic, I don't need to contextualize. I accept.
Exactly. So I'm going to, for this last comedic stand in this Hangout, I'm going to be doing a little bit of a personal conversion. Okay, so how does the revelation that the Earth is flat affect your daily life?
You know how many people would be running after to hang them?
Personally accountable to Allah. You need to cover up. You need to enforce the Sharia. That means that the Earth is flat and it will affect all of our daily lives. I'm now a British Muslim. Allahu Akbar.
All right, very good, very good.
No, I will not wear the niqab, chador, hijab, or kimar. Go ahead.
I've been trying to take the floor since Tiffany came on. Actually, for a bit before James even came on, I was trying to interrupt with a demonstration, and it got totally thwarted, right? And what it was this idea of, if you click on my video, right, or on my page, is that the idea of the Northern Star being the top of the strings. If Tiffany's listening, I don't know, right? Maybe she's not, but it's for her, right? anyway, so Tiffany, the idea of the two spinning things does not negate a spherical model, right? Up right here is the bottom star for the southern pole. Right here is the top star for the North Star, right? Relative to that, and then if you take a flat Earth model, right, a plane, if you will, right, then and you support it, then every point on that plane should be able to echo only and solely around the North Star, meaning at every point on the planet, the North Star should be seen, and the southern stars that the southern hemisphere see should not be able to be seen at all, right? Because on a flat plane, if there's the North Star, then every point on the planet should be able to see that North Star, right? And so I'm not certain why the idea that a globe model, which are showing these two smears from an equatorial point of view, right? The two rotating star movements, right, from the equator is not applicable, right? It's actually evidence for a globe model, not evidence for a flat Earth. The flat Earth, everybody would just be looking at the North Star, right? So that's what I'm presenting. Thanks for listening. And thanks for being silent.
T-minus 2 minutes.
Attention please. This hangout will expire in 2 minutes. A new hangout will start immediately thereafter. The link will be posted in the text chat of this hangout.
Okay. I'll be sure to join. Huh, where did my...
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, it's about to get shut down.
I know.
Get ready for the next one.
Are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, as a fellow atheist, I need to say that you need to be careful on making claims that you can't possibly know, like knowledge, especially knowledge claims. Claiming that you know there is no God means that you have special knowledge, which I don't think it's the same as theists. They claim they have special knowledge that God does exist, and a strong atheist claims knowledge that God does.
Attention please. This hangout will expire.
I can make my case.
A new hangout will start immediately.
Dedicated to a different topic.
It will be posted in the text chat of this hangout.
You know, if you're going to make that claim, you have to present the evidence, just like a theist has to present the evidence that a God exists. It's the same. If you're going to make that claim,
the Bible proves God exists.
This hangout will expire in 30 seconds.
The Bible exists. That's all it proves.
If we had more time, I would prove it.
It proves
New hangout will start immediately thereafter. The link will be posted in the text chat of this hangout.
We can prove that the Bible, God doesn't exist at least.
Is anybody going to open up another chat?
4, 3.
I have a 24/7 one running, but it's full.
Titties, 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 titty, 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 titty. Oh, my chitty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. Are you there, brother? Are you there? I'm going to the side chat. Flat Earth debates. Are you there, brother? Can you type in the side chat for the group chat here? Can you say hi? Hi, brother. Are you there? Are you there, man? No, you're not there. Oh, hello. Gem Panda, how am I supposed to give you the link, brother Gem Panda? You don't have no send a message part. It's got subscribe, and then it's got block user report and whatnot. I don't know how to send you an actual message. Yeah, I really don't know how to send you the actual message, man. Sorry about that. If you can tell me where to send it to you via, then yeah, I'll do it. But I don't know how. I don't know, mate. It's talking to us. Oh, and sure. What's it saying? It's saying chitty chitty, chitty chitty, chitty chitty, chitty chitty, bang bang, bang bang, chitty chitty, chitty chitty, bang bang, chitty chitty 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 bang bang. Oh, you pretty chitty chitty. Oh, you pretty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. And then chitty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, what we'll do? Near far in our car. Oh, wow, man, that doesn't even sound fucking right, really, man. I wonder if I can play it. Man, where's the host of this show? I want to play Chitty Chitty Bang Bang now, but I don't want to get his fucking shit taken down. Is it copyrighted? How do I find out if Chitty Chitty Bang Bang's copywritten? Well, it would be, wouldn't it? It'd be copyrighted to the movie, and it'll be the soundtrack for the movie, and I guess Disney would own that too. Fucking faggots, they don't own shit. Gem Panda. No, I didn't see any message here. Gem, I don't know how to send you a message, bro. Like, invite. Is Chitty Chitty Bang Bang copywritten? What's that? What's Arix Nova? What's that? Put Arix Nova on. I'm gonna have a check of that. What's this? Arix Nova NCS release. Alright, what is this? Oh, okay. No copyright sounds. Oh, okay, so these are no copyright sounds with music without limitations. Okay, so these guys are pretty cool then. Legends. Whoever this NCS is, they're pretty cool. Going around fucking giving their sounds away. Fucking what nice people. Considering Disney, and they fucking copyrighted every single sound they've ever got, you know, company like that, very appreciative of. The shit, you know? Yeah, but the shit on the floor. Minutes and still no link yet. 51 minutes, still no link yet. Fuck yourself. If you haven't got a link after 51 minutes, it's probably because you're an asshole and you ruin other people's shows. Guess what? Or the blender tree. The channel is currently, wait, what the fuck is it? Let's see what these fucking, Minecraft or some shit. This channel is currently a work in progress, but within a couple of months I'm planning to have a lot of comedy on here. Fuck yourself with your comedy videos. Go fuck off and comedy with some gameplay. Dumb kid. What a dumb kid. Oh yeah, I'm gonna come to a fucking show called Flat Earth Debate and ask for the link so that I can try to promote my own channel because I'm a dumbass fucking gamer that I can't get any views. So I'm trying to fucking go to other people's hangouts, steal their views. Because I want people to come watch me play my game. I want people to watch me play. Fuck watching you play, dickhead. I'll fucking play the game myself. What the fuck would I want to watch you play a stupid ass fucking game when I could play the same game, you fucking moron? What a dumbass. Fuck off, you little kid. You shouldn't even be here. It's called Flat Earth Debate. It's not GTA Debate. Fuck it, douchebag. Fuck is he even in here? Oh, where's the link? After 54 minutes, I still don't have a link. Well, we didn't even ask you if you wanted a link. We didn't even say, oh, would anybody like the link? No, I didn't even say that. So what the fuck are you even trying to say that? Oh, 54 minutes, still no link. We don't give it out. You have to ask for it, Ron. You have to ask for it. If you don't ask for it, then you do not receive the fucking link. And even if you ask for it, it doesn't mean you're going to get the link. It just means that if I want to, I might give it to you. But what are we going to do then? What are we going to do? Let's talk about something that will bring all the trolls in, all right? What would I talk about? Let's bring something that will bring all the trolls in then, Adzi, all right. Let's take out one of these fucking false flag events. All right, TB Joshua. He if anybody looks up the name TB Joshua right now, so let's spell that out. TB, then a space, then Joshua. So if you can type that into your search bar, we'll say Google search bar. If you're using something else, I'm sure that it will have similar search results. So TB Joshua, we'll put that into the search results. Go out and have a look at this person for yourself, and I want you to realize that this person is telling other people that he can cast demons out of people. So if he's going to say that he can cast demons out of people, I'd like actual proof, and I want to know why he's got a cult-like following if he doesn't. If he's not able to, then I want to know why he's got a cult-like following and nobody's saying anything to him. That's what these third world countries like to use their military to kill people like Saddam Hussein and then say that they were dictators. Well, the same thing's happening with TB Joshua. So if our countries, if our governments, our militaries don't do something about TB Joshua, then they're just as corrupt as I thought. If they could sit there and let a shaman, a fucking snake oil seller, sit around and do that shit, I have no respect for him. I have no respect for the government, military, or anybody that has an authority fucking badge, alright? When there's people like TB Joshua out there that are snake oil sellers. So you don't have to worry about the flat earth when you've got a bunch of fucking drones that are going to sit there and regurgitate what they're told to regurgitate. It doesn't really matter. These drones are going to come on this show the whole time and sit there with backwards rhetoric about, oh, the mathematics doesn't incline, and oh, it's just, you listen and you try to give them the benefit of the doubt, and you will seriously be name called for simply trying to be open-minded. You people that believe in the flat earth have been that open-minded that they had to forget everything that they've ever learned and then suddenly start believing in something opposite to what is being taught. All right, so they're very open-minded indeed, and now they have to come to shows like this and deal with 10 to 11 people at a time, usually attacking them. And then you wonder why we don't put the link in the description anymore, because it's rigged, because people are paid from companies to come here and start absolute fucking shit. And if you kids have been told to come here by somebody else, the best thing that you could do for us as like human beings is tell us who told you to come here. Don't tell us your name, or don't expose yourself, youngins. What you should do is you should tell us who told you to come here and then like leave, go back to your game. You know what I mean? Because like it's not appropriate what you're doing. So you should say like blah 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 told me to come here and told me to try and take down the chat, or whatever it is they told you to do. Because it's not appropriate. So you should let us know who the people are that are actually sending gamer kitty trolls in here, because it's hindering us. Later on in life, you'll understand if you help us now by doing that and exposing these people that have told you to come here, because it's a bit obvious when you look into the accounts that are in the chat. They're all gaming, nerdy Twitch kids. I'm not trying to be offensive to you if you're a gaming, nerdy Twitch kid. I was a gaming, nerdy Twitch kid about 3-4 years ago. About 3-4 years ago, I was doing a little bit of Twitch and gaming, so I can't be a hypocrite and say that I didn't like it or it's stupid. It's fun. It is fun. It's very addictive, all right? But I'm just asking you, who has sent you here? Because you're on a show called Flat Earth Debates, and I can tell just by looking at your accounts that you're not interested in the flat earth. So you've been sent here. I just really need to know which gamer is sort of trying to get these channels taken down or promoting it. Either way, I want to know which Twitcher is promoting this channel. Come on, please, brothers and sisters. Who is it? Any little kid out there that's been told to come from a gaming website? Which gaming website? Which gaming stream was it? What's the streamer's name? We need to know who's been sending here. We can go repay the favor. So if you can tell us who sent you here, what gamer you come from, we can go to their channel and we'll like their video. Nah, you disappeared, did you? Oh, so you disappeared. It's amazing how you do that. You call an account out and you watch its word. Oh my chitty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. Oh my chitty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. Shroomhead, A4 link, or you mad at me? I was joking. Lion, link, lion. Florin, Phil, Florin. You're not allowed to say that. Florin, Phil, Florin, Phil, Florin. Florin, Phil, Florin, Phil, Florin, Phil. Florin, Phil, Florin, Phil. Phil, Florin, Phil, Florin, Phil. I never said no Phil, Florin, Phil. You did not say fuck to me. If you're listening, Shroomhead, I've just given you the link. I just give you the link. I give you the link. I give it to you, give it to you, give it to you, baby, 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 baby. Sorry, my singing's terrible today. I know that I would have scared some people, but it had to happen. All right, I'm telling you, that had to happen. If it didn't happen, something might have happened. All right, let's try and get some people in this hangout and get a DBs happen, get some diabetes happen. Oh, no. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, what happened there? Hey, no.
Evening, mate. I've just popped over from the other one. I hope that's okay. I'll drop out if you want me to.
No, you're right. Dropped out from the other one. What other one?
Well, the previous hangout.
Oh, that's all good. No, you're right.
Have you just got up?
No, I got up a while ago, and then I've just been chilling for a while, doing my own thing. And then I seen the show, and I thought, oh shit, he's put my name in the description again, so I better go share the link out.
You're the main man now, mate.
Yeah, thanks for the link, man.
Yeah.
I'm not the main man. I'm just the one that gives the link out because it seems that I think he trusts me a little bit more than the hackers.
Yeah. Well, we were waiting, and we thought he was going to send it, and he didn't. And then all of a sudden, we saw you come along, and then we were like, okay, if A4 is there, he'll send it. Waiting, and then finally I got it, and I was like, okay, guys, here it is. Boom, let's go. So.
Yeah, I'm not too sure why he wasn't keeping an eye out, the host. Like, sometimes I'm not going to be here. So if he relies on me 24/7, then, some of the shows are going to be dead because I've got a life to live too. I can take an hour out here and there, and like this, I don't really mind seeing the show. It's got my name in it. I've got the link, so I'll sit here and try to give the link out to as many people as I can so I can get a debate going, or a discussion at least.
Yeah, we urgently need some flat earthers.
Indeed. And where are we going to find these flat earthers?
Well, trying for a while. So.
I'm a flat earther. You could call me a flat earther, but I don't believe in the flat earth.
Yeah, but I think you're also in the middle too, as well at times. So.
Can I send it to this guy called Taylor L? Do we know him?
You can send it to whoever you like, really. Just try not to send it to any hackers, please.
Oh, I know the hackers so far. Those guys have been doing it, so.
I just don't want the show to get booted off.
No, I agree. Neither do I. Yeah.
I even think that the hackers deserve their voice, but it doesn't seem like they really want a voice. It just seems like they want to ruin for everybody else, you know what I mean? So.
Well, look what happened yesterday. I mean, I felt bad for you.
Yeah, what can you do, man? What can you do? It just shows that their maturity level. So eventually, when we do find out who they are, I just feel sorry for them, because that type of person will be outcasted, and I'm going to have to do everything I can to try to get them back in society. You know what I mean? I'm just waiting for the time where they get exposed and they realize that they're the ones in the wrong and they're going to get outcasted. So then I can turn around and fix it for them. You know what I mean? I can be there for them. I can say, lean on me. When you're not strong, I'll be your friend.
Yeah, and I was sitting there worried. I was like, copyright. We're gonna get banned from YouTube. You gotta stop it. I was sitting there messaging,
What with what, the Lean On Me song?
Yeah, some of the other songs too. Some of the other that they were playing, and it was that koala bear guy, Corey or whatever that guy.
Yeah, that was yesterday. The Lean On Me song, the host has said that it's not copyright protected, so it's free for everybody to play. I'm not too sure if that's right or not, but the host is free to do what he wants on his own show, and they say that that's not copyrighted, so they want to play it. I guess they're going to play it.
Well, the only reason why I worry is because they have the copyright bots where once it's recorded, it scans it, and if it sees there's a copyright, he gets hit. And that's happened to me on my YouTube chat a couple of times. So that's why I'm saying you have to be careful.
Yeah, that's happened to me. I upload it, and 2 seconds later, it's like video's copyrighted.
Exactly.
Or audio, I mean.
Yeah.
At the same time, it sort of doesn't really restrict you. I've sat there and played videos, and some videos, depending on how you've played the whole video, it will block it worldwide. But I've got copyrighted videos where I've still got the video up on the internet, and it's still able to be viewed. But I just don't get any type of revenue from that because I've used other people's material.
Well, as long as it's broken up or it's criticized, I think it's fine. It's just the automatic bots that they listen to the actual information, especially songs. That's where it hits it right away.
Very weird how they can do that, though. How they can accomplish it.
Well, they have what you call a technology that Google bought 3 years ago that actually scans audio waves for information and could read it from a database. And then from there, it actually will emit the information out right away. And I think I forgot the name of the company. They took it over, and then all of a sudden, about a year ago, all this shit started happening.
So you're telling me they've got like pitch detectors or something like that, so they can sit there. They sit there and practically scan the file of a song, and what would it do? It'd sort of read this. I'm just trying to put it down. What this device is doing is it taking the sound and then it's just drawing a graph for it, and it's doing that so quickly.
Yeah, they have a high rate. They have some data set where they do a high rate search and seek. It's a specific type of technology that can compress information at a high rate, and that's how they do it.
Okay, that's interesting. That's very cool. Really, that's very cool.
Yeah, I looked into it a year ago when I had a couple of friends that complained about it, and I looked into what they were using to do it. And like I said, it was a new company that was out for a while, and they were using it with Yahoo too as well. And for some reason, Yahoo didn't buy them out, and then Google looked into it and said, I think this could help us with the issues we have with the record label companies.
What happens if you sat there and you play and you change the voice somehow? Would it change the song? Would the song still be able to be read if I changed the pitch of the person's voice or something like that?
Maybe, maybe not. It depends. I think as long as it's not the original song, like if you don't play the whole thing in it, as long as you don't play the whole thing entirely, you're fine.
Yes, like 30 seconds, man. You usually can get you after a certain time frame. I think it's less than 30 seconds. If you want to be technical, it's probably like 8 seconds or something like that.
Well, I've seen a lot of people do those jump videos a lot of times, and they'll do it really quick, you know. And other than that, I haven't seen anybody else get in trouble as much as they used to. But a year ago, it was a big thing.
Yeah, soon enough, it should be all gone. It should be all gone, and we'll be able to use whatever we want because it's about that. You know what I mean? Free use, really.
Well, if of course it's free, fair use, because if you're critiquing
free use, I shouldn't have to pay to use it. Not fair use, free use. I shouldn't have to pay to use their shit.
Well, I think as long as you don't monetize it, because I've had one copyright where they said you can keep on doing what you're doing, but you won't make any money. Like, we'll allow you to still film the video, but
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Is I agree with that. What they're trying to do now is, I'm allowed to release whatever video I want, but if it happens to have copyright material in it, then I don't earn no money from that. Sweet, I don't want no money anyway from the videos I make, so that doesn't really affect me. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, sweet, you can keep your money. I just want to spread my story.
Exactly. Oh, Pancho P. Hey, Pancho.
There we go. Hey, 4, motherfucker! YouTube!
Mate, don't tell everybody I'm a fucking Jew. They don't know it, mate. They don't know I'm a Jew.
Are you the judge, jury, and executioner, A4?
Oh, mate.
Got it, I'm not safe then. I saw Rex kick out.
Yeah. So if we want to be technical, who do you think the Jews would really be? Who are they? Who are the Jews? Are they them little cap wearing people? Are they the guys that wear all the little caps on their head? Is that the real Jews, or is that just a group of people? Hebrew Israelites?
Those Jews, they say it's not. They're from the Central Asia regions like Kyrgyzstan and all that area around there. It used to be a different group of empire back then, a warring group of people, and they chosen the Jewish religion at that time. Many of them are descendants of this group. I forgot the actual name, but it starts with a K. But there aren't any.
Because if I was to be unbiased and I'm looking for like a superior type of breed of human being, like, just trying to look in for the Jew, because that's what the Jews are supposed to be, chosen ones, sort of matches up to the African American. And then I'm not talking about African American, but that's what they've given the name to as African Americans. Like Black Americans, there's certain ones though. You know what I mean? It's a bit racist to say, but it's not all of the black people over there. It's just a certain group that's been mixed in with them. Like, how would I say? Which one do I want to give the name to? Floyd Mayweather, maybe, but I don't know.
Well,
here's the Judah.
Yeah, the tribe of Judah. You knew what I was getting at.
In England, it's the tribe of Dan.
The tribe of Judah, yeah, exactly. Are they the true Jews, though? Are they the true Jews? When you actually you look at their physique, they are pretty big and they are pretty fucking fit, just naturally. But so is some white, some Chinese cultures, that are just naturally, that's how they are. But I'm just trying to put it together. We get told about these people that are chosen from God. Why not be a little bit unbiased and start looking for them?
Well, there are a group of blacks out there that feel they're the black Israelites, that they're chosen ones. So yeah, there are videos out there that they talk about. So
yeah, I know, I've seen
the black Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, exactly.
Even they say that there's black people over in America that aren't the same as them, that they come from a certain part and whatnot.
Correct.
Yeah, correct. So that's what I mean, is there's been intermixing for them to be able to hide amongst, or they've been hidden amongst.
I'm going to get to bed, lads. I'm absolutely knackered.
Oh, God, I want to take a piss out, you know, Jez.
Sorry.
Absolutely
I can't keep going. My eyes are shutting, and I've fallen asleep in about 3 or 4 hangouts so far and
This is going to be
snored
so
loudly.
easy then, A4.
Before.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. All right, chat, lads.
I said Israelite, you.
Oh, Jeremy, he drops out straight away. I'm declaring victory over Jeremy then. That's me. I got you, Jeremy.
Rewind it. I said Israelite.
Good. So Jeremy went to sleep? He's going to sleep? Is that why he left?
Yeah, he was tired. He knew what was about to happen, George.
Well, that's okay.
A4. Team time, ready, A4?
It's got to be morning time for you down there, right, A4?
No, it's 12:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, it's in the afternoon. Oh, okay. All right, got it. All right.
I work a weird job, so I work from like what?
A4.
So
What up, A4, motherfucker? Is that what I said when I came in? A4.
Yeah, I work at all hours, George, so I don't know today. Today I've like already done a couple of hours work, and then I went back to sleep, and I'll probably do some more work later on tonight, I guess, depending on when I feel like it, sort of thing.
Got it.
Best thing about being your own boss.
It's not always depending on when I feel like it. Sometimes it's depending on when the people that want me to do it feel like it, you know, because that's work pays.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't give up the work, otherwise somebody else is going to take the job eventually.
Well, I have my own business, so I kind of know.
They said Jews, I said Israelite.
Oh, you in the chat.
You was in the chat saying, did I say Jew? No, I said A4 motherfucker when I came in. Then A4 said, who are the real Jews? And I answered, well, there are many, starting with the Israelites.
Looks like they're going off in chat. Oh, he said Jew. He said Jew.
He said you Jew.
No, mate. One of my best friends is what you would call a Jew. Not one of the black.
What you would call a Jew?
No, well, not one of the black Israelites. Just a person that identifies as a Israel. You know what I mean? A normal Israelite. You know what I mean? Yeah, Israel. Yeah. And his mum was apparently in the Holocaust and ran from it and whatnot. She's told me stories about it. You know what I mean? So like, he's one of the people that we would say is one of the white Jews. You know what I mean? And he's one of my best friends. I've got nothing against him. He hates it when I talk like this. He's like, why do you always have to say it? It's so mean. And I'm like, that's a fucking word, man. It's like you calling me fucking cunt. I don't really care. It's just the word that I've been given. Adam is from the bloodline of cunt. You know what I mean?
I did say YouTube, but I wasn't referring to you, YouTube, as YouTube. I just said YouTube. I was waving it, that's all.
Yeah. I love it because there's not even a race of people. That would be it's just weird how that can be such a slanderous word. Jew. It sounds like Mountain Dew. It sounds like water.
Well, it's like saying you people.
You people.
Yeah, you people. No, I meant you people. You know, and it goes back and forth, and it's like, no, that's not what I meant. You people, you people.
Yeah, well, I don't do religion. I just got, someone wrote there, flat earthers are religious. Well, I don't do religion. I know there's a creator. That's all I know. I know I've been deceived. So there's no other way. If space isn't real, then there's no other way there isn't a creator, is there? Well, other people have, other flat earthers have other ideas, of course, but mine came back to a much natural feeling, I was created. But like with most flat earthers, A4, you included, right? You was a baller for many years.
I would have said that I believed in whatever they told me. Yeah, I grew up wanting to be an astronaut. Even when I got a little bit older, I started to think, well, it maybe if I get the education that they want, I can actually be a part of NASA. I might not be able to be an astronaut, but I might be able to be one of them guys that you see on the little fucking monitors on the TV. Like I still had dreams and hopes about that. But now I realise, no, I don't want to be a clown. I don't want to be an actor. I don't want to be a part of the studio. Of the co-op.
That's what bothered me. I did do a little bit of the X Factor and stuff because of the talents I've got. But when I actually got to the Manchester bit and got in front of the cameras, I just, on paper, I just thought, don't want to be part of this. I'm just happy. I'm happy where I am. I don't need all that. I'm happy. Wherever I walk in my hometown, someone knows me or a party or something.
I don't feel like that type of work for me would like fulfill me. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, I like acting.
He's muted himself. You muted yourself, A4.
Yeah, you
What's
did.
the movie, you know what I mean? It's got a clause at the start, it's got a title and whatnot, and then it's got an ending. You know, I don't like these stories that they're trying to tell me are real and they're fake. You know, like that's not what I'm here for, and I don't want to be caught up in that. And I know that they could use somebody like me and you, Poncho. You know, they could use us like fucking we're their gem. We're the ones that stand out, the fucking diamonds in the rough. They would use us so quickly. That's why we're still here. Everybody's like, well, why don't you shut up? Because they love it. We're the characters. We're the ones that are so eccentric. We stand out of the crowd. They can manipulate everybody with us. All we need to do is play our role, but we don't want to do it.
Fuck you! Say no to government.
Well, say no to authority.
Just say
Yeah,
no.
that's what I do. Say no to authority. I said that to a police officer the other day. I was like, why do you even have a uniform on? Because I never gave you authority over me.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, beg your pardon. And I'm like, I'm not trying to be rude, dude, but like, haven't you ever realized that you got brought into this world and now you decided that you're an authority figure? Based off what? Based off you filling out a couple of bits of paper? I never gave you any permission, and neither did anybody in my family. So therefore, if you ever touch anybody in my family, don't I have the right to touch you and your family? And then he's like, oh, no. And I was like, I'm not trying to be rude, buddy, but don't you get it? Like, you're taking a position of power based off what you want.
Off TV and movies.
Yeah.
And because we start watch them movies, we do as we're told. Spread them, right? Instead of actually asking what have I done wrong.
It's stupid too, because most of the time they're just revenue collectors. Like, it's like a game. That's all I
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Like here in the States here, we have the red light cameras right now with the speeding cameras. And for a good amount of time, that's all it was. They were saying, oh yeah, we have it for safety reasons, which is bullshit. Because later on they found out there were more accidents happening than there was before. So it couldn't be for a safety reason. Bullshit.
That's it, because people's mind are starting to focus on several different things. Once they pass that intersection, you know, they're focusing on their speed, they're focusing on the camera, they're focusing on other cars. They're also playing into their mind what would happen if they get a fine. So then they drastically change their speed, which would cause an accident.
They would stop.
Fucking outlets, you know what I mean? That's what it is. Revenue collecting fucking stalls that they set up everywhere.
So they own the insurance companies as well, A4. They're win-win-win for them.
Yeah, and here's the freaky thing. Get this. Also, the county, if you're a local police officer and you give a ticket, if let's say it's $100, the county collects 80 out of the $100 and the city only gets 20. You
How much
believe
does the officer get?
That's why the city says do it, because they get a cut.
Yeah.
How much does the officer get though?
No, nothing.
Oh, he's just doing his job.
There isn't a commission for each fucking, like, you know what I mean? Because when I done sales and
there is a quota. They do have a quota.
And that's what I look at the police workers they're doing. They're just tricking you into taking their ticket. So why wouldn't they get revenue or commission via each ticket they get?
You might be right, A4, you know, I didn't even think of that.
You know, there might be, and they don't tell us.
Bonus. There's a Brucey bonus.
Yeah, every time you give somebody a ticket, if it's a $50 ticket, you'd get $5 or 10%. But I wouldn't say 10%. That's a bit too drastic. I'd say maybe it's a 2%. They get $2 out of it. Whatever it is, $100, they get $2 out of it. Adds up in the long run.
Yeah, if you book 10 a day.
Yeah, and they kept on telling there's no quota, no quota, no quota. And then all of a sudden, the governor of our state a couple of years ago said, yeah, there was quota, so we passed a law so there won't be any quotas. Bullshit. There's still quotas.
Still doing it, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. There's still quotas, and you can tell by the way that they conduct themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They're looking for people that are doing petty crime, and it's petty crime that doesn't, you know, jaywalking. What the fuck, dude? You can pull somebody over for jaywalking? It's a dumbass's fault if he gets hit by a car. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
You can't fine him for being stupid.
Yeah, that's right. And like, what are you going to do? Fine the guy for being stupid when he's already stupid? It's hard enough for him to be stupid. You know what I mean? It's hard enough for him to be
executive order. Stupid tax.
Darwin Award right now. Crossing the road, his car's going and shit. He's fighting Darwin Awards. Man, we don't have to be fighting that guy. He won't be around much longer.
Yeah.
Well, what we got to do is we got to try and safeguard that guy, put a helmet on him, and then try and help him to see where he's going. You know, take him away from the road. We give him money. That's what we should be giving that person money, because when he gets hit by a car, it'll be like pinata. Poof! There you go, money for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then you get people just running people over just for the money.
Oh yeah, I know. It was just like that Kevin Hart fucking.
So is George? Are you a baller, George?
Gets hit so hard.
I'm a baller, but I'm still researching the flat side. You know what I'm saying? I'm still trying to find out why people are talking about flat sides, why they're flatters, and all that. So, trying to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Well, I tried to talk. I tried to say my thing, but I'm not going to talk over other people like some others out there, like Emmanuel and some of the others.
This will be quite tame compared to the other day. I was on full alert the other day, and then A4 came in. Oh.
So what have you actually thought about the flat Earth and the information that's coming out about it, George?
Well, here's the thing. The only question, the one thing that I'm still trying to figure out is a lot of people I've seen in the flat Earth side have said about the sun being about 3,500 miles away. I was trying to figure out how did they determine that distance. That's all.
By the 45-degree angle of light. You know, you can only get a spread of 45-degree angles through the cloud. They're saying it's refraction, right? But to a flat earther, that light is just it's not. You're told it's 400 times bigger than the Earth, burning hydrogen ball or whatever. But to a flat earther, we know it's a lot smaller. I think even Newton did the actual first calculation on it, the 45-degree angle, the triangulation, and he came up with that. But then he still went with the theory of gravity. It was unfinished. You know, the book's 3 times thicker than the Bible, and it's one equation. Just be kidding me.
Well, they're saying that there's other ways to measure the distance by using other planets and the sun to determine the distance.
But that's going on the heliocentric model that the sun's 93 million miles away, which for me, just the light rays alone, they should all be straight, right? Because it's 93 million miles away. That 45-degree spread just becomes that middle spread hitting the Earth.
Well, okay, that makes sense. But let me ask you this. I've seen pictures of videos where they put a solar filter on a telescope and they looked at the sun, and there's a small little black dot, and that's Mercury.
That's what?
That's Mercury, that small little black dot. How can you explain that?
Well, that small little black dot, they're telling you it's Mercury. You just said to me, no, it's a small little black dot.
Okay. If it isn't, then what is that small little black dot then?
A light, just like the sun. The thing is, right, how come you don't see the stars once they get up there? You can only see them down here from, I don't know how high up it goes, but then
the reason why is because of the reflection. Actually, if you take a picture of those photos of the Earth where you don't see any stars and you brighten it up, you can see the stars then.
Right, but it's not a photo, it's a compilation, it's a composition. So there is no true photo. That's what all flat earthers ask for. Give us one true photo. Give us a 360 in space, because it's been 40
I know. Jeremy has been saying that too. Yeah, I know. Jeremy. Well, actually, Jamie has been saying it for a good amount of time. Not Jeremy, Jamie. Saying that. Yeah, he's saying, hey, give me a video live feed from the International Space Station on the dark side. And if I see that and it's for real, then I'll believe everything else that is being said. That's what he said.
Pretty much said the same thing.
But they have video of that where you can see half the dark side and half the light side.
Yeah, the reason they're not going to give you that is because all the amateur astronomers with telescopes and that, the minute they show a star in the wrong place, whether it be Mark Taylor or Jeremy, whoever it is, one of you is going to go, boosh, what's that star doing there? It should be there. Because you got to think about someone's hobby and passion, like mine is balloons. I learned everything about the balloon trade. So to go with that with astronomy, then each and every one of those guys who knows their own topic is going to say, that ain't right, that shouldn't be there, or something won't look right to them. That's why they can't animate it.
So you feel that a lot of the other photos and stuff and the videos are all CGI or just made up and stuff like that?
It's a bit of everything from what I've seen, you know. To fake the space station, they've got the submarine with a robot that dives through it. You know, there's your guided tour, unseen, seamless. And then you just got to green screen them in from there on into that footage. And it is seamless. I do green screen them myself, you know. I keep meaning to come back to NASA. I'm going to put a little bit of them in this video I'm doing. And then I'm going to slam them because I ain't slammed them for nearly 3 months.
Well, I saw the video you did, the happy birthday globers.
Globers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that was an evolution video. You know, after listening to Shed's rhetoric, you know, his Cavendish experiment and 4 balls hanging on a bit of string. Just like Jamie said, if a mouse comes into the experiment, it's ruined. You know, the Shed's got his gravity. You've got gravity according to the laws of gravity. Well, there's not a law, theory of gravity. I always say laws, and it shouldn't be. It's a theory. None of it makes any sense. If they could just prove any of it, from the ball to the gravity, if they could prove any of it, all of us would probably come back on. You know?
Okay, so if someone could prove to you and say this is how we could find out what gravity is, and you would say, okay, fine, I could take a look at it and may believe it.
It'd have to be a proper certifiable test, you know.
Okay. What would you think a test would be? Would it be with an actual experiment like with formula, or an actual physical?
You'd think that if there is a space, they'd be able to prove it instantly. 360 in space, 180 in space, any of these things. But it hasn't happened in 46 years since 1969 that we've been up there. None of this has happened. And I know for all of the globes that, you know, there's no way they can be wrong, right? You can't be fooled, right, George? You can't be fooled. But I promise you, mate, you'll be fooled. On my soul, mate, fooled.
I think just differently. The reason why I'm thinking that, yes, I do know there's gravity, because you can't, like when you roll up a hill, you know, you're using force. And when you go down the hill, it pulls it down.
That's the weight of the car, though.
Yeah, but that's mass.
Yeah, but if weight's on wheels, it's going to roll. If that was a stone, a square block, it wouldn't be going anywhere, would it?
Well, yeah, okay. Let's say it's not, let's say a wheel. Let's say it's pulling it down. Okay, let's say you lift up a box of weights, okay, and you go up a hill, and then you drop it down the hill, or let's say you drop it off a cliff. That's still weight force pulling it down.
Yeah, because it's heavier than air, the thing that's around.
But air is resistance. Now, if you had a vacuum in a container and there's no air, you know, it's all going to fall.
At the same speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen the experiment, but in that experiment there, then who makes the moon go faster by 2,000 miles an hour as it accelerates past the Earth, and then slows down 2,000 miles an hour as it comes back round?
The reason why is because of the mass, because the Earth is bigger than the moon, and it could pull the moon around it like a slingshot.
What, speeding it up and slowing it down?
Because there's no resistance.
Yeah, but
do you understand? It's vacuum.
When you drop those two things, they fell at the same speed. So it must have had something else pushing on it to make it go faster and then slow it down. That just makes no sense.
But you're thinking, because you have to think that we're here on the planet, the ground itself. The closer we're out to the ground, we have more weight, more pull. The further you go up in the air, you're going to have less resistance.
Okay? Less air.
Yeah, so it thins out. So when rockets go up in the air, they're going to produce more resistance in the beginning and less when it goes further up, and that's the reason why. So when you look at the Earth and and the moon, and it goes around, same thing right there. You know, there's nothing holding it. There's nothing pushing up against it. There's no resistance.
But it's the exact opposite to what happens when you turn the washing machine on. Everything gets thrown outwards, not placed into the middle of the washing machine.
But you're thinking that because we're here on the planet, there's some kind of force. When we do that in space, a little different. The law of physics is different.
You're assuming that they do it in space, not that they have. You have this notion in your head that they've done it because of all the things you've seen.
Well, okay, let me ask you this. Do you believe there's an equal and opposite reaction to everything?
No.
So you don't believe like a yin and a yang, meaning that if I
duality. I believe in the duality, night and day, hot and cold, fire and ice.
Or let's say magnets. There's two different poles. So if you have the north with the north, it's going to push itself away from each other. But if it's the two opposites, it's going to attract. All right? It's the same kind of concept idea about gravity. It's the same thing, you know?
Well, it's not, because gravity doesn't work like magnetism, does it? If you spin a magnet, it can spin for a lot longer, can't it? Because the two magnetic fields are touching it, it sort of spins itself. Or is that when you place a magnet next to it and do it? Is that the experiment I'm thinking of? It's almost like kinetic energy from the other magnet, but like free energy, if you like, what they're trying to build on now. But
that's
makes no sense.
Well, that's a generator. That's completely different. We're talking about attraction and.
Well, that's how the sun burns, right? Something from nothing, because it's in a vacuum. There's no air to burn. Is it fission or fusion? You call it?
Yeah.
Well, that's what you're talking about. But the first law of thermodynamics contradicts that law, doesn't it? I believe something something from nothing, because the first law is you're getting something from nothing. So it's not an equal and opposite. You're getting something.
No, well, that's different because we have air. If you don't have anything, a vacuum, it's totally different. There's nothing to grab.
But if there's nothing to grab, then how does a space rocket push?
It's pushing because it still has a motion of thrust. When you're pushing still something from the back, like let's say, what's a good way to say? Okay, like a balloon, okay? When you have air in that balloon, you let it go, it's going to push it in a certain direction. It's going to show force. Even though then, let's say you don't have any vacuum.
I mean, when you let go of the balloon and it flies off.
Yeah, like that. So if you don't have a vacuum, it's not going to only release it, it's going to inhale it inside of it and fill up that void because it's trying to, get into an actual void.
That's right, but there's nothing up there for it to get out into. Like a turbo in a car, right?
Okay.
Have you ever had a turbo in a car?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so the bigger the turbo, the longer the lag, right?
Correct.
So if you make space a really big turbo, huge one, how long does it take to fill that space before you get some turbo if there's nothing there?
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say, Pacho. It's a different idea. You're thinking like how we're thinking here on Earth. We think that the law of physics works same here than it does where we have no vacuum. It's totally different.
But that's what they've told you. You're assuming that that vacuum
Yeah,
space.
you're assuming that. You can't tell me the line. You can't tell me at the point where the atmospheric changes is.
The boundary lines, the boundary conditions of the weakest bit.
You can't tell me that. There has to be physical change, and I should be able to see this physical change somehow.
Well, like I was saying about the rocket, it's more thrust in the beginning, but it has less resistance once you go further up in the air. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
because there's no air.
It's
right?
more fuel efficient. It's more fuel efficient when it's more out there.
But the rocket can only burn whilst there's air present.
Yeah, because there's no resistance. That's the reason why.
Yeah, but once you get into space, there is no air. So how is it pushing? How is it burning?
Because it still has the motion of thrust. I
understand what you're saying. It's gone into space and it's got its own. It's continuing its movement. That's what you're telling me. That's what I believe when I was on the wall. But now I'm a flat earther. I'm like, there's nothing to push against because aeroplanes and helicopters push the air, boats and submarines push water, and cars push terra firma. So what is the shuttle and the rockets pushing against if there's nothing to push against?
Well, it doesn't need to push up against something. That's what I'm trying to say. It'll continue doing what it's doing because it's going to be more efficient. It's going to be able to move around more. That's why people.
The flame can't burn. There's no air. There's no oxygen for the flame to burn.
Well, you don't need the oxygen if it's already available in the rocket that it's thrusting right
now. I've heard that answer, but then you're in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, so the air supply would only last a certain amount of time.
But to be honest, I'm not really an expert
on rocketry.
I really say, but a lot of us are not.
Fireworks, George.
Hey, George, and that's the thing. So are the people that taught you this. They weren't experts either.
Nope.
Well, okay, that is true, but at the same time, none of us. I mean, we could all be guessing.
Mm-hmm. But I'm a reliable source with my own feelings, and my feelings tell me I'm not spinning because I've been.
Yeah, but at the same time, George, you don't. At the same time, George, you don't work hard labor, and then some of your money goes to a corporation that I own called NASA. You know what I mean? I'm not that guy. That's not me. I'm not the one that's giving you the pictures, telling you you're on a round ball and whatnot, lying to society as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
You've got people from all different countries calling the same company out, saying that company's fraudulent and we want something done about it, and yet people are here defending it. It seems bizarre to me. It should be just, let's expose this group then. All right, let's fucking expose them. NASA has to stand up now and do some fucking PR. You know what I mean? So they have to do some group meetings and PR and get some famous people on and try to do some damage control here. Otherwise, this is going to go fucking real haywire for NASA. That should be shut down.
Well, but you have to understand, it's not just NASA. There are other organizations. They're private organizations.
I don't care about them. I don't care about them. When everything's relied on NASA, when every link you give me to the picture from Earth is from NASA, they're the company that's going to get scrutinized. Don't try to put it on other space agencies when they've been dictated to by NASA.
Mm-hmm.
But not all agencies are. I mean,
yes,
they're all the same.
Yes, the Chinese got called out for doing their fakery, all right, because the bubbles and whatnot that showed in their fucking fakery, all right, and that was NASA that exposed them. So don't tell me if they don't oblige by what NASA's saying, they get exposed. So guess what? NASA's getting exposed now. It's time for the goose to cop the gander.
Okay, how about private companies, private organizations, or
They're the
something?
ones that are going to prove it's fake.
Well, look at SpaceX right now. That's a private organization.
They're affiliated to NASA through the hill.
No. That's totally private. It's their own money, their own funding. They started that program to have individuals to find better ways to get in space.
Who prints the money?
SpaceX is military.
No, I mean, what else can we do? I mean, you got Virgin Atlantic out there that's going to start the Virgin Space company to go out in space. You know, that's a totally separate entity. They're not part of the space program, but they're going to do it.
You assume they're going to do it.
Well, okay, let's say they do it. Then what are you going to say?
Well, I'll be proud that you finally give me a real spinning picture of the Earth after 48 years.
What if Richard Branson really did it? He really got out there in space, and he's the first commercial airline to do it. Then what?
Richard Branson would be God.
Well, he is already doing pretty good as a businessman right now. So
Richard Branson, the same person that might be playing the role of David Icke.
The first person to do what? I'm sorry, what was that?
I said this. You're talking about Richard Branson, the same guy that's a character, and his real name's not Richard Branson. That's his character name. So
I know that.
No, listen. Therefore, the same guy that's playing the character Richard Branson could also be playing the character David Icke, because David Icke's just a character too. Mm-hmm. What are you talking about? You talk about these people like they're legitimate.
The whole world's a stage.
So you feel that most of the people out there are not really who they say they are?
Only the ones high up, right? A4?
Yeah, only dumb people ever, only people get manipulated into being themselves the whole time. You know, there are people that are real in the government that would openly say, yeah, my name is blah, 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 but they're dumbasses. They've fallen for the scheme. Mm-hmm. And now character clowns can hide behind them. Every time something happens, you watch that person gets promoted, and all the character clowns jump and run shit. They'll start fucking making a new character, getting ready, just in case they get exposed. It was easier to just kill President Kennedy and then become a new president as President Carter. It was easier just to do that, and then they could make whatever laws and what they wanted.
Well, Kennedy had a different aspect for America at that time, and he was listening to the people.
They were the same person.
The character, George, you see?
Yeah, it's the same person.
Just like Titanic, makes you think that an iceberg hits it, and it was called the Titanic.
So why assassinate?
He wasn't assassinated. That was a movie. That was a show. He ended up becoming President Carter. So in the TV show, you just watched. What's a TV show in America? Like we got Home and Away over here. All right, you've got Neighbors.
Beverly Hills 90210.
You just watch Beverly Hills 90210, and you actually believe in it's real life. You know what I mean? That's all that's happening.
No. I know it's not real life. That I know.
Yeah, but that's the same thing. That's what he's trying to put across to you, George. Putting across what you think is real life, but it's just a stage show. And everyone.
Well, I do know that there's a lot of people in the government. They're not for real. I know they're using people and all, but it can't be every single person.
No. Well, no. You only have to control the top shots, and then you catch a married man with a prostitute, set him up, pictures, do as you told him, was give to your wife. It's just
like Bill.
Well, you just have to look at Clinton. I did not have sexual relations.
Yeah, of course he did. Even though he did, and he lied through his.
That was staged. That was staged, so then they could add whatever effect they wanted at the time, which was to add a dirty male president. You know what I mean? They've got to always have cuts in their show. Don't you realize that the wrestling, Vince McMahon, it's similar to that. You've got to look at it, the whole government like Vince McMahon. He's running the whole show. Everything's just a stage show. Every single fight is scripted. All right, they're just playing it out. For role play. That's why when you look into the secret societies, you see them doing all these weird fucking role-playing shit. That's just role-playing for their events in future scenes that they're going to do. I don't know how you can't fucking see the obvious. You've watched the TV so much that you've actually believed it.
Well, that's why I stopped watching TV 2 years ago.
I used to think that a guy called Dave Johnson was crazy. I used to think that he was one of the craziest guys when I first come on the internet, because he always used to tell me, he used to scream it at me, no one died, no one got hurt, no one died, no one got hurt, no one died, no one got hurt. That's all he'd ever go on at me, and he'd be fucking screaming all day at me, and I'll be like, what the fuck, man? No one died, no one got hurt. People die and people get hurt. And now I understand what he means. No, when the government says desert. No, it didn't happen.
No.
It's a fucking story. You're watching a TV show. So what? Like, just because you have an emotional attachment to your fucking 10210 star doesn't mean they really died. They become a new character now. They get to live their life now.
Yeah.
Tells ISIS to look in his private messages, Mark, and it'll let him in. Mine went to a private message from Acorn, didn't show up in my messages. Showed up in the spam folder.
Oh, yeah, probably in the spam folder.
Spam folders, ISIS.
Because it's a link. It's easier than saying they're shape-shifting reptiles.
That was Ike, innit?
Yeah, David Icke's theory, you know, like David Icke is probably doing that because he is Richard Branson, or the same person playing that, and they're trying to defend their trickery, you know what I mean? When you're a magician and you go slide a hand trick, you gotta defend that trick.
Wait. So you're saying that David Icke is Richard Branson?
No, the character.
Oh, the character is.
Yeah. I mean, I remember him first coming out on English TV on Wogan saying he was Jesus, basically.
I'm saying there's a guy called, let's call him Joe Blow, and the guy called Joe Blow, his real name's Joe Blow, we'll just call him that. He's playing David Icke, and he's also playing the role of Richard Branson. So I don't even know his real name. I don't know his real name because you only ever hear his stage show names.
Richard Branson or whatever it is, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of movie stars and TV stars do the same thing. It's never the real name.
What do you mean a lot? Don't you mean every single TV star unless you're a dumbass that didn't change your name and now you're the only real person within the show? That's how they get the validity of the show, you get me? Is they get people to fall victim to using their own name, which then there's a real person within the show. So it has sort of validity. I don't think you get how it works, George.
You don't just get strawman names, you get strawman jobs.
Well, I do know there are problems out there. I do know that I don't trust the government at all at times, and I'm pissed at the media because they lie, because they're lying bastards. That's why I stopped watching.
The media is the government. The government is the media. That's just one. That's just one leg of the. Yeah, that's just one leg of the cog. You're talking about a cog, and you're just talking about one little spoke of the cog or whatever it is, like one little aspect of the cog.
Well, think about it.
Whatever they call it.
Medical, film, space, education, health, you got them all.
Yeah, and they all turn around on each other.
Even though you're a company member, you're an American citizen, right? You're not an American living soul. I can't remember the term that you used for it.
Oh, then they're gonna start calling us civilians, not citizens.
Civilians, that's right.
That's how it was in ancient times with the Greeks and the Spartans and the Athenians. If you served, you were a citizen. If you didn't serve, you're a civilian.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it was.
Adam someone else wants a link there.
I'll have a look. Here we go.
Dice is saying he's still on Sunday.
I'll send him another one, but I did. I'll send him another one though. Zoisis, about, then send message, and then it's there. So do you know how to get to it, Zoisis? You've got to go to Video Manager. You've got to go to my channel, Video Manager, Community, and then Messages, and then it might be in the spam folder, or it might be in the Messages. All right, so that's the process to get to the message.
Mm-hmm.
Same as you and Enchanted Warrior. So you've got to go to your My Channel, then you've got to go to Video Manager, then you've got to go to Community, then you've got to go to Messages, and it should be in there, or in the spam folder.
In the spam.
Yep, there we go. Oh, Mark Taylor wants a link. Should we give Mark Taylor the link, or will he give it away to? He's an old.
The camera is here, John.
Mark, I can't give you the link. You don't have any about. You don't have option to send a message to.
Yeah, you're not interested, Mark.
If you can send me a message, Mark, somewhere, so I can reply to you. If you can send me a message on one of my videos or something like that.
There we go.
Oh.
Greetings, you disgusting mutant filth.
Afternoon, you goat-faced motherfucker.
You know, saying that JFK was someone else, you know what that does?
Well,
you're a victim of mind control by saying that.
Makes you sound mad.
Because then you don't look at the truth as to why he was actually killed.
Maybe
the clever guys just fuck you guys over You guys get fucked over so easy because you just don't believe in reality. You go, nah, it's a stage show. So they can just get away with murder, literally. Well done. You just believe anything that you're told, don't you?
Well, either way, they're going to get away with the murder, aren't they? Just because
So if what you were saying was real, how come the lady on the Zaporta film...
Hang on, let him speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should let you guys speak.
No, he was talking over you. Continue.
If what you guys are saying was true, well, how come the lady with the 16mm film right in front of JFK as he was shot was never revealed? Why is that? Why did Jackie O react the way she did? Why did all the Kennedy sons get killed?
Well,
why is that?
You're assuming
Just reasons?
You're assuming they got killed.
Maybe they
No, they got killed. How? I'm not assuming. You're assuming they didn't. So welcome to reality.
Yeah, but I know I'm not spinning, so I don't believe anything anymore.
What I'm going to try and say is it doesn't change the reality.
Spinning.
It doesn't put any
spinning
more.
bullshit because you weren't there and you don't know any of the actual facts.
I know I'm not
seen except something you were told.
So if I'm not spinning, then gravity doesn't exist as I think of it.
Gravity doesn't exist.
You said
I agree it does exist, but not because I'm spinning.
Wow, can't even get
So throw your cigarette up in the air. You know,
Throw
the
my
thing that's
cigarette
killing you.
Yeah, it comes down.
Yeah, that's called gravity, man.
No.
Welcome to the world of
falling
reality.
out of a tree. Dropping a microphone, that's gravity. That's not. It's weight.
That's called gravity.
Right. Is the microphone, is the cigarette, is it heavier than air?
Oh, so you think it's density, do you, dickhead?
Density, mass, and volume.
So if you jump out of an aeroplane with an anvil in your arm and then let go of the anvil, do you if you're pin dropping, does the anvil fall faster than you?
I don't know. I've tried.
I know that you didn't do physics in high school. I mean, just the very basic stuff, because that's why you believe in the bullshit you believe.
Well, you got too far into it, and now you are just spinning.
Everything falls at the exact same speed, man. It's called terminal velocity. Welcome to reality. Terminal velocity. If it was density, you could throw an anvil off a building and it would go through concrete, yet a person wouldn't. Things would fall at different speeds. Yet in reality, in the world of reality, everything falls
because
at the
the anvil is made of solid metal and I'm made of flesh. How can you compare me to an anvil?
Exactly. You both fall at the same speed.
Yeah, but I'm not made of fucking metal, so I'm going to hit metal.
Yeah, disproving your density bullshit and also your weight bullshit.
It means I'm heavier than air. I'm heavier than the air I breathe. Therefore, if I crawl up into something high, climb up into something high and fall...
Allow me to repeat myself. You push a grand piano out of an aeroplane with an anvil next to it and which hits the ground first?
All three
Don't forget you're pin dropping and there's no air resistance. Now, what does that tell you?
That we all fall at the same speed.
Right, so it can't be density or weight, can it?
Why can't it?
Because if it was weight, the anvil would hit the ground. The anvil would accelerate beyond the piano and you.
Have you tested that?
Found.
Can you show me a video of that?
In high school.
Can you show me a video of that?
Oh my God! Can you actually realize?
Can you give us a link and show us a bloke jumping out of an aeroplane with an anvil and then showing us it?
Okay, yeah. Can you show me a video of a fucking glass dome, dickhead, or an ice wall?
I can't get up there, can I?
But you're going to avoid that, aren't you?
Because like I've been waiting for like 10 minutes and you just like exhausted. You jumped in and then you attacked me and what I said and you wouldn't even let me like jump back in. Like you said that.
If you had have done, I was just making a counter rebuttal to your bullshit nonsense, disrespectful garbage.
Yeah, but like that's it. And you're saying that, but
JFK was the great man who tried to fight a fucking cabal, listened to his last speech, and realised that the man was killed by a very sinister organisation. You are a victim of it. Sinister organisations.
Can I please speak? Because like you've already had this speech. You already had this speech. It was what you come in with. By you saying that, though, you're saying that I'm taking away from his murder or what the real event was all about, when I'm not. Because by bringing up the conversation at all, by saying that President Kennedy might be Carter, that opens the door for conversation about that. Like you now, you've come during the conversation and you've told us your side of the story. Like, what about the lady on the camera?
Side of the story.
It's reactions that happened. That has opened up discussion. So how is me saying that President Kennedy might be President Carter, how is that detrimental in any way when it actually opens a door to discussion? And any type of discussion
it doesn't. It actually shuts down the reality of why he was killed in the first place.
Yeah,
well done. If you watch the Zaporta film,
then that opens room for investigation, really. Once the topic's open door.
Adam, if you bothered to watch the Zaporta film without some dickhead on YouTube commentating to it, you'd watch him get shot in the chest, in the throat, and then in the head, point blank. How do you fake that?
Jackie,
how do you fake it? Honestly.
Well, if you're the one
What year
faking
was
it,
it?
then I guess you'd have different
I mean,
methods that you could accomplish this with.
The best Hollywood effects in those days was a watermelon in a latex mask.
You don't know.
Well, that's what we think. That's what we think.
I don't know that. Yeah, I haven't. I've never worked in film ever. Never been on a film.
Working in film in 1967.
I don't know anything about the technology.
Was you working in film in 1967?
Yeah.
I know enough about film in 1967.
Have you ever been part of the government's ISIS?
To know that the fucking dickhead that got shot was shot in the throat if you bother to watch the fucking footage with your own eyes.
I've watched them all.
But of course you won't. It's easier to believe what other people say.
But it could all be just staged up like the rest of it is.
And the fact that he was trying to replace the American... How could it be staged?
How could it have not been staged when you did not see this person and every single bit of footage you've seen from this person is from the same people you say is corrupt? So 1 minute you want to say Disney is your best friend, and then the next minute they're handed into the government. Harm you know what I mean? Like, you do realise that.
Prove how little you know. The Zapruder film wasn't even handed into the fucking government.
I watched the Zapruder film, the jeweler guy, right?
Oh, really? Really? You watched it?
Yeah, you do realise how expensive.
And you think that's a dummy? You think that a dummy can reach up? Do you think that a dummy can reach up and grab his own throat? Do you?
You realise how?
Do you want to see believe?
If he's got a bar on his arm here and she pushes it, just like
oh my god! Fucking. He can move
it
his
doesn't make
fingers and everything.
sense. You do understand that the Secret Service changed their plans when they got to the airport. Okay, they changed the route. Everything was set. Okay, he got killed. Okay, they took him to the hospital. He was presumed dead. Then they took him to Washington D.C. to do the autopsy, and they sat there with the naval personnel sitting there trying to figure out how he got shot. And they did all that autopsy right there, right in front of I don't know how many people. All right, the guy was presumed dead. It was Kennedy.
In fact, how many people when it could have been all just a show, and you're talking about the crowd of actors that are participating in the stage.
Come on, Andy. Do you really
somehow
think
now there's some victims, and somehow now they're miraculously bystanders. The same crowd that is participating in this studio event, you know, because it's held in Hollywood, and they recreated the town, so then it looked like whatever town they were saying they were going through. They don't have to actually do these acts. They can just fake it, the whole thing, fake it.
Why? For what reason?
And by you,
fake it if you can't make
by you
it.
saying it's fake, by you saying it's fake, you don't see the sinister bullshit going on in the background. You just dismiss it all. Well done. You're a victim of you're a victim of mind control.
Is that what you're saying?
You can try to tell me about the bullshit in the background if you'd like, Zysis, you know, which is actually it's not detrimental because we're actually having conversation about this now. I might have my opinion about it, which I'm entitled to, just like an asshole. Everybody's got them and they stink, you know. We're going to have our own opinions, brother. I believe that President Carter was Kennedy, and me saying it and talking about it only opens conversation. I might be,
which is a load of bullshit. It just makes you just a dumb troll kid with no information at all.
Trying to defend it. See how that works? The catch-22 scenario?
No, it doesn't work. It's not a catch-22. Please learn proper English or proper cymatics. How about that?
All right, no worries.
So you just brought up a good point. Density and buoyancy, back to vacuum and things falling. A hollow plastic ball wouldn't fall as fast as a steel.
That's because it has resistance and it doesn't have the same mass. So
That's
it can't
right.
accelerate.
And what happens when it falls in water, Zysis?
But hang on. Now melt that plastic pellet and drop it, and what happens?
You said
because it has the same weight.
Yeah, you've got to melt it. We're talking about a hollow ball. We're not talking about melting it down.
If you don't have air resistance,
and what happens when it hits
air
water?
is resisting it.
And what happens when it hits water?
A hollow ball. Okay, let me teach you some basic mechanical physics.
But it will slow down.
Let's do basic mechanical physics and see your understanding to wipe that shit-eating grin off your face. You get a cylinder of metal, right? Just a solid cylinder of metal. Yeah. And then next to it you have a hollow cylinder of metal. Mm-hmm. And you roll them down a hill. Which one wins the race? You can choose any diameter you like. You can choose any material you like. You can have a car tire versus a welding rod.
Have you got a video of it?
Oh yeah. This is called high school.
High school.
Every kid.
Is it a musical?
Yes, high school. You know what you failed at?
Space and no gravity.
So which one wins the race? You don't fucking know, do you?
Which one's wearing Nike shoes?
So how then can you sit there and tell me that you can understand astrophysics, cosmology, astronomy, geology, all these things? How can you understand all these advanced concepts when you can't understand high school physics?
You can't understand that someone told you a
No,
lie.
because you are a dropout and you will believe anything. Because if you don't believe in something, you will believe in anything.
Says the man
And there
who
goes
believes
the
the monkey.
cheating brain.
You're a monkey, aren't you? Are you a monkey, ISIS?
That's a bit weird, man. How do you always get to that conclusion that you're allowed to call other people dropouts, whatever you want?
Because a simple concept, you are unable to understand it. Which one wins the race? The car tire or the welding rod? Boys, come on, tell me. What wins the race? Car tire or the welding rod?
I don't know, man. You tell me, man. I don't know. You're the one that wants to see them, man.
Of course you don't fucking know. But you know the bloody shape of the Earth, don't you?
You should ask me if I bloody care.
You know that Carter's fucking... Jesus.
Ask me if I bloody care.
You can't understand... We're talking ABC here, some people, and you don't understand the ABC. And you're sitting there trying to say XYZ. You haven't even gotten through the first 3 letters yet.
Yeah, but when you get to T,
high school
that means
physics.
theory. When you get to T, that means theory. When you get to F, that means fact.
Oh, Christ, here we go. Because once we get to D, we get to dickhead.
And when we get to W,
and you're still dwelling on dickhead, aren't you?
No, I'm not dwelling on dickhead. I got to W. I was right at the back.
Yeah, wanker.
You said it.
Oh yeah.
You seem very angry today, ISIS.
No, because JFK is actually a signal for everyone to actually stand up and notice. You sheeple make this more difficult than it should be. Listen to his last fucking speech.
When the truth spills, ISIS, what happens?
Have a good listen to his last speech. And while you're at it, go and figure out which wins the race, the welding rod.
I listened to the other one where he was saying he was putting up spending to $50 a person.
Of course, you're not going to ask me. You're not going to say why. That's going to be way too much because you're not scientifically minded.
Well, I've seen him walking with Werner von Braun.
Oh, Christ, he's going to... All right, let's get out the big book of flat Earth quotes. Let's parrot some flat Earth. What do you got for me, Poncho? What do you want me to do?
What are you going to parrot next? Einstein, Newton?
No, things that I've actually experimented on myself.
Right.
Things that I understand myself.
Did it prove the spins, ISIS?
Yeah, that's called experimentation.
Have you proved gravity's, ISIS? Because Newton couldn't do it. Newton couldn't prove it. You're telling me you're smart.
Have you proved gravity?
Prove gravity.
Right, get on your roof, jump off it head first. What cracks your skull open is called gravity. Welcome to reality.
Called my density falling through the air. Donkey.
That's called gravity. And how do we explain gravity? We call it... No, it's not density.
It is. It's tomato.
I tried. I really tried to.
No, just because you're delusional, you don't write the rules. You can't twist it to suit yourself.
No.
You either know it or you don't.
Why?
And you don't.
I understand them, though.
No, you don't understand them because you can't even tell me if the car tire or the welding rod has run the race yet. You're still up to. You're doing the letter A. We're working on the letter A. And you've jumped all the way to Z and think you know it, but you don't, do you?
Of course I do. I know I'm not spinning. Tell me how you know I'm spinning. Tell me how you know I'm spinning.
We're not spinning, you recalcitrant scrub.
What are we doing now?
We are rotating.
We're rotating.
It's not
We're rotating.
spin.
And what about going around the sun? Aren't we spinning around the sun?
Isn't that the same fucking thing? Spinning and rotating?
Yeah. And then aren't we dropping with the sun? Aren't we dropping with the sun? As well as spinning and rotating, we're dropping with the sun. And we're spiraling with the Milky Way.
I've got to put up with the meth rant. Okay, let's go for the meth rant.
You was just about to go off on one. I nipped it in the bud.
No, you didn't nip it in the anything. You just spouted delusional nonsense.
Okay, you're saying you spouted delusional nonsense.
Hey kids, ABC, it's called gravitation, not gravity, gravitation.
It's called
F equals MA. Do you see the letter G? Do you see the letter G in F equals MA? What does F equals MA mean?
Bullshit.
Yeah, because you don't understand it. So we can't even get to letter F with you, can you?
Drop an apple out of a tree.
So if you don't understand F, how can you get to G? Oh, you can't.
To get between either of them. I can
Is
see
it F equals NA? Is that force
You
equals
don't need to get
mass or something?
between either of them. We do because we other people shape the world that you live in, create computers.
Right, you're going to shape our world. I don't think so. The day I grow a goatee beard and start talking like you, fuck off.
He's triggered. Yeah, a goatee beard. Okay.
You ain't shaping my world. That's the job. You don't
Once
shape
I spend
my world.
15 hours in the mirror a day and then think, oh, wait, I couldn't get by on good looks and a shit-eating grin. What the fuck? I come to middle age and I'm a dropkick.
Oh, so you admit I'm good looking.
Fair, man.
Baby.
I should be a movie star.
It's a compliment.
Well, I'm better looking than you. That's a great compliment. But see, there's more to it than just good looks. You got to have a good brain too, and you ain't got it. So you got to middle age and you suddenly realise you're a fucking dropkick, and you're like, what the fuck is wrong with reality?
I'm a dropkick. I'm a dropkick.
Blame everyone. You want to blame everyone. You want to blame the government, the schools, the teachers, everyone but yourself.
No,
it's
I'm not blaming myself. I did blame myself for a while.
Everyone's out to get you.
You're wrong.
And suddenly, when you're finding out where you didn't have to blame yourself, you fucking jump on it, mate. And there you are, wag and blame the government now. I can blame the government. No, it's the government's fault.
No, I'm blaming you. I'm blaming you.
Blame them. You can blame the big mysterious them they for every fuck up you made in your life. Well done. Guess what? Have a guess, mate. You're not the first to do it.
I'm blaming you for shaping my world.
You will not have any effect on reality at all. At all.
Think so?
You can bleed away all you like. You can make all the noises out of your face all you fucking like. And you'll have no effect.
No
None.
effect. Well, apparently, look how wound up you are. I'm having an effect on you. So if I'm having an effect on you, I'm having effects on other people too.
I'm wound up. I'm sitting here having a beer with my feet up on my fucking desk. Like, I'm wound up, am I?
Yeah, you are. In your voice, Lysis. You're fucking angry as fuck.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm angry as fuck.
You'll punch
Because I've got to yell over you fucking idiots because you don't listen. You didn't concentrate in school. You didn't listen to your fucking parents. And that's the only language you understand is because you're a fucking idiot, so you've got to get yelled at in everything you do. That's why you are where you are.
That's right.
You never fucking listen.
Where am I? You tell me where I am.
He's behind you.
Now, any parent out there or any intelligent person agrees with me. And they've probably learnt something and they go, holy fuck, he's right.
Who's
because I am right.
Who's right?
It's the basics of psychology. There we go. There's high school psychology for you. The abused abuse. Your parents yelled at you. Your teachers yelled at you. Your bosses yell at you. You got no discipline. You didn't actually discipline yourself. You just rode the wave. You
so none of these
turn up
things
late to
happened
school.
to you when you turned out like this.
School.
You never got yelled at.
No, I love science, mate. I would run to the fucking science class, man, because I love that shit. I want to understand the world, and not just through the eyes of some YouTube cocksucker.
I don't disagree with him.
Because I want to do experiments. I want to blow shit up. I want to find out what causes
Join the army.
I want to find out. Oh,
Poncho, so what science do you believe in then?
Empirical science, Mark. If it can be tested and proved, that's science.
Do you know anything about what the theory of gravity tells us?
The theory, yeah, it tells me that if you believe it, you're gullible.
No, it doesn't say that. It says that if you move away from a mass, a large mass, then the force of gravity weakens, yeah? So that can be tested. That can be tested. So you just, like you said, you like empirical science that can be tested, yeah?
Right.
Right, so the theory of gravity tells you if you move away from a mass, a large mass, the force will be weaker. So, if, say for instance, me and you went to a mountain, you went to the top of the mountain and I stayed at the bottom of the mountain, you will weigh less than me. Because gravity...
I'll be able to see how flat the horizon is, Mark.
See, this is why you can never learn, because you can't even listen, Poncho.
What do you mean I can't listen?
Can be tested. And you said you like empirical tests. This is an empirical test that anyone can do. You can go to a mountain, one goes to the top of the mountain, the other one stays at the bottom. The one at the top will weigh less than the one at the bottom. That's an empirical test, and that's what the theory of gravity says.
I got a video for that.
It can also be proved with time. If you take an atomic clock to a mountain, one at the bottom, one at the top.
That's if atom bombs exist.
Will go fast. That's proven fact.
I don't do atoms. I don't do atom bombs.
Well, see, that's empirical.
So, Poncho, do you own a pair of dumbbells at all?
That's empirical.
Yeah, upstairs, yeah.
It's been tested, proved. And you can't deny that because anyone can do it.
Have you ever thought with a pair of dumbbells?
Of course you have. By picking them up?
You might want to look at my screen.
I'm looking. What
happens there? How did that do that? Go back to the start? How did that do that? What's that called?
I don't even understand what you're showing me.
Welcome to reality, mate.
What are you showing me?
Yeah, what are you showing me?
What am I showing you?
Do they have string attached
What is
to
it?
that?
Is it a cattle gate for tiny little cows? There's little cows in there going through the gate. investigate. I can't see or something.
Well, what's happening here? I don't understand.
That's called.
I don't. Two dumbbells.
That's called.
Stick with two weights, one on each end.
That's the Cavendish experiment. That's the Cavendish experiment performed with a couple of dumbbells and some paperweights on a piece of string with a metal bar.
Right, I can see one
that's all it is.
brown shoes.
You want to go and do that yourself?
No, because it's a bloke
Prove gravity?
bullshit.
Right, so, but you just said that you like doing experiments and you like to see
but what's
actual
that
experiments
prove?
and actual facts.
What does that prove?
What are you looking at right there?
I'm looking at a stick on a string.
Gravity,
you retard!
You tell me what I'm fucking looking at then, you fucking clown. You sit there with on the ground, a fucking stick, and a piece of string or some shit on it, and you expect me to know what it is.
Gravity!
Fucking miraculous fucking God that's going to be able to be like, yes,
Gravity, you retard!
Don't things spin when
you're the curvature based off the mathematics 2.011, and
what are the objects doing? They are.
You put your dick in, right?
They are gravitating. That's called gravitation.
Don't prove anything.
The act of the moon chasing the sun and the orbit of the Earth is caused by gravitation, and that's exactly what you're witnessing right there.
I'm not spinning.
You're not spinning. You're rotating at 15 degrees an hour.
Anything. I'm stationary until I get on a merry-go-round.
Yep.
See, this is what's
you're not.
This is what's so funny, Poncho.
See, total hypocrisy. Like a dumb monkey, you just continue in your
I don't believe
psychological
in
fucking
evolution. How can I
fashion.
be a monkey? If anyone's a monkey, it's you.
Well, no, actually, you are closer to simians than I am. Much, much closer because you deny reality. You're unwilling to do an experiment, unwilling to progress.
Are you going to shave off those stupid beard?
Learn nothing.
I'll send you $200.
Give me. Without contributing a fucking thing to society.
Take that beard off.
So what is that?
If you say everything's a load of shit, if you say everything's a load of shit, you're never fucking wrong, are you?
Well, what did you prove with that?
Prove gravity.
Gravity, you.
That's what anyone could do.
How does that prove gravity?
Donkey could do that, Poncho.
Do what?
How does that prove gravity? How does that prove gravity? By putting a dumbbell and another dumbbell and then a stick in the middle. How does that prove gravity?
How come a little kid
is it suddenly too hard to go out and grab a couple of dumbbells?
Supposedly being dragged towards the sun.
Well, don't you understand about that? It's just proving the fact that a larger mass
exactly
attracts a smaller mass.
that
That's what gravity
principle.
does.
Let's look at someone else doing it.
It's a simple experiment that anyone can do, and you can't even recognise it when you do it. It's really sad.
Stick spins?
No, it shows that a larger mass attracts smaller mass. That's simple, isn't it? That's what gravity tells us.
Well,
two steel balls and a styrofoam jar. How? Gravity, you retard! How many times am I going to say it? That's hell! Gravity!
This bar is the I can't even see your video. Someone present this fucking proof. Present him. Someone present the proof.
Present him. Click on him.
Well, this is what's so crazy with all flat Earth shit here. When you say things like there's no gravity and gravity can't be proved, and then someone just proves it like that, your argument just proves.
What did he prove?
He just proved gravity.
Let's put some. Hang on. Let's put some lead. Let's put some lead weights next to the steel balls. Let's watch what happened. Oh my God, they're moving. What's pushing them? Is it ghosts or is it invisible aliens?
Isn't this magnets?
No, it's lead.
Lead and iron. And if you want to prove it wrong, go and do it.
Are you sure about that?
Iron not magnetic.
And you will find
is iron
they are not
magnetic.
No, lead cannot have
lead.
the
It's
how am I supposed to know if this is what you're saying it is?
Oh my God.
Well, you can't do it, Adam.
Go and do it!
And do it yourself, Adam.
Get 2 car batteries and make the fucking spark plugs get attracted to them on rods. Done.
Just
What about electromagnetivity then?
No, it's not electromagnets. You
When I do it. When I do this experiment, my ones just sit still.
Say that again, Adam?
When I do the experiment, my ones just sit still, so I'm not using the right magnet.
No, they
Adam, we need 2 car batteries to prove gravity, mate.
I'm going to need the proper magnets. What magnets do I have to use for that experiment? Because when I use what
So it's reality. It's not your experiment. You're full of shit, Adam. Stop being full of shit.
Boy, Adam, you've never done that experiment. How can you just sit there and
This
say...
proves that you two are cultists who are trolls. You're either a cultist or a troll. Take your choice. Because you are not. Hang on. You are not looking for truth. You are not accepting reality.
I didn't say that it didn't work in its entirety. I just said that I tried it and it didn't work when I tried it with the materials that you told me to start with.
What are you using, batteries or rubber bands, Adam?
Oi, Poncho, you don't even.
Mate, I didn't use the right magnets, is what I'm saying. I don't know what magnets you used. I don't know what magnets you used for your magnet test.
Gravity, they will attract each other.
Whatever, dude. I tried it and it didn't work.
Electromagnet.
Steel balls.
Adam, did you have 2 car batteries?
Do you know?
That's why it didn't work, mate.
I don't know why it didn't work.
Now let me point out how dumb you guys are. Let me just point out how dumb you guys are.
You decide.
Hey Poncho, do you want to realise how dumb you are?
Yeah, I do.
Go on, then, you got another experiment for us?
I love it.
No, because a high school kid, a 14-year-old kid.
Did you just say a high school?
To call you a 14-year-old high school kid has the right to call you a fucking moron. How does that feel? How does that feel that a 14-year-old kid can call you a fucking moron?
Is that okay?
Because he's done that experiment.
Or a goat.
Oi, Poncho, do you trust your doctor, Poncho?
No, I ain't seen a doctor for years.
You're pretty angry today,
I ain't seen a doctor since I was about 19.
If you had a heart attack, then go to
Give
hospital.
us another experiment, Zysis. Come on.
You're going to tell me my heart attack's going to prove gravity?
No, I'm asking you, if you had a heart attack, you go to hospital, I take it, yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah, well, most medication, most meds nowadays got some background in evolution science, like learning how bacteria attack the body, how they evolve. So, if you're saying evolution's false, then how come people are getting better through medication that's been designed and built around the evolution?
It's getting better. Have you got figures to match what you're saying?
Yeah, well, cool. So what do you think evolution biology is all about?
Really? Because I know people are dropping dead left, right and centre.
Yeah, well, that means if they're like you, they would.
It means what? It means your medicines aren't working.
I don't. It's just that you deny everything that's about in science and reality, and then it's so easy to prove you wrong. It's ridiculous.
So,
what, you're puffing on a cigarette?
If they're faking space and spending $17 billion on themselves, and you find out that to be the truth, and they should have been spending it on healthcare, how are you going to feel?
Oh, poor Poncho.
But you're the one that's losing.
Not me. I'm not sick. I'm feeling sorry for all the people that are sick.
Well, you know what I mean. They say you can't polish a turd, so I suppose that's right, isn't it? You don't want to learn.
Have you got a video of it?
A polished turd.
Sound more like Jamie.
A polished turd. That's racist, you cunt.
Polished. I'm sorry, I forgot it was beer o'clock.
Tell us another experiment.
Beer o'clock. You're having a banana for that.
There's nothing more funny than the last experiment didn't work for me, Zysis. Can you show me another one?
What?
The last experiment
Gravity
you showed
experiments?
me, I tried it and it didn't work. It didn't work. I tried it. I used what you told me and it didn't work, so I didn't use the right magnets. Can you show me another one?
Because you suck at experiments. Not that the experiments
I know. Can we try another one? Because it's getting a bit...
Do you know that nearly every high school physics kid has done that experiment, and they have a right to call you a fucking moron because you don't understand basic knowledge?
Touch terms,
Before you guys rant and carry on, try to imagine, right, that's tertiary knowledge. That's basic. Tertiary. I know it's a complicated word. It's about 7 letters. It's very, very difficult for you to try to understand.
Nursery.
You're talking about secondary schooling, right?
You're talking first year mechanical physics, right? Now, there's 6 more years after that. Do you reckon that you can understand the 6th year concepts? Do you really think when you can't even understand the 1st year concept? Try to apply that to a bricklayer.
I'm not a mechanic.
Right.
All right.
You're not even so that means you're not even an apprentice.
What to? Being a mechanic? No.
So you're a passerby, and then you're sitting there trying to tell the mechanic with his head under the bonnet that he's a fucking idiot and he doesn't know what he's doing.
No,
you start ripping. You throw the distributor cap away and go.
I'm looking at the mechanic that's sitting there with the trolley and thinking it's a car.
And why can't you trust the physicist?
That's got a trolley on his fucking hoist, all right? And I'm like, dude, you know that's not a car, that's a trolley, dude.
You can't trust the physicist, can you? But you can trust the mechanic.
He doesn't have a car on his hoist. It's a trolley.
Because you're a fucking idiot.
You don't have a car, or you have a trolley.
What do rockets push against? What happens if you throw a bowling ball in space? If you're floating in space and throw a bowling...
Have you done that? Have you got a video of it?
Never been done. You can't tell me that. Is it supposed to just sit there in space? Is it? It's just going to go up there like gel. I'm going to aeroplane.
What happens when you fire a gun?
Just sits there like a star.
What happens?
It rotates with us now because we chucked it higher
Oh,
now.
I'm sorry, I've got to put up with an A4
Hang on, A4. What happens when you fire a what?
The universe and
All
sits there
right,
and
see,
screams with
you
us
know,
now.
we're qualifying your stupidity here. We've already realised that you don't know mechanical physics, so let's go
Tell me
backwards.
what was the atmospheric line? Tell me the line. How high do I have to go before I can feel space? Before
I don't know. If you really...
Where's the difference? Where's the line before I'm going to start being airplane jelly and fly away?
Let me just mirror you back at you so I can just sit there.
That's exactly good. I love it.
Now, are you going to bury us with theories or facts?
So dickheads,
Go on.
what happens
Get another
when you
theory,
fire
then.
a gun? What happens to your shoulder? What happens to the shoulder when you fire a gun?
You get a kick of power from it.
Right, you get a kick, an equal and opposite reaction. What the
It's
fuck?
not equal and opposite. The shoulders go back at speed of sound.
If you're not a weak cunt, nothing happens
What's the
to your
bullet
shoulder.
pushing against?
My shoulder,
What's the
but my
bullet
shoulder
pushing
goes
against?
back at 700 miles an hour.
What's the bullet pushing against? The bullet's gone. It's
Right.
fucking gone, but you're getting
It's
recoil.
already pushed its explosion through air. Through air.
He's a dumbass. Don't worry, Poncho. He
Air.
doesn't
Is it
understand.
pushing against?
Air ignites fire. Fire
Is it
needs
pushing
air.
against the air? Right, and how's the bullet pushing your shoulder? How is that?
That's the kick of the gun, isn't it?
It's already
Also,
left the
it
gun.
doesn't kick back.
Right, an equal and opposite reaction.
Right, so what happens when it's planted in the ground? It's transferred straight to the floor. What's the difference?
That doesn't apply.
That's right, because you're not in space. Now do the same thing in space. What happens?
Right. Exactly the same fucking
No, it
thing.
doesn't, because it can't ignite.
Oh, how do you know? How the fuck do you know?
You'd be able to show me a
Because
fucking
you've
video
watched the
of it. That's
YouTube.
how I know.
You're about to say it, Rocha, because you watched the fucking YouTube video. You fucking moron.
And you got a NASA video in space.
Somebody wrote it down, so it must be true. We went to the moon, even though we've never been back. We went there in the fucking 60s when fucking TVs were black and white. Yet we're fucking.
Let's change the goals, quick. Change the goals.
We've got fucking hoverboards now, and yet we still haven't been back to the moon.
I don't want to do physics. I don't want to do physics. I want to change the goals.
That's just like Mr. Zyface.
A4, put your hands over your ears and just go la 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 la. It'll work, trust me, it'll work.
No, we're listening, Zay.
Stomp your feet a bit. Stomp your feet a bit.
Can you give us
Don't
one
forget
proof?
to put your hands out. Once your hands have left your ears, put them out. Put them out and hope that someone will put something in them so that you can fucking live.
Just asking for one proof. That's all.
One proof of what?
Anything.
Yeah, but here's the problem, Pancho. Even if we give it to you, you're going to change it once we do.
Well, that's because
You'll suddenly okay.
Poncho,
No, you don't. You look at things like a fucking idiot, like 80% of the human population.
I'm not a human. I'm a man.
Why can't a rocket burn in space, Poncho?
Why can't it burn in space? It's got nothing to push against. It can't ignite the flame, even though you say it's got oxygen in it.
Flame's already ignited. It was ignited when it left the Earth.
Right, so as the air gets thinner, the rocket carries on burning without any air in our atmosphere too.
Yeah, but
And you know that. How can you prove that a rocket
Can you
doesn't
show me a
work in
video
space?
of that?
Let's go there. Show me a video of a rocket not working in space. Can you show me a video of that? Because I can show you thousands of videos of rockets going into space.
No, you show me
Can you show me a rocket?
to the firmament.
Can you show me now? I want you to show me a rocket, footage of a rocket not going into space and burning out, not entering the atmosphere into outer space.
That's
Not,
all of them.
I mean, a NASA
That's all of them.
planned rocket, a
Firework.
Saturn 9 or a fucking
Firework, don't say rocket.
heavy
That's
lift.
your word.
How dumb is that? What a dumb argument. I'm going to have
show
to
me.
go out and
Show
do
me your
some-
evidence. You want me to give you evidence? Where's yours? Where's your evidence for the conjecture?
We haven't got any. You haven't got any.
Yes, we have.
We've got fucking thousands, hundreds of thousands of hours from amateurs, professionals.
Animation.
Damn, man.
Upon a star.
Vacuum. So that's how stupid.
See, you know how you're much like an astronaut. You've got a bubble around your head. You live in a fucking bubble.
If this is crowd,
Yep.
if this is crowd,
You're a fucking dickonaut. You're a moron. That's the best one to put you, a moron. There we go. We invented a new word for flat earthers.
victors, so you've already lost, right? So you dig your hole, brother.
Bubble boys.
Bubble boys.
So, bubble.
Outside of the bubble.
Bubbles. Are you a West Ham supporters, ISIS?
You think that you're on the
Year 11
outside
mechanical.
that's rotating
Year 11 mechanical
around other
fellas.
bubbles.
Did you grab a pencil?
Happen
Did
to
you
be a
grab a
little bit
pencil?
denser than other bubbles.
No,
and
an
other
empty
bubbles
pen?
are a little bit denser than other bubbles.
I got a
Grab a round pencil and an empty pen. Roll it down your desk on an angle. Which one wins the race, guys? Come on, do an experiment. Tell me which one wins the race. Does the car tire or the welding rod win the race?
That's not the question. What you should be asking is,
Mechanical experiments. Zysis, you're wasting your time. They're never going to do the experiment.
I know. No, it's called counter trolling because they're trolls. These two are like flat Earth cultist trolls. So I'm
offended, A4.
I didn't say anything.
Lion and the jackals.
How can I be a troll? You said I was handsome.
I didn't say you were a troll.
I didn't say you was
You're
a troll.
Both of you are cultist trolls, in my opinion.
And you're
you
just
work for the fucking Vatican.
How do I?
Vatican, fuck off.
You're promoting God. Promoting
How
the
do
delusion
I?
of mind control device.
How do I?
God's got nothing to do with the church, you tart.
You're too fucking stupid to work that part out, aren't you? You're victim of a fucking psyop. Goes to show how easy
Where
it
does
is
it
to
say,
psyop people.
thou shalt give money to me?
The flat Earth is in the Bible, so it must be true.
Well, I haven't recited the Bible or anything. I just said I've got a creator.
Well, that's where your flat Earth comes from, doesn't it?
No, it was around before the Bible. It was around before the Bible. There's a picture that's trying to say that it come from a certain place.
Well, I'd like to tell you that the globe Earth was around long before the fucking Bible and long before the flat Earth.
Oh, good, cool story. So
it's a true story.
Whatever.
So can you tell me, Zysis?
You're telling me the first interpretations that human beings got without technology. So you're telling me, Zysis, that the first interpretations that humans being got of their Earth, that they were on a fucking round ball. You're a moron. You are the dumbest hunter I've ever met. All right.
I'm a moron.
Primitive, right? Because you're going back down saying that rapes and shit.
He's the guy that can't. No, don't call me a dickhead and don't call me a moron. You can't do that. Because it's. Hey.
He wants to say that one minute we come from apes, and then the next minute we're smart enough to fucking always know that we're on a round ball. All right, it's either one or the other, mate. Either we evolved from the apes and we weren't smart enough at one stage, and we come from cavemen, blah blah blah, etc., 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 and then we got smarter and smarter, and so on and so forth. All right, and that means that we would have thought that we were apes and shit, didn't we? We wouldn't have even thought about living on a fucking round ball. What are you talking about, Zysis? Use your fucking brain. Unmute yourself. I can't unmute you, so unmute yourself, Zysis.
Oopie doo, oopity whip, I wanna be like you. Oopie doopie doopie.
Yeah, that sounds like
You know the chorus, Zysis?
A question
You know the chorus, Zysis? Don't they teach you that in NASA school in physics?
Hey, Poncho, your face leaks a lot of noises, Poncho. You better get that looked at.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't smell like yours does.
Poncho, what's the ISS? Is that a hologram or something?
No, it's an international submerged submarine.
It's a submarine.
It is a submarine.
This is where.
That's what he told me.
This is where. This is where you guys. This is where I come up with a little saying called "simple things in simple minds."
Mm-hmm. Try rolling a pencil down the table, A4. How fucking simple is that?
Yep.
I have a question.
A, the letter A. We haven't even gotten to the letter B yet. We haven't gotten to letter B yet because your brains aren't big enough to actually grasp it.
Can't you even hold
Letter B. What comes at letter B, A4? Buoyancy. Buoyancy. Go on then.
Can't you even
Okay, anyway.
I'm not dense. Shouldn't the Earth be gravitating to me then?
No, I thought you are a very small man. A very small man. You are a very, very small, tiny, insignificant thing. You will have no effect on society. You will have no effect on humanity. You won't even be a cog in the machine. You will be. You're not even cooling fluid in the machine. You're a piece of smorf.
I am my own.
I'm that dirty ass twig that goes in the machine and fucks the whole thing.
And I'm the bloke that pushed him there. Sorry, A4.
One little twig in a fucking multi-trillion-dollar cog too, and all it took was one little twig.
You guys have got a firm grip on each other's cocks. That's pretty good. Did you both like?
For me, it's Australian. Is that a theory? Who am I, Mr. Tickle?
Okay, question on the flat Earth model.
Go on then.
If the Earth is a flat plane and it's stationary, how do you explain the retrograde motion of Mars?
The retrograde motion of Mars? Well, it's following around the rest of the solar system. Well, as you call it, solar system, the lights. It's following all the other lights around.
Well, the thing is,
there's a
what it means by
dome, and the dome
retrograde
rotates,
motion.
because there's a dome, and the dome rotates, and on the outside of the dome, there's all these indentations on the outside of the dome pushing inwards, all right, and they spin around and whatnot. This dome is a mechanic, like a watch of the type, so it spins around. It's got all different arms though, and you see them as stars, but they're just the dome rotating. So we live on a stationary plane with something rotating above us, the dome rotating.
A4, as an Australian, I want to fucking punch you. Seriously, I would love
which way one can spin that way, one can spin whatever way it wants.
As an Australian, you're a fucking moron, and I wish you would report to the nearest abortion clinic for immediate termination. Your life is a mistake.
Father, forgive him for what he says.
Forgive him for his sins.
In my world, you would be put to the fucking gas, or you'd be put to digging a hole, because that's all you're good for.
You're
proving it.
Fuck, I don't let him shape my world. You'd be dead by now. I'll dig in an hole for.
I could say as soon as they say, you're supposed to be a slave digging holes. I'm like, oi, that's what I've been saying the whole time, that you're the fucking slave owners and you're trying to make me dig holes. Help me. Help me.
Fucking oxygen thing.
You're trying to make me dig holes. I don't want to fucking dig the holes no more.
Stop yelling. You're wasting oxygen, for fuck's sake. A goldfish could use that oxygen. It'd put it to more use than you. Seriously, a fucking goldfish could use that oxygen. You selfish cunt.
Use that oxygen. I love you, Isis. Isis is so good.
Don't you mean nasticled in the deep sea buoyancy tank?
Gold.
Yeah. Hey, Poncho. I'm gonna say, I find myself saying this too often. You might want to go to the.
Hang on, A4, wait.
I'm gonna use.
You might want to go to the big wonderful land of outside, man. You know what outside is?
Outside. This is another theory.
Yeah, there's a door somewhere in your house that leads to the land of outside.
I've never been out, A4.
Right? And get your neck, get your head, and make it go all the way up. Like, look it up.
Look it
see
up.
the ISS go up the fucking head. You can see it with your naked eyes, you fucking retard.
You see what with the naked eye?
You're fucking ISS, you idiot.
It's in a fucking swimming tank. How the fuck does looking up see in a swimming tank?
I don't know. They get it out of the swimming tank with fucking unicorns, and they carry it with fucking string, and they make it pass over your head for your convenience.
So what you saw was a light being carried by two flying unicorns. That's not the ISS.
Just for your special little snowflake projected reality.
Where's the unicorns in your place?
You're special, because this information's been hidden for thousands of years by millions of people costing trillions of dollars, but some dropkick on YouTube unveiled it all.
What's money worth?
They call me a dropkick.
What's money worth, A4? A4, what's money worth?
Stop being one, and I'll stop calling you one.
I feel offended. I don't know what money's worth, but Zeiss just called me a dropkick. Stop it.
He keeps calling us dropkick.
You can see the ISS with your own fucking eyes.
You can see a light. Don't lie.
You can fucking not. You can see a bunch of fucking shit in the sky.
If you see 250 miles
away, it could be a bat for all you know.
I'm going to take my headphones off. You guys just yell.
They told me that a bat's going to be in the air at a particular time, and I guess it's the ISS.
Has ISIS got a bionic eye?
It's a Batman.
Batman?
You can see it, because you can see a lighter from very far away if it's pitch black.
You can see a light. You can see a light from very far away. This motherfucker's a spotlight. It's not just the ISS, it's a spotlight too.
He's talking about the sun, mate.
Oh, I thought that's all about the ISS.
Well, I already told you about the sun.
You can see hundreds of satellites. Let me have a look. See how many satellites there are.
You can see all them garbage.
This is how ignorant you are of reality. Let's have a look at N2. Let's go to n2yo.com.
Refraction when we're trying to talk about Horizon, but you don't put that into account when we're trying to fucking find the ISS.
Has he got some live footage?
You're trying to find it, but you've never found it. You're trying very hard.
Is it a 360? Can we get a full panoramic?
I can see clouds. I can't find the ISS.
I just want to be able to see the fourth wall. That's all I want to see, A4.
How many satellites are passing over me right now? Let me enter
How many
longitude and
imaginary
latitude.
satellites are passing over you right now? Well, it's imaginary. I'll say 1 billion.
Yeah, well, you're wrong, because you're an idiot.
Imagining it's ISIS.
So how does like GPS, direct TV, satellite internet, how does that all work if there are no satellites?
Next.
1,880.
Radar dishes.
1,389.
Radar dishes. Large fucking towers.
You don't understand. So you don't understand radar at all. Well, that's normal.
So when you go out to sea, ISIS, if we've got satellites, why do you need?
Okay, let's do that.
Why do you need a phone to ring shit to shore?
Do you know why they had to go over and invade Afghanistan like they did? So they could map out the land a lot better.
What's the difference? What's the difference between?
So good. If their satellites were so good, why did they have to go and manually walk over the land?
That's right. They never changed the original system. They just invented satellites.
How would they manually have to go map out fucking Afghanistan and whatnot when they supposedly got satellites that could fucking
Oh, so they could just use satellites for mapping, huh?
They should have got Dora the Explorer in.
You're a dope, Isis. What ship are you sitting on?
No, it's a basic case of
fucking Isis.
you
Is that
kids.
the HMS Isis?
It's like trying to convince a kid that's 18 years of age that Santa Claus isn't real, and he's adamant. You guys are adamant that Santa Claus is real.
Yeah, and
you are convinced in Santa
real.
Claus.
And you're adamant space real.
Because it fucking is, you moron! Go outside and look up. That's called outer space.
No, it's called heaven.
You can call it the heavens if you like.
It is the
But
heavens.
it's called outer space to some of us. We have new words for things.
Yeah, well, maybe
we developed that new word about 2,000 years ago. Oh, I'm sorry.
What happened 2,000 years ago?
It's so hard to keep up, isn't it?
What?
So how does planes?
Years ago? Oh, it was 3,500.
If the Earth was flat. If the Earth was flat.
They know that since
Let's
the
say
beginning.
the Earth is flat.
They knew that at the beginning.
Okay. Let's say the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
How does a fucking plane fly under radar? How do ships go under radar?
What do you mean?
Do that?
How did it fly on the radar? The same way they would on the globe, apart from straight line. Like you wouldn't notice the plane curving on a ball.
Okay, so you don't understand radar. That's
Well, I understand planes, and they don't change position. They fly in straight lines. That's why they call them a plane.
That's not what they call it, a plane, you
Of course it is.
fucking
They just
retard.
They swap the name around, so
Because they fly in straight lines. That's what they call it, a plane. I need my oven gloves. Fucking hell. Where's my oven gloves?
So when you got a low-level tornado flying at sea level, right next to the sea, and it's kicking up all the water,
No, it's a plane.
why does it need to change?
Planado. You got to change the nomenclature, man. It's a planado. It's a planado. Because planados only go in straight lines. That's why they call them planados.
Right. So it's on a curved ball. Why doesn't it adjust? It's going faster than Mach 1, close to Mach 2.
Have you flown a plane before?
I don't need to. I understand speed and velocity. It's cruising across the air.
You understand velocity.
Every 1.3
You understand
seconds.
velocity. You understand high school physics. You understand high school physics now, suddenly.
High school music.
Oh, shit. You've just fucking hit a bloody hole now. Are you sure you want to understand velocity?
I can't play any music. If you're asking me to play an instrument, I can't.
Or you want to understand velocity, because I'll prove that you don't.
Right, okay.
How about the Concorde?
The Concorde.
I don't know what velociraptors are.
The Concorde, yeah. It travelled. Did it travel
Concorde.
twice?
You're talking about another dinosaur. The dinosaurs. Why is it always dinosaur names?
The Concorde flies 3 times the speed of sound. It travels over 1,000 to 120,000 feet in the air. It
Right,
gets
so why is it not flying anymore?
Okay, it takes 4 hours to go from New York to London. Now, you tell me, is it because it's flat or it's because the Earth rotation?
How
and it
fast is
helps
the plane
the
going?
speed?
How fast is the plane going?
How fast? 3 times the speed of sound.
So that's
Mach 3.
1,800, 1,940. Okay, so 3,000 miles. So it should take an hour now, shouldn't it?
No, it takes 4 hours.
Well, how can it be? That's like 4,000 miles instead of 3,000 miles. England to America is 3,000 miles.
No, actually, it's more than
To
that.
the east coast of America, New York, like the Titanic, the Olympics took, it's 3,000 miles.
No, it's 6,000 miles.
That's to the other coast, west coast, to the west side.
I'm talking about New York to London.
London, 4 hours. Well, that's just over 1,000 miles an hour. But you're saying Concorde did close to 1,900 miles an hour, so it should have only taken 3 hours, basically.
It still takes 4 hours to go, and it's going faster than the speed of sound.
So it's
Why
taking
is
a
it?
longer route.
Why is it? It
Oh, it's
takes 4
taking a longer
hours
route than it should be doing. Why is it doing
instead
that?
of taking 7 hours?
Why do all planes go up from England, up to Greenland, and then turn towards America instead of just going woo straight across the Atlantic?
Because it's a shorter route going the other way.
So
If you
why
have
don't
the
you make your
curvature of the Earth, it's a smaller distance.
Smaller distance, but it took longer.
Look, listen. from no, not Auckland, from Chile, over from Chile to Sydney. It takes 13 hours for a flight in the southern hemisphere. It's over 7,000 miles. Okay. Now it has to curve down towards Antarctica and back up. Okay. Now, it can't go across. There's no way that will happen because it'll take too long. It takes too much fuel.
But that's providing the maps are right.
The what?
The map you're using. You're using that distance, that time. Yeah, that might not be where they actually are.
No,
what he's telling you, if the Earth was flat, it would take twice as long.
Well, it does.
It doesn't. It takes 13 hours. It doesn't take twice the... If it was flat, it would take too long. It'll be much larger.
And I'm saying, what happens if those countries aren't where you told they are?
Oh, my God.
Are you serious?
Yeah, because you've only seen it from satellites and they don't exist.
Because,
oh my God.
Because maybe some of us have actually left our country, dickhead.
I've left my country.
Some of us have filled 2 passports.
I left my country.
Some of us have spent fucking more hours on a plane than you've spent studying fucking physics.
Well, you'd think you know the world was flat then, wouldn't you? Because all the pilots do.
Because I've measured it.
You've measured it? How big was your tape measure you daft on?
You can measure
I don't need a tape measure.
You can measure the distance.
You can measure the curvature. It's fucking trivial.
Maths.
It's trigonometry to measure the planet, huh?
Yeah, well, how can you trigonometrize a ball?
So what are the tools? I mean, so the master here,
triangle and isosceles triangle.
You seem to know so much because you've watched so many flat Earth videos, and you have no evidence of whether there's curve or not because they never even mention it.
I'm not spinning.
Okay. I've heard that. That's the 9th time.
No, that's.
I know
that's
you're trolling.
Relying on my own senses. I'm not spinning.
The looks to the right are body language to me. Okay. So you're giving yourself away.
I trust myself.
No, you don't.
I am not.
No,
spinning.
you don't.
I am not spinning. I believe I have a heavenly creator, and space is fake.
Okay.
Ben von Braun put one thing on his gravestone. Psalms 19:1. The glory of the heavens declare his handiwork.
Yes. You and your sky god. Okay, whatever. You're a nice little Semitic patsy. Whatever.
Okay. You and your Nazi gods.
Yeah. I don't have gods.
You don't? But you love fireworks.
That's gonna hurt you.
You love fireworks and outer space, and your gods created it for you.
Science.
Science. Yeah, empirical science I like.
That's not religion. I just showed you empirical science and you fucking denied it.
What empirical science?
Oh, putting 2 dumbbells and making
electromagnets make a bit of wood move, a bit of polystyrene.
You're saying the Earth is a washing machine, a centrifugal force.
It's an electromagnet.
Centripetal force.
It's the electromagnet.
Centripetal
the
force.
sun and moon, positive and negative.
So what's electro? Okay, before you keep bleating on, Poncho, tell me what is the electromagnetic force called?
What do you mean?
You just told me that the Earth is an electromagnet. So what's that called?
What is your name for it? Are you asking me?
No. What is everyone's name for it? The humans on this planet have a name for that effect. What's it called?
Like they've got a name for heaven. They call it space.
Oh my.
So what's your name for it? What's your name?
So you're gonna.
Okay.
So you're gonna avoid the fact.
God, or what's your name for it?
It's not my name. It's the human species name. You know how you're speaking words right now.
I'm a man created by God. You're a monkey created by Nazis. Carry on.
Yeah, created by God. Okay. God just waved his hand.
No, he didn't wave his hands. He's a spirit. How can he have hands? The spirit of God moved across the face of the deep. Didn't say the hands of God. Dive down to the deep.
Oh, God.
So, continues ISIS.
No, I like your little giggles to yourself. It's revealing you as a
it makes me giggle.
No, because it's actually showing you as a cultist. It's good for the audience because they can see
believe in a God. No,
they can
my creator.
The body language of a cultist. They can actually recognize what a absolute lunatic looks like.
Really? Has he got a goatee feet?
This is insanity, folks.
Has he got a goatee feet and now his feet on the computer desk?
This is what happens when we're too compassionate in our society. We let morons like this roam free when we should have locked them up.
What's up? Didn't you get any fucking hay this morning?
So what's it called? I know you don't have an answer.
What's your word for it?
What's humanity's word for it?
Well, man's word for it is electromagnet.
You're such an idiot that I could be Nikola Tesla and I could go to the World Science Fair and I could shrink and you'd believe it.
You know Tesla's real?
Holy fuck, he's shrinking.
You know Tesla's real?
You'd believe it.
Did you meet him?
You would believe it.
I would believe what?
You would believe it. You would believe the fucking circus trick of shrinking coins.
Shrinking coins? I can shrink coins. I'm a magician.
No, it's not magic.
It is magic.
See, magic
Sleight of
is
hand.
just advanced concepts for simpletons. Simpletons call advanced concepts magic because they don't understand
I
them.
call them magnets. Magic. I said magnet. M-A-G-N-E-T, not
Technology to a
I-C-K.
Technology to a primitive mind is seen as magic.
Right, but you're a monkey, so you've got a primitive mind.
No, you do. You're back in the Dark
primate
Ages.
mind.
Back in the Dark Ages with your little friend Robotham, because you believed everything Robotham said.
Well, he was
with
a mason.
no citations,
He was a
no
mason.
experiments.
I trust no man. I trust
no
myself.
evidence.
I'm not spinning.
Oh, he's a mason now.
Who? Robotham, yeah. So was
Really?
so was Newton. Oh my gosh, you wait for the Royal Mint. Fuck off.
None of them were masons, especially not
Of course they
Robotham, because you can measure what is the symbols of the mason?
Bullshit. You can smell it a mile away.
Yeah, because you don't know anything about it because you just sit there
There's
watching
lots of
YouTube
symbols.
videos.
The hidden hand, the lion paw, Baphomet, continue. Loads of them. And I can find pictures of JFK holding them symbols up.
Oh, come. You actually believe all that crap.
Yeah, I do.
Why?
So
right in plain sight.
the symbol of masonry, you still haven't answered that. I mean, you said about 14
Square and a
words.
compass.
You said about
Square and a compass.
You said 30. You said 33 words, and all 33 were fucking
Square and a
useless. Yeah,
compass.
square.
That's the sign of them, right?
And what are they? What are those tools? What are they used for?
They're taking a piss because they show you that the Earth's flat with it. You use a square and a compass. Square in the circle of the Earth. Isaiah 42.
With either tool, any mason, even a first-year adept, could show you with both tools or either one or the other that the Earth is curved.
With
and
ball
just those
trigonometry,
tools.
yeah.
Ball trigonometry.
Yeah, with assumed mathematics, using the theory of gravity, the theory of special relativity. Oh my lord, theories.
Hey, dickhead, you might learn something because I don't see
How can I learn something?
trigonometry.
It's a theory. I'm imagining.
I don't see trigonometry in a compass and a square.
Everything you've said to me tonight, imagine you're in a plane with a grand piano and an anvil. What if you're on the moon? What if? It's all ifs, ands, buts, whens. Imagine.
Oh, and the experiments that I showed you, of course you're going to deny that. Imagine you live in a dome. Imagine that there was a big fairy god in the sky that created us all. Yet there's thousands of who have studied it and realised that no, there's no fairy god.
There's no fairy god.
You've got your little Santa Claus guy.
And I've studied the heavens, and now I know there's no space.
You've studied the heavens, have you? Oh, so studying the heavens, and yet the ISS is fake. I don't think you've studied the heavens at all.
They do part of it in a swimming pool, part of it submerged, part of it in zero G, and the rest on green screen.
It's at this point that I say to the crowd that I lined you up and you got suckered hard. I just sucker punched you in a way that you don't understand.
What have you got? You got a link to evidence?
Did you notice that this so-called truth seeker did not ask me how do you measure the curve with a compass or square? He didn't ask me at all.
Because it's
he
not
has
there,
no
you
interest
cock.
in measuring the Earth.
It's not there, you cock.
What this specimen is someone who has a psychological problem. He is not concerned with science or facts or truth or reality.
Dare you!
He has a psychological problem, which is something that I stated earlier. He wants to blame his parents, government, schools. He wants to blame everyone but himself for his position in life. And by blaming someone, now he's got a confirmation bias that he can blame the government, the Masons, the Jews. He can blame anyone
My
but
position
himself.
in life
his
is
position in
beautiful.
life.
I'm a child of God. It's a beautiful position to be in.
Yes. And so why are you concerned about the shape of the Earth? What do you think it's going to solve?
Well, nothing for you. You can stay paying bills and everything, but the rest of us will fuck off somewhere and do everything for free.
Oh, somewhere in a dome. Well, it's not to another planet now, is it, you
big the
dickhead?
dome is. You don't know how
You're
big
denying
the
the
dome
other
is.
planets.
You don't know how big the dome is. Why the fuck did they have to map Afghanistan when they got there if they've got satellites?
Hey, dickhead, you
Why
haven't
did
even
they have to
fucking
map
left your own
Afghanistan?
country, and you
Why
suddenly
didn't they
think
pay
that if
the
you
Royal
believe that...
Explorer to go in there and map it for them?
He's triggered. Hey, dickhead,
I'm
if you
asking you,
haven't left your own
why
fucking country
did they
in a
have to map
plane...
Afghanistan?
Zasa says triggered. Zasa says triggered and then has the...
Why did they map Afghanistan?
I can hear it in his voice. Like, I can even do it with his voice.
Why did they have to map Afghanistan?
Because we haven't mapped Afghanistan, because we haven't fucking been there.
What, the satellites haven't been over it? Fuck off! You don't even believe your own shit.
Satellites. See, this goes to show how little you know, because we don't with satellites, you fucking moron.
You don't do what with satellites?
We do not map the planet with satellites.
Right, okay then.
Are you suggesting that the first satellite went into space in 1736? Because we don't fucking need to.
So if satellites don't map Earth, why are you using them for global positioning, you cunt?
Oh, what the fuck? How did Captain Cook find Australia?
Well, a satellite can't position it, can it, if it doesn't map? If the satellite can't map, then it can't position.
He's triggered. How did Captain Cook discover Australia?
Why you haven't thought of this
satellite? Did he use GPS?
But it's a point. If you've got GPS, then why did they have to map it?
How did Captain Cook circumnavigate Australia and map Australia in 1788?
Why didn't they just call the Explorer up as a Navy SEAL and send it in?
How did Matthew Flinders find New Zealand? Did he use GPS, dickhead? He used a compass.
Yeah.
And he discovered the other islands, too, as well.
I think he used a sextant, you fucking retard.
So why are they still using Al Biruni's map?
They don't.
They don't.
You just got that off YouTube.
They don't.
Maybe some of us know how to fucking navigate in this reality. While you sit in your fucking couch getting stoned and going, I know everything because I've read one book.
And you sit with your feet up at the desk getting pissed.
Yet some of us can read thousands of books and still know that we know fuck all. And laugh at clowns like you. That's why I'm here.
Not a clown, I'm a magician.
No, you're a clown.
That's just your opinion.
You'd eat diarrhea as soup if I put fucking mint in it, mate. You would fucking gobble that shit down in ask for seconds.
Well, I wouldn't know it was shit.
Oh, you would.
It smelled of mint.
No, you wouldn't have a fucking clue.
I wouldn't know a minty shit if it passed me by.
You've already eaten one bowl. Do you want another?
Is this a theory?
No, it's a fact. You believe the earth is flat. That means you've gobbled down a whole bunch of bullshit.
Pass me by.
Can you show me some proof? Can you show me some proof of your shit?
Can you show me the bowl and when I wasn't looking and I didn't smell it?
You sit there like this is flat earthers to me. You look up from a trough full of bullshit,
right?
And you look up at me with a face covered in shit with your eyes wide going, no one's eating this. It's fucking delicious. And we all just walk past and we're ashamed of you motherfuckers. Oh my God, we're ashamed of you motherfuckers.
So I'm a pig eating shit and you're a monkey goat boy.
But then we just sit there and we point and we laugh and we can't help it. As sick as it is, we just can't help but to laugh.
Do you do this from the trees or do you stand upright again?
Does it make your stomach sore when you fill your gut with bullshit?
I don't know. Does it hurt your knuckles when you walk on them?
Is your auntie your mother?
I don't know, but I had a theory the other day because they tell us we're not supposed to do it. But what happens if we do it?
Had
and
a
everyone's
theory.
all right?
Yeah, you've had a couple of theories tonight, and they've all
Well,
been.
no, that's how it
wrong.
all's supposed to happen with creation. You see, it had to happen. So they've told us you can't do this ever, right? And you can't do it. But if we all started doing it, what would happen?
I was thinking about your creation bullshit today while I was on the bus. I spent about 8 seconds coming up with this
On the
because it's
bus?
just so easy.
On the
and
bus, don't you
trivial
mean
to
the
just
shuttle?
use. Yeah, I was sitting on a bus. You know.
Okay.
You know what a bus is, right? It's
Was it an
a
A4
transport
bus?
system we use. Yeah, it was. It wasn't the short bus. I'm
Go
not
on
allowed
then.
on your.
Go on then, get on with your story.
Yeah, how do you get blacks and Asians from
Thinking
Adam
about
and
our
Eve?
creation bullshit. Continue.
How do you get Asians and blacks? Like the very things you see in reality prove your fucking bullshit wrong. From
What,
Adam
you're
and
saying
Eve,
there
how
are
do you
different
get?
races of people?
How do you get all the different races we see on Earth from just a man and a woman?
Races? There's one race. Mankind. That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought it was man.
Mankind.
So there's no such
right.
thing. Whites, blacks, yellows, whatever.
Yeah, but there's
brown.
still people.
Yeah. they're
What about the
people.
two tribe, mate?
Right. So if you get two different dogs that mate, you get a third dog, but they're all still dog. Mankind. Dog kind. Next.
Doesn't.
Yeah, but they're different breeds of dogs.
But they're still dogs.
Yeah, but they're different types of dogs.
Yeah, different types.
and what's
not
that-
races. Because if you're talking about race,
Poncho.
then it can't be a dog. It's got to be a different race of dog, not a
Hey,
different
Poncho,
type.
I'd hate to shit on your delusion.
It's a type
But
of dog.
what do you call that? What do we call that?
What do we call that?
Yeah, if you get like Adam and Eve were two white people, and suddenly there's black people
How
and
do you
Asians.
know
Like
that
there's
they
the
were both
Negroids and the
white?
Asians.
How do you know there was white? One could have been black, one could have been white. You
You
don't know.
fucking retard. It doesn't matter. How do you get the other races though? How do you get them?
Over
What's that
time.
called? What's that called though?
Living
Over
under
time,
different parts of the sun.
And what's it called?
Culture.
Oh my god, I
It's called
almost threw up there.
It's called evolution, you fucking retard!
No, it's not called evolution. It's called culture. Culture can evolve. People don't evolve.
Culture? What?
Mind you, I take that back. You evolved into half man, half goat.
Okay, Boy George, I'm sorry, but culture doesn't apply. I'm sorry, Boy George. I really am. No, culture doesn't
Boy
apply
George.
to that.
It's called chameleon.
Yeah.
Have you noticed the chameleon's got Fibonacci in its tail, like the seals?
Oh, Jesus. You got Fibonacci if your hand. You got Fibonacci everywhere if you bothered to fucking measure
That's creation.
That's not creation.
Of course it is. It's his fingerprint staring you in the face. It's even in your face, as I call it, the evidence.
Right.
What?
It shows what's known as the semi-cascadian Coriolis effect. There's a fucking advanced concept that you won't grasp.
What the fuck did you say? Say it again.
No.
Why?
No.
It sounded like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Say it again.
Exactly.
What did it say?
Exactly.
What did you say?
The semi-cascading Coriolis effect. Oh, God, I used the word Coriolis. That's not going to go for you. Yeah, Coriolis
is when you put shit through an apple corer and it spirals.
No, that's called a spiral to you. Let's put it in basic terms.
Spiral.
Yeah, a snail shell.
Mm-hmm. Everything's
Let's
got
dumb it down
your
for
eye,
you.
your mouth, a vagina.
Yep. Oh, and you know what that's called?
Yeah, it's called creation.
It's called the higher power, and dummies like you called it God.
No,
and ran off and then turned it into the Sky Man.
God. He called himself. I don't know what he called him. Actually, I can't call him that. You're right. That's why I
Suddenly it's a shame
as the creator.
If I draw a snail coil on a fucking piece of paper, it's going to grow a set of nuts and a cock and say, "Hey, what's up?" And I'm going to call it a him because it grows a set of genitals.
Not unless you're a magician. Are you a magician?
Well, apparently you are. You just grew a set of nuts on a fucking coil.
On a coil?
Because you refer to God as he. Jeez, that's a bit chauvinistic, isn't it?
What?
You gotta pull your head in there a bit.
Well, they've got to wear them. It's better than, well, what do you want? Do you want loads of babies? You'd send all your babies to an abortion clinic like you just said. Sacrilege, I know.
Coils grow testicles. That's amazing. Look, we should cut all the testicles off the coils and farm them.
Is this you shaping my balls now?
No.
So you shape me well, you shape me balls. What do you want to shape next? He wants to get me haircut.
I don't know, ask A4, he's your boyfriend. Jesus, fuck, I don't want nothing to do with it.
I love him like a brother though, A4. I love you, bud.
Yeah, I'm sure you love him like a brother.
I
You had
do.
sex with your brother too.
I had sex with my brother.
Yeah.
I had sex
You said
with my
you love him
brother.
like a brother, I mean.
Well, you can't, that's not evolution, is it then? Because nothing's going to happen. A 1 and a 1 make a 0, right? Basically. Biology.
Well, see, if you guys realised that there was so much protein in your sperm, you'd start eating it going, this is going to live off this shit.
Oh, here we go.
And you'd
again.
actually convince
Now
yourself.
I can't tell a minute
your own
shit when it passes me by, and every time I come in my sleep, I eat it.
Yum, yum. It's good protein.
Have you got
You
a
can live
video
off that shit.
Have you got a video of it? Because if
Got
you
a video
want
of your
one,
dome.
you got it in the bedroom.
I'd love to see a video of your dome.
Did you
Watch
use
the
a
video over the-
satellite?
Why can't all the CGI experts in fucking Flat Earth produce a CGI of a dome? Why is that? Why can't they fake it as good as NASA?
What do you mean, fake it as good as NASA?
Why can't... Well, if everything's CGI, how come you can't do it?
I can do it. I took the piss out of it for the last 2 months. Actually, I haven't. I left it alone since month 1. I'm going back to it this week, though.
I'd like to see your CGI attempts, man. It'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Why don't you share it?
Well, I'm going to again, but now I know how to use my green screen really good compared to how I did when I first started doing NASA videos.
Green screen, huh?
This one should be
Lovely.
lovely. Yeah?
Well, it'll be fun debunking you.
Oh, you want to
Calling
go?
you out on your
I'm not
bullshit.
like any other flat earther you ever met, mate.
Oh, you're like every flat earther I've ever met. A fucking
Really?
idiot.
You've met another person like me? Because my nana said that he threw away the mould. He said, they're not making another one like Ponch. Just the one. The world can only handle one of me. That's what my nana said. Came from her words, and I love my nana, and I know she was telling the truth.
You twisted that into a compliment for yourself, didn't you, you delusional?
Well, no, my nana loved me, and that's what she said about me.
She was just trying to tell you that God wouldn't fucking make you don't make fucking reject cars. You don't make a million reject cars. You make one and throw it away. You want to make good cars, just
by
like you.
that-
You don't
by
want to.
that rationale,
You don't want.
why do
You don't
we-
want to
why
continue
we've still got
making.
so many deaths on the road.
You don't want to continue making idiots like you because we'd get nowhere.
Right.
There'd be no progression.
Okay.
Here's science class kids. We live in a dome. Everything's fake. That's bullshit. You don't need to know anything about that. And I'm awesome. All right, class over kids, and you all pass.
No,
There
I
you
don't
go, there's
mind
Flat
it.
Earth.
The difference is now, learn the bullshit, learn the truth.
You haven't learned the bullshit though.
I did, for 40 years. I went to school like you did. Only I pulled my head out my own ass.
Really? Car tire or welding rod?
What, out my own ass?
Basic concept.
Basic concept
I don't think you concentrated.
Basic concept
I don't think you concentrated
you
much
can't
in
tell
school,
you've
did
been
you?
lied to.
I can tell I've been lied to. That's why I don't believe in flat Earth.
Right.
Ooh.
So, your senses are telling you right now you're doing 1,000,000 miles an hour.
My senses? No, I don't need senses to tell me that I'm I'm doing 1,000,000 miles an hour.
No, you
because
just
I'm
need
not.
the
I'm
underground.
doing
That is
15 degrees an hour, and I'll repeat myself.
How
15
fast?
degrees an hour.
15 degrees an hour. What? That's just the spin of the Earth, right? No, that's not the 66,600 miles around the sun an hour. Not forgetting the 444,000 miles an hour on the drop sizes, and then on the arm of the Milky Way, 884,000 miles an hour. Now, if you want to add all them together, that's over 1,000,000 miles an hour, and you can't feel it.
Because you don't understand simple concepts.
Of course I do. I understand the simple lie that I'm not a monkey. I don't put bananas into a chocolate starfish anymore.
So let's disprove you. Put a glass of water on the dashboard of a car, plant your foot to the pedal. What happens to the glass of water?
It goes forward.
Right, it falls off. It moves, doesn't it?
It keeps going towards the windscreen, yeah, because you're going forward, you slam the brakes on, one thing's into the windscreen because it's got no seatbelt.
No, you accelerate from sitting still.
Oh, right, okay, it spills back. It spills back.
Right. Now, while you're traveling at 100 mile an hour, put a glass of fucking water on the dashboard. What happens to it?
It stays still.
Exactly, and that's what you are, staying still. Relative motion. Welcome to high school physics.
Okay, is the car doing 1,000,000 miles an hour and is it spinning, rotating,
it doesn't matter how fast
at the same time?
Do 5 mile an hour, do 20 mile an hour, do 1,000 mile an hour. Sit in a fucking airplane and do 1,000 mile
Do you reckon the feel less is acceleration or deceleration?
You only feel acceleration, moron. And objects are the same.
What do you mean? I can't feel myself stopping.
No, but that doesn't really work. No, wait. You said that if I put a glass of water in a car when I'm going 7 miles an hour, it's going to stay still. It doesn't really stay still. It sits there and vibrates the whole time, and eventually it will move.
That's not the acceleration. That's the bumps on the road, you moron.
Right, but that's all to do with kinetic energy.
From the outside. So this is
nothing to do with kinetic energy.
An untouched movement. You're saying really?
Well, what other things can we dismiss about the flat Earth nonsense, huh?
Well, I just want one proof, Zysis.
One proof that the Earth is flat.
Undeniable proof that it's a ball and I'm spinning and I'm descended from monkeys. It all ties in. If you can prove any of them, I'm back there with you. I'll even throw a goatee beard and put my feet on the computer.
What you suffer is a psychological condition. No evidence will convince you because what you suffer is a psychological condition.
What? My own senses tell me I'm not spinning. That's a psychological condition.
No one can tell that they're spinning because they're like the glass of water traveling at 100 miles an hour.
Bullshit! Because the glass of water's going straight
Why don't all the people in an airplane...
depending on
Why don't all the passengers on an airplane... Why don't all the passengers on an airplane get pinned to the back of the plane when it's doing 700 mile an hour?
Because it's doing a constant. It's doing a constant. If it dropped 400 feet, what would happen to all the people?
Exactly.
Yeah, they'd smash the heads on the roof, wouldn't they?
They're changing velocity, and the Earth is not changing velocity. It's a constant speed.
Because it's not moving.
Otherwise, we'd feel it.
It's not moving.
And it's pressurized, too.
What's pressurized?
The plane.
So's the air.
It's pressurized the even amount of pressure that it is in the ground. That's why your ears pop when you fly.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you're going up in altitude, yeah.
Yeah. So when it goes up in the air, it adjusts the pressure. So when it's at 30,000 feet in the air, in the cabin, it's really 2,000 feet.
Right. The air pressure you're saying is 2,000. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Back where it started.
Right.
Okay.
So relevant motion when you're moving.
Yeah, but the plane's still flying in a straight constant line.
Yeah, but it keeps it steady. So you're not pushing that motion inside the plane.
Right. So if I was to fly an helicopter inside the plane, yeah?
Okay.
That's independent of everything, right?
No.
Why doesn't it get pinned to the back of the plane?
It's free from the plane. It's not touching anything. It's in the space in the cabin of the plane flying, right? It's independent.
No, it's not.
Why isn't it?
No, it's not.
It's encapsulated.
Right, so when I'm flying a kite, that's not independent. If I let go of the string, it's not independent.
The air inside the plane is moving too.
It's moving?
Yes.
With the plane.
Oh, air conditioning, I see.
No.
Yes.
Oh my God.
The plane's moving. I'm moving at 700 as well at that point. That doesn't prove anything.
It proves your bullshit wrong.
Why does it?
But say everything's a load of shit. You're never wrong.
Right? No.
Just
it's
keep
called
saying
plane.
everything's a load of shit.
Straight line. When you want your door straightened, you use a plane.
Right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And when the boats go out to sea, they drop the fishing nets on the sea bed, and the bed's pretty flat, right?
Well, no, the sea bed, and you've got to pull the sheets back before you put the net off the bed. Yeah, you got to pull the sheets back.
It's called a sea bed because it's flat, and then you got the continental shelf because shelves are flat.
Oh God.
And then you've got the continental slope, and then you've got the abyssal plains. The abyssal plains, which cover over 55% of the seabed. Plains, like the Serengeti Plains, the Savannah Plains. So, tell me how 50% of the seabed is flat.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Go look at all your own sonar images from GPS.
No, GPS does not measure that. Do you know how GPS
who makes
works?
all the maps in all the world?
Do you know how GPS works?
USGS.
No, they don't.
You know it's one way.
What's one way?
The way how GPS works. It's not like a two-way communications. It sends down a beam of frequency down towards a spread area of the Earth. You understand that, right?
Right, so how the fuck does a submarine dodge the mountains you about to tell me about? If it can't see them, if it only goes one way.
That's called sonar, not GPS, you idiot.
Right, okay. So I use sonar imaging as well.
Yeah, but sonar images, you're going to see different lengths up and down in the seabed.
I've seen 3D mapping and it's flat.
No, it's not flat.
When the Titanic fell, it was on an abyssal plain just before top of Canada. It was on the high, what's its name? The Hiburu abyssal plain or something close to that. And it fell on there and it's flat. You're telling me when they zoomed in on the Olympus, not the Titanic, when they zoomed in on the Olympus, that ship that got torpedoed, not hit an iceberg, you're telling me it went on a flat seabed on the abyssal plains?
No, there are some areas that are
not some. 55% of your globe is flat. How's that work on a ball?
Because they have
flat meaning there's no fucking valleys and mountains, you moron.
Yes, there are valleys and mountains down there. I've seen them and volcanoes and mud volcanoes. I looked it all up.
Meaning it's flat.
What?
That's why they say Kansas is flat as a pancake. There's no mountains and valleys, meaning it's flat.
You got Belgium, France.
Doesn't mean level, you idiots.
You got Belgium, France, Germany, all flat. You've got the seabed, that's all flat.
Don't say level though.
You got Kansas, you got the salt flats, you got the Bolivian salt flats.
I know you like the sound of your own bullshit.
You've got the Antarctic. Let me finish. You've got the Antarctic plateaus, the Rockefeller Plateau, the Ross Ice Shelf, which is the biggest piece of flat snow land anywhere, 475,000 square kilometers flat, right? And then you've got the Serengeti, the Savannah, all the deserts, all flat.
No.
Yeah. And then you drop down to the seabed, continental shelf,
because reasons.
Plains. That's pretty flat, Isis.
Yeah, it might be flat, but it ain't fucking level, moron. It's not.
What do you mean
level.
It's not level? Flat means level.
No, flat does not mean level.
So when you run out of air on your tyre, is it flat or not?
It's not.
Is it level?
It's not flat. Okay then.
Yeah, you get a flat tyre,
so
but
it's
you
flat.
don't get a level tyre, do you?
Your wheel is now level with the floor, silly twat. That's why it's a flat. Really, Isis? I thought you was a mechanic. Oh, not a tyre fitter, obviously. You can't get better than a quick fit fitter. You can't get better than a quick fit fitter.
Yeah, you're a...
Hold your pencil and flat tyre down the hill. And they're both level.
That's a gold.
You guys are...
That's a fucking gold.
Did you take much meth? Did you guys take much meth?
When you don't do drugs.
Well, you should then. Maybe they'd do you some good.
No, I don't trust the medicines or the vaccines. They're for
Isis is obviously on the meth when he's fucking rotating on his ball.
My two balls don't know whether they're going left or right at the minute, A4.
Well, at least I live in an infinite universe. You guys live in a fucking snow globe.
If I build a little balloon shed and cock me balls in there, can I do the Cavendish experiment?
Well, you don't have any balls.
What do you mean?
Because you had balls.
Now is that
stand
fair
up to
if you've got a
bullshit.
child or children?
Someone who's got no balls has no courage and no determination to learn new things.
What do you mean I've got no courage? If
So you're a coward.
The king of the forest.
You weakly fell into all the peers at school and you're like, I'm going to take the easy path because, everyone else is doing it. You didn't have the courage to stand up and be a nerd. You're a fucking gutless moron.
Did you say pears? Because that's Neil deGrasse Tyson, mate. Do you believe he's spinning on a pear, Tyson?
Yeah, I know that your brain would say, yeah, it must be a literal pear because your brain didn't actually get the end of what he said.
So there's a big bulge in the middle of the equator.
Yeah, it's just like you guys like to cookie cut what Tesla says without actually fucking reading what he really says. Yeah, well, I don't even know if England existed based on your logic.
You can take my word for it. It exists.
No, I don't take your word for it.
Dip, 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 dop, dop, dop.
Been there. What does that actually actually mean?
What? Dib, 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 dob, dob, Scout's honour.
What does it mean?
What? Scout's honour? It means I'm telling the truth. Scout's honour, I live in England.
Be prepared.
You weren't a scout, were you, boy?
I would guess that
just
you're in
say that.
Australia, just by your accent.
Dib, 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 dob, dob, dob. See, this is something that you should probably learn and live by, because you haven't been for the last 40 fucking years, you cocksucker. You insult the Scouting Association, because I was one. Do your best, do your best, do your best. Do our best, do our best, do our best.
Have you still got the uniform?
Dib, dob, dob, dob.
Have you still got the shorts and the shirts, Isis? Will you put them on camera? Will you show me?
Little disgusting little fucking girl.
What?
You insult me.
I'm sorry, I
You
didn't mean
insult anyone who's
Isis,
thinking.
I apologise, I didn't mean to insult you.
You insult anyone who's thinking and has the courage to think outside the box that you live in. We're sorry that snow globe reality
I'm in a dome, not
is
a
the
box.
only thing that you can come up with. That's the best you've got, is a fucking snow globe. Well, leave the rest of us to explore the rest of the reality, will you?
Dipped in dog shit.
Explore the rest of the jungle.
Yeah, no, the rest of reality. We've already done Earth. Now we're going into other planets and outer space, because we've done Earth. We've had that.
I'm
Vinny
sorry
Vissy
to tell you
Birdie.
this, Isis, but there are no other planets, mate.
We came, we saw, we conquered.
Dipped in dog shit.
You don't even know that planets exist. You don't even know what the moon is.
No, I do know that planets exist.
How do you? Have you been there?
Because I've used this thing called a
Telescope.
fucking
It's used
telescope.
astral projection, A4. Go on, tell us about your trips, Isis.
He's an astral projector. Oh wow! Next thing he's gonna tell me what was that fucking.
Speaking of projecting, here we are believing in a flat Earth with no evidence, dome,
What
or
are you going to
ice
do,
walls, or
right,
edge,
if
or
there's a
anything?
disco ball at the North Pole and it projects all the stars out at night?
I know that there's not.
How do you know?
Because I've flown past it, you fucking
You've flown past the firmament? Or the North Pole?
No,
You mean the atmosphere?
You've flown past the North Pole. How close was you to the North Pole? Did you see the pole?
What happens when you take a flight from Georgia to fucking Alaska? Alaskan stopover
Probably
on the
fall
way to
asleep.
New York.
Go on.
Look,
Yeah,
I flown.
you kind of cross the pole.
That's a long fucking trip, Isis. You fall asleep on it. Go on, carry on.
Look, I've flown from Chicago to Dubai, and we went
Dubai?
over the pole.
You went over the pole. Did you see it?
Yeah,
What, you saw the North Pole? They had a big pole there.
yeah.
What colour was it?
What do you
Red
think?
and white.
Can you link me a picture?
On top.
Is it on Facebook? Can I search
Are
it?
you serious?
What?
Your God was there.
How do
Your
you know
God's
the
there.
North Pole
Every time I
exists, you
fly.
donkey?
Your God's there with all these little angels. Sorry.
How do you know the North Pole exists? You said you don't believe in
Making-
Santa, but Santa comes from the North
Max,
Pole. How do you know the
he
North
makes all
Pole
your little
exists?
presents.
What? If Santa's
He makes
not
all
real
your presents.
and he comes from the North
He's
Pole,
your God.
how do you know the North
He's your
Pole's real,
God.
Isis?
Why are we talking about Santa?
Because he said, both of you said you flew over the North Pole. And I said, how do you know it's real? He said, because you saw it. But you also saw Santa. But now you don't believe in Santa, and Santa comes from the North Pole. And if Santa doesn't exist, how does the North Pole exist?
No,
never
Santa
saw
Claus
Santa.
comes from Finland.
He comes from
Okay,
Lapland,
it's,
actually, Lapland,
it's
but carry
Saint
on.
Nicholas. Okay,
St.
The
Nicholas? Well, he was Turkish.
That's from the North Pole. Don't
No,
get
he
the
was
two
Turkish.
confused.
Well, it's actually Odin from the Yuletide.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
is it?
who
Saint
is
Nick
Old
was the
Nick?
4th
That's the
of December,
devil.
yeah.
St. Nick.
No.
Yeah,
not
Old
fucking
Nick is the devil,
you
right?
Dickhead.
Old Nick, St. Nick.
No,
Same
you
guy.
fucking
Why do you
moron.
think he's dressed
It's
in red?
fucking. Oh, Jesus
Isis,
Christ,
right? He
you're a
left you some
fucking idiot.
presents, even though you were
You're
naughty.
a fucking idiot. Shut the fuck
left
up. You don't
he left
know
you
what
presents,
you're talking
even though
about.
you were
You're
naughty.
insulting your own fucking ancestors now, you
My
fucking
own
moron.
ancestors?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, your own fucking ancestors.
Nice guy, so yeah.
Right. Can you prove there was a guy called Santa? No,
Oh,
'cause your own
Jesus.
testimony
Do you even
doesn't exist.
do you even know where the word Santa Claus comes from?
Yeah,
You don't,
Klaus.
do you?
Klaus, which is short for Lucas, and
No,
Santa,
it's saying.
Satan.
Why
Lucas.
why am I throwing pearls before swine? Look at them just trumpet into the mud.
Pearls
It's
before
disgusting to bear witness to, isn't it?
Oh, you're going back to the pig.
Santa Claus is the phonetic translation of Santa Claus, Saint Nicholas. When a Swedish person or Latin says Saint Nicholas, it sounds like Santa Claus. Saint Nicholas.
Who's the pale, me or you?
Fucking ISIS.
That's where Santa Claus comes from. And
but who's
Santa
the
Claus
pale,
wears
me or you?
red and white because the drug used at the time by the Vikings was fly agaric. Fly agaric is a red and white mushroom.
I never knew
The
that.
reason why Santa climbs down a fucking chimney
is
is
because he's
because they
high on
used to
acid.
deliver the drugs.
He's lost. He's confused.
All right.
He's on acid.
I can't be fucked with you. You're just a.
How does Santa know
I
where
can't
he's
be
going?
fucked.
Does
All Pearls before swine.
I don't understand how what Santa Claus has to do with whether they're flat or a sphere.
I know what a mushroom is. I know what a flying Garrick is. They grow in Wales.
Yeah,
How would you know where Santa Claus actually come from, Zysis? So you read a story out of a book and you regurgitate it as truth, like it's actual fact. You're a fucking moron.
Speaking of fucking morons, I actually study fucking history and I ask people and I read what they say I actually bother to fucking understand reality.
History's a lie.
The reason why Santa Claus climbs down a fucking chimney, fucking retards, is
Just
because
told me he's on mushroom.
Oh, shut up! I want to do this for the crowd so they can actually get it.
Okay,
because this is word of mouth knowledge. It's never printed.
I'm listening.
Because they used to deliver mushrooms. They used to deliver the flyer Garrick down the chimney because you were snowed in by the fucking winter.
Flyer Garricks don't grow in winter.
Oh my god! And you'd
It's
fucking.
Santa dry them out because that's against the law. As long as they're wet, you can't get arrested for them.
All right, stupidity. I can only last so long with stupid because it just drains
Come
me.
on, I've been here
You
ages,
guys
mate.
are
You still ain't give me a proof.
Brains.
Santa bringing me mushrooms does not prove I'm on a spinning ball.
This is why I am not.
Jumping out an aeroplane with a Grand Piano. Go on.
I just can't stand morons.
I'm not a moron. I'm just, I'm finding it hard to understand what you're trying to tell me.
Oh, you are. I could ask you next week.
I'm sure I'll
what
get it
wins
if you continue.
I could ask next week what wins first, the car tire or the welding rod. Do you know what you'll say?
What they snowing? Snow's going to slow them both down, innit?
Yep. And they because when the Vatican
What was going down here? A tyre and a pencil.
They wanted to appease the
tyre's going to win.
Vikings.
As long as it's not going down flat, because then it's not going anywhere. The tyre will win.
George, they wanted to make the Vikings happy, so they introduced the Yuletide, the 25th of December, to the day of giving, the 4th of December, St. Nicholas's Day, and they merged the two together and they created Father Winter, which is actually Odin. And he used to ride across the sky. He used to ride across the sky and suck up the souls of the dead, because when they saw the Northern Lights, the Laplanders, they saw the Northern Lights, they came up with the myth of the soul. That's where the soul concept actually comes from. The kid tugs on your shirt while you're hunting and says, "What's the lights?" And they just ended up saying, "Look, they didn't." Rather than say you don't know, like a normal prideful person would be, you come up with a story for your kids because they're always forever curious. And the kids' stories stuck, and that's where the soul concept comes from. That's also where the gods came from, because they came up with an addition to it, which is Odin riding an 8-legged horse named Sleipnir, which is Loki's grandson, across the sky collecting the souls of the dead, because so many people would die during the winter, and they'd say he's collecting the dead. And then you can see over 2,000 years, it got twisted and distorted into the myths we know today that some people actually believe, like the soul and God.
Did they die because they OD'd on mushrooms? Santa bring them so many.
When you get older, your parents say to you, "Look, it's just a story," just like Santa Claus to this very day. They tell you that Odin's just a story, and it was just to answer things that they don't understand, like lightning.
Right, I finally got it.
All the natural things that happen in this world, they just had stories for it. And then as you got older, you'd say, "Look, tell your kids that story because they'll ask you the same question." And suddenly everything starts to make sense. But people continue to this day, with lack of knowledge and understanding of this world, to believe in the soul. Well, they've obviously lost the Thor striking his hammer stuff, but they still believe in many of the Viking myths to this very day. The soul, Father Winter in the sky, God, all of these concepts come from Vikings. Why? Because most of their lives were spent locked up in the fucking hole thinking.
Right. Consider this some parental advice then. Face is fake. It's just the stories, ISIS, that they made up in the 1940s. ISIS?
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, hello. Who's that? Oh, hello, Colin. How's it going, man?
Pretty good.
ISIS has just been explaining facts of life to me. I'm afraid, though, he hasn't convinced me yet, Colin. But bless his on socks, he has tried.
I was listening to ISIS like all last night. He got fucking discouraged, but he got back on, so it was pretty awesome. He was talking about the Genghis Khan and all that stuff. Pretty fucking interesting.
Yeah, well, I listened to the Gods End, and I've heard of Asgard, and through this journey, Colin, like you, I didn't know the Mothman was a real prophecy until you said the other day. I had a look at it the morning after, but my mind's open. But when it comes to spinning, I'm not spinning. And until you can give me a test that shows me I am, I'll go with my own senses forever. I do believe I'm the best source for that information.
So are there any other sphere ballers on right now, or am I the only one?
No, I'm...
Oh, yeah. Hi, George.
Yeah. Well, I already talked to Pancho, and I tried doing it the nice way to talk, but if he has his mind made up, he has his mind made up. You're not going to convince someone, so...
That's right. You can't tell a fool is a fool, right?
Well, like I said before, Pancho, I mean, if someone presented you with proof and it's there...
If it was rock solid, yeah.
Yeah.
If it was rock solid.
Yeah, if it was rock solid.
Nothing they've got is rock solid.
Well, what if they took you to space?
No thanks.
Are they going to do that? That's a hypothetical.
I'll get there in my own time, thank you.
Well, let's say Virgin Space decided to give out a free ticket. Go to space for free.
I'll give you the ticket and you can film it for me.
Yeah, but let's say I already got a free ticket.
Okay, well, I really don't want to go on that plane.
Why? You don't feel comfortable or you just don't want to do it?
No, because I know what's going to happen to the plane.
What? It's going to blow up?
Oh, yeah.
It's not the Challenger that blew up just because it happened. You do know that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think that anything going out in space, it'll just blow up?
You can't go to space unless you're dead.
Oh, come on. You got... Oh, God.
It's an honest answer.
That's an honest answer. You can't go to space unless you're dead, and you can't prove otherwise.
What's the dome made
Unless you're dead and you've been good.
Okay, yeah, good question. If you know there's a dome, then what's the dome made out
of? I don't know. You're trying to ask me what he put there, and I can't even get to it.
Spiderwebs. It's made out of spiderwebs.
So you don't know where the dome is. What it's made out of.
It's made out of spiderwebs, dude. Why we're listening? Spiderwebs.
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 Yeah, Spider-Man did it.
How do you know that?
There's photographic evidence of him spinning loads of webs up there.
Yeah, there's webs everywhere.
And it's not CGI either, is it, A4?
We've got proof, man. Video proof.
Who knows what it's made of? Who knows?
So nobody really knows, but you know it's there.
Yeah, because all of space is fake.
Okay, so you believe this, or you have faith that it's there?
The minute I knew I wasn't spinning, I knew I'd been tricked.
Liars. So you're going to tell me these shamans have been into space?
Yes. You know why? Because the difference is that they have evidence because of photos and videos, examples, and actual other things that proves it.
But no 360. No 180 and no 360.
They're the ones that invented or come up with the technology called cameras or whatever it is, optic lens work. You know, they're these ones that engineered that. So that trickery, why wouldn't they use it to their advantage?
We both know that you won't come up with anything like that, even remotely close to that, A4. Or the best you could come up, you will produce is a turd. That's the best thing you're going to.
Is it a minty one? Yep. Is it a minty one? Because I didn't think the last one, did I, A4?
A steaming turd.
He didn't even show us evidence of the last one. Apparently, I had a bowl of stinky fucking peppermint shit, but I didn't.
I'm serious. You're giving me no other option but to say that probably the most you thing around is a turd.
I guess you're spoon feeding me out of your bowl.
Let's hope to shit you're not gonna fucking breed.
You think that we can breed shit? You think that we can actually evolve shit?
Well, I'm sure that you guys could come up with a way of doing it.
Have you got a link?
If there was a convincing enough YouTube video about fucking turds,
and then pick up
you'd fucking swallow that shit. I mean, fuck, you've got a mouthful of it half the time. I mean, you know, it would be no stretch of the imagination for you to believe that it could breed inside your mouth, couldn't it? I mean, bullshit is breeding in your brain.
How many ifs, ands, and
take much of a
last two sentences?
Doesn't take much of a stretch, does it?
Is it
we're not jumping too far over. Or maybe we're going a bit far for your imagination.
Was it a quantum leap?
Yes, quantum leap.
That's a TV show, don't you, ISIS?
There's a quantum leap. There's a quantum leap. There's two of them talking to me right now. Quantum leaps. Backwards though, not a leap forward. I feel like I'm in the 1890s after some bullshit dickhead published a book.
Based on what? The pictures that they've shown you? Dickhead.
Based on the morons that I'm talking to right now, can't understand even the most simple concepts, let alone the advanced ones.
Okay.
I mean, fuck, you don't even, if I say to you photovoltaic effect, you won't even know what the fuck that means.
No, I don't know what it means. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, a lot of students do. A lot of kids do.
A lot of students that are actually involved in that type of education, whatever field that is.
Something to do with, you probably think it's something to do with photography.
Bunch of words, suit.
Discovered by Nikola Tesla.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Nikola Tesla.
Yep.
Another character clown, isn't he just another Albert Einstein, Albert Einstein?
I guess the only thing that you'd understand about the photovoltaic effect is
the names
solar
represent what they are, you know. Like, you're just talking about character clowns.
Now you're inventor denial. No respect for inventors. No, you're staring at 300 of his. You're staring at fucking over 300 of his patents, but nah, you won't give him any fucking respect at all. You'll just say, nah, he's not real. He's a character.
Over 300 of his stories.
You asshole. You asshole. Just because you'll never do anything with your life.
Listen to his story.
Yeah, just because you'll never do nothing with your life. No one else can do anything with theirs.
But didn't Einstein plagiarize?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. And he was an actor too.
He was an actor?
Oh, he was an actor. They're all fucking actors.
I wonder what happened to Charlie Chaplin.
He was an actor. Fucking look into it, Albert Einstein.
Do you have any links
about how in German, Albert Einstein is Albert Weinstein. Albert Weinstein. So all you're talking about, he's a Freemason. It's a Freemasonic name. Like an idiot.
A Freemason. Yeah, you just prove that you don't.
Weinstein doesn't seem a little too Freemasonic to me, doesn't it? Oh, no, it's just not. It's not representative. It's not symbolic of what fucking group it is.
Stop talking, man. One of us is gonna die, and the other's got to dig the hole.
Anyone with a double-digit IQ is a fucking Mason. Oh wait, Freemason.
Anybody with a double-digit? I thought he had a triple-digit IQ.
Oh no, well if he's above that, that makes him a fucking, an ascendant reptilian shapeshifter, doesn't it?
You apparently give him an IQ of what, 180, and then you say it's double-digit. Can you count?
No, I said anyone with a double-digit IQ is a fucking Mason. What does that make you?
Yeah,
you're pushing 9.
We're referring to Albert Weinstein.
Okay, let's look at this. It takes an IQ of 0.05 to do up your shoelaces.
On Darcening, not regurgitation. I've got a higher IQ because I've got higher Darcening skills than you. You've got higher regurgitation skills than me. We both know this.
You can talk shit.
You're a better speaker than me, but I've got
take your mic away from your mouth.
We both know that, Isis. We both know that.
No, we don't know that. I know that you're a fucking idiot, A4.
You're a fucking idiot because themselves Isis, and it's representative of Isis, the Egyptian god, also fucking being mistaken.
Well, let's look at A4. 2 weeks ago, A4 suddenly believed that the Earth was a globe and went, oh yeah, it is a globe. And then he went back to default again because he realised that he couldn't get enough attention.
Who, me?
He couldn't get online babysitting if he was a glober.
I've been looking into the flat Earth for 4 years, and I haven't.
So he went back to.
Have you
got a video of it, or is it?
Got some good information, and I know that NASA's
you went to flat Earth before us, and that's something to fucking brag about.
And discredit NASA. You might be employed by a military, but it doesn't fucking faze me. Hoorah!
Employed by a military.
They don't let you grow a beard like that in the army.
Yeah, and you might be a fucking idiot. That doesn't make everyone a Mason or an actor.
Is your beard camouflage? Are you a sniper? Do you take into account the Coriolis?
That's why you have to fucking...
Do you want to think the order in the world that takes it?
Snipers, they have to account for the curvature, don't they? What a dickhead. Oh, don't have to account for the curvature in their bullet when they shoot the sniper over long distances.
A4, you've seen me show people how to measure the Earth about 8 times now. Have you done it? Nope.
Yeah, I've done it with straight mathematics, though.
What does that make you, A4? What does that make you, A4?
I don't know.
I've shown, you've watched me show people that you know how to measure the Earth yourself. I've shown you. What does that make you?
All assumptions, A4.
No.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, because you're assuming you're on a ball, so the maths assuming you're on a ball.
The only assumption is what you're making right now, because I can measure the curvature of the Earth with no math, no trig, just a fucking yo-yo.
A yo-yo?
Right.
How big's a yo-yo?
Don't forget, dickhead.
Are you throwing it from space?
Okay, I know that you've got a short-term memory loss, and you're a bit of a fucking dickhead.
You said the goldfish needed the air, not me.
I mean, no one could be so stupid as to be insulted by me so much, yet still sit around.
Sit around?
Because you're looking for
I'm enjoying your company. Yeah. I just want one proof.
You want one that sits around on a flat Earth debate.
You want me to play daddy?
Over 8 hours.
Please don't let us be another 15-hour hangout where they can't show me anything.
People that are open-minded.
It's fucking easy to show the fucking curvature of the Earth. It's ridiculously easy.
How?
Oh, well, flat Earth videos aren't going to show you, are they?
Well, no, I'm asking you how it's easy to show me, because everything I do to look at it, as long as I don't use a ball equation, comes up flat.
Man, A4's been in it for 4 years, and it wasn't until he bumped into me that he realised that you can actually measure the Earth, and there's a scientific field that does it.
Right.
4 years of ignorance and stupidity.
Providing the
what a declaration of fucking honesty that is. And in the same breath, he say that he's more intelligent than me.
What happens if there's more land?
What happens if there's not?
Well, what happens if there is?
Yeah, what happens if there is? How do you know?
There ain't.
How do you know? That's flat Earth. That's a big stretch of water between you and America, you and South America.
Because the truth is self-evident?
The truth is self-evident. Why? Have you sailed all the oceans?
How did they map their way through the southern hemisphere all of a sudden?
Not satellites, that's for sure.
60 years after optics, suddenly we're mapping the southern ocean. No, they didn't.
They named a crater on the moon after him.
From England, you should know about Captain Cook and Matthew Flinders.
Yeah, he took all the criminals over there. How is your granddaddy?
So do you guys get paid by the cult, or like you just do this for free?
By the cult?
Do you like dumbing down other
There's no
people?
money in God's will. There's no money in it. There might be some money in your grandma's will, but there's no money in God's will.
I beg to differ, mate, because the Catholic Church and the Christian churches are worth
billions.
billions. They're worth billions. It's a business. It's a scam.
That's the church.
And you're evidence of
God,
it.
is it?
Yeah, well, I just proved that with the soul concept, didn't I? And the fucking Great Father Winter.
Soul concept?
Oh, wait,
Well,
you'll
you've
deny
got a
all
conscience,
that.
I've got a soul.
Yep.
Tomato, tomato.
You've got a soul.
I've got a soul, yeah.
Yeah, the Easter Bunny's real. Tooth Fairy too. So is Santa.
Everybody like the bubble tornado?
You're so right about everything, Isis. You must have got the best education you could ever
Because
get.
while you were staring at flat Earth videos, I read about actual science. I read about reality, and you stare at flat Earth videos because
He reads about reality. Instead of going out and actually experiencing reality,
what I call junk food reality. You've got a junk food mind. You like junk food fucking knowledge. It's easy to digest.
You compare
your fucking brain. Flat Earth junk food.
I love the way you compare things in the wrong manner, like I'm an anvil. And now you compared a Big Mac to God.
Well, you can whack it on an anvil and it makes better sounds than you do.
What does?
An anvil.
An anvil?
The noises coming out of your face don't make much sense. Noises that come out of an anvil make perfect sense.
Nothing comes out of an anvil.
Sound does, and lots of things like gun barrels and nails.
Is the anvil shaped like a speaker then?
Swords.
If the anvil's the speaker, then sound will come out of it. Unless it hits something. Is it falling? Did you push it out of an aeroplane with a grand piano?
Yeah, because it's when you hit an anvil, it doesn't make any sound at all.
You didn't say you was hitting it.
If you smash your thick skull up against that wall behind you there, it's not going to make any sound at all.
So, right, if I hit an hammer onto an anvil, it's going to make a noise, right?
No, according to you, it doesn't. It needs to be a speaker.
I agree with you. You didn't tell me there was an hammer involved. You said, does the anvil make a noise? Just on its own. You didn't tell me.
Anything, it's going to make a fucking noise.
Now I've got the full equation. I've got an anvil and hammer in my arm. I hit the hammer onto the anvil. Does it make a noise? Is this like a tree in the forest and no one's around?
Right.
Right, but anyway, I hit the anvil with an hammer. Yes, Isis, it makes a noise. How does that prove I'm on a ball spinning?
Do you guys get money off the convent? What are you guys in it for? Or are you perpetuating the lie and you're acting just like your so-called NASA and government just for no reason?
So you admit that NASA
or are you actually, or you've got a choice here, or are you actually that fucking stupid?
You admit NASA's fraudulent then?
I'm going for the latter. I don't think Orma could even get.
What?
I don't think you'd pass the grade.
Who can't get to you?
Oh, I guess it fucking That's
what did you say?
exactly
Walmart.
right. You just
Walmart
proved
can't to me.
exactly. You just proved my point.
What did he say? What do you mean Walmart can't get to me? They can. You can ring them up and order online and they'll deliver it. What do you mean Walmart can't get to me? Anyone can get to me. I just do it online, give them me credit card details. Wolf, it arrives at the door. Walmart can't get to me.
Getting into how this is a different kind of flat earther, but it's still the same. It's just faster.
What's faster? The flat earth ain't moving. What are you on about? The flat earth?
So it's like gas, I guess. One's more excitable than the other. They just got to put more electricity to it.
What are you even talking
about? Electromagnets and gravity again?
No, I'm just talking out loud, making my own assertions as to what the fuck is going on between your ears.
Your experiment in a shed.
Look at you, the dribble.
And I'm starting to realise that your two brain cells are having an argument. They're fighting over a thought. They're fighting over a thought.
How many brain cells?
They're so busy fighting over a thought.
Never answered that question.
You cannot learn a single thing. You cannot teach a new flat earther any trick.
I'm not new. I've been here 2 years.
2 years of stupidity.
Stupidity?
Was it 40? Yeah.
But my life's so much happier, as I said. And God brought you
so much happier.
God
Do you know what that is? That's delusion.
It was destiny's ISIS that we were going to meet on the internet. We could have a bromance.
No thanks.
If I grow my beard like yours, will you add me on Google?
Yeah, I don't have a fucking beard.
You don't?
No, I'm sorry. I know you like bearded men. Are you into furry?
No, I'm not into Santa. I had this conversation about an hour ago. It's Satan. How many more times?
Oh, it's Satan now, is it?
Yeah, he dresses in red, comes down your chimney, leaves your kids' toys even if they've been naughty.
Isn't that a little bit weird, though, that Satan was invented in, like, 412 BC, 412 AD, yet Santa goes back to, what, 416 BC? How do you work that one out?
You're the one giving these people the dates. How do you know these dates? Were you there? Can you give me proof that you were there?
Well, people, not guys like you. I mean, we won't say it's everyone, but some people have these things, the ability to actually record knowledge.
Right.
You know, and other people have the ability to actually get that knowledge, put it in their heads, and assimilate it. That's called learning. You know that thing called learning? Some of us, it doesn't end.
Learning, right, okay, but what have you learned so far?
Yeah. Some of us will be learning up to our dying day. Well, I've learned that I'm talking to two, unsophisticated idiots.
Why am I unsophisticated? I've been quite polite tonight, don't you think, A4? A4?
I've been very polite. I think I muted myself while he was talking, and yeah, I'm unsophisticated. And
have I not been polite?
I say unsophisticated because you can't understand simple concepts. So that means you're simple.
I understand the simple.
If you can't do simple, then you're simpler than simple. I mean, a stick in the ground defeats you.
A
stick in the ground defeats your whole reality. I can throw a stick in the ground and destroy your entire view of the world.
Is he on about the Polish pole vault?
Are you saying that
just a fucking stick? How depressing is that? That a stick in the ground is smarter than you.
Are you saying that a fag beats me? Well, that's not nice. A stick in the ground.
A stick in the ground. Stick in the mud. He's calling you a stick in the mud, A4. That's not
a bunch of the sticks is a faggot, so he's just calling me a fag. One in the ground. Wow, dude, come on, Zeisis. That's a bit fucking, I know what you're doing, man. I know what you're attacking me for.
So I just have to say that and watch you guys run with it, and you can just make complete and utter fools of yourselves. So I guess it's all for the show, isn't it, boys?
What show?
It's incredibly easy for simple people.
What? You tell us, Zeisis. You tell us why you've been sitting here for 3 hours trying to tell 2 guys that don't care about what you're saying about how you first fucking round.
Yeah, your head's made some noises then. I didn't really catch any of it, but...
Oh, you didn't catch it. Sorry, yeah, that's right. You tell me why you've been sitting here for 2 hours.
It was just, all I hear is...
Don't care about what you're saying about the first round. What would it be?
A4, me or you cried tonight? I think we've been quite calm, haven't we? Different pots of fish.
Reality's climbing over the top of me. Oh, God. And suddenly I understand everything, because it's...
Wow, did you see that? He even done, like, little kid baby sounds.
It's okay.
Oh, man, it's cringeworthy.
A4, right? A4, right? Is it us?
I'm doing you.
Give us your best
That's
proof.
What you sound like to me. Give us your best proof.
I'm not spinning.
Right, you're not spinning. Is that your best proof?
Yeah, I trusted myself. I know what my senses are saying. I'm not moving. Now I'm waving. Now I'm bobbing.
Yeah.
I'm not moving.
Yeah, well, the Earth is.
Maybe in your mind.
No, in reality. Not in my mind. It's in reality.
How come I can't
It's called
check
reality. You know that thing that you denied since you were about 17?
No,
when you started to realise that you're a fucking idiot and you weren't going to make it?
Weren't going to make what?
Because you started to realise that you were dropping out in school and falling behind.
I never
you
finished
thought, I'll just be one of the
I never finished school. I was a naughty boy. I was a naughty boy. I never finished school.
Yeah, because the naughty boys were the kids that had the most problems at home.
Yeah, I had problems at home. Yeah,
you deny that. Yeah, and you deny that.
I deny what?
You want to blame the world for your own stupidity.
It's all true. Continue.
Rather than
What's that got to do with
rather than fight, because I was a kid that moved out of home at 15. Rather than fight, get up, put the gloves on, and fight, and work hard, and fight your way out of your position.
Don't forget your
whatever. You haven't had a hard fight in your life.
Fuck you up the arse. Get his ass. And you've gone through your lives, and you've gotten to 30, and you've realised you've got a sore arsehole.
Talking to somebody in Australia that is actually talking to you from the ghetto of Australia, and you're talking from the rich area. You're a fucking idiot. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking from the rich area.
Look,
I'm the one with my face showing and my fist towards the camera and look, a broken nose in the fucking in the photo. If you look at that photo, you can tell I've got a broken nose. You're an idiot. You're talking my lifestyle.
Well, I'd break your nose too because of the way you talk to people. You deserve it, mate. You deserve more than a broken nose. You deserve to be fucking have your head kicked in. Because it will make you. It's the language you understand. That is the language you understand.
How can you say that as ISIS? How can you say the only language is
no fight in ya? None. What? No fight. No fight.
What do you mean no fight? We've both put the fight all
over, and you let it drop out on YouTube. Fuck your asshole hard. And after you came out of it raped, you turn around and say, I enjoyed it. I really did. I really enjoyed it. And then you get on with your fellow rapees, and you're all like, yeah, we weren't raped in the asshole. It was good. We enjoyed it.
Really?
Oh, poor boy.
Are you not just reciting what happens at church on a Sunday morning?
Yeah, that was it. Your mum's a lesbian dyke and shit.
I can't believe you used all that against us and still not proving anything. Have you not got one big proof that just make us come back on the ball?
Where's your big proof of the flat earth?
I'm not spinning. If I'm not spinning, then I can't be on the ball.
Doesn't prove a flat earth at all.
What do you mean? What? So
if you weren't spinning, dickhead, you'd be floating around. But I guess you don't understand that.
No, I'm in air, so I'm heavier than air, so I can't float in air. If I was made of hydrogen, I might float around.
Well, how's the air sticking to the planet then, douchebag?
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, it doesn't stick because as you get higher and higher, the air's not there. That's what you said earlier on. So lower down the air.
Oh, why does the air stick to the planet?
Right?
If it's not moving, then how does the air stick to the planet? Is it trapped under a dome?
Why are you talking 4 hours straight, man? You could have been hooking up the whole brothel or something, you know what I mean? We could have been hooking up fucking doing some shit.
Nah, I mean, I could do the opposite of nah, man. I could do nice.
What?
Nah,
Sorry,
man,
I wasn't really talking to you as ISIS, right?
I couldn't hear it.
He's got up. I'm listening on the conversation, boys.
Hello.
How's it going, Mr. Fontaine?
I'm the normal guy.
No, he's a dickhead.
Why am I a dickhead?
Diseases.
That's not very polite, is it?
Yeah.
I'm a dickhead because I don't believe that I'm a monkey.
Oh, you're a dickhead. You're a dickhead. Yes.
Has who got a job?
Do you have educations?
No.
Oh, wait.
No, I don't.
I don't know about you and where you're from, but where I'm from.
I do not have an education, ISIS. Thank you, Father.
Where you're from, you get your intelligence from snorting a line or doing a shot or whatever the fuck you do. That's how you get a brain upside.
He just attacks the female that he doesn't even know. He doesn't have pussy in the last 5 years.
I just took mushrooms and I know everything.
I haven't took any mushrooms since I was a kid. I mean, a child.
Hey, when you get angry, you don't have to actually start really good.
Don't eat your mic, Dave.
I love it. See how I fix my mic though, so I can do that?
Don't do it, because I can't hear you. Neither can anyone in chat. So, ISIS, what's your number one proof? What's your number one proof, buddy?
5 years, and this is the way you act. Come on, man, it's inappropriate.
Come on, ISIS, you've got to have something.
What's this 5 years? I mean, guys, you've got to actually stop yelling. Can you talk in a normal tone?
Okay,
because it's very draining.
Well, you get us excited.
No, you're not trying.
Don't get us
do or do not.
Then.
Do or do not. There is no.
It's you getting us thinking about disco balls.
Oh, I've got to yell over you, fucking guys. It's very draining, you know.
Why? We're not shouting.
Oh Christ! It's like I feel like a fucking school teacher talking to 8-year-olds.
If you can explain it once the right way.
The parents have fed them fucking sugar, and all you're doing is.
Hey, Paul!
That's how we're the naughty kids in the class that won't fucking stop.
And now I'm diabetic.
We're disrupting the whole class. Nobody's listening.
But you're the naughty kids. You're the naughty kids in the class. You might be the naughty kids in the class, but you weren't the naughty kid in my class.
Up in Job's ass.
I know.
I was like no kids you've ever met.
I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to fuck the show, but.
Are we back on sophistication again? Are we back on sophistication? He said class.
Do you know what I did to one of your kind in my class? You guys would have hated me.
What do you mean, our kind? We're all the same kind.
Am I a T-Rex now? Am I a
father. Oh, I guess you're not gonna.
A4, stop. Stop the thing first. Is that some nitrous oxide, A4?
He's got it down good too.
No, it's the only way. It's the I know you are, but what am I? I've got to speak in your language.
What do you mean I know you are? If you could prove to us one thing, me and A4 will swing back into the trees, we'll reattach your tails and start eating bananas.
No, you and A4, you'll just grab each other's cocks and go fucking hard as, bro.
How big do you think my his cock is in Australia, mate?
Dude, man, you taste delicious, eh, bro?
A4, last time I checked, my cock didn't touch the horizon.
Are we supposed to be upside down on this board?
All the oceans are upside down there along with you.
Oh, you've got it down pat, man. You could almost play my character now, Isis.
I loved getting kids like you, and I'd dack them in the class, and I'd grab their pants, grab their fucking pants, and I would drag you. I'd drag you by your fucking pants around your ankles, and you would get the biggest fucking carpet burns in your ass cheeks. Do you know what you'd be like with me in the class the next day? I wouldn't say a fucking word.
I'll do what you say, sir.
That's what I do to you cunts, and fuck, you are so weak.
Please, Isis, can I have some Vaseline and Savile?
I loved it.
Carpet, man.
I love motherfuckers like you, man.
No, you as a teacher, you just admitted you pull our trousers down and drag us along the carpet until we got carpet beds.
My father was a Vietnam vet and a Golden Gloves boxer who used to beat the fucking crap out of me.
Hey, stop touching me, man. You're always trying to touch me.
How did he pull your trousers down when he had boxing gloves on?
See, unlike you, A4, I've got stab wounds, gunshot wounds. I've got big scars on my face.
My mum stabbed me. What do you do when your mum stabs you? You fuck you in the cock.
Disclosing any personal information on what actually is.
One of those little kid smart mouths, A4, that got his fucking head kicked in at the train station, and your mouth is still running. While you're getting your head kicked, your mouth is still running.
It's not that way towards a female. You've obviously been mistreated by a female and you've got some phobia against them. But what I'm just trying to say is, whatever your debate is that you're trying to go on about,
psychoanalyze me, you fucking dropkick. You can't even elucidate an advanced concept. Intelligent. Flat Earth is intelligent.
Why don't you let us talk?
Flat Earth is intelligent.
You've been speaking for 4 hours and we've all given you a chance to speak, Isis, but you won't let the lady speak.
No, you won't. That's how it is.
Oh, I scared him off, A4. I was trying not to scare him off, A4. That's your fault.
I didn't mean. I was telling her not to talk. I was saying,
who sat next to you?
I was sitting there saying,
what's she called?
He's coming back.
What's her name? Sheila?
Sheila.
That's not what you would be saying if you've seen me.
What's her name?
Ask her.
I did. I just asked you 4 times. What's she called?
Pina colada.
Pina colada?
Pina colada.
Pina colada. You sound exotic to me, honey. You scared me. You scared me, little bait victim off. Now I've got no one to talk to.
What do you mean? You've got us.
He couldn't handle the feminine tone.
I don't think he could. And you know, I had a really good point, and he was just full of shit. Fucking, don't worry about him, man. The guy's full of shit, and it just raved on.
I love giving it to him, though. He's fun to play with.
Oh, that's the first time I've spoken.
Give him anxiety, man. We need to fucking get him to go away.
Actually, I quite liked his company. He was nice.
Honestly, but how is your day going so far?
Well, I've just had my trousers pulled down. I've been friction bending across the carpet.
Nice.
I'm just bored.
All right, guys. I gotta go to sleep. It's late, so take care, all right?
Okay, Stephen. Nice to meet you.
Bye.
Bye.
Is everyone gone? Oh, it was George, not
No,
Stephen.
I'm still here.
I said goodbye to Stephen. Sorry, Stephen.
No, Poncho just kicked you out, Steve. I'm sorry, brother. See you later, buddy. Out you go, too.
You kicked me out?
No, not you. I was saying we're kicking Steve out. Are you around Earth, Stephen?
Yes, I am.
Are you a cell earther? Are you LSC, Stephen?
A what?
Nah, you're not. I know your voice. I was just kidding. You're a ball earther.
Yes, I
You want the outside of the ball, not the inside.
Like, I'm not a hollow earth reader.
Okay.
And then, so that means that I'm upside down on this ball.
So all the
Depending on where you live.
Well, I'm in Australia. Usually on the map they show us that we're upside down.
Then yes, you would be.
Down under, you know, that's why we got that land down under. I come from the land down under. Where women, what is it?
I have no idea. I don't even know.
Land down under. Yeah. Men at work.
Where fallen men plunder.
Mr. Poncho, where are you from?
I'm from England. I'm a Pommy.
Really?
Yeah.
Can
Hello.
you say
Hello. Would you like a game of cricket? Cup of tea, darling. Some cucumber sandwich.
What?
Can you say fork?
A4 is a diamond, isn't it? A rough diamond, but it's a diamond nonetheless.
How's the weather in England at the moment?
How's the weather? Chemtrailed. But it don't exist. It's a conspiracy.
Do you know what chemtrails are? Do you believe in chemtrails?
No.
You don't believe in it? What are they then?
I have no idea.
So they're just like condensation of the plane when it's going through the air? Or you actually believe the science that they tell you that it's like a whole cold air and hot air from the plane that then builds up and makes a trail? Because that's what it is. It's either a contrail, which is a condensation trail, or it's a chemtrail, which is a chemical trail that they're bursting out from the fuel. Yeah, so it's either one or the other.
Aren't meant to last for 3 days.
That's right. So I can agree with that. There are contrails. There are such things as what
So
you
they've all
call
been
contrails.
populated in clouds and have been evaporated into the water and is now pouring into the soil.
Oh yeah, well it's poisoning us. They're chemtrails. What causes the clouds that we see here? That they're blocking something out.
So what are the chemtrails supposed to do?
Kill it, slow kill.
Soft metals. Barium,
So
strontium,
a
aluminium.
slow kill sort of thing. So then we get infected with certain viruses. So
What are
then
the black
they can.
ones though? What are the black ones, A4, do you know?
Beg your pardon?
The new ones that are showing, all black, but
But wouldn't there be more efficient ways to do that? Just like release a virus in a well-populated area?
It's got multi.
It's a way to get rid of population.
No way, because you don't want everybody to die. You only want them to get sick. You still want them to function, so then they can work. So then you need to control like certain aspects. You need to control the medical supply that they're going to get, and also the work that they're going to do.
Pharmaceutical companies live on the fact that people are falling ill. They're actually refusing to use ways of like marijuana for treatment of cancer as well as seizures and everything else. But they'll rather fork out an $800 pharmaceutical tablet that could pretty much kill you. But they won't use a more of a natural, healthy, pathetic way of doing it, fixing the problem. But they'll instead get pharmaceutical companies to fork out all these tablets that could be completely demolished. Why do that when you've got a $1 billion industry of pharmaceutical companies and you've got $1 billion arms and trade? You need all of that. If you don't, the world just doesn't function. You need to sell arms, you need to sell people. It works for them, trust me.
For the pharmaceutical companies to make money, they don't need to infect us with viruses because, like in 1800s, some people had plenty of.
Well, why would I need to buy any type of medicine from these companies if I didn't have any type of a virus or something?
You wouldn't, but these viruses and stuff existed before they came out with antibiotics.
No virus. Every virus is man-made. Every virus. There is no such thing as a virus that we can't live with. All right.
Bacteria is what humans make.
Yeah, that's right. That's why we've got an immune system, so we can live on this with these creatures. We're immune to everything.
Otherwise, we wouldn't even got to this stage, would we?
Whatever we make that deteriorates, we've made that. That's our own making. That's man-made.
Yeah, but if you want to talk about evolution and
there is no such thing as evolution.
I'm saying evolution of time and human species. We've evolved. Our weak ones have fallen, die. The strong ones would.
No. How can you say that? That's not a concept. Because if we're going off their logic, then Stephen Hawking is apparently the smartest man on earth. How does that work? How does that work when he's the fucking most decrepit man you've ever seen in your life? How does that work? He's not the strongest and the fittest. The strongest and the fittest do not survive.
Brain intelligence doesn't directly correlate to
That's
physical
what they're saying.
strength.
Their logic says that Stephen Hawking is the smartest man, therefore the smartest man should be the one that's living on for longer than all of us. Therefore, that's what we're looking forward to, becoming all Stephen Hawking vegetables.
We won't be. That was his genetics.
No, that's just fake. It's all fake. It's fake. He's fake. It's fake. They put somebody that's disabled in a wheelchair, and they talk for him. Neil deGrasse Tyson and whoever else is affiliated to it, they sit there and program that computer.
More than like, I concur.
And there's a good cartoon that I watched the other day on ODD TV. He's showing how Neil deGrasse Tyson's an actor, and it shows a cartoon that Neil deGrasse Tyson does a voiceover for, and in a cartoon, the character that he plays is an actual pig that's on a wheelchair type thing talking through a computer, which is just my scenario of fucking Stephen Hawking. So they're just mocking us.
I think Mig Mac did a real good video the other week, and it showed a NASA employee winning the world championship type, and he was comparing the writing on the screen that the NASA employee was doing and showing you Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, I don't believe none of that. So I don't believe that Neil deGrasse Tyson's one of the smartest men on earth. I believe
he's an actor. He's not even a scientist. He's an actor.
I believe he's a good magician. You know what I mean? He's a good actor, but yeah, he's a good magician. He's good for what he does, but he's not the smartest man on earth.
Nope.
Neither is Stephen Hawking. And he's just I wouldn't even call him an actor. I wouldn't even call him a willing participant.
Did you see the article of the person who was actually the smartest kid on earth? Committed suicide because he said that his brain couldn't allow him to live on this world. He goes, I can't comprehend everything I'm seeing and everything I know. He goes, I don't want to live in this world. He left a note. Oh, why I think it says conspiracy. I think they fucking killed the poor kid. He was too fucking smart. He was the smartest kid. It was an article that went up, and they were saying he committed suicide, but I looked into it, and poor kid.
I don't know. I don't really believe anything that comes out of their little regurgitation machine.
Understand everything in this world. If you were that smart, I think your brain will not function properly. You would not be a normal person. One. Second of all, I think you wouldn't want to live on this earth because you know how dirty and how fucked up humans are. We're a pest. We're nothing but infesting this world. We're utilizing its minerals. We're fucking abusing its core. We're pumping oil. We're dumping rubbish. We're fucking eating more than we should be. We're producing more than we should be. There's more of us than should be. And we're just doing nothing but multiplying. Indians are fucking billions of them. Asians, Chinese, Japanese, there's they're like a third of the, like 1/3 of the world. And then comes the Arabs, like, come on. And then the Westerners, like, if you were to divide them all, there's 6 billion of us on this planet.
So they say. So they say.
Yeah,
so they say, but then why are they killing off so many people? You think all these wars exist because they're really having a war, bro? Or
I reckon it's all fake.
They're killing off people because they need to.
I reckon it's all fake.
Africa, you think they can't fix the AIDS in Africa? They can't fix poverty in Africa for the last, 100 years, 50 years?
I reckon it's all fake.
Come on.
It's all fake.
Gaddafi wanted to produce Africa's first fucking bank, and they killed the guy off. Osama bin Laden worked for the fucking CIA and was working for America. He got apparently killed off, and his body was never fucking found. They did find it. They threw it in the fucking middle of the ocean. Bullshit.
Well, Osama bin Laden was a character clown that was played by the same person that's playing Barack Obama. Osama bin Laden is a character clown that's played by the same person that's playing. Come on, I don't like that. You're doing this ISIS to me. Osama bin Laden is the same. Osama bin Laden is a character clown, and the same person that plays Osama bin Laden is now playing Barack Obama. That is. That's how it works.
Obama is Osama bin Laden.
I don't know. I think they're characters. I think they're characters, and that the person that plays both of these there's a person that's playing that played both of them characters. It's not too hard to accomplish.
Are you telling me that Michael Jackson can go from black skin to white skin, and you can't change someone from white skin to black skin? You think that I do face surgery? The movie Face Off wasn't just a movie. They were actually really predicting and portraying what was really happening in America. You can take someone's face off and do a face transplant. It's only recently they've showed in articles that they're doing it in Europe, but you think they didn't have it in CIA, FBI's, the fucking organizations, Pentagon? You think half these people that existed wasn't so-called killed off, but really was re-identity, re-face, re-body? Yeah. You can pump someone with a bit of silicone and you give them fucking muscles. You think I can't change my body sculpture in seconds?
Yeah.
I can go to a beautician and pump my lips and put some collagen in my eyebrows and I look fucking completely different in seconds.
But you're perfectly alright as you are, penis.
kids understand the concept of it too, because they know they use that makeup every day. You know what I mean? They become, you know what I mean? They use the makeup in different ways. Girls do it. They become different people. Girls have expressed it where they can fucking change their eyebrows, change different things, change the angle of your face, and you look completely fucking different.
There's a makeup tutorial girl on YouTube that can do like gore shit. She can make your face look like it's fucking ripped open. Are you telling me that half these videos they put up of ISIS beheading people and fucking so-called burning them in a fucking cage, it was all CGI. It was all in a fucking stage.
So ISIS is the real leader?
You want to watch a real video of someone
No,
getting
it's
beheaded,
real,
you got
but just like your grandma hasn't got the right source.
No, you go on the black internet and you really want to see beheadings. You can see beheadings of the fucking Mexican cartel beheading the fucking opposite people that they've like catch, and it's real, bro. You can hear the gore. You can fucking feel the pain the cunt's going through. The knife going through his throat. You go on the black internet to see that shit. You don't go on fucking Channel 9 News and America posting up that some ISIS burnt a fucking prisoner in a cage, and they're going, oh, this is explicit photos, and these are, you know, if you don't want to see these photos, look away these footages. Fuck off. You're not gonna. Why don't you show the real shit, the real fucking stuff that are going on? People getting blown up, children fucking losing arms and limbs, being homeless, just because of what they really want to achieve at the end. All the heads of the fucking families of the leaders, they're just controlling it. They're going, okay, what do we need to do? We need to bomb here, get their oil. We need to bomb there, fuck up their country and fuck up their economy, and then come in and say we, you know, fix them up. Before America ever went into Iraq and Iran, it was the most beautiful country. Now it's worn down buildings. There's bullets everywhere, holes everywhere. People have replaced, and refugees in Turkey have gone up to 3.5 million from Syria. That's 3.5 million people who have to be displaced, where they had homes. All for what? The amount of people that have died as well. It's ridiculous. All because they want to fucking put pain and fear into people. People like you and me can sit here and talk all day, but these cunts are love of life. They're making the money off the pharmaceuticals and the bandages and the guns and the fucking bullets and the tanks and the soldiers who are getting deployed into Iraq, Afghanistan, fucking Syria. They're love of life. They're making their money. How do you think all these politicians, Trump and fucking Hillary, is going up onto these ballads now? They're using your money. They're funding fucking Israel. How come Israel's never got bombed? Everywhere's got bombed. America's even been attacked. Apparently the 9/11 bullshit, the fucking... every conspiracy you can see under the belt on TV. You think none of that was planned, executed, and shown to the public so you can puppet them and make sure that they go to a certain road in life? Because you put fear into people, they're going to make different choices. You give freedom to people and they're going to think outside the box. Why do that when you need people to be changed? You're going to be a sheep, you're going to be working, you're going to pay taxes. If you don't pay taxes, you do it fraudulent, you get thrown into jail, you get a fucking slap. This is all to control people. Law is to control people. Religion is to control people. It's to make them dumb. To make them fucking...
Settle down, Pedal. Settle down.
It's to make you a little sheep. Religion is to brainwash you. Jesus said this and Muhammad said this and fucking David Yahudis and said this. Like, it's all fucking bullshit.
Settle down now.
Where are all these people now?
Hey, Thor, how old is she? I want to marry her.
She's already married.
I'm getting on a plane right now. Oh, good. I was coming to marry you, Pina Colada.
Thanks, Mr. Poncho. I'm flattered.
Well, you've got more brains than most people I've met on here.
I'm just talking the truth, and only the good people would see the truth and accept it and be humble to it like you are. A lot of people are very arrogant to it, the ones who are fucking brainwashed.
They just want to argue about the shape of the
Bible in their hand, they've got the Quran in their hand, and they're using the scripture in there to achieve what they want to do in this real world. In this time at the moment, they're using these words that existed thousands of years ago to something that is 20th century, 21st century. It doesn't go, but people can't accept it. They're going religion, religion, God, God. Who the fuck, man? We've got all the same God. Well, it's just different names, different versions that people want to believe, but fair enough, everyone is true to their will, but I'm not going to force my belief on you. You're a human being. You have your own free will. Fucking believe whatever the fuck you want to believe. Just leave me at peace with what my own belief. People don't do that. Everyone's nosy. What's this Muslim cunt doing? What's this Christian cunt doing? What's this Jewish cunt doing? Netanyahu, whatever his fucking name is, of Israel's president, has literally gone up on TV and literally said, out of word with his mouth, enough that all Palestinian Arabs should die. Do you think that's right? Do these people deserve to be punished that way and killed off as how many Jews died by Germany? By the Hitler, supposedly?
None, in my belief.
But say, was it 6 million?
None in my belief, none. The Hitler wasn't even there, none in my belief. Can't ask me them questions. None.
I'm just saying, but so if
Hitler was Walt Disney, that was all the stage show, that was all
he was very smart. The guy painted, he wrote poetry. His sayings right now are beautiful if you were to read into them. It was very smart.
It's Walt Disney. It's fucking fairy tales. Alice in Wonderland's a beautiful story too.
I love
Walt Disney movies. I love sitting there watching all them old movies. But that's what it is. He's the one that made the Sound of Music. Oh, the Sound of Music and the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Oh, the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, we love you. You know what I mean? He's the guy. He's the one that
That's the theory of the Big Bang Theory, isn't it? Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, we love you. That's it, the flying car.
I love the
flying car. It was an old day. It was an old day. Back to the Future. Child catcher.
I love the child catcher.
What do you mean you loved him?
Come here, little pretties. Children. Got some lollipops and ice cream.
Who's still in here? I thought we were meant to be debating the globe.
And then if you look into that, it's all Belgium and shit. See, all German and shit. It's like motherfuckers.
Don't give me that. Belgium's flat, France's flat, Germany's flat, Holland's flat. They actually reclaimed Holland from the sea. It's that flat.
Oh, beautiful.
And it's best part, all of it is sat on tectonic plates, A4. Plates.
Hey, Pancho, you got kids?
Have I got what?
Have you got kids?
I've got children, yes.
Really? How many?
One, I think.
Get lost. One or two?
There was one girl, but I don't know. I'm still waiting for like a 24-year-old bloke to come into my life and go, Dad!
She hasn't told me yet, and yeah, that's it. I haven't got a Facebook request.
I cancelled Facebook. They asked for my government ID, A4. Fuck off.
Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of my Facebook.
Good old Facebook.
It's fucking
Dramaville. That's what I call it, Dramaville.
Dramaville.
I can't stand
it. It is. Everything is about drama. If it's not about drama, it's about starting drama. This person did. Yeah, I didn't like the way they cooked their meal. This person's bitching, so they goes to bitch. Like
Facebook, because the Egyptian coup.
Oh, it's just a data collecting scheme. So then that was an easier way for him to fucking.
More direct way to get to you all the time, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I don't do the census. Fuck the census. Fucking trying to fucking find out what I'm doing.
Did they send you paper?
No, they can't find me. I'm off the grid. They couldn't find me if they wanted to. They couldn't find me if they wanted to. They have to track me like this. The only way they can find out where I am is when I pop online. When I pop online, bing, there he is. Try and get him. Trace him, film him. Here the helicopter starts circling this shit. I'm laughing. I love it. I love life.
You know when they catch you, they're going to give you the dices. They're going to pull your trousers down, drag us both across the carpet, and then one of us has got to dig it hole and the other one dies.
Zisis is going to spank me when he gets me.
He's going to make us dig 2 holes.
He's been chasing me for ages now, years. Still can't get me.
We still didn't get proof the way for. That's the thing.
I know. He wants me to get in the rocket. I don't know if I can afford that at the moment.
Rocket, it's firework. Use the right word. Stop using his words.
Alright, sorry. Firework.
Firework.
Firecrackers.
Yeah. And it used firecrackers to get up there.
I'm just wondering why we haven't, like, if there's so much space debris and satellites in the air and metal and fucking blah, 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 why don't we see it randomly falling out of the sky? I've never seen anything falling out of the sky except for fucking rain and hail.
If you truly believe if you truly, if you do believe in the concept of that there is space and that there is no gravity there, once you launch something in space, then it would be obviously more floating.
More floating? But that's the thing.
I don't believe there was landing on the moon, but I do believe that they have launched satellites into space that are orbiting.
No, I don't, because that
way you take pictures.
No, that's easily achieved. No, that's easily achieved by them just using high altitude flying planes and then snapping the pictures and then putting them together in a composite. I could achieve the same thing with my drone by sitting there and taking thousands and thousands of hours of footage and then compiling it together and then making it one.
It takes forever.
Yeah, it takes forever, but yeah, they've got better technology.
A lot of money.
Yeah,
they've got better technology than
But
I
that's
do.
what I'm saying, but like it would be cheaper to send satellites up there.
Because there's no like they can't. They can't
actually saying that she believes in space.
So changes. There is no zero. Like you know what I mean. It doesn't go down like all right. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Well, we can't because NASA's the one getting paid $1 billion. So unless you want to give me the billion, I'm willing to cop the $1 billion. Me and Poncho, we can be the new NASA.
Poncho would love $1 million.
Yeah, I'll do the. I'll do it. I'll go up in a firecracker.
$1 million face.
I'll go up in a balloon. No, I don't really want to go up in a rocket. I'll do the same thing.
I'll make the balloon for you.
Yeah, I'll get a balloon all the way up there, similar to what Felix done. And
so Pina Colada believes in outer space.
I don't know, do you?
I do. I do believe there is space.
Take the next Pina Colada off Pina Colada.
I want to believe there is space.
It's not real.
I want to travel there eventually one day. If I was to be alive.
We'll do it one day, as long as you live a good life.
When you're dead, it's called heaven.
So, what are exactly...
I don't believe in hell, I just believe in heaven, and I believe this is, if there's a hell, if you're talking about
you make your own heaven and hell.
This is hell.
Yeah, because the way you live, the way you want to take on life, okay, if you live a good life, if you're not a bad person, you don't harm no one, you save yourself, then that's your heaven in a way. But if you're bad criminal and all these bad things happen to you, that's your hell on heaven.
Your heaven would obviously entail you forever. Anybody's heaven would entail them to be forever because every person can stay true to their core that they always have a fear of death. That fear of death.
Everyone has a fear of death.
Yeah, that means that you're not in heaven then, because a heaven would entail you never dying.
But that's something that is scripture holds.
No, I'm just trying to put it into actual logic. Is your logic would tell you that you're not in heaven because you're fearful of the death that comes. So you're not in the place that
I think anyone's scared to die.
Never ending. No, if you're an angel, then you wouldn't be scared because you know that you're never going to die because there's a never-ending plane and you're in it.
How do you know you're an angel, man?
Well, we're not. That's why we're in the middle realm. We're heading to heaven. There's no space above us.
You're an apprentice angel.
Beg your pardon? There is no planets with round balls spinning around. They'd be angels if anything.
All made up.
So the planets are angels?
Maybe they'd be more beneficial for us to be angels than they would be telling people that they're round balls in space. We've got no proof of either.
I mean, I've seen like Mars and stuff in telescopes. And
what did you see? What did you see? Did you see a spherical ball? Did you, or did you see just like you see the sun and the moon? Did you see a 2D round object? I can say round.
You're saying the moon's not round either?
That's round, but it's not spherical.
So you mean like it has a round front and back? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's a 2D object, but you can't tell me if it's 3D or not.
But you said it was
I'm telling you that you can't tell me if it's 3D or not, that you haven't seen all sides of this ball. You can't tell me if Mars is fucking a ball or not.
Well, at least it looks like a half ball from what I saw with what I'm saying is, you said I couldn't prove it's a ball because I haven't seen all sides, but you can see about half of it, the front half. So I know at least the front half, first half of it.
But you're assuming it's half, right?
No, you can look with a telescope.
Yeah, but like images can look different at different ranges. There are lots of trick photos. So what I'm saying is, it can still be a 2D object with a light behind it. You don't know. Without sighting that.
Can't see the planet. If there were no light, then we can't see the planet.
Hey Forge, Google some planets for her and tell her which one's the real Mars.
There is no real Mars.
No.
Have you ever used a telescope?
Yeah, but all I see is a disc of light.
Yeah, definitely. I agree.
All you see is all you see is torches. All you see is what would be used as a torch.
I mean, they have telescopes that you can automatically
the other side of the ball, what it really is.
So the moon is 2D and the sun's 2D.
It's what?
So the moon are 2D.
Is he breaking up on your
I'm sorry, I don't have good internet from breaking up.
Yeah, he's breaking up.
Yeah, he sounded like a robot.
Sorry, I have terrible internet.
Where are you calling from?
What?
What area are you from?
United States.
Oh my god, don't you have better internet than us? Normally, you guys have fiber, we have cable here.
Well, it's because of the curvature. It's having trouble getting over the equator. There's a 700-mile bulge that the signal's got.
Pretty sure the curving wire has nothing to do with internet connection there.
Yeah, because there is no curve in the water.
So
So, like, Mars and them are just magical objects outside the dome, or they're supposed to be inside the dome?
What did you just say? Magical objects? Magical? How did they just somehow become magical?
Because you said you don't know what they are. You said they're probably angels.
You don't know what they are either. You don't know what they are either, just because.
That's a really nice thought that you had, that they're angels.
Just because you've given them a name and called them Pluto or Mars or whatnot, and now you say they're round balls, doesn't mean they are. I can see the same thing as you are, and and you can't tell me that it's more than what. You can't tell me lies and expect me to believe it. Fucking pissing in my pocket and expecting me to think it's rain.
Well, from what I can see, Mars looks like a round ball that's a reddish.
Yeah, it looks like. You can't tell me if it is. You can't prove that it is.
That's his opinion. Let's just accept his opinion.
You cannot prove the universe wasn't created last Thursday, but that doesn't mean it was created last Thursday.
Well, it can't be, because I'm 43 years old.
I think that's last Thursday episode or something.
I can actually prove that, Stephen, because I can go back past last Thursday and show you proof time before last Thursday. So
I think it's thinking of Solomon Grundy.
Well, actually, what I'm talking about, it's this weird thing I think they call last Thursday or some kind of weird name like that, where they said universe was created last Thursday, and any evidence that the universe wasn't created last Thursday was just put there to make you think it was created before then. But you can't prove it wrong. Just because you can't prove something wrong. What?
I was born long before last Thursday. I'm not a week old, unless you're comparing me to Solomon
But
Grundy.
technically, you can't prove it wrong. You can't prove that all your thoughts. I'm not saying I believe this. I'm just giving an example that just because it's not false.
You can prove it wrong, right? Because the sun has been around me.
But we actually can, because guaranteed there's somebody that's been under constant video surveillance for this whole time. So yeah, we can just go use that footage and say, yeah, look, that's longer than just Thursday, brother. We have the video surveillance of somebody, and it still goes to this point right now. It's been going for about 4 or 5 years. It's called military surveillance. They're watching somebody at all times, and that person's always being watched, whoever it may be.
They're not watching me, eh?
You don't think?
Well, I'm not saying this is. Well, I'm not saying this is true. I'm just saying we have video footage from long ago, but you can't prove that wasn't created last Thursday.
Well, no,
You can't prove it wrong. That doesn't make it right.
Well, we can, because if you're going to use the video proof that NASA gives you to say it's round, then we can use the same video type of proof for our type of evidence. I don't get why it's one-sided. You can use whatever video evidence you want for whatever debating style and topic you want, but when I try to do it, it doesn't work.
What the fuck is he doing?
You know?
Hey, Poncho.
I was reading a message that someone wrote to me.
Mid-30s? Are you like mid-30s, late 30?
Am I 30s?
Are you in your late 30s?
No, I'm 52.
Fuck off. Are you fucking serious?
No, I'm kidding.
How old are you?
19.
Yeah, I'm 12.
Why are you going to leave your husband for me?
Definitely.
Is he a globey or a flatty?
I think it's like what?
What would it be? Globe? Did you believe in the globe or a flat earth?
I think it would be the globe, not flat.
See,
I can't live with globey. You're out of luck, love. I don't believe in that stuff.
What religion? What religion?
He doesn't. He's like me. I would have married him if it wasn't like me.
I didn't know he was going to meet me tonight. Is that what you're saying? You should have looked up more often. Stop believing in space. It's written in the stars. It was destiny that he was meant to meet me. Pina Colada. Can't even say your name, Pina Colada. What's your name? Calling you Pina Colada all night.
You have to call me Pina Colada.
Oh damn! Can I shorten it? Pina.
Perfect.
Pina. There you go. So Pina. Yeah. I'm a bit older than A4.
Come on.
How old's A4?
How old am I?
31.
A4's 31.
Yeah, he's 31.
I'm 43.
Okay, so I said late 30s, so you're early 40s.
Yeah.
I said I was right.
Do I look like I'm 30? I didn't even think I look like I'm 30.
No, I'm still in my late 20s.
You're still in your late 20s?
I'm not funny.
I'm at very late 20. I'm at the last break point.
You're a fresh Pina Colada then.
That's it.
She's not stale yet then.
I haven't hit my dirty 30 yet.
A4, hold on to your lug nuts.
Oh shit. Yeah, my you would say I'm exotic in a way because I was born here, but I've lived overseas 3.5 years. I went back several times, but yeah, my parents are Turkey. So yeah.
So you speak 2 languages?
Yes, very fluently.
Well, 3: English, Turkish, and Australian apparently as well.
Well,
Yes, ISIS fucking!
I only speak one, just Aussie. That's it.
I married a Lebo, so Lebanese. So I'm trying to learn Arabic now.
Wow, what's that? 4 languages in total then?
Yeah, I'd say so.
That's like 10. Arabic's like 20 different languages. 10.
It's fucked up, man. It's
Whole
really
bunch of different
fucked up.
languages.
It's
And then
fucked
there's
up.
Lebanese, I was like,
There's no, it's the way they pronounce, they use their tongue a lot, and because they were colonized by the French.
There's too much fucking hummus.
My husband's last name's French.
Blocks
The
up
name
the
I took on is French, and
I love my
fucking,
kebabs, but when I have them, I have like hummus.
the
And then
name's
I know
always apparent.
I always talk after it because it's stuck on the top of your fucking.
The garlic is.
Stop that, all you ain't for.
Have you ever travelled to Turkey, Mr. Poncho?
Everybody says I should go because I have a lot of Turkish friends, and they all say, "Oh, what's the big place on the beach in the south?"
Bodrum.
What's it called?
Bodrum.
Bodrum, that's it. Yeah, Bodrum. Because of all the hotels. Because I'm an entertainer, so let's just say.
All the clubs. You got to go to Halikarnas, the one on the island. They boat you out. It only takes like 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But they've got showgirls on the back of a car, and the car's pimped out, and there's speakers pumping out into the street, and girls dancing in G-bangers and a bra, promoting the club Halikarnas. You'll love it.
I like the mastic ice cream guys because they're magicians in their own right, aren't they?
Yeah, Turkey's fucking insane.
A proper one. I mean, the guy who did it to me, honestly, I had the ice cream on my head at 1 minute. I didn't even know it was there, and I'm a magician. It was right on my head, and I had no clue where he'd done it. And I'm a magician. I was like, "Where's that gone?" Because I didn't expect the ice cream to stick. It stuck to my head. Just had no idea he'd put it there.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. My dad's from that region.
Oh, right.
They're well known for their ice cream.
In Bodrum, yeah. Well, I was in the northern side of Cyprus, and they was all telling me because I met what do you call him, a tour guide, and he said, "I've got a place in Bodrum. Next holiday you want, here's my number on Facebook," and I cancelled it, so I can't find him again. But he offered me a place in Bodrum. He said, like most holidays I go on, it's someone I've met, and they say, "Come and stay with us, do the kids."
I had a 2-bedroom villa in Bodrum when I was there back in 2009. I was there for like 3 months, and I travelled the whole coast. I ended up buying a car for like $3.5 grand in Turkish money, lira.
Yeah.
And my dad fixed it up and stuff, and I ended up travelling with my mum and my dad because I really wanted to spend time with them. And it was just unbelievable because in places like Bodrum, I had my cousin flown in from Istanbul. He's a doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And it was awesome. I stayed up for like 3 days. It was unreal. And it was natural shit. Like, as in, I drank and I was just having an amazing time, and then I'll sleep for like 3 hours, and then it'll be like 8 o'clock in the morning. It'll 28 degrees, 30 degrees heat.
Oh, nice, scorching.
And then you'll be sitting by the poolside having a beer, or you'll have breakfast, and then you'll go walking somewhere, hang out, you come back, and then the nightlife kicks off again. It's unreal. Like, you'll love it. It's beautiful. It's paradise.
Not at the minute.
Yeah, not at the moment with the dumb cunt president.
Yeah.
Shroomy, check your messages, Shroomhead. I just sent you an invite, Shroomhead.
Is Shroomy coming to join me? I haven't been able to read the chat. I just haven't been looking. Usually I have a quick look, but tonight I haven't looked.
I'm not too sure.
I was so intently concentrating on ISIS's explanations.
Atheist Rex, check your messages, dude. Sent me a message.
Question, on the flat Earth model, does it like have predictive power? Like, are you able to, using that model, predict exactly when lunar eclipses will happen, solar eclipses? Are you able to predict that using the flat Earth model? Or do you just rely on the internet or...
No, I've looked out. I've seen a full moon in daylight, which I shouldn't see, should I?
Do you mean like a moon out when the sun's out?
Well, I can only see a full moon in nighttime. That's your model. Any other time, it's got a shadow. And if it's nearing the sun, like it is a lot, it should just be a black ball, and it never is.
Black ball?
Yeah, just a black disc. I should be looking at the dark side of the moon, right? Because the sun's on the other side of the moon, lighting that side of the moon. So this side's the dark side of the moon for me. But yet, that doesn't happen. I still see a quarter, an eighth.
How are you like looking on the kid?
I don't do the moon. I know they didn't land on it. I don't even know what it is. Could be made of cheese for all I know.
Kleenex, no. Got 4 of them. Yeah, got another 2 more. Yeah, but they're all on sale.
Junk food, $70 on junk food.
Of course, I'm gonna spend $70 on junk food. It's the best.
You're just paying for the chemtrails to disease you.
I am sure. I am guilty.
You're just poisoning yourself.
I love the chocolate bar.
You just bought $70 worth of poison.
I needed it, okay?
Did you say hours or grams?
Hey?
Is that like the mushroom Santa's gonna bring me this year, is it?
The mushroom?
Yeah.
We need some fucking round earthers.
I know.
There's some round earthers that can ask round earth questions or prove some round earthers. Round earth shit. I want to know.
I think ISIS is coming for round 2.
Why does ISIS always say that we're rotating now? Because when I first looked into it, we are spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, at over 1,000 miles an hour with the equation, and then it was like on a 7 to 9 degree elliptic. And it was also
because 1,000 miles an hour does totally sound ridiculous, doesn't it?
So I think they're real. Yeah.
So we'll do it. Rotation.
But don't you think but don't you think that the core of the Earth plays a major role because it's hot. It's nothing but magna. It's just.
And then it's supposed to be rotating.
And it's rotating around, but apparently it's rotating opposite to our rotation of our world.
How's that possible?
It would make sense.
We're living on a gobstopper, and in the centre there's chewing gum.
There's chewing gum, and it's
only we can't get past the 8th layer, can we? 8 miles down. That shell around the gum, it's too hard.
It's debatable. Don't get me wrong, guys. I agree with you.
This molten hot core that's so hot isn't able to like burn out the exterior surface of itself, and then like
no, but that's what I'm telling you. That's why it's dangerous. Like when they're oil drilling, they can only do it to a certain point, so they don't hit core. They can't.
8,000 miles, Pina Colada.
Yeah, of course they can't get past it. But
hey, A4, I hope I don't have to dig that hole. You kill me first. You can dig that fucking hole, mate. If ISIS gets us first.
I know.
They kept on going. They don't care about if they can't or what. They're just like, no, we can't. Every tool that we use is getting crushed. They've used diamonds. They've used every single fucking tool they can down there, and nothing penetrates what's down there. So
nothing.
It's like penetration, and they
not
can't do it.
Not even Batman. It's like a giant femidon. That's what it is. Sat on the ocean floor.
So do you guys believe that the ocean's quite very deep? Do you actually accept that at least?
I know.
Yeah, the deepest. What's the deepest? What's the Mariana Trench? 7 miles. A4, 7 miles in it. Mariana Trench.
You think there's all those things around the world? How can you not accept that?
What it is, it says that the God separated the waters above from the waters below, so there's layers somehow.
So you do want to believe in religion myth, description.
So whenever you hit the layer, you can't penetrate the layer. The layer is what's separating the waters above from the waters below. So if you penetrate that layer, then all you're going to do is flood this area. Especially if you do it from above. If you penetrate the layer above, then there's supposed to be water above us. What happens when you if you got a bubble and then somehow penetrate just the top of it with a hole, and there's water above it, the water's going to go inside it, fucking flood it practically.
Pancho, come to Australia, man. Come for a visit, brah.
I will when the world is free. How's that?
Why are you burning sticks?
Man, you might be waiting for a while.
Why do you have to burn
sticks? Don't be such a pessimist, Pina Colada. I might be scooping you out of your husband's arms tomorrow for all you know.
Look at this one. Leave my husband alone.
I'm kidding. Do not covet another man's wife.
Like that, I can see the sun right now. I'm looking right directly at the sun out my window as I'm talking to everybody, and I can see a disc.
A disc.
And if I stare at it long enough, it's still a disc. And if I stare at it long enough, I'm continuing to stare at it. If it doesn't get obscured
how can
by
it not then have supportive mass for it to be glowing for that long? Because the sun has existed there for a while, bruh. So you have to believe it is circle, because only a circle mass can hold all that much energy. Not a square, fair enough. You don't want to imagine that square exists as a fucking circle.
I could do this.
I've seen a square torch.
That's an indentation on the outside of the dome. So we've got a dome around us, and that point right there, there's indentation, and whatever it is, it's like a light bulb that's pushed indentation of it.
Do you have any proof of the indentations in the dome or the dome itself?
Don't have to.
No, have you got any proof of space?
Proof of your round ball, so I should have to show you any proof of my indentation.
Technically, we have proof of space, but everything from NASA is a lie, and anything from any other space agency, according to you, is a lie. So yeah.
Anything from any.
Also, you could look in your telescope, and actually, with your telescope, you can see certain stars and stuff. But
word that you just used there,
Lights. I can see lights and stuff. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
any information from a space agency, look at the words you use, space agency, an agency that's manipulating society into believing that they can go to space, and you want me to trust the information from any of their departments. It's an agency that's got different departments throughout the world, and its fucking purpose manipulate society into believing that they can go up there. So then we pay the money for them, and we don't do it ourselves. So then we figure out for ourselves what it is. Because if you figure it out for yourself, then you wouldn't pay somebody else.
Nope. And you get the truth.
Could buy a telescope.
I've got a telescope. Well, I had a telescope. Oh, P900.
Why does Ice still come here? Because he doesn't believe in a fucking round ball. He's still unsure. All right, why do these people still come here? Why are you here? Because you're unsure, or you're paid to be here, either one or the other.
I wish I was paid to be here.
Well, then you're unsure, and you don't know if you're on a round ball. Skepticism.
Well, no, he's defending the ball, apparently.
Well, it doesn't matter because he's here, you know what I mean? And this type of, skepticism. You're skeptical of the ball.
I wish all the ballers would write to NASA and say, could you please give us one proof to shut the flat earth or something?
Yeah, but why would you even search topic flat Earth unless you got here via?
I stumbled onto it. I stumbled on it 6 months ago when I was looking up weird conspiracy theories. It popped up.
Did you find the ball conspiracy theory as well?
No, it's not considered a conspiracy theory unless you're on the flat Earth side.
Assuming you're on a ball.
So that's what I mean. Is you can't be unbiased.
You have an assumption you're on a ball. You don't know you're on a ball.
Amazing that you can't be unbiased.
With any debate like this, nobody can be honest because everybody has a bias. Because they're either on one side or another. I never met somebody who thought the Earth was a sphere, flat plane. You can't be on both sides, so there's going to be bias whether you're on
I was on that side, Stephen, with you. 2 years ago, I was right there with you. I was expecting ET at any minute.
Yeah, everybody was. What happened to that?
I'm not expecting ET anytime soon.
What happened to that though? What about all the movies like Men in Black and whatnot? Why do you think they disappeared? Where's all the alien movies?
To make money. I mean, even if the Earth was a flat plane, they could still make movies about aliens coming from outside the dome. So if you're trying to say they're making money off that, well, I'm saying they could still make movies about that. If the Earth was a flat plane with a dome, they could still make movies about things from outside the dome coming in. I don't really see how they could make a lot more money just by saying the world is a sphere.
Well, they did, and they have.
And it was sort of more like a watch concept, because people didn't really realize how to tell time back in the day. I guess we know how to tell time now, so now we're more like, wait a second, the time and the watch, that just corresponds with each other. We know that that's obvious. Maybe the people in the olden days, like fucking go back 100 years, 200 years, they were the ones that had the watches and nobody else had it. So they were able to manipulate society and like dictate a lot better. You know, they knew they had written down seasons and whatnot, so all this knowledge was used for their advantage. And they, instead of sharing the knowledge, they figured out a way to manipulate society into, I don't know, reading the same thing and then believing that they're on a round ball, you know, so becoming a docile worker drone instead of looking at for what it really is. If you knew the real mechanics and what it really is and the real model of the universe, then you'd probably be able to make free energy within a month yourself off your own brain.
What do you free energy? Do you mean creating energy out of nothing?
Yep.
The Tesla coil. Whether his name was Tesla that invented it, I don't know. But it's referred to Tesla coil.
We're just waiting for that now. That's all we're waiting for is to tell us.
Why does that depend on the Earth being flat, though?
No, it's not flat. It's whatever model it is. It's whatever it is. We can't say that it's flat. It might be a never-ending plane, but I can see mountains, so it's not completely flat. So we're not going to say that. That's stupid. It might be a bowl, might with a dome on top. It could be certain different variants of things. You just say flat is to try to ridicule it. Flat, flat, flat.
Well, I get what you guys are saying when you're flat, because I know you're obviously not saying it's completely flat, because that would be obviously wrong. I get what you're saying, but...
Well, that's what I'm saying, is you can make the model for us if you really wanted to, and try to put everything in and make it fit for a model for us. Instead of making it a round ball, though, just make it a never-ending plane, or a layer type concept, because, yeah, we don't believe in the round ball one anymore, because that doesn't make sense.
So if it's an infinite plane, how would the dome work?
It's an infinite dome.
It's like a bubble or something, a bubble that's risen off the layer. So we've got a film of some type on the water, like the film of a water, and then the bubbles are risen within that, and we just happen to be living within the bubble and the layer of the film, and some water's leaked through, so we can harvest the water. But yeah, and within our microscopic life, the time frame of our life, it's possible. But that bubble could just be a bubble in our life and life form and create universes like we're living here here at a microscopic level. Never fathom up and down, do you?
So you're saying the flat Earth itself is a universe?
That's what it depends. Lots of flat earthers got lots of different views about how it works.
See, that's one of the main issues I have with flat Earth is it's so fractured. Some people there's a dome. Some people say there isn't a dome. Some people say space is filled with water. Some people say the sun is above the dome. Some people say it's below the dome. Some people say lunar eclipses are caused by mysterious X objects. Some people say it's caused by the moon. Different
but that's
theories.
That's what we mean. That's what we mean, Stephen, is nobody knows. It's all speculation. So you can tell us, and whatever you tell us, it might be more solid than anything else we've heard. But don't go with the round ball, because we know that one's not right now.
And how do you know it's not right?
Because they have to lie for so long to try to push it. If it's a lie, then you wouldn't have to push it.
You think they'd prove that for 3,000 years?
What do you mean by push it?
They're fraudulized pictures to legitimize this ball that they're pushing. They say that we live on a spherical ball, and then they come out with an obloid spheroid and all these other things. But when we look at the pictures, all it is a circle. They can make as many CGI images as they want, but it's not what we want. We have better technology than that. And if we don't, then that's exactly what we're saying. Is they're lying to us, because apparently we've got rockets and satellites in space.
What kills me about it is a lot of you have got educations beyond anything me and A4 have got, and you can't put your own things under scrutiny. Just it's already implanted there. No, it's true. You can't actually just look around the corner and see, hang on a minute, is it true? Humans can be fooled. Humans can be fooled easily. Men are a lot harder to fool.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Poncho?
I'm saying that humans are descended from chimpanzees. They've got no rights. Call it human rights, but it's fuck all.
Listen here, early 40s, Mr. Handsome.
Oh, here we go. That's twice tonight. Never going to get out the door.
Come on, it's not like I'm going to see you again. I'm going to leave soon anyways.
Well, I'm not an ape.
Just saying, you do realise that women, rule the world.
Who rules the world?
Women.
Women rule the world. So the head of the Illuminati is a woman.
You guys can debate this when I go.
Oh, wow.
My belief is that women are the ones that are actually in true power, on top.
Yeah, I can see that in it. If I was to look at it unbiasedly and say, why are the stories so chauvinistic? Well, that could be because the women read it in that type of a way so that they could get benefits. There's no use in writing a story like that unless you're beneficial out of it.
It's cruel, sad, I know.
I know.
I never thought that women would be capable.
I know.
We're evil bitches.
Would be capable of what?
Evil pussies.
Evil pussies? I don't get to evil pussies.
Just evil.
It's evil.
Devour whatever comes in its way.
Oh, well, that sounds hot, actually. Devour.
It's the words you use.
I thought you invited 2 people.
I did. I invited some people, but I didn't think they'd join.
Did you send them to the wrong addresses?
No, they probably didn't look in their
They thought they'd be
spam folders.
They didn't look in the spam folder.
If you don't know how to get to it, who was it that I sent it to? Cathex, well, they're all gone now. It's only spam in that now. It's Zysis won't come back on. He left on his own free will.
Why won't he come back? I missed him.
I don't know. He won't come back, I guess, because you're here.
Tell Zysis I miss him.
Who's in chat?
Why am I gay? Because I can sing.
Mrs. Colada.
Mrs. Colada is leaving.
Mrs. Colada's here.
At the Copacabana.
All frigid on us. Like, come on, dude, come on, man. Let's try and talk flat earth, man.
Should have called it Shandy.
Oh, wow.
There's my group glasses on, my aviators. Bye, gentlemen.
Goodbye, Peanut.
Go.
Come on.
Go.
Come on, some milk.
Go.
Come on, little kitty.
Go.
Does everybody like the frog?
Does everybody like the frog? Is that a frog?
Yes, it's Pink Frog. I'm not sure if you can see it very well because I don't have drivers for my webcam because I'm running on Linux.
Yeah, I can see it.
Looks clear.
It's because it was pink. I didn't understand what I was looking at. I thought I was looking at a green background at first, thinking that was a frog.
No, it's Pink Frog.
It's got an Hitler mustache.
There we go, Zysis. You come back now. She's gone. Scared her off. Good on you. Scared her off, Zysis. Speaking to her like that.
Was he not very polite?
Did you hear what he said? He said she was uneducated.
she said that he said that she was like something. She like I seen it in her face. She was like, "This motherfucker!" She almost raged. I was like, "No, no." And I was like, "Motherfucker!"
Oh, she said it in Arabic. I thought she spoke Arabic early on. You know, I wasn't too sure.
Yeah, she said something, and I was like, "No," because they
maybe he said something offensive to her.
He did, and she like caught it really quickly. Yeah.
So's I says, he who farts and runs away lives to fart another day.
He come in, took a
I
jump
don't
on
hate you. I love you, Shroom. It's to keep saying this all night long that I hate him. Don't hate you, Shroom. I love you. What are you on about?
Fucking Zeiss is awesome.
Poncho Pete left you a bad message. It wasn't this Poncho Pete.
Zeiss is awesome. He come in the chat, took a dump, and then took off. Now he's sitting there.
You forgot he sprinkled some mint on it first, and I didn't smell it. Also,
he gave us 2 servings, remember? 2 servings, too. He forgot to show us the bowl, though. He couldn't provide proof there was an actual bowl, so I don't know how he was supposed to be serving this shit. He was walking around with it in his hands. 2 servings, so each of them had 1 fucking serving of shit in it. That's how Zeiss does it.
Zeiss is coming back for round 2. I'll put my boxing gloves on.
He shits in his own hands and puts peppermint sprinkles in it.
Oh, I need the toilet. I'll be right back.
Zeiss, you should love that. That's some peppermint sprinkles for you. Grab the peppermint sprinkles, Zeiss.
If he comes back whilst I'm gone, give him a kiss from me. And a big flat-earth hug. Tell him I love him as a brother.
So tell me about the round earth, Stephen.
Oh, me? Oh, wait, I'm only a person left. I forget.
Big button?
What?
I said, can you tell me about the round earth?
I guess. So, like, what are you wanting to know about it?
It's simple.
Is it so? It's spinning. We agree that it's spinning.
Yeah.
Would we agree that it's 90% water?
Are you talking about the landmass or like the entire planet?
Entire planet.
Like on the land, are we talking?
Entire planet in its whole entirety. How much? Is it 90% water? They say. Is it something like that? What majority of it is water?
I can look that up real quick.
Is it majority water? Because I thought that's what it was. The concept was majority water with like a big chunk of landmass within the water, ball of water spinning through space. Is what I thought it was.
It says about 71% of the Earth's surface is water covered.
It is sort of like I was saying, it's 71% of the Earth, so it's majority water. Yeah. So if we get an experiment where it's majority water and then and spin it, we can see that what happens is it hollows out within the middle. So it doesn't make sense that we're living on a spherical ball unless it's a hollow Earth.
What do you mean hollows out?
I can experiment if you really want to see it. That shows you this. When you spin the ball and they put what would be, I'd say it's probably a little bit more than 70%, but it's majority of water, and then they put what would be landmass in with what would be tea leaves. They put tea leaves in, which was representative of the landmass to what they're showing, and they spin this water, and then it hollows itself out within the middle. So.
Oh, fuck off, Adam! You don't know what the fuck you're fucking on about. I got my feet on the computer, and I got my boxing gloves on. What the fucking hell you on about, Adam? Don't you dare call me fucking Poncho! My name's Isis! You like me beard, Isis? Just for you, baby! I grew it just for you! 7 days! It started last Thursday! Yeah, baby!
Oh, wow, that's some crazy.
Anyways, on this test was what was the mass of the ball?
What sort of ball?
Its weight.
I'm not too sure exactly.
I
couldn't give you the exact measurements, but in my eyes, in my opinion, that sort of scale, that comparison, it was sufficient enough in my eyes. It was sufficient enough.
I mean, I think the main difference is the Earth has a lot more mass. I can actually put in the comments if you see that number right there. That's the mass of Earth, which means the gravitational force is a lot stronger. Though, even though they call it a gravitational force, it's not like what you'd call like an electromagnet that just pulls something. According to general relativity, it's the bending of space and time.
I'm not really listening to what you're saying, dude, because you sort of just dismissed what I said when I had proof.
Well, you said in the experiment when the ball spinned. Oh, is that the YouTube link to the video?
Yeah.
Shit, baby. It's not spinning, Stephen.
What?
It's not spinning. If we were spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, mine and Zeiss's beards would be like this.
I as somebody was saying earlier, it has to do with deacceleration and acceleration. For example, if you're in a car and you're driving at a straight 50 miles per hour on a smooth road, you don't feel like you're moving forward. You feel like you're still. But if you push on the brakes, you feel the force and you would be pushed back. Or if you accelerated, you'd feel it too.
I've already showed you the experiment, dude.
You're comparing the mass of the earth to a one-ton car.
There's an experiment that I've shown him of a spinning ball of water, a drop of water that's a ball, and they spin it, and it shows you
the entire Earth is a drop of water.
It's in the middle, and you're just dismissing it. There's the proof, brother, that your round ball spinning theory doesn't work, and they even have it with what you would say the landmass. I'm watching it right now, and I can see it. This is proof.
I'm watching it too, but you're saying that's just a drop of water, right? Or it's completely made of water?
Watch the video, and you assume for yourself, or you look at it. You make it. This is the experiment. I showed you the proof. It's wrong.
Now, A4, I want you to roll a pencil and a tire down an hill.
What?
I want you to roll a pencil and a tire down an hill, Stephen. Which one gets there first?
Well, I would think the tire, maybe?
There you go, A4. It was the fucking tire. That's ISIS doesn't know what he's talking about. He said it was the pencil, didn't he?
Are you saying if you drop them, or
no, he said
just
roll them
down a hill?
He said roll them and the pencil wins.
I don't know which one would actually go faster. It depends. For example, if the pencil is one of those ones with the flat edges, it wouldn't go very far. And then again, I've never put a tire and a pencil on a hill and rolled them down. I've never tried that experiment, so I wouldn't know.
That is actually proof of it. But it have to be an extremely smooth surface. And what are we talking about? Which pencil? Because if there's any type of a obstruction on pencil, if there's any type of an obstruction on the pencil loses instantly.
Well, if it's a really big pencil, it's full of lead. It's got to weigh more than the tire. The pencil wins. ISIS is right.
Well, if you change the pencil size to something completely different, it's kind of relevant. So what does the pencil and the tire have to do with flat Earth? I'm confused here.
I don't know. He was proving the globe with it, wasn't he, A4?
I don't know. Yeah, that's what you round earthers do. We show you proof that your round Earth doesn't really work because it's supposed to be 70% water, like you said. So
no, that's the surface of the water. I wasn't talking about the total interior, because if it was completely just one water drop, it wouldn't work, because we have like iron and stuff
not count for the water as well, the one you're using.
But isn't it, from what it looks like, that's made out of completely water, right?
No, they actually add things to this in their experiment. There's several different types of methods that they use to spin this ball with what they put the one that I'm watching now, they've put a tablet inside the ball of water, and then now they're going to spin the ball of water with what would be a tablet dissolving. And your Earth doesn't make sense because I'm watching it right now, and this is practically a tablet. Inside the ball is what they're practically described because you're saying you've got an iron core that's reacting. All right, and look at this fucking what's going on here. The ball's expanding and pushing out and bulging every which way. Your equations that I've showed you the experiment. This one here, this experiment that I've posted to you, shows you exact proof, and you don't want to look at it. Sorry, brother.
No, I'm looking at it, but I don't think it's calculating all the different elements and stuff, because I'm not sure. I'll have to look something up real quick.
Hey, pass me another 4x.
Well, you've even got this one where they do it. Yeah, this one.
You're not even sharing the screen, you're not, John.
I did pass the link to Atheist Rex if he checks his spam mail. Spam, go to what would it be? It's my channel, then video manager, and then community, and then messages, and then you've got all your folders up the top. Check both of them because I sent you a message, Atheist Rex.
Basically, what I'm saying when it comes to that, it's not adding like in hundreds of different elements that like are naturally found in the Earth. If it's just water or just one or two elements, it's not the same thing as the entire Earth.
So it's like dinosaurs that got bones missing then.
Exactly. Yeah, I try to show him what their experiment is, and then he says, "Oh, sorry, you haven't put all the bones in there yet."
Missed a bit of the equation out. I know. We'll add a duck.
Oh, dude, the bones are fake. There's nothing I can do about it.
Plastic. Them bones, them dry bones.
Well, what I'm saying about the experiment, since it's water, the whole entire Earth is not completely composed of water.
Well, no shit, Sherlock. Otherwise, we'd have fins and we'd be swimming.
This experiment is showing a sphere of water in microgravity. Earth is not a big water blob floating in space. It's a little different.
I know it's spinning.
A blob of water.
Rotating, arcing, and
Yeah,
spiraling.
it's a block of water with chunks of land all the way through it that's actually spinning and still as spherical as they tell you. Whatever, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
Sorry,
you'll
can you
head
repeat
that mathematics. I just think you just go off like debate style information and you don't go off logic. You know what I mean? I think that's what these people have come in here for. They come in debate style fashion to say like, oh, we can critique this and dismiss this pretty easily. And it's like, dude, you're not actually using the logic that we're talking about. We're using logic now. That your mathematics doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Right? I showed you a spinning ball in zero gravity, and that's still not enough for you because I didn't have every single mineral that's on the earth put into that one little ball. What fucking experiment do you want me to show you, dude? I'm not a millionaire. I'm not a trillionaire. You're paying fucking corrupt people to give you the information. You're gonna try and debunk me? Really?
Zeiss, come back. Zeiss, come back with your theory of gravity. Come on, Zeiss. Come and explain to me and Adam in simple layman's terms, because nothing's working tonight, is it, Adam? Shroomy wants a link.
Who's Shroomy? Oh wait, I think he's on. Wasn't he on earlier?
How do I do it? Do I just give you mine, Shroom? Shroom. Come back in, Zeiss. Make it a threesome. Oh, how can I send? Oh, you have got one. I was just gonna say, Shroom, you ain't got one. Yeah, fucking hell. You don't work for NASA, do you, Stephen?
No.
Okay. Are you a teacher?
No.
You sure you don't work for NASA?
What about?
Are you sure you don't work for NASA?
Yes, I'm sure.
So why do you critique them so? Why are you defending them so much when we're just simple-minded nobodies that want to try and critique them?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious.
Well, one, I was bored. Two, like I said, I found the Flat Earth Fiend like 3 or 4 months ago, and I saw the Flat Earth Live Debate Fiend, and I was like, yeah, why not? Because I have nothing better to do right now besides maybe troll on art.
He said we'll be coming down soon, A4.
So I can't pronounce it. You know who I'm talking about? Yeah, is he coming back?
I don't know. I think he went to the fridge to get another can of beer. He's been gone a long time. Have you ever met anybody with as much cognitive dissonance as us?
I'm not sure.
Well, you see, for us, it's the other way around. It's you that's got the cognitive dissonance. Right. You see, it's just a pole shift, if you like, Stephen. Like I said, I was right there 2 years ago. It was easy for me to see, Stephen. I'm a magician. So it took 10 minutes. It literally took 10 minutes. I didn't even know what I was watching. 10 minutes later.
So was it the fear of water rotating in microgravity, or what convinced you of it?
Oh, I didn't watch any of that just then. I just knew I wasn't spinning. They showed me the Peters projection, which is the map I'm used to seeing all my life. And then I saw the azimuthal map, and that was it. As soon as I seen it, 2 and 2 went together. It slotted like a jigsaw. It was that simple. And I sat here laughing, knowing I wasn't spinning. And then the realization of what we've done kicks in.
Again, the reason we don't feel it spinning is due to the fact we're not deaccelerating or accelerating, just like in a car. If you're going 50 miles per hour.
No, but that explanation don't wash for me, mate. You in a car, you're comparing the car to the Earth, which is doing 1,000,000 miles an hour while spinning, rotating, dropping, and arcing. So how we get perfect circles in the sky whilst all that's happening, I do not know.
Wait, what about perfect circles?
The star trails, when you look up and you get perfect circles in the sky. How can that be happening if I'm spinning, moving forward with the sun, dropping with the sun, and curving on the arm of the Milky Way? 1.3 million miles an hour, and I can't feel it.
The reason for that, the reason the stars don't move all over the place is due to the fact how far they are away and how even though we're moving decently fast, compared to the scale of the entire universe, we're barely moving, very slowly.
1.3 million miles an hour is not very slowly.
Actually, that's not that much if you compare it to the size of the universe.
But the Earth's only 25,000 miles across, so either way you look at it, something's
No,
wrong.
I'm talking about the amount of space between us and other stars. Plus, the star patterns do over long periods of time kind of change. For example, Polaris, I think that's how you pronounce it, did not used to be our North Star. I can't remember what the previous one was.
How
but
can
the
that be proved?
Egyptians actually, what?
How can that be proved?
I'm pretty sure the Egyptians were the one that kept the record of that. I'll look it up real quick.
Oh wow! So all you have to do is say, "Oh, the Egyptians discovered that," and
how did they measure the stars, though? The lights, not stars. How the fuck does ISIS keep a
Well, if you want to call them lights or whatever you want to call them, but you know what I'm referring to, stars. That you know what I mean when I say that. I sent you a link and it talks about the past North Stars or whatever.
It doesn't show me how it happened, no?
What?
How did the North Star become the North Star and stay fixed?
It was a different star before.
Right.
Over
so
time.
4,000 years, or however long we've been looking up there, it hasn't moved an inch. And I'm spinning, rotating, dropping, and arcing. How's it staying in one spot?
It is moving. I can't remember what video it was I watched, but it showed the amount of degrees it moved. I think it was either each day or each year, and it was very minuscule because, again, the large scale. Over, like, when a change happens for thousands of years, it's not like you're going to notice every day it moves a little bit. Again,
we're talking about cosmic
scale of 1,000 years. What?
We're talking about cosmic evolution here. Changes around us in the heavens.
I guess.
Okay. But there's no proof of any evolution at all, let alone cosmic.
Yeah, considering that the stars have always been in the same place, how can you say that they're moving away at all? How can you say that we're in an ever-expanding universe on rocks that are expanding and pulling and retracting within each other depending on their mass and their density?
Some of us so far away, they're travelling super fast, right?
Yeah, and we're spinning at these super fast speeds, and you don't feel it at all because you happen to be on these balls that are relative to it, and then you can then on these balls somehow gain momentum on that ball, so we can get up to speeds of what we're saying is faster than the speed spinning, so we can get faster than 1,000 miles an hour with some things that we've made, and we're going to say that we can spin faster than the rotation of the ball that we're on. Then all relative movement that they're talking about would not be. I just don't make sense to me. Talking about curving, they're talking about curving bullets and shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the concept that I see these days. Is when you're talking about gravity and shit, it's curving bullets. You're talking about the concept of trying to curve a bullet.
Talking about the Coriolis. Yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
Is that what you're talking about with the bullet thing?
Well, he's asking why hunters don't adjust for the Coriolis effect. You've got a sniper saying, "Oh yeah, we adjust for the Coriolis," but then you've got every other bloke who's ever fired a gun and hit a deer's ass from the other side of a canyon didn't adjust for the Coriolis effect. And I've never fired a gun in my life.
Are you talking about like just regular average hunters versus snipers or whatever?
Well, you can say average hunters, but average hunters are most of the snipers in the army when they're not in the army. They're all out hunting. Average hunter.
Any guy that shoots a gun is better than me. Average.
What I'm saying is, hunters don't adjust for it. And any honest military guy will tell you, I never adjusted a bullet in Afghanistan. Nothing. Besides which, the damn thing's metal. Surely the magnetism would get to it first, eh? North or South Pole? Which way, Adam?
I don't think the North and South Pole have that strong of an electromagnetic force.
I don't think there's a North and South Pole, mate.
Don't flat earthers think the outer rim or whatever tugs on the...
Well, it's a belief, but as I've gone deeper and deeper, I just don't accept anything at the minute, because...
You don't know what it is. Are you the creator?
All we've been shown is these countries.
All we know is that these certain dictators have told us that we're on a round ball, and now it seems like they've got an army of fucking drones that are going to defend them. That's what it seems to me. You know, like, I'm trying to find out what's going on and why these companies are corrupt, and I've got to deal with a whole bunch of what seems to be drones defending these people. Like, oh, how could you say such nasty things about... What the fuck are you talking about? We're supposed to critique these people. That's what we're supposed to do. We pay them so much money, and we're not supposed to fucking question what they're doing. We're not supposed to scrutinize what they're doing when they're providing fraudulent pictures, and you're just going to sit there and say you have no proof? What? Are you serious? You want your children to grow up in this, or are you only doing it because you work for these people? Because it seems like every normal person that I talk to, they wake up real quick. Quick. All you have to do is show them, all you have to do is really say something about flat earth. And then they're like, what? Flat earth? No fucking way. And then within a week, they say like, I looked into that flat earth that you were talking about, and fuck yeah, man, pretty interesting. Hey, what do you reckon, man? What do you reckon? And they're very unbiased at that time because they don't want to say that they believe in it, but then you say, just say it, you believe in it, right? And they're like, oh, I don't know, I don't believe in NASA anymore. I don't believe that we've been to the moon, and I don't know. So you can't tell me that something weird's going on.
So when you say fake photos and stuff, are you talking about composite, or are you just talking about all?
I'm talking about all their pictures. I'm talking about, and then you look into it in its entirety. We've only been like, I don't think you get the true gist of it. Is any type of information that you receive is from these people, whoever they are. All right, we're using one of their devices now, but we happen to be talking about what we want to talk about. But still, they control it. I don't think you get the full grasp grasp of what we're trying to say.
I mean, we're not totally reliant on NASA and stuff. For example, you can use a telescope, and again, you can see the different planets and stuff. You say you don't know what they are, but
different lights. Carry on.
Oh yeah, because according to the flat Earth model, the sun.
According to God, according to God, I'll place lights in the firmament for seasons and signs.
Well, no, the reason I was asking because I forgot that detail because I don't know, in my brain I was automatically picturing the sun shining light on them, and then I realized that wouldn't work if, according to the flat Earth model, they'd have to be.
Now, according to your E equals MC squared, where light is a constant model. If light's a constant, how have you got space? How is it dark up there?
I mean, the main thing.
Shouldn't it be bright everywhere? Shouldn't there be no darkness? It should be bright everywhere.
Basically, E equals MC squared is basically stating that mass can be turned into energy, or vice versa.
Mm-hmm. But with expenditure.
What?
With expenditure, a fuel, an exhaust.
Yeah, that's it. A force.
Burn this without making that. But you're saying the sun burns within itself using nothing in an infinite vacuum.
Wait.
And light's constant. So how does it not light up the whole universe?
It goes at a constant speed, but that doesn't mean it's everywhere at once. I don't know how those two connect.
Right, okay.
Like, if all cars drove 50 miles per hour all the time, that wouldn't mean cars would be everywhere. That is just constant speed of light. Basically, it can't go any faster than a certain speed within a vacuum.
Right.
Now, what I'm thinking you're talking about, or at least what I've heard, is it was like a retort against infinite-sized universe, saying that if the universe was infinite size, basically there should be an infinite amount of stars and it should be infinitely bright. That's the only time I've ever heard the people saying there should be light everywhere.
Okay, so how does the sun cause 45-degree rays over me at midday if it's 93 million miles away? Are you going to tell me there's a firmament there now? You're going to use refraction, aren't you?
What do you mean by 45-degree rays?
Angles. Yeah, they break the clouds like that. Like you'd hold a torch to the floor and you get a cone of light. If you just blow smoke in it, you get a stack of coned light from the torch. But if the torch is miles and miles and miles away, like 93 million miles away, how does it cause 45-degree rays of light?
I think the difference between a torch and the sun would be the size of the sun and how much power it outputs.
Assuming your sun is 400 million times bigger than Earth or whatever it is, how do you know the sun's not a great size of a grain of sand? It's magnified by a dome, like a magnifying glass. And actually, it's no bigger than a fingernail.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, when you look through a magnifying glass, things get bigger. So if the sun was the size of a match head and you put a magnifying glass on it, but you was looking from the other side, the sun would be huge, would it not?
Why would there be a giant magnifying glass in front of a sun the size of a grain?
Well, you're looking through a dome. So a dome, like your eye, is convex. Right?
I don't think you can put. I don't think they're logic. You know, that's what I mean. They come in here for some debate type of a fucking rhetoric, but they can't even use logic.
Well, he tried to use the Cavendish experiment on me.
Are you actually here for to learn if NASA's lied to you and the world might be a different shape, Stephen, or are you here to just try to win a debate? Because you do realize this is real. It might seem like a fake little show, but yeah, this is we make fun of it because it's so funny to me that you can be fooled for so long and you're doing
by numbers. Just by numbers. That's all I've done. Use numbers.
That's it. And good old Stephen's doing their dirty work for them. They haven't even had to use any of their employees. They haven't had to use any of their employees yet. You're doing the dirty work for them, brother. You don't even get a paycheck for it. You're paying them. You're paying them to tell you that you're on a round ball and the information they provide you is fraudulent.
Now have your vaccines and pay your taxes.
I could go up in high altitude planes, Stephen, and composite pictures and then put it together and accomplish the same type of image that they've given to us. So who says it's satellites when I've never seen a satellite?
No. And how do you see something the size of a car from 250 miles away?
That's supposed to be going so fast around, too. It's traveling, you know what I mean? It's going long speed. Orbiting the Earth.
Most satellites you actually normally can't see because normally they don't have lights on them or anything. They're just zooming by or during geolock orbit or whatever. So I think I talked about this earlier. I can't remember if I did or not. But how do satellites, well, you'd say they don't exist, but how does, say, Dish Network or Exceed Internet or any of those companies that rely on satellites, how do they work?
Very systems. Cable. It's been in your life. Cable TV. How did they do it back in the 40s? Cables, antennas. Did they change it? No. They just upgraded it.
Why, for example, would a satellite dish, if it is actually cable, why does when snow covers it, all of a sudden you lose signal, or if you turn it away from a certain position, you lose signal, if it's actually coming from a cable?
Would it be safe to assume that you could put some sort of device in the dish that tells it when it's at the right angle and any other angle, you can't get a signal?
So all the dish companies are in on it too?
No. Why would all the dish companies be in on it? You only have to put the tiny chip. You only have to put the chip in the main processor and you're done. So, onward. Why don't all satellite dishes look up? Why are they all below at 30 degrees? Satellites are above you, right?
Well, technically, it depends on where they are. They can, since, globe, they can
The
be
Earth's
higher
surrounded.
in the sky or lower in the
The Earth's
sky.
surrounded a minute.
Yeah, there's a lot of satellites.
Yeah, there's a lot of satellites. There's no way they haven't got something covered like Afghanistan.
You can only get so much from a top-down view. You could get, like, the basic area land of Afghanistan, but that doesn't mean you could see inside bases, or when you're riding, you can see what's in front of you, what's to the left. Top-down, you can only get limited information. I mean, what would be more helpful when spying on an enemy base? Seeing everything from top-down or actually being on ground level?
Well, hang on. I've been on Google Earth. So you can't tell me that they can't get pictures.
I know I wasn't saying they couldn't, because you were talking about how they sent troops in there, and I was explaining
To map it, yeah, to map it, because they haven't mapped it yet, because there's no satellite. And any planes that flew over their airspace would have got shot down, right?
Exactly.
And that's a waste of 50 million on the plane, whatever it's carrying, and 2 souls.
So you're saying there's no Google Earth images of Afghanistan?
What? No, I'm saying you just told me that you can't get pictures from space that show your Earth close up. And I just demonstrated you to you with Google Earth. Yes, you can.
Well, yeah, you can take pictures, but when you zoom in, it gets blurrier, is what I'm saying. I'm saying it's more useful to actually be on ground level. Like, if you wanted to see how my house looked and stuff and explore the area, if you wanted
well, that's ground-based. But all the way down to that is an aerial photograph. Not the Google car. I'm talking about the Google planes that took all the pictures, because there are no satellites.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so planes took all the pictures of the maps.
Do you have any proof of that, or are you just saying that?
Well, that's the only thing that can go up there, innit? Apart from your fireworks and your helicopters. But I've never seen a helicopter at that sort of altitude, so just the planes. But that's using logic.
If the companies spent the time to put in chips to detect whether there's snow on the satellite or not, that doesn't make sense why they would be in on it or would want to be in on it.
Here's my iPhone, it's got a motion sensor in it, it knows where it's going left, right, up, down. All it takes is one of the motion sensors to be somewhere on it. Done.
I know, I'm talking about like when snow covers the satellite, you can no longer get a signal. When we used to have...
ground-based, yeah, because it's ground-based.
Earlier you were saying something about cable.
Yeah.
So are you saying it's...
So you're telling me every place that it snows in, you lose your television?
What I'm saying is, when we've had...
Use an example of a dish mounted in snow. No, that's not going to work, because it's got something in front of its chip.
Well, what
antenna.
What you were saying earlier is they had motion sensors.
Either way, the signals have still got to travel to it, haven't they?
To the what?
To the dish, regardless. Because the dish ain't pointing up at the satellite. It's pointing low, just above the roofs of the houses. Makes no sense.
Again, the satellites can be different places in the sky depending on what their orbit is.
I know, geostationary and all the rest of it, but there are no satellites. If there were, why did it take them 10 years to find Osama bin Laden?
Even if you can see the outside of stuff, and it's pictures taken throughout the year, you can't really track Osama bin Laden from a live video feed above Earth, because for one, you'd need a really high quality camera, and two, you'd have to know the general area of where Osama bin Laden was first. Like, for example, if you thought he was in Afghanistan, you don't have enough satellites to look at every single place at the exact same time to find out where Osama bin Laden is, because first of all, it would only be a top-down view, and you wouldn't be able to see his face, and three, you'd also need a lot of manpower to watch all those satellites and try to figure out where he is.
Right, but there's still no satellites.
Again, what I was saying with the snow was, for example, we used to have satellite internet where we live. When snow would cover a certain amount of the satellite, it would go out. I'm saying, are you saying they're run by cell towers?
How would you know that's the reason it went out?
Okay, are you saying, but why would it go out if it's cable? I'm confused, because earlier you're saying something about towers, and then you're saying something about
antennas, yeah, so if it's firing a signal through an antenna, and the snow and the weather's bad, the signal's not going to reach the dish. Same as from a satellite. If they existed, it won't get past the weather. So either way, ground-based antennas or satellites are going to have trouble in bad weather.
So they have a bunch of direct TV satellites and dish networks. Sorry, I meant to say towers on the ground everywhere.
Yeah, there's a big cable running from England to America, laid on the seabed and the abyssal plains. planes really flat, you go look at the sonar images of it.
Well, I'm asking like for like the local area. Say it had direct TV. Are you saying the signal's coming from a cell phone? Well, kind of like a cell phone tower except for satellite, or is it coming through a cable directly connected to the satellite? I'm asking, are you saying it works kind of like cell
Depends
phone
where
towers?
you are and how far you are from the main town, village, city. Because when you're out in the sticks, you ain't got fuck all.
So DirecTV and them do run off a cell phone tower. Well, it's kind of like cell phone towers. Is that what you're saying?
DirecTV in a city would run off cable to a box, to a server, to a junction house, whatever you want to call it, to a big computer, telecommunications. But the ones that have got long distances between the main hub in the city that we just spoke about and the ones in the outback in the sticks, well, they got to be fired by antennas because no one's going to lay a cable 2,000 miles along to some bloke who's got 1,000 sheep.
Okay, so basically, kind of, I get what you're saying now. Kind of like the cell phone tower. How does GPS work as far as satellites go? Are you saying they work by cell phone towers too?
Ground-based
I know it's not technically what you wouldn't call them cell phone towers, but I'm saying kind of like that.
Big satellite dishes, big satellite array. They're all radar, right?
Wait, are you saying? I'm saying according to NASA or anybody else, or even GPS companies or whatever, it works by satellite. I'm saying, how does that work, as far as on the flat Earth model?
On the flat Earth, how does what work? Hitting someone in the outback?
No, how does it find your location?
How does it find my location? By triangulate 3 towers. If I've got a tower there, and a tower there, I'm in the middle of it. That's where I am. Triangulation.
But why can't you, like, in the middle of, like, say, a Canadian tundra where there's no towers near you, how can it still triangulate your location? Or, like, in the middle of the ocean, for example?
Well, I've never seen that happening. If I go under a tunnel, I'll lose signal. It turns off.
Yeah, because it can't get in contact with the satellites. But if you're in
With
the
the
middle of
antennas,
Canadian tundra,
with the antennas.
I'm saying, like, in the Canadian tundra or somewhere like that where there are, or anything like that around, how do they get GPS coordinates there? Or, for example, if you're in the ocean, how do you get GPS signal there if it's caused by towers? Because you'd be pretty far from a tower.
That's assuming you're on your ball.
No, on the flat Earth, there's still
on the
ocean,
flat
right?
Earth, you've got shipping channels and airplane lanes, right? So if all traffic, air and sea, are following the same routes, how hard would it be to put something under the sea sending signals, or have a plane flying over it?
Oh, so you're saying the GPS coordinates given by plane hardware is faulty and it's just fake?
Why is it faulty? You'd never get anywhere if it was faulty. Tell me this. How did the planes used to get there without all of that shit?
They used to use map navigation, compasses.
Yeah, exactly what they're doing nowadays.
But it'd be kind of inefficient for.
Why would it? They've got computers that do it now. How can that be inefficient?
I know it's not inefficient. I'm saying you asked how they did it before, and I said using compasses and maps.
Compasses and maps.
And then I was saying today, a lot of times they use GPS and also gyroscopes, compass, and.
And how did they stay in touch with those people?
Radio.
Radio waves, yeah. Antennas then.
So you're saying it triangulates their location with 3 different antennas around the area of the boat. For example, if it was between South America and Africa, there'd be maybe 1 antenna on South Africa, 2 on South Africa, and then 1 from Africa, all pinging the ship to triangulate the location.
Don't NASA have a load of sea boys out there that do all this, that detect tsunamis? Yeah, they do, don't they? So what say we put a chip in that fucker as well that transmits and gives coordinate, and they've got them fuckers everywhere. They've got them everywhere, all over the ocean. All these scientific boys transmitting data.
So tsunami detectors are helping with the GPS coordinates?
Well, why not? Why not give them a dual task?
How did what do you call these tsunami, there you go. The tsunami detector ships, how do they figure out their location or whatnot? Are you saying they're like scattered throughout the ocean and they're just pinging the ship to get their location? How do they like stay in the same place? Is it like a tower built in the ocean? Because the issue would be triangulating
right, if you've got boys floating all over the ocean, cables laid across the fuckers, you can put GPS on them, right?
Yes, but
yes,
that's
all I needed. Yes, not but. Yes, that's the answer. Yes, they can. They've got all the money in the world.
You actually only need one signal to do any kind of pinpointing, because as soon as you know the distance traveled or where you're starting, then all the mechanics inside of even your cell phone tell you what direction you're going with a gyroscope. So you're going this speed, well, it knows where you are.
How does it know the exact location? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, Yeah, back before GPS, I remember on my cell phone, I didn't have a GPS chip, but I was able to use the Wi-Fi, and it would just triangulate between the cell towers.
Well, the way the Wi-Fi location tracking works is it knows the local ISP and it knows where the ISP is. It's not actually giving the exact detailed location unless the Wi-Fi hotspot has that programmed in it.
So it's got to be a hotspot, otherwise you're not going to get a signal.
And you can triangulate with just cell phone towers. I mean, they do that in murder cases all the time.
That's what I said. You can't triangulate on a ball unless you're using ball equations.
Well, satellites. Of course, you see them.
Satellites made up, yeah, by Arthur C. Clarke. Science fiction.
Arthur C. Clarke, your Clark shoes, Clark rubber.
Arthur C. Clarke.
Arthur C. Clarke, Clark rubber, you know what I mean? Rubber. No wonder they've got a reason. They've got a big reason for us to do what they've done. So then we live in this petrol age, using the resources that they're the ones harvesting.
So, what were you saying earlier about Obama being Osama bin Laden? Or what was it just one of you saying? I couldn't remember.
Say what?
Well, I was curious earlier because you were talking about something about Osama bin Laden being Obama or vice versa. He did a face switch or something.
He's an actor. That's what A4 said. He's just playing a role.
So Obama's Osama bin Laden?
I don't know.
Or are you just saying he's like a puppet? He's not actually a president?
Well, they're all puppets.
No, I'm saying that it's possible that Osama bin Laden is just a character, and it's a character, and his name's not Osama bin Laden. That's just like Bugs Bunny, and Bugs Bunny also plays the role of Daffy Duck, just dresses up a bit.
Did you guys see Iron Man 2? Have you guys seen Iron Man 2?
Iron Man 2, yeah.
Where they had the fake Osama bin Laden, and he's just an actor.
Is that his real name, Tim Osmond?
Yeah. He was an actor, and then when they caught him, they're like, "Hey, you're just playing a part." And I think that was kind of in our face a little bit.
Well, that was a part out of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's just them blatantly mocking you. They're mocking you, showing you that that's just a character and that person is just a role, and whoever's playing that role is eventually going to be playing another role, and guess what? It happens to be playing your president, whoever that person is.
If radar doesn't go around the caves, ISIS, how does amateur radio go from England to America back in the 40s? How did the BBC broadcasting company go worldwide from one antenna?
I didn't believe any of that stuff until I saw We Need to Talk About Sandy Hook, that documentary. You guys see that?
You start to believe that they're conning you in the news as well.
Yeah, with all the crisis actors. I didn't believe it. I thought those guys were crazy, and I think there's a lot of shills in there that try to, throw false flags and kind of fake it out, and the whole Bill Hicks thing, and they go a little too much.
You never know, though. So you're saying that it's not possible that Bill Hicks is Alex Jones? It's possible.
Oh, I'm 90% sure he is Billy. 90% sure, mate.
I think so too. But when you talk about like JFK being
Carter.
Carter, President Carter. Why not?
Oh, it's possible, but I think sometimes that they have a few of those guys that are shills that make up just these ridiculous ones. I mean,
obviously, but that doesn't affect me. Obviously, you're gonna call some wrong.
I've seen the work on it, and his ears match. I agree, just a little bit off, but there's the chin, the teeth, they're all there.
But you got that other shill that's saying Alex Jones is that Prince of Wales or whatever.
Yeah, he does look a bit like that though. Who says that he's not playing multiple roles? That it's the Prince of Wales that played the Bill Hicks role, and now he's playing an Alex Jones role. Who says that? You're not looking into it.
I'll be back in a minute.
You're not looking into it for. Wait a second. These people are all playing characters, and you're only seeing them on the TV. You're only seeing them after they've dressed up.
Yeah, they could be putting on Face Off. You're right. Never thought of it like that.
You know what I mean? Like, you're only watching them after the fact they've put their character on. You don't know who they are behind the scenes when they fucking actually take their fucking character off. That's what I'm saying. The same person that played Carter played President Kennedy, and it's just like you could tell by similar features because you can morph your face enough, but you're gonna have some similar features. It's just gonna stand out because of your bone structure practically.
Have you guys seen that software where you can do facial features through the computer of any celebrity or whatever, and they'll mimic your facial features?
Yep.
I mean, it's just insane.
And why do you think they're implementing this type of technology so then they can hide amongst it again? So they can be like, what are you talking about? You're just conspiracies. That's just Snapchat shit where you make yourself look like Kanye West. Like,
yeah, have a banana and get back on your ball.
You're stupid. You know what I mean? No way. People don't do that. They don't dress up as other people.
My only problem with it is that it, I think you got to slowly get indoctrinated to how the world really works. And then when they have all these like totally outlandish things that, I mean, you and I all believe, but someone who looks at flat Earth and then all of a sudden they see, JFK is really Carter, it totally turns them off on flat Earth. And I think flat Earth has more than a couple legs to stand on.
Yeah.
On the assumption that we're in an actor-based reality and the people that control the information are actors. So they're going to pretend they're scientists and they've got information, but they're actors. So I'm just trying to put it in perspective for people. Like when they try to say, oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson's so smart, I'm saying, no, wait, let me explain to you that what we're dealing with is just the Jackass crew. You remember the Jackass crew a few years ago? Well, remember now that Johnny Knoxville, he made a new movie that was like the bad grandpa and he dressed up as a different character. Don't you get it now? They're symbolically showing you what they're doing. And I'm just trying to point it out. Like, it doesn't matter if I get one wrong and President Carter isn't President Kennedy. I'm just saying that could be. It could be that these people are all just characters and they're able to jump in and out of whatever character they want. It's just a mask.
Well, I nothing would surprise me at this point. I'm just, wondering how deep this stuff goes.
Yeah, same.
If I was to try and rule the world and I wanted to have a president on the stage, I wouldn't have one person like troll of that person. Well, I'd have it as a mask, so then there's various people that could jump in and swap it in and out. So then if one's sick, I can use another one. If I wanted to kill one off because he's not listening, I can kill him off. You know what I mean? It's a mask. I wouldn't have a person. I'd have a mask.
I think the hardest thing for especially scientists, and I mean, I was in another debate where they were just bashing me, and I was being logical. I mean, I wasn't attacking their intelligence or anything like that. And then you start to think, I think their hang-up is that they don't understand why. I mean, not only how is it possible, but why. And I would ask you guys, why do you think that is?
Yeah, that's one of the main questions. They want us to explain why somebody would do that. And control. Once you have power, you don't really want to give it up, So if you're in a position of power like they have been, they're not going to want to give it up. So they're going to do things that continue their reign of power.
But what's the end all? I mean, power is only as good as long as you live, right?
Power goes
well, and they might know a little bit more than us that it's sort of a reincarnation type of scenario. So why wouldn't they want to remain in power so that if it's reincarnation, they can come back and still be in control?
And if it's ISIS that comes back and becomes president, we'll all be killing each other and digging our own holes.
Yeah, he already wants me in a hole. So he already said I'll be digging ditches.
I think it's a little more nefarious than that. I mean, it seems like they want to. I don't know if I buy into the whole they want to go into a digital forever life or anything, but
transhuman.
Yeah, exactly. Have you guys ever heard of the Georgia Guidestones by any chance? What do you think about that?
Well, it's been written. When did you go in there and do it? 1980 something.
Yeah.
They 30 years, telling you. And the guy that paid for it was called R.C. Christian, right?
Yeah. And what was it? 10 different languages for how they want to decrease the population by 99%.
Mm-hmm.
Who said they wanted to decrease the world's population by 99%?
Your masters.
It's on the Georgia Guidestones. It's a real trippy monolithic cult type site in America, and it's written as part of their 10 Commandments.
Here's 10 Commandments.
That has to be kept on. The population has to be kept on.